You're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel on Wimbledon.com, 87.7 FM and the official Wimbledon app.
Day 4 saw another contender fall in the ladies' singles, with Karolina Pliskova shocked on centre by an unseeded Slovakian.
And she's won it with a cross-court backhand to die for. An outstanding display from Magdalena Rybarikova, and she's knocked the number 3 seed out of Wimbledon.
But the top seed, Angelique Kerber, is safely through, as are Novak Djokovic. And this man...
What an exhibition from Roger Federer to move into the third round. He is playing some outstanding tennis, which quite naturally is being hailed by this centre court crowd.
Today at Wimbledon, Andy Murray faces the flamboyant Fabio Fognini.
Fabio, I think, can hit winners off both sides. He has good hands up at the net, and he started the turn well here, so I expect it to be very tough. And when Fabio switched on, he's really, really tough to beat.
We've live commentary on the Key Action Plus big name interviews with players and celebrities, and we'll bring you the full Wimbledon experience from every corner of the All England club and beyond, right here on the Wimbledon radio channel. Well, it's another glorious morning in southwest London. After yesterday's oppressive heat, we're anticipating a scorcher again, though perhaps not quite as hot as yesterday afternoon. Hopefully, our top technician Lee has been working overnight to fix the air conditioning unit in the presentation booth above centre court, which malfunctioned at a crucial moment yesterday. We'll be there later. Right now, though, we're in our customary breakfast position on the golf course next to the queue in the Lavazza tent, where you can also see us on the Wimbledon channel. So good morning to you if you are watching. I'm Marcus Buckland, joined by former British stars Naomi Cabaday and Arvin Palmer, and Wayne Ferreira, who made the quarters here, climbed as high as number 6 in the world, but was starting to worry, as I was, about the durability of our deodorant in the box yesterday. It's much fresher this morning. And Wayne, you're looking your customary fresh self. Another early night last night?
Very much so. Professional man that I am.
Yeah. Well, we know that Goran's keeping an eye on you ahead of the senior doubles next week.
Yes, he is. I actually had a hit yesterday. Felt ordinary to... I don't even know what to put it, but... You know, the senior, the first day in the grass is always a tough one. Today will be better.
You don't want to peak too soon.
That's not going to happen. I'm not too worried about that one.
As long as you do eventually peak. What was the peak moment for you yesterday?
Well, I mean, peak is not really. I mean, not one in particular. I was very, very surprised by a couple of the results yesterday. The first one that really stunned me was Dudi Sela beating John Isner. That to me was a huge surprise. I couldn't believe that one. But the other one, which is this Sebastian Offner, a young Austrian, 21 years old, 217 in the world, coming through qualifying, taking out Jack Sock, who has been on all kinds of fire these last few months. So that is a huge surprise as well.
Yeah, there were a couple of big upsets. If you are watching us this morning, you will appreciate the fine physique of Arvin Palmer, who has not touched refined sugar for the last, what is it, 5 or 6 weeks?
5 weeks now, coming up to 5 weeks come Saturday, yeah.
I mean, if you're going to look like that after 5 or 6 weeks, then it's something that we should all be doing.
Yeah, something in it, I guess, not having sugar.
I mean, mind you, you kind of did look like that before, so I don't know why you ever started in the first place. But you were sitting in a commentary booth for long periods yesterday. What made you jump out of your seat?
Well, a couple of moments. Actually, I'm with Wayne, actually. That result, Dudi Sela, you know, David against Goliath there, I couldn't believe that result. I mean, Sela's such a talented player. He's been around for so long, and coming up against Isner, where the ball's, you know, way over his head every single return a serve, but he's got beautiful timing, a single-handed backhand to die for as well. I was loving that result, really, just for him, really, because he's been around for so long, and it's always a battle for him against those more powerful players, just somehow trying to contain them, and yeah, fantastic. But one point that really stood out for me was the match point of Dimitrov against Baghdatis, the dive volley. I mean, that guy is normally a walking highlight reel anyway, Dimitrov, but I mean, that volley was incredible to win that match.
And of course, we always turn to Naomi to make sense of the ladies' draw, but it's very hard to make sense of the ladies' draw. Of course, there was another upset on centre yesterday.
Well, of course, it was a huge upset. Well, I mean, everybody knows Rybarikova can play very well on the grass, and she's in fine form. But I don't think anyone saw that coming. And I think as the match progressed, it was becoming more and more of a reality. And I think you could see that on Pliskova's face as well, the sudden panic, I think that was there. But, I mean, what quality tennis from Ribarikova. I mean, another stunning women's match on a big stage. We had one the day before as well. And really, they're just going out. They know the title is up for grabs. So they're all just raising their game. So
can you tell us with any degree of certainty whatsoever now who is going to at least get to the final?
I've got no
next
idea.
Week?
No idea. I started off saying that I didn't think it was as open as everybody else thought, and I was saying, it's any of 4 or 5 players.
I think, yeah,
exactly. And Chris Wilkinson said it could be anyone.
He did,
which I thought was maybe a little over the top.
We mocked him at the time.
I know.
It's more anyone now, isn't it? Than.
But he may be right. There are still a couple of favourites left in, and some exciting ones to watch today, which I'm sure we'll get on to. But yeah, boy, I mean, only one former champion left in the name of Venus Williams, and quite the former champion as well, not any old champion. So she's left, and who knows what will happen.
And Jo Konta has been installed by the majority of the bookmakers as the favourite, which is probably the kiss of death. Let us know what you think. It is fascinating. We'd love to hear from you as always. You can email us at radio@aeltc.com. You can tweet us at WimbledonCHNL. And our daily social debate today, we've always got one subject in particular that we'd like to get your views on. Which player, past or present, has or had the greatest serve? Use the hashtag #WhatMakesGreatWhich. It's a good hashtag, isn't it? What makes great which? Who had the greatest... Let's lose the word which on that. I've overwritten my hashtag. I didn't think it made a lot of sense. Hashtag what makes great.
Well, I'm most definitely going to go with my doubles partner for the upcoming event, with Goran Ivanisevic. When I played him, or when anyone played him, always the most difficult serve, especially considering that he was a lefty.
Yeah, it was. It cut through you like a knife, didn't it?
Yeah, it certainly did well for him in his career.
Arvin?
Yeah, I'm kind of torn between two guys, actually. It's either Pete Sampras for me or Greg Rusedski, being a lefty. I haven't played them both. I think the fact that there was not much difference between the first and second of Pete's serve, one first serve 130, second serve 125, you can get very few look-ins there on his serve. But Greg's, I mean, that thing was just moving all over the place. I mean, for a while he held the record as the quickest serve as well, and the second serve, just a nightmare to deal with, because it's it's kicking all over the place, had so much spin to it. He could hit all the spots, and yeah, I'll probably go with Greg actually, because it was a lefty serve, as Wayne said. It being that a lefty, it just gives you that little edge, just more awkward. You're not used to. You're more used to returning right-handed servers than lefties.
I'm sure we'll get Barry Can to dig out those stats from the match you had with Greg. Was it back in 1999 when he delighted in telling you that you won? What was it? 5 points on his serve?
I think I won 9 points against his serve in that match. I did actually win a set off him once. So we were playing at Queen's, I think, in a second round or something like that, and I did do a lot better that day. But yeah, it was always, it's more luck than anything getting that serve back. I just could not read it, and it was such a great serve.
Naomi, before you give us your vote for the greatest serve of all time, what was the most difficult serve that you personally faced during your career?
Well, I did have the experience of playing Sam Stosur on a very wet, well, it wasn't wet, but a very heavy clay court. And it was on a challenger. It was when she was making her comeback. And we were at a challenger, so you have no run back whatsoever because the fence is not far away. You're not playing on a big show court where you can do what Dominic Thiem does and set up camp by the lines judges. Yeah. And I had just had no way to return it. I was smashing returns. I was trying anything I could. You either have to take it way inside the baseline because she's got such a kick serve. I mean, vicious off the court. For the women, we just don't see that so much because she's so strong in her upper body. That was not enjoyable in any way. It was just awful. I just couldn't do anything.
Yeah, it's worrying though when even on a damp, wet court that she's getting the ball to move and get up so hard. I mean, on a kind of dry clay court. I mean, she likes the clay. Unfortunately, she's injured at the moment. She's got a wrist injury. I mean,
okay.
But,
we'll come back for your vote for the greatest serve of all time in a moment. But I mentioned Barry Can, who won't be able to look up that match that Arvin had with Greg just at the moment because he's in the queue, hopefully making some friends. Barry, good morning.
Good morning, Marcus. How are we all?
We're very well.
Well, I am actually looking at the moment at Jessie's phone I've got the most organised people possible in the queue, because I'm making my debut, Marcus. I actually made the first rookie error, because I spoke to a son and mother about 10 minutes ago and said, would you speak to us? And they said, yes, of course. But they've gone. They're too quick for me. But I found 5 lovely girls and Billy No Mates, who's on his own. And actually, they are the most organised, because Jess has given me her phone, Marcus. So event briefing, Wimbledon 2015 first error, because it's 2017. The venue, Wimbledon Tennis Club, error. All England Lawn Tennis Club. Can I help you out next year?
Yeah, actually, that'd be great.
Because I'm making friends with these 5 lovely girls and this gentleman, because they've got a great picnic. They've got plenty of food, plenty of crisps, plenty of alcohol, which of course I will not have because I am working. The Times puzzle. And what we've also got is the attendees. I won't bore you with who's here. Timings: 4 o'clock taxi pickup, 4:10 taxi pickup from Ellsworth, and then they've got food and drink. So they've all had certain jobs that they've had to do. And then towards the end, we've got cash. Everyone brings £30. Said also give £30 to Barry Cowan because he needs it. And sun cream all. Yeah. Jess, this is seriously impressive. How did this come about?
Well, you know, I'm a pretty organised person. So
kidding.
I like to do an agenda for like a holiday or any kind of event. So I thought, put that together. Avoid all the questions you get on WhatsApp. Who's bringing what? Who's doing this? Who's doing that? Put it together. Everyone knows what they're bringing. Sorted.
But you forgot the year. You got the wrong year.
I know. Well, I reused it from 2015. See?
Okay.
Yeah, recycling.
It's a yearly tradition.
So what do we think about her planning?
I mean, it could do a bit of tweaking, but it's average. It's getting there. Every year improves, and you know, improvements by the year.
Well, that's what the All England Club do. They always look to make improvements. So, the biggest question next year: how can you take it up a level?
Well, if it's raining next year, we might need an umbrella on the agenda. But otherwise,
You need an umbrella today.
No, we don't. Well, don't say that. Maybe a parasol.
See, she's too bright for me.
Oh, sorry, I can't help it. But maybe, I don't know, maybe it amends the attendees, and then maybe it amends the year. That would definitely help, and the location. Because obviously Ben might not have found it today if he'd gone to the wrong location.
So how did you find Ben? How did you find Billy No Mates Ben?
Just wandering the streets.
He was on his own and we felt sorry for him. We were driving along the roads. He was obviously getting in from a late night out. And we thought, right, he really needs a good day trip. And we had the Prosecco. So we got him in the cab. We had a spare space and he's on board now.
And is he a nice guy?
Lovely.
Well, one word answer, so that doesn't convince me. So, centre court, court 1, because that's what usually most people get up for 4 o'clock to try and get a seat.
Well, it would have been centre court, but they'd sold out. And court 1, it's just not cutting it today. It's all about Murray, all about Conter, all about Watson first. So, yeah, we're here for Murray Mound, centre bench. That's what we're here for.
Centre bench is the place to be. Best place.
Centre bench? Where? What's centre bench?
Bench right in the centre of Murray Mount.
Oh, I need to learn, Marcus. Right, of course, we've all been put to shame because our picks in the women's are out, whether it be Kvitova or whether it be Pliskova. So, 6 people in front of me. I need a different name, please.
Caroline Wozniacki.
Halleck.
Ostapenka.
Conter, always.
Who's always?
Just backing her, always.
Okay.
Heather Watson.
One of the Williams.
Venus.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep, there we go, Marcus. One of those has to win now.
Yeah, well, it's further proof that, as Naomi was saying a few moments ago, and as Chris Wilkinson was so rightly saying a few days ago, it is wide open. You can look at the remaining 32 players in the draw and probably make a very strong argument for 20 of them. It is that open and it's that interesting. Just had a tweet from the club, by the way. There are now more people in the queue than the ground's capacity can cater for today. The club says we strongly advise those intending to queue not now to travel to Wimbledon. And, you know, even if you're in the queue now, there is nothing available on the show courts tomorrow. That is the extent of the popularity of Wimbledon 2017. Of course, it's been the extent of the popularity of Wimbledon for so many years now. This is the order of play for today. Starting at 1 o'clock on the show courts. Victoria Azarenka against Heather Watson. We'll look ahead to that fascinating match. Likewise, Rafael Nadal against Karen Khachanov, the very promising young Russian. And then Andy Murray's back against Fabio Fognini, who destroyed him on a clay court in Rome just a few weeks ago. Of course, very different conditions today, but Fognini can be a handful on any surface when in the mood. He's a dad as well these days, so life is very sweet for him. Number one court starts with Steve Johnson against Marin Cilic. Then we've got Joe Konta up against Maria Sakkari, player from Greece who not too many people know too much about. And Naomi Osaka of Japan takes on Venus Williams. And on the other courts, play starts as usual at 11:30. Alias Bednay of Great Britain first up against Gilles Muller. Hasn't beaten him before. They had a very close match on grass, though, just a few weeks ago. Peng Shuai plays Simona Halep, the number 2 seed. Then Yelena Ostapenko. She got a vote from one of the ladies in the queue just now, the reigning French Open champion, of course. Camilla Giorgi of Italy is her opponent. And Joe Wilfried Tsonga against Sam Querrey should provide plenty of interest. The last match on number 2. Number 3, I think a lot of people are expecting Kei Nishikori maybe to have a few problems against Roberto Bautista Agut. We've got Karina Witthoff of Germany against Alina Svitolina. And then there's some doubles featuring Martina Hingis, of course, is going to play mixed doubles with Jamie Murray at these championships. And looking just down the list at some of the outside courts, so much in the way of doubles action, including Jamie Murray, who's actually not yet been given a court. And Bruno Suarez, actually, when interviewed, did say yesterday that he's hoping they get a more high-profile court than yesterday, when I think they were on number 5. They're the 3rd seeds. They're playing Sam Groth and Robert Lindstedt. Lots of Brits in action. Dominic Inglot and Laura Robson teaming up. And that is a match that will be arranged later on today. So wherever you're going again, you can settle back and enjoy yourselves. We're going to settle back and listen to Barry Milnes for a short time. He's got a special guest with him.
Well, I'm here at Arangi Park, and joining me is Rajiv Ram, the American doubles player. Rajiv, thanks for your time. I know it's a busy morning for you. Of course, you've got practice coming up with your doubles partner, Raven Klassen. Who are you playing today, and what are you expecting from the match?
Yeah, we play 2 Indian guys. Actually, I know them really well, Purav Raja and David Sharan. They've done quite well in the last 12, 18 months or so. They've really moved up the rankings, and so definitely expect a tough match.
For you guys, you've obviously had a bit of success. Tell us more of what you've achieved over the last couple of years, because you've been together since, I think, 2015?
Yeah, since about this time, 2015. Yeah, we've won a Master Series at Indian Wells. We've made the finals of the ATP World Tour Finals here in London in November, so that was a big achievement for us just to get in and then to also go all the way to the finals. Finals in Miami, obviously a top 8 ranking. So we've done okay semis here at Wimbledon last year. We've done okay. It's fun though, because we're trying to constantly improve and get better, and I think we're headed in a good direction.
As a doubles pairing, what makes you guys click so well?
I mean, I think we complement each other pretty well. He makes up for some of the weaknesses I have, and vice versa. He's very quick, very agile, which are things that I lack, and I have a pretty good sense of how to hit the ball, and some natural force, which is maybe something he lacks a little bit. So we try and together make one decent tennis player.
Indeed, you do. Obviously, this is early stages of the doubles draw, first week of Wimbledon. But how do you fancy your chances? How tough a field is it right now?
I think doubles now is as strong as it's ever been. You have singles players that very good tennis players playing a lot of doubles. I think guys are really starting to try and pay attention to their doubles game a little bit more. And then you have obviously kind of the doubles only teams that really specialize in it, like the team we played today. So I think there's no looking ahead. You have to look one round at a time, and the 3 out of 5 sets, I think we all really enjoy that. You really feel like if you win, you're the better team, and if you lose, you had chances to come back and give it your all. So I think everyone really looks at it one round at a time.
Well, one of your compatriots is, of course, Bethany Mattek-Sands, the world number 1 in the women's doubles. Yeah. And yet yesterday she suffered what I guess all you players fear. It can happen. It's rare that it does happen, but just shocking for her.
Yeah, I was just getting chills just thinking about it. Bethany's a friend of mine. We were on the Olympic team together. We actually played for the gold medal in mixed doubles, and she's just, it's really sad and unfortunate for it to happen to anybody, let alone a fellow countrywoman of mine. And yeah, I think you can see from all the players' reactions, whether it be on social media or just in general, I mean, how shocked we are. I mean, we're all competitors and we all want to win, but at the end of the day, we're like a little family here. So, I mean, one of your own goes down like that, everyone really feels for her.
And when you're playing on grass courts in hot weather like this,
Yeah.
obviously, you know, there are different patches on the courts because of all the wear and tear already. Is it a very difficult surface to tread carefully on, as it were, in the heat of battle?
Yeah, I mean, grass is an interesting surface because it's the only surface we play on that's alive, you know? So it changes with the weather conditions. It changes, you know, just throughout the course of a tournament because of the wear and tear. And, you know, in the beginning weeks, it can be really slippery because it's pretty lush. And then, like you said, if it gets hot, maybe it gets a little drier, it gets a little stickier. You know, I think it's one of those surfaces where, unfortunately, this kind of thing, you know, maybe there's a higher risk of it happening where there's like a really bad injury, like we saw with Bethany, just because of the, you know, the nature of it. But that being said, you know, this is sport. These kinds of things can happen anywhere, anytime. No one can predict it. It's just really unfortunate when it does happen.
Well, obviously, we all wish Bethany a full and speedy recovery, and we wish you and Raven best of luck in the doubles.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Barry, talking to Rajiv Ram. And we all, of course, echo those sentiments with regards to Bethany Mattek-Sands. It was horrible yesterday. She was screaming in pain, and unfortunately she was treated just as quickly as possible. And, yeah, we sincerely hope that she can make a really speedy recovery. But that unquestionably has been the worst moment of Wimbledon 2017 so far. Thanks for all your early tweets with votes for the best serve of all time. Lots going to Pete Sampras, as you'd expect, and for Serena on the ladies' side of things. So, Naomi, you've had plenty of time to consider your possibilities. Who are you going for?
It's got to be Serena. I mean, it's her serve is just outrageously good, and it's not just about the brute force with the power. The placement is so good. You know, she varies the spin so well, and under pressure comes up with big serves time and time again. And I remember it was the Australian Open a couple of years ago. She was playing against Sharapova, and Sharapova was just blatantly guessing early. She had to commit to try and get a racket on something because she was serving just so extraordinarily well, and Sharapova was just going so early. She just had no idea what was going on, and that was the entire match. It was amazing to, you know, make somebody as good as Sharapova look that bad at returning. Just stunning serving.
Yeah, well, keep your votes coming in. You can tweet us at Wimbledon CHNL. You can email us radio@aeltc.com. Who do you think had or has the greatest serve of all time? And hello to Els, says thanks to the lovely folks on radio at the Wimbledon channel for keeping me entertained while I'm hard at work in the office. And actually, Wayne, when I saw Els, I was thinking for a moment, it's Ernie Els, who I know you were chatting with here at Wimbledon a couple of days ago.
Yeah, he came. He was in the members' enclosure, spending the day with his wife Liesl, and I caught him while he was walking outside. He was on his way to watch Kevin Anderson play.
He's one of those annoying guys who I believe could have been good enough to turn pro as a tennis player if he hadn't become a golfer.
So they say. I haven't quite seen that to vouch and to agree with that one, but they say that he was pretty good, and I think he did a good job sticking to what he did.
He made the right choice.
He certainly gets the longevity out of being a golfer. Is he going to play the Scottish Open before the Open, do you know?
It's planned. That's on his schedule.
Yeah, and he had a very good first couple of days at the US Open. We were hearing, though, from Robbie last night that you were a bit like Ernie. If you turned your... Well, you did start off as a cricketer, didn't you? Could you have been a golfer as well?
I didn't really play golf that much when I was a kid. I took it up more when I started on the tour playing tennis. But I played a lot of cricket, badminton, squash, tennis, soccer. I did it all when I was a kid.
What's your golf handicap?
At the moment, I'm about a 3.
About a 3.
It's annoying, isn't it? About a 3. So blasé about.
Mind you, El Bandito.
I don't know how I've got that.
What are you playing off these days?
I'm grinding off a 6, but it's a grind. I'm hanging on.
Do we have a hat-trick of single-figure handicappers amongst us, Naomi?
No, I'm a beginner to golf, but it is annoying that I think tennis players tend to be quite all right. I'm not bad.
What?
I haven't got a handicap yet.
You haven't?
No.
Okay.
Next year.
What about you,
I'll
Marcus?
have one for next year. How's your handicap going?
Well, you know, I came so close to winning the trip to Bermuda, if you were listening yesterday, which shows that on my day I can be good.
Yeah.
But it's been hovering around 17 or 18 for far too long, unfortunately. Actually, talking of the cricket, quick word, Wayne. Our new captain did quite well against you boys yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, but he's so good. I mean, I tell you what, he's unbelievable to watch, and the way that he plays, he really is special. You guys are very lucky to have him. I think he would be a different team without him.
He was bowled off a no ball yesterday, but bowled by a spinner. How can a spinner bowl a no ball?
That's terrible. That's really, really bad. I don't think that's happened very often.
No, that apparently was the only no ball he's ever bowled in his career, and it was a costly
and trust me, it'll be the last one he'll ever bowl it.
Be allowed to bowl, yeah.
Yeah, if you're listening in a part of the world in which cricket is not your thing, you'll have no idea what we're talking about. I do apologise, but the first test match between England and South Africa started yesterday. Joe Root is the New England captain. He is magnificent. He had a bit of luck, but he's going to resume this morning, I think, on 185 not out. And we do like to enjoy cricket at the expense of our guest. Peter Marcato must be very relieved that we're not playing the Australians at the moment. Back to the tennis, and of course, a big shock on centre yesterday as one of the main ladies' singles contenders went out.
Can Rybarikova complete the job here? The second serve onto the backhand of the Slovakian. It's a short ball for Pliskova. Goes with the backhand cross court. Forehand inside in from Pliskova. Rybarikova gets there, goes cross court. Pliskova with the big forehand. Rybarikova is there again! And she's won it with a cross court backhand to die for. An outstanding display from Magdalena Rybarikova. And she's knocked the number 3 seed out of Wimbledon. Pliskova falls at the second round stage for the 5th consecutive year, but this is the biggest surprise of all. She's been roaring up towards the number 1 ranking, but stopped in her tracks by Rybarikova.
Magdalena, huge congratulations. What a comeback. You were a break and a set down, but you never gave up. It was an incredible fighting spirit.
Thank you so much. Well, it was very difficult to play Carolina because she plays, very well, and she just won the tournament. So, I was not like I'm going to lose this match, but I was not that much confident. But I'm speechless right now, and I'm so happy that I went through this match. And yeah, it's amazing feeling right now.
Magdalena talking there to Lee McKenzie after her victory last night. Good article in the New York Times today. Says just over a year ago, days after losing in the first round at Wimbledon, Magdalena Rybarikova had surgery on her left wrist. 3 weeks later, she had an operation on her right knee. The recovery process did not go well at first, and Rybarikova missed 7 months of action. When she finally returned, she had to slog her way through lower-tier tournaments because her ranking had fallen so far. But her perseverance was rewarded with the best victory of her career on Thursday when she upset Karolina Pliskova. It's a great story, Naomi, as far as Rybarikova is concerned. That goes without saying.
Yeah, it's great for her, and really she's such a great grass court player, and we saw that in so much yesterday that she did. She just great on the grass. She's a great player, and it's been so unfortunate with her injury. She fell all the way down, as you say. Ranking just wasn't reflecting her standard in any way. But she got on with the job, as you say, dropped down to the lower tournaments, got the wins. She won a few challenges to get back up, and she's flying now. I mean, that's a huge win. I mean, you could not get any bigger, really. The favourite to win the tournament. She's so in form off the back of her win at Eastbourne. Probably one of the best players on grass, probably the best player on grass in the tournament as well. It could not have been a tougher task for her, and she was great. She's
got Serenko in the next round, so how much further do you think she can go? Is she in the list of possibles now?
I'm not sure. She might be almost. She's on the boundaries of it for sure. I mean, she's a great grass courter. That gives her a huge advantage, and I think she has that as an advantage over Serenko. So I see her coming through that.
So Pliskova out, but the top seed is safely through.
As she prepares to serve and serves, slice backhand there from Flipkins short. Big forehand up the line from Kerber, matched by Flipkins short. Now a drop shot from Kerber. Flipkins is there. Kerber going to play over her head. She does! That will bring plenty of confidence to the world number 1. A stern test, a tricky opponent, but she gets through. They embrace at the net. Angelique Kerber and Kirsten Flipkins, a broad smile on the world number 1's face, as there is from Kirsten Flipkins. It was played in a good spirit, but the world number 1 prevails. 7-5, 7-5 in 1 hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah, I think it was not an easy match. I mean, especially against Kirsten, it's always tough to play because she plays good on grass with the slice. And I couldn't find my rhythm in the first few games, but then I was trying, to moving good and playing the ball back. And it was for sure maybe not the best tennis that I played, but I was trying to fighting again for every point, and I think that was the key at the end.
Yeah, sometimes you don't have to play your best tennis. You just have to get the wins. And she's starting to put another run together. And I'm just wondering, Arvin, on both the ladies and the men's side, we've seen the world number ones struggling.
Yeah.
But maybe Kerber and Andy Murray are going to find their A game at just the right time.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're looking to do, isn't it? Find form in the biggest events. And yeah, it's been a real struggle for Kerber since she became number one. The form's been very up and down, and it's very interesting watching her. And when she walks out on the court, she almost looks kind of in her shell. She hasn't really held her head up too high since all the success that she's had in recent years. And I guess she's just been struggling with dealing with the pressure. I think the majority of her career, it's been chasing that number one spot. It's been chasing someone ahead of her. And once you get there, maybe it's a little bit, well, I've got there. I'm not. People are now trying to chase me, and I've got the target on my back now, and she hasn't really dealt with that too well. But winning solves everything. I think she would have felt really good yesterday, because it was a really awkward match for her yesterday against Flipkins. I thought Flipkins played it well. He was trying to mess her around with the drop shots, the slices. She's a good grass court player. So Kerber used her physicality, as she said in that interview. I think movement is everything to her. That's one of her biggest strengths, and she showed yesterday how tough she can be.
Yeah, that's a good point you make, actually, about the body language. When I heard Boris Becker last night discussing Novak Djokovic and saying for a while he was putting his baseball cap quite low down over his face. He wasn't looking people straight in the eye. And he said he's noticed that that's changed. Novak looks a more vibrant character again. And perhaps Kerber didn't necessarily feel that she deserved to be number one, maybe felt inhibited because of that. But perhaps she'll start to settle now. She's got to the final here before, of course.
Yeah, it's very possible, but you would figure that she would show the strength of I am the number one. I mean, I think that's what shows true character. Novak, obviously, is going through his issues as a different thing. I think he believes he's the number one, and he walks around with a little bit slight of arrogance that he believes he's number one, which Angelique doesn't. I still think that Novak is not really as vibrant as Boris makes him out to be. I mean, he's still getting frustrated even after an extremely easy win yesterday. He's still slapping his knees and legs and still looking a little frustrated with his game and everything like that. But getting back to the whole thing, Angelique Kerber, she really should start walking around with a bit more confidence. She should start believing, because I think if she had that aspect of her game too, I think she would stay number one for a while, especially right now with the way the women's game is. She could be the number one for at least a couple of years.
Well, she's got a third round match with Shelby Rogers to look forward to tomorrow. We're going to head back to the queue. I can see the man himself, Mr. Cowan, lurking with intent.
Hey, Marcus, yes, just over to your right, just next to court 20, which is the HSBC court here, and three gentlemen in the queue. And that's what you got to do. You got to prepare. You got to be plan. And I came up to speak to Ben, Tom, and Dong, and I said, "Would you talk to us, Ben?" And he said, "No, I'm boring." So, is that true?
I am really boring.
You're not making much of an effort. Clearly, you do not want me to ask you a second question.
I don't have a very good personality, but I'm happy to talk to the public if they want.
No. I need to speak to your. I think it's your nephew.
He is pretty boring, excruciatingly boring.
So that's your uncle?
Yeah, he's my uncle.
Why do you hang out with your uncle?
I don't know, to be honest. He's a bit of a muppet, I'd say. So, yeah, he's all right, but we both like tennis, so we thought, why not? And we met this guy Dong in the crowd today. He's from South Korea, so, yeah, hoping to see some tennis.
Dong, you got to tell the whole world about you and where you're studying.
I'm from Leeds.
Yeah, he's from Leeds, very close to Ilkley, which of course hit the headlines yesterday with Rybarikova when Rybarikova beat Pliskova. Rybarikova winning that title a couple of weeks ago in Yorkshire. So, Tom,
yes,
what are your expectations today?
I'm really keen to see Nishikori win. I think he's got a lot of fight about him. He's got good ground strokes. I kind of feel for him because he tends to get injured later on in the tournament, so I kind of want him to kind of like push through and do really well. Also going to watch my friend Storm Sanders, who's playing in the doubles. I think she's second.
How's she your friend?
Well, she's not really a friend. I just know her through a former housemate who was Australian, so I really like to see her do well. Ben and I actually know Marcus Willis quite well.
Yes,
but he's
Marcus Willis.
Woo!
He's come to life now.
Yeah, Marcus Willis, I love him. He's got such a great personality and such a left-hander. He's a great guy. In fact, I know his dad because from church, we go to a church together, and he's a really great guy. So I wish he was still playing. I saw him in the practice rounds, and I thought he was great. Injured himself, didn't he? Yeah.
playing in the doubles today, so you got to go and watch it.
I don't know him that well, but I know his dad well. Yeah, in the doubles. So
yeah, they're playing Mahou and Herbert. Marcus, it's amazing what made him come to life.
Yeah.
Just Marcus Willis. That was it.
Yeah.
A new man.
The uncle comes to life. I do not think a nephew should be referring to his uncle as a muppet, though. Let's have a little bit of respect, please, for your olders and your betters in the queue, even if he may be absolutely right. He just might be. Quickly to Orangi. Barry's got another guest with him.
I have. I'm delighted to say that I've been joined by Mark Philippoussis, who I think has nearly taken out a photographer there with his backswing. But Mark, thanks for your time. You're working here with Thanasi Kokkinakis, who's playing doubles with Jordan Thompson. Great player to be working with, I would have thought.
Yeah, absolutely. Number one, he's a great kid, got a great head on his shoulders, works hard. You know, he had a tough one in the first one against Del Potro, but he had his opportunities. But it just comes down to match play. You know, he's been out for a long time due to injury, but he's definitely on his way back. And this is a guy that, to be honest, he just needs to stay healthy. He just needs to stay healthy, and he'll be climbing up those rankings very quickly.
Tough for Nick Kyrgios and all the Australians, it seems. It wasn't the best of single showings this year, and of course this event means so much to Aussies still, as it does to you, doesn't it?
Oh, of course, so much history. I mean, this is my favourite event of the year. This was the tournament that I dreamed of playing as a kid. I would imagine it's a tournament any player dreams of playing as a kid. Very, very special with the history here. There's no other event like it. When you walk on these grounds, you just feel the difference. Yeah, so it's a shame not having any, Aussies go deep at all in the singles. You don't often see that, but we've got some still left in the doubles. You know, Thanasi plays first up with Jordan Thompson, and they had a great win in the first round. So, doubles is still counts. It's hopefully they can go as deep as they can, and who knows what happens.
Well, in your pomp with your serve, you were nicknamed the Scud because it was such a powerful weapon. It's something we're addressing today. Our social media question is, who has ever had the best serve in tennis? So yours aside, who do you think, or do you think yours was the best?
No, I mean, look, that was one of the biggest parts of my game. And you have a lot of great servers out there. Of course, you've got the guys that use their height incredibly well, like an Isner or Karlovic. You've got Federer, who I just feel like every year he improves his serve. His serve might not be the biggest as far as speed, but as far as accuracy and the way he places it is one of the best of all time. Pete's, you've got Ivanisevic's serve. Krajicek had a beautiful serve. Becker, Michael Stick had one of the most beautiful styles and rhythms of all time on the serve that I looked at, watched tapes a lot as a kid. And there's so many players over the years who have had great serves.
And your tip for the men's title this year?
I'm gonna have to say my tip would be just Roger. I know he had a bit of a break, but I think it was a great thing to have that break after the start of the year that he had, and it was smart that he elected not to play on the clay, to give himself a chance to relax and work on his physique and prime himself for the grass court season. He knows that he's capable of winning it, of course, and his confidence is back. He's hitting the ball best I've seen him for years. He's moving the best I've seen him for years. He's enjoying his tennis. He's hungry. It's incredible. But saying that, Nadal, he's back. He's got his mojo back. He's growing with confidence. I know he kind of reflected that question about him, having a chance of winning. But I think it was a smart way of just staying relaxed and not thinking about too much. But that guy's here to win without a doubt. Murray hasn't had the best preparation, but he's back at Wimbledon, and nothing really matters as long as playing well here. And then you've got Djokovic, who won the event last week, and he's looking incredibly strong. I think he's looking to make a statement and to let people know that he's back. He's surrounded himself with a great team. He's doing everything he can to make sure that he does the best out there. So, I kind of feel like it's the widest as far as being open as it's been in the last few years. But if I had to pick someone, I would say Federer.
I think you're not alone in that regard. Mark, thank you very much for your time, and have a good day today.
Thank you. Thanks, man.
Yeah, what a fine player Mark Philippoussis was in his day. Lovely to hear from him. Do keep your votes coming as far as the greatest serve of all time is concerned. You can tweet us at Wimbledon CHNL. You can email us radio@aeltc.com. And Mark mentioned Thanasi Kokkinakis and Jordan Thompson, who are first on court 16 against Marcus Daniel and Marcelo De Molina. And we heard Storm Sanders' name mentioned by the gentleman in the queue who Barry was talking to. She's playing alongside Monique Adamschak, the all-Australian pairing. Got a tough match, I would suspect, on their hands. Second on court 14 against Svetlana Kuznetsova and Kristina Mladenovic. Well, the Scud mentioned Roger Federer, and the 7-time champion is certainly starting to impress once more.
Match point for Roger Federer, having his first proper warm-up here in this second-round match, given the fact that his first-round opponent retired. But Federer has produced every kind of array of shots, and he clinches it. The man who went through the 10,000 barrier in terms of aces in this year's Wimbledon has clinched it with an ace. What an exhibition from Roger Federer to move into the third round, winning the first set tiebreak to love. He is playing some outstanding tennis, which quite naturally is being hailed by this centre court crowd. Roger Federer moves on brilliantly against Lajovic, 7-6, 6-3, 6-2.
Well, Roger, congratulations. Another day, another victory on centre court. He threw everything at you early on, but from then on, you dominated. You must be delighted how quickly you could get through this match.
Yeah, I mean, I struggled early on. Couldn't get rid of the nerves and just struggled to find my rhythm. It was a pity I couldn't hold my serve. Being down love 40, coming back to deuce, still dropping the serve, even though I got back into the game after that because I broke him. But just struggled throughout that first set, and was happy to, like you said, get rid of those nerves and start to play more free tennis and more inspired. And at the end, it actually was very good.
Are nerves something which are always part of your game, or is it particularly special here when you come out onto centre court, somewhere where you have dominated over the years?
Right, exactly. I should feel comfortable here, and I do. So I try to remind myself that eventually it's going to come, but the problem is on grass. If you're struggling, it can take a longer time to find your rhythm back, especially from the baseline. But, you know, I wasn't too worried about it because I've been out there so many times, and the nerves is a funny thing. Some matches you might be horribly nervous, and some other ones it's like a piece of cake, and it could be a finals where it's an easy one in the first round and where it's terrible. So I'm happy it happened today in the second round.
Always interesting to hear what Roger has to say. And in fact, admits there, Wayne, that despite everything he's done in the game, he can sometimes feel horribly nervous. But the way he clicked into gear in that first set tiebreak was, well, it was trademark Federer, wasn't it?
We have to kind of remember that he is human. Doesn't look it, doesn't show it, but it is interesting, and it does happen like that. It depends on your form, the day, and how you feel, who you're playing against, and it's good to have nerves. I think it really makes you invested into the game, so it's good that he has them, and he played a good match in the end. It was a tough opponent. The opponent was good. He's a good young kid. He's going to be around.
And Roger's got another tough opponent next in Misha Zverev. Arvin, who's a serve and volley exponent, should enjoy the conditions. Beat Andy Murray at the Australian Open this year.
I think because he plays so differently to so many players out there, I think players that can take them by surprise, including Federer. You know, it's awkward. I know he played him just a couple of weeks ago in Halle, wasn't it? And he did win fairly comfortably. I think that was the tournament. Yeah, I mean, he comes out his serve and volley. He's going to be trying to get forward as much as possible. So you know, you've got to be sharp from the very first point against someone like Zverev, because you know he's going to make you pass him. He's going to be chip charging if possible. So there's no sort of, it's not much rhythm to a match like that. You don't get to kind of feel your way in, because Zverev will know that his best chance of you know, troubling Federer would be to do what he does best and be as attacking as possible.
I think the matchup is bad for Zverev. Every time he's played Roger, he's been killed by him. You know, he likes the guys that have a softer serve that he can attack. Roger doesn't allow him to attack. He actually is the one who takes over the attacking and attacks Zverev. The matchup is bad for Zverev. I don't think he has a chance.
Wayne saying it as he sees it, and more often than not, Mr. Pereira is correct. That match, of course, will be played tomorrow. We're going to pop back to Orangi and rejoin Barry Milnes.
Thank you, Marcus. Yes, it's getting a bit busy here now. The players are emerging. The grounds crew are also coming out to raise the nets on the courts and prepare them for the practice session that is due to start at 10 o'clock precisely. And one or two who've been through already. Dominika Cibulkova, I saw early on. Marin Cilic, who is going to be in the first match of the day on court number 1 up against the American Steve Johnson. That could be a tremendous tussle between the American and the Croatian, who really is coming into form. Had his excellent performance at Queen's and just lost out in the end to Feliciano Lopez. Michael Chang here. He's, of course, coach of Kei Nishikori. And Nishikori may have a battle and a half on his hands. That's the first match of the day, which I'm going to be keeping an eye on later on court number 3, because he's up against Roberto Bautista Agut. And both those guys are going to be out here. Chang's going to be on the 11th practice court, and Bautista Agut on number 6. We were talking to Rajiv Ram earlier. He's obviously got his doubles today, as he was saying. He's alongside Raven Klassen. They're a very fine pair, but of course a lot of doubles players emerging today now that draw is getting underway, both the men's and the women's. And so here we are out in the sunshine. It's going to be all action stations in the next few minutes. Back to you, Marcus.
Thank you, Barry. You are listening to the Wimbledon radio channel. I'm Marcus Buckland. We're on the golf course next to the queue. You can also watch us up until 10:30 this morning on the Wimbledon channel. I've got Naomi Cavaday with me, former top British player, now an excellent coach and broadcaster, Arvin Palmer, who ticks all those boxes as well. Wayne Ferreira has temporarily stepped out and been replaced by Alex Cockram, who's a musician and a physical performance manager in tennis. And we met last year, Alex, because you recorded that fantastic wheelchair tennis anthem, which had a real ring to it. Was it a success for you?
Well, I think so. Certainly the GB players embraced it out in Rio. We were singing it behind the scenes before matches. You know, anything is possible if you believe. Put a racket in your hand for the world to see. So, you know, I think so. You know, it might not have sold thousands of copies, but I think it meant a lot to quite a few people.
Absolutely. Well, I downloaded it. I thought it was fantastic. And we
great.
should just say that you record under the name of Alexander Joseph. So do go and check out the wheelchair tennis anthem. And you're back with another recording. So tell us about this one.
Yes. OK, so this one is actually out today, ready for download. It's called Never Gone, and it's in support of the Elena Baltacha Foundation. So it's a tribute to Elena, kind of trying to tell her story. And then also the legacy that she's left behind her. And for me, to support the foundation now in what they do, you know, helping kids to play tennis, it's just great to be involved with. So, you know, I hope I've captured the story in the right way. And, you know, Nino certainly is a fan, and he's supporting it. So we'll see. Yeah, the proceeds go to the foundation, so downloads, you know, will support the work of the foundation. So please get out there and download it if you like it.
Yeah, Elena Baltacha, for those who may not know, depending where you are in the world, was a very fine British player who sadly passed away back in 2014. Let's just give everyone a little flavour, Alex, of what you've come up with. Have a listen to this.
So thank you for all that you have done, for the life you're still affecting and the battles that you won.
There we are, just a little flavour. I like it. I know that you were very close, of course, Naomi, to Elena, and it's fantastic that the foundation goes from strength to strength, and we're never going to forget what she did on court and everything that she worked towards off the court as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and it just completely reflects her and her life, because she was particularly inspirational. She, you know, she overcome a lot of health issues to be able to play tennis in the first place, and she loved being a mentor to young kids. She was always helping me out. You know, even when we played together, we played against each other many times, and after the match, she was straight over chatting to me, telling me what I could do better and everything. You know, and for an opponent to do that, she didn't need to do that in any way. She was all about inspiring more people to play tennis. She felt like the luckiest person in the world to get to play the sport, and she just wanted everybody to know that. So it's so great that there's still so much inspiration a couple of years after she's gone.
And Alex, as you've said, it was an easy track to write because it came from the heart. So it always makes it that much easier when there's such a personal connection, doesn't it?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, I grew up playing tennis as a junior, pretty much the same age group as Elena. We played a few of the same tournaments, so there is that connection there, and and just the devastation of what happened, 3 years ago, but what has come from it, the lives that are being changed still as a result of the foundation, I think is just has to be remembered and has to be celebrated. So yeah.
Well, the song's called Never Gone. Do download it in aid of the Elena Baltasha Foundation. As well as being a musician, Alex, as I mentioned, you're a physical performance manager working in particular with the wheelchair tennis players here. They'll be in action throughout next week. What are the specific physical demands for them on grass courts in particular? Is it different from the rest of the year?
It's a lot harder to push a wheelchair on grass than an acrylic court. So there's way more demand placed on shoulders, in particular, and also the back. Because the ball won't kick up so much, they're going to be reaching out down low and reaching out wide. So spinal mobility and shoulder robustness, if you like, they're pretty key. The points aren't quite so long, so that does help them in that respect. But it's a hard surface to play on.
Yeah, and we've seen this week in particular, unfortunately, a lot of players have been forced to retire through a variety of injuries, and the horrible incident last night with Bethany Matek-Sands. Of course, grass is a fantastic surface to watch tennis on and to play it on, but inevitably you tend to fall over more. The risks are very much there. So I guess your work's all the more important in terms of keeping players fit and getting them fit again when something goes wrong.
Yeah, I mean, every surface has got its demands, isn't it, in different ways. And tennis is quite a brutal sport on the body. You guys know. you feel it years after as well. It's very dynamic. It's explosive. There's lots of changing in direction, lots of braking quickly and accelerating. So it does put the body through a great deal of stress. So you need to prepare and you need to recover.
Arvin, I mean, you were talking, I heard you on the radio yesterday, the way the ball's skidding through at the moment.
Yeah.
Are conditions particularly difficult for the players this year because of the extreme heat that we've been experiencing?
Not only the conditions with the heat and the humidity, but I think the court surface as well is different. When when the sun's been beating down on it for such a while now, it becomes rock hard. It's like a hard court with grass growing out of it. I mean, it's quick. If you go, you look at the grass, it's got a shine to it, and that would indicate that it's playing quick. And from what I saw, the tennis I saw from Muguruza yesterday on court number 3, that court certainly looked very quick. She's got flat, hard shots low over the net, and they weren't coming up at all. And then watched the Zverev match after against Tiafoe. Zverev's backhand was just coming through the serve, 135 miles. You got very little time to react, and I think a lot of that is due to the surface and the quickness of it. So I think it's difficult conditions for the players, and then we've seen a lot of players slip as well, and that's always a danger on grass as well. It's a tough surface. It's a tough season because a lot of players will play 3 or 4 weeks on the grass. They start a tournament. The grass is lush, and then by the end of the week, if you're lucky enough to get through and win matches, the grass changes. It becomes a little easier to move on. And then they go to the next week, and you're back on fresh grass again. And you have to go through that whole process of just adjusting your movement, fine-tuning that, and you win matches there, and you go to the next week and again. So it's not like a hard court. Okay, you get 1 or 2 hits, and you get used to a pace of a court, and it's going to be pretty much like that, and you're good to go. But on a grass court, it's changing over 2 weeks. First week is always a little lower bouncing. Second week, it's higher. So it's tricky for the players to make those adjustments sometimes.
Yeah, well, Diana Thompson's just tweeted, no falls today, please. And I think, we'll all support you in that wish, though. Inevitably, there'll be a bit of slipping and sliding. One other thing I want to ask all 3 of you, actually, because, the importance of strength and conditioning cannot be overestimated. And yet, from my experience, some of the younger players who are beginning to make a bit of a mark in the game perhaps don't do enough of it. So, first of all, Naomi, at what stage in your development did you perhaps place as much emphasis on your strength and conditioning as you did on actually the the technical needs to hit your forehand and backhand and serve and all the rest of it?
Quite late on, too late. I hated it. I didn't understand. If I wanted to spend hours training, I wanted to be on the court, and I didn't quite grasp how important it was just for injury prevention. You know, first and foremost, your strength and conditioning is to allow you to train longer, which then allows you to compete better. So it's kind of a chain, really, and I was missing that very much quite early on. But it's something that actually, you know, you really can develop at any stage. You know, maybe it's better to start a little earlier, but no, it's hugely crucial now, and it's probably the biggest reason why we've got players playing into their 30s. Much later on, they're just not getting injured.
So, Alex, could you give us some advice for any younger members of our audience listening or watching at the moment, or parents who, you know, they're looking to push their sons and daughters along, and of course they want them to hit these most beautiful flowing backhands and forehands and all the rest of it. But as Naomi has just said, the fitter you are, the longer you'll be able to do that effectively. What sort of guidelines would you give in terms of S&C for youngsters?
I mean, for the youngsters, I think that, you know, a career in tennis can go on for quite a few years now. I think it's pretty important to try and gain a really broad set of athletic skills as a youngster. So playing other sports that will help to develop coordination and strength and balance will benefit tennis in a huge way. So I think, you know, from a really young age, just playing tennis, you know, as much as you will develop some tennis skills, you may then not develop some other skills. So there's a balance between the two, I think. You know, developing good movement patterns, you know, how to jump, how to run properly, how to throw, how to hop, lunge, all these basic movement patterns. If you can get them ingrained and efficient from a young age, it will help later on as the strength and conditioning program becomes a bit more advanced and you try and lift big weights or run even faster. But yeah, I think get the basics right first and have a broad set of skills as a young age and then specialise as you get older.
Did you play other sports up until the...
Yeah, I did actually.
Yeah,
I did play. I played a little bit of basketball. My coach suggested for movement and just coordination, play basketball. That helped. I think I played a little bit of cricket at school. I was a good runner, so I did a lot of cross country, some 400s as well. So yeah, I did try other sports, but I think tennis is, you know, it's tough because nowadays, I mean, players are specialising at such a young age as well. I mean, the demands of tennis, the rewards of tennis. Players are thinking, well, I've got to play X amount of hours when I'm 10 years old and that ups. I mean, you're going through this yourself, Marcus, with your two boys. So it's a tough one, isn't it? It almost takes over your life outside of school. Eventually, and it's getting younger and younger, isn't it? So I think back in the good old days, you know, the demands weren't as much, and you had a little bit more free time, and you could experiment and try other sports. I think if you can still now, if there's any young tennis players out there, I would suggest playing other sports as well. Not only does it give the opportunity to try other sports, but I think it will help your tennis as well, different skills that you learn. But the demands of tennis are tough right now. The players are starting younger and younger.
Yeah, and the danger of burning out gets stronger and stronger. Thanks for that advice. And Alex, thank you very much indeed for joining us. And we wish you every success with Never Gone. If someone's itching to go and download it right now, just give us a few details.
iTunes, Google Play, Amazon, type in Never Gone or Alexander Joseph, and there's a nice tennis ball on the image, so you can't miss it. It's tennis all the way through. So yeah, get out there. It's 79p, and proceeds are going to the foundation. So please download it.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, and good luck with the wheelchair tennis players next week.
Thanks very much. Thanks.
That's Alex Cockram or Alexander Joseph if you're going to download his music, all in support of the Elena Baltasha Foundation. Let's get back to the queue and Barry Cowan.
Thank you, Marcus. I'm still next to court 20, which is the HSBC court in Wimbledon Park Golf Club, and I've got a couple of ladies with me, and also a very special guest. I think maybe the youngest guest we would have had in the queue at this year's Wimbledon. Good morning, ladies. How are we?
Yeah, great. Thanks. Really excited to be here.
Yeah, but you're in the queue, but you're missing out. Why are you here?
Because our friends are playing with Goran. Yeah. They're very excited. So we've got
all of our
friends over here.
Are playing tennis with Goran here. Kate's chosen to play with Goran. Not quite sure why she picked his side.
Yeah.
And the other three are over there on the other court.
So why are you babysitting your friend's little son?
I know.
And you could be playing tennis with Goran Ivanisevic.
I'm terrible.
Good friends.
Terrible at tennis. Terrible at tennis. I enjoy watching, but I can't play.
And tell us about Seb.
Oh, Seb will be a professional tennis player, we imagine. Yeah, his dad's a good player, so yeah.
And how old is Seb?
Seb is 1.
Does Seb know how hard it is? It's his second Wimbledon. Does he know how hard it is to become a professional tennis player?
Not yet, but he will. He will. Yeah.
Can I wake him up and tell him how hard it is to become a professional tennis? Seb, wait. Oh, he is waking up. He's got a dummy in his mouth. Seb, you are going to be a Wimbledon champion. He's nodding in approval. He actually did say, Seb, could you beat Marcus Buckland? Thumbs up, yes. He said he can definitely beat Marcus Buckland. More importantly, you're here for tennis.
We are.
So who are you looking forward to watching today?
Probably Andy Murray, actually, and Kokkinakis, the doubles this morning as well.
So have you got centre court tickets?
No, sadly not.
So Henman Hill it is?
It is for us, yeah, and maybe some of the outer courts. So.
And do you come prepared? Do you come with a picnic? And
Yeah, we are.
We've got some nibbles and we've got some champagne. Yeah. And we have to buy some strawberries and cream, obviously.
And sugar or sugar-free?
Sugar?
With the strawberries?
Why not?
Did you know that you're actually meant to have pepper on your strawberries?
No.
No, why?
Tastes better.
No. Balsamic vinegar, I agree with, but not pepper.
Okay. Because one of our guests, Arvin Palmer, he's sugar-free for the last 6 weeks. Do you think he's wasting his time?
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Well, Arvind, Sarah and Catherine says, get a life.
Poor old Arvin.
He's been after me all week, hasn't he, old Baz? Taking the mick out of my returns and now wasting my time being healthy.
It was revealing. I asked him what he did last night. He said, oh, well, I was normie no mates. I looked for someone to go out with, but I couldn't find anyone, so I just got a takeaway pizza and went back to my room. I'm not surprised. He's been offending everybody left, right and centre from first thing Monday morning. But thank you, Baron. Well done. I think Arvin's... I'm mighty impressed that you've gone 5.5 weeks without any refined sugar. It's something I can't imagine even attempting to try and do. Please do keep all your tweets and emails coming on the subject of who had or has the greatest serve of all time. At Wimbledon CHNL is our Twitter handle. You can email us radio@aeltc.com. And a good tweet actually from, I hope I get your name right, Sir Midrul Basin, who says the second serve is what makes a serve great. Agassi himself said that he feared Sampras's second serve more than his first. Would you, Wayne's come back as well, would you all agree on the adage that you're only as good as your second serve?
Well, I always say as a coach, the fastest way to improve your first serve is to improve your second, because if you're not confident on your second and you think it might get thumped a couple of times, then you're never going to really open up on the first and try and hit your spots and be confident with it, and then it's just a knock-on effect and dramatically affects your game.
Yeah, I mean, Federer's second. So we've had a few of these. Federer must be up there. I think Sampras is winning this unofficial poll at the moment. But what I love is the way that Federer, he gets through his game so quickly and so effortlessly. And even if he's in trouble on serve at 15-40, in the blink of an eye, he suddenly reeled off 3 or 4 points straight away, and he's managed to hold on.
No, I mean, there's a lot of cases out there for who has the greatest serve of all time, but I mean, Federer's certainly one of them, no doubt about that. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves, but I've never seen a player actually in Federer, consistently around the 120, 125. Someone so consistently hit the lines. I mean, he's hit so many lines. He's so accurate with it, but he's learnt to be that way with his serve because he doesn't have the power of some of the other guys out there. So they can afford to not be as accurate because eventually they can power the way through. But Federer, I mean, he hit so many lines on that serve, and he's just perfected the accuracy of it because he's had to.
3 minutes past 10, you're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel. You can watch us on the Wimbledon channel until 10:30 as well. Arvin Palmer is here, Naomi Cavaday is here, Wayne Ferreira is here as well. We discussed Federer's performance yesterday. The number 2 seed in the men's singles draw also eased through to round 3 yesterday.
It's a double fault. That is how it ends here. A sad end for the Czech. Playing his boyhood idol, he has to bow to him today. Djokovic getting through 6-2, 6-2, 6-1 in 1 hour and 34 minutes. There were some good patches from him, but patches was perhaps the word, Wayne, because it was not the most formidable play, not the best performance that he'll have made at Wimbledon, and yet it's a win for him, and ultimately that's the most important thing.
Well, I think definitely I feel better as you know, days go by in Wimbledon. I have been in these particular situations before many times, and I'll try to use the experience and, you know, knowing what to do on a daily basis, and to get myself in the right shape, right state of mind, and hopefully the right performance.
So he seems to be moving in the right direction, but Wayne, we heard from you a few moments ago that you're still not entirely convinced, and he has got a potentially intriguing match tomorrow against Ernest Gulbis, who came through in straights against Juan Martín del Potro, and who at 589 in the world, he's been injured, of course, he's got a protected ranking, but he's actually the lowest ranked player to make it through to the third round at Wimbledon since, I think it's 2002. He has also troubled Djokovic in the past. You did say to me yesterday that you don't think it's a great matchup for Gulbis, but if he's as inspired as he was yesterday, he's going to at least fancy his chances of making life tough for Novak, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so, but I think the happiest thing that happened to Novak Djokovic yesterday was Del Potro losing. That guy scares him. That guy does, he does well against him, so I think he will be so happy that Del Potro lost and he has to play against Gulbis. Gulbis played a good match yesterday. He served really well, but it's a huge difference playing against Del Potro on the return of serve than it is against Djokovic. And, you know, Gulbis did a good job around his serve. He controlled it and got through his serve games well. It got broken only when he served for the match in the third set. But different task against Djokovic. I think the matchup is going to be too good. I mean, I think Novak will come through that. But he didn't look good. I did do his match yesterday. Even though he won very, very easily, he still looked a little bit frustrated and a little bit annoyed with himself and not that happy about his game. So it's going to be an interesting one. I do think that it'll be a test to see how Djokovic is feeling or where he really is. I don't think he will lose the match to Gulbis, but we'll get a better perspective on where he is in his game.
Well, the Latvian is building ahead of steam. Looking forward to that one tomorrow. Let's go back to Barry Milnes, who's watching a player who'll be in the spotlight a little later today.
Yes, Marcus, I'm down at court 10 now, the championship court to the south of the great clubhouse, and I'm watching Victoria Azarenka, the former world #1, who has just come back to the tour after having her first child, little Leo, who's been enjoying himself in the creche over at Arangi Park. But here Victoria, of course, today preparing to go on to centre court to play Britain's Heather Watson, and obviously great anticipation for that encounter from a British point of view, with Heather Watson coming into some very good form recently. But Victoria, who hits those great ground strokes, she's going through her routines right now with the backhand and just absolutely smacking the ball. Great timing, getting behind it well on that backhand side, and the ball barely clearing the net, but it's just so accurate and so consistent, and that's the kind of thing that Heather is going to have to face today. But of course, Heather Watson herself, she's very good at moving around the court, making her opponents play a lot of tough balls, and that'll be part of the plan, I'm sure. But when they've met before, it's always been Azarenka who has managed to win, and she's managed to win comfortably. I mean, the first time they played each other was actually on grass. It was at Eastbourne some 7 years ago, and Azarenka then won 6-1, 6-1. She's had a couple of bagel sets against Heather as well, and their most recent meeting was 3 years ago in Montreal, when Azarenka won 6-2, 6-4. Obviously, we've had a couple of major upsets, haven't we, already in the women's, and is it too much of a stretch to suggest that a Watson or an Azarenka could go on to win the title? It's all to play for, but right now I'm watching Victoria really practicing hard here before she takes on Heather Watson today, the first match on centre court.
Well, Barry, I reckon at some stage during our coverage, all 128 players who entered that ladies' singles draw were tipped as possible winners. It's still not clear at all. And Naomi, as Barry mentioned, Victoria Azarenka has owned Heather Watson up to now. Might it be a different story first up on centre today?
Well, we've got a very different Heather Watson on our hands than we've had for a long time, which is, you know, exciting for her and her fans. But I don't know, with Azarenka, it's just such a bad matchup for Watson, and it's so great for Azarenka because they play really quite similarly, except that Azarenka just does everything a little bit bigger, a little bit better. It's sharper, it's more powerful, and I just feel like she's going to feed off Heather's ball so nicely. The only thing was with Azarenka, she's not as sharp as she was before she had her son, which is no negative. It's incredible she's even here, and how good she's looking is absolutely phenomenal. But when we're looking at the head-to-heads, we need to take that into consideration. So she's maybe a step slower than we've possibly seen her, but it's still very, very good. That is such an intriguing match today, but I think Azarenka just has the answer for a game like Watson's.
Just a reminder, we'll have dedicated commentary of every match on both centre court and number one. So Azarenka and Watson first up on centre from 1 o'clock. Then Rafael Nadal against Karen Khachanov. Looking forward actually to hearing what Wayne has to say about Khachanov in a moment. And Andy Murray third up against Fabio Fognini. And on number one court, Steve Johnson and Marin Cilic to start with. Then it's Joe Conter, so it's a big day for the Brits on the ladies' side once again. Of course, it's the first time since 1986 that we've had two lady Brits through to the third round of the singles here. Conter's playing Maria Sakkari of Greece, and then Naomi Osaka of Japan will lock horns with the only champion still in the draw, as Naomi Cavaday was reminding us, Venus Williams. Now, I know you've been listening to us throughout the championships, and a reminder that if you're not, you can watch us right now. Every morning you can watch The Breakfast Show on the Wimbledon channel between 9 and 10:30. And if you are watching us, I think you'll get the hint as to which top coffee chain is keeping us going every morning. And I have to say that some people are better than others first thing in the morning. Barry Can was appalling. He didn't turn up for the production meeting at 8 o'clock. But before that meeting even gets going, we all arrive with our Lavazza, and suddenly the thought process is that much smoother. And here we are a couple of hours later looking like spring chickens, and it's very much thanks to Giuseppe Lavazza, who is the vice chairman of the Lavazza Group and who joins us now. Good morning.
Thank you. Good
Giuseppe.
morning.
And thank you very much for the sustenance that keeps us going.
Oh, it's really a great pleasure for my company and for myself to be part of this incredible event in Wimbledon. We started with this adventure many years ago, in 2011, but I immediately understood that tennis, it's perfectly excellent, except for one thing. Coffee was not here. So I really think it was a great idea to try to complete this wonderful experience that starts early in the morning with a great cup of coffee. And why not to give it to the audience the opportunity to enjoy the great cappuccinos and the best of our Italian coffee tradition along the day. So really having the best of the best in spending one day in this beautiful environment in Wimbledon, enjoying great tennis, great stuff, and of course also a great cup of coffee.
Yeah, it's a good mix, and those in the queue, and there's a lot of people near us right now, they get their free cup of coffee as well, which inspires them. Keeps them going, because of course you've got to be strong and patient and durable when you're queuing, particularly on a lovely hot day like we've got once again. Well, there's a few little wispy clouds away in the distance, but yeah, you need some refreshment. We were hearing yesterday that you sell something like 1 million cups of coffee just during the fortnight. And am I right in saying, is it 27? Tell me the annual turnover in terms of cups of coffee that you guys sell around the world.
27 billion.
27 billion cups of coffee?
Yeah, we have to reach at least 30 billion in the next few years. So but by chance, this industry, it's very flourishing, and coffee is a great revolution, globally speaking. Yeah. And it displays in particular, I think, because you have such a different weather condition, it's so interesting to see how hot coffee beverage as cold coffee beverage are working so well, especially to offer some refreshments to people queuing, for example, like today.
Yeah, well, you've got to do your research all the time and find out what's working for you. Of course, you're helped by the fact that you have a couple of high-profile waiters. We were talking to Uncle Tony, Tony Nadal yesterday, who I think does a decent job serving coffee, and Judy Murray occasionally.
Yeah.
Who's the better coffee waiter out of Uncle Tony and Judy?
Judy, she's fantastic. She's the best. Tony sometimes makes some mistakes.
Does he?
But he's so nice. And another good guy was Goran Ivanisevic. Now he's playing a little bit of soft tennis hereby, and it was very good as well. So yeah, we are happy to have these ambassadors helping us to make the coffee experience really exciting, even for the people queuing here and for everybody.
So when you say Uncle Tony makes some mistakes, do you mean pouring scalding coffee into people's laps. he needs a coach, doesn't he? The coach needs a coach. You've also, I believe, got an association with Andre Agassi, who's now very much part of Team Djokovic. So how did that relationship develop?
The relationship started 2 years ago, and we decided to join our forces because Lavazza expressed real interest in being part of the tennis world, even under the communication point of view. So Andre is our ambassador. He performed in a couple of Lavazza campaigns about tennis, of course, and his personal history. So we invented this message of Andre is back. And was a little bit visionary because after a year, Andre Agassi is actually back being the coach of Djokovic. So we anticipated that without knowing that, of course, the fact that now he's again part of this fantastic environment, overseeing the game of this extraordinary player as Nola is.
Yeah, well, it's been great to see Andre back on centre court. Actually, when I was thinking of tennis and coffee, I was reminded of an incident a few years ago when Stan Wawrinka, now I think this was during the Paris indoor event, and I'm not sure actually if it was a Lavazza he was drinking, Giuseppe.
In Paris, yes.
He was sipping coffee during a match, which is a little unusual. I'm just wondering, Wayne and Naomi, we're used to seeing all the energy drinks being consumed by the players. Did you ever have a cup of coffee during a match?
Not during, but I used to have one just before I went on. Give me a little bit of a buzz and get going, and then I would sustain it through the rest of the match with a Coke, keep the sugar high going.
Wow!
But I would have a coffee before.
Is there a danger of having too much caffeine coursing through your system?
Kind of a question is that. Never.
5 espresso per day are very good for your health. But yes,
Really?
Serena Williams ordered a coffee to beat an Italian player during a game, and also Andre Agassi used to drink a coffee before the match, just to maybe having a little bit of more push.
Yeah,
yeah.
Well, I understand that. We have about 4 coffees before this show. Naomi, are you a coffee addict?
Well, yeah, no, it was interesting. I remember the time when Serena ordered an espresso to the match. She was awful in the match. She couldn't win a game, and she said, "I need an espresso." She got one, and then she was great.
Exactly.
All she needed. She was fine.
Yeah. So espresso makes miracle. No doubt.
But you know, for me, I'm a huge coffee drinker, massive fan of Lavazza. I'm drinking plenty throughout these 2 weeks, but caffeine has no impact on me whatsoever. I'm one of those weird people that apparently do you know, I don't know if you know, but it's something like 8 or 10% of the population have caffeine as nothing, just nothing.
So you just drink
Really
it because you like the taste of it, not because of the
Well,
slight buzz that you get?
I love the taste of it, and I think I try and tell myself it's like a placebo effect. I'll drink coffee anyway, that'll wake me up. It just doesn't do anything for me, but I still love it.
Yeah, OK. Well, listen, Giuseppe, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
We wish you well in getting to the 30 billion
we
mark.
are too.
By this time next year, we'll be checking up.
Great. Wonderful.
Thank you very much indeed. That's Giuseppe Lavazza, who is the vice chairman of the Lavazza Group. And from our Lavazza tent, let's go back to the queue. I can't see him, but Barry Cowan is nearby.
Marcus, you gave me a bit of... well, you were actually a bit tough on me because you said I wasn't at the production meeting. Clearly at the production meeting, you didn't discuss how to pronounce Hashanov's name.
Go on then, correct me.
What? I've just said it, Hashanov.
Oh, Hashanov.
Silent
Well, I
K.
said that, didn't I?
No, you... Kashanov.
Oh, Hashanov. Sorry, OK, thank you.
Yeah, but I've just made a massive unforced error because I introduced myself to Will and Zach, and I said, "Where do you come from in Australia?" And they said, "What? We're from England." Good morning, guys.
Good morning. How are you?
No, I'm very good. Well, how are you? Having had to get up at 5 a.m. That alarm at 5 a.m. You must have set the snooze button. You must have pressed it.
No, I got to get straight up. It's a big day. You know,
and where does this big day, Zach, take you?
Court 3. Nishikori Batista Agut, I think, is our pick for the day.
Because?
Both good ball strikers, I think. I don't know. Maybe. And yeah, I'm quite looking forward to it.
Good match. They're both quite similar sort of level. Wow.
Do you see an upset alert?
I see a little upset on the cards, yeah.
Well, we can continue to walk because having been here for 6 hours in the queue, I don't want you to miss out. So many stories in the opening 4 days. I think the two guys, Marcus, who have been to Bath University, played a lot of tennis. And because our picks of the women's side is, well, it's truly horrendous, these two gentlemen are going to come up with their Wimbledon champions.
Roger Federer.
No, women's. That was the question. Women.
Oh, women's champions. God only knows. I don't even know who's still in the draw. Pliskova? She went out yesterday.
She went out yesterday. I think we need to try again.
She won the French. The one who won the French. I don't know her name.
Keep trying.
Ostapenko.
Very good. I did not prompt him. He remembered live on air. You were getting a little nervous, but you remembered the name.
I'm going back in Heather today. Yeah.
Today and for the tournament.
For the tournament, yeah.
Wow, we have a Heather Watson. That is definitely a first. A couple of people over here are reading a book. Yeah, very. What's the book, madam?
The Handmaid's Tale.
The Handmaid's Tale. That's going way over. Actually, I can make sense of this little cue card. Yeah, I can read that, but I can't read. And did you start this book from page 1 this morning?
I did, yes. No, of course not.
How do you read and walk at the same time?
It's a skill. It sometimes doesn't end very well. I have occasionally walked into lampposts.
Well, it's a lot easier for ladies to multitask than men because the gentleman behind, he's got a book and he's not reading it.
No, I'm not, sadly. I'm her sheepdog, guiding her along.
Yeah. So I can keep reading.
Tennis today, what takes your fancy?
I think the Nishikori Bautista Agut sounds pretty good. So I think if we can, we'll have our eye on that.
Well, if there's only 2 seats left, are you going to get those 2 seats, or are Zach and Will going to get those 2 seats?
We will, absolutely, we will.
Yeah,
she's definitely got the charm. Anyone else? Nishikori fans.
How?
Hingis, actually.
Oh, Hingis, because you know who she's playing mixed doubles with?
Yes, the Chen Yunran.
She's playing mixed doubles as Martina with Jamie Murray.
Women's doubles. Today she'll play women's doubles with Chen Yunran from China Taipei.
Yeah, well, fantastic. Well, good luck to her.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. Marcus, back to you.
Thank you, Barry. A very interesting set of interviews that Karen came up with there as usual. Heather Watson's already had 1 vote early today, Barry. That wasn't a first. One of the ladies you spoke to earlier was also backing Heather. So, she's got the support of the crowd. Martina Hingis, by the way, as we were saying earlier, fantastic exponent of the doubles game, even as her relatively advanced stage in her tennis life. She's not that old, though. I mean, got to remember, she's 16 when she became world #1, something like that, 16 or 17, and still, racking up the silverware, and alongside Jamie Murray next week, Naomi, that's the dream combination, isn't it?
I know, that does sound like a bit of a treat, doesn't it? But, I think Hingis, we were talking about the passion the other day, weren't we? And somebody playing as long as Hingis is playing could have hung up her rackets many, many times, but still out there just loving it.
Yeah, Jamie's picked well, hasn't he?
He has.
It's been 10 years since he won the mixed doubles here.
With JJ?
Yeah.
Do you think he picked her? Do you think she... I'd love to know how that
he's
worked.
done well to get in there.
Yeah.
I think definitely.
We will endeavour to find that out. We know that Goran didn't pick Wayne Ferreira. just got landed with him. It's a great combination. Those boys are going to win it next week. Lots more votes coming in for Goran Ivanisevic, actually, in terms of our social media debate today, who's had or has the best serve of all time. Ayush says it has to be Goran. So does Marcus Aurelius. Goodness me, Marcus Aurelius is still alive. And
I think he probably would have had the record as far as aces are concerned, and not Karlovic, because I think they didn't even record aces when he first started playing Goran. So I think he's a few thousand short on his record.
Well, Andy Murray's serve isn't necessarily one of his great strengths, but he's still going strong at these championships. And here he is talking about his opponent today, Fabio Fognini.
I think he's always dangerous. He's, like I said, he's a shot maker, and he's very solid off his forehand and backhand side, but he can also hit winners from both sides. I mean, a lot of guys maybe have a big forehand and are maybe more consistent on the opposite wing, whereas Fabio, I think, you know, can hit winners off both sides. He has good hands up at the net. I don't think I've ever played against him on grass. He moves extremely well on the other surfaces. I don't know how well he moves on the grass. I haven't played him on it, but yeah, I mean, he certainly can play well. I remember watching. He was up a couple of sets, I think, last year on Lopez. Lost in 5 sets. Lopez is obviously a very good grass court player. And he started the tournament well here, so I expect it to be very tough. And you know, when Fabio switched on, he's really, really tough to beat.
The more I hear Andy talking these days, the more it sounds like somebody trying to impersonate him. But I promise you, that was the genuine Andy Murray there, looking ahead to his match today. Now, Wayne, Fini did destroy him on clay in Rome a few weeks ago, and of course it's a very different surface, but has the Italian got the ability to make life tough for the world number one?
He's certainly a difficult guy to play against, but it really depends which Fognini comes out in the day and plays. But he's one of the best shot makers. He moves incredibly well. I watched him play a match against Nadal in Hamburg one year, which was just the best tennis that I've seen in a long while. So does he have a chance? Of course he has a chance. He has a chance every time he walks out on the court, but again, it depends if he wants to give himself a chance or not and how he comes out mentally. But he is definitely a good enough player to beat Murray.
Yeah, well, he played the other Murray yesterday, Jamie, in the doubles, and won the first set before losing in 4. That's the third match on centre. I want to ask all three of you quickly about Rafa's opponent today. Barry kindly correcting us on air again about the pronunciation. Karen Khachanov.
Yeah.
You know, he's one of the young guns, and they're starting to make a mark. Bit too early for him to make a significant mark this afternoon?
Possibly, and he also had a tough match against Montero. They were out there for a long time in the heat, and I think, you know, he may be physically a little bit hurt a bit, but definitely somebody to watch in the future. Big, strong, powerful player, serves well, hits the ball pretty solidly and hard. Maybe a little bit too early for him, but definitely a name we're going to see over the years to come. I mean, he's been rising up the rankings pretty quickly, but I think the occasion is going to be just a little bit too much for him.
He's the number 30 seed at these championships. Rafa's looked really good, though, hasn't he? Very intense, as you'd expect.
Yeah,
but,
he's been sharp. I was so impressed with how well he started both matches. Especially, I was commentating on the Donald Young match, and the intensity that he's brought to the court, the preparation. Even though he hasn't come into this year's Wimbledon having played any matches on the grass, he's used that time to practice well. He started in Mallorca a couple of weeks back, had some rest after the French Open, but he's got to be wary. I think Khachanov has a chance. You know, I think will he be able to do it over 5 sets? I think I'm with Wayne, probably not. But you know, historically, it's that sort of game style that can really trouble someone like Nadal if conditions are playing fairly quick, and Khachanov starts well. I think that's the key for him, is that the first 7-8 games are going to be crucial. We can live with him, not get broken early on, and start pummeling his ground strokes into Nadal's forehand perhaps, and just perhaps catch him a bit late there and serve big and not give Nadal too much of a look in on serves. He has the game to do that, and he has that kind of that arrogance, and I do mean that in a good way, that he's very self-confident, Khachanov, and yeah, he's climbing the rankings very quickly. Been under the radar as far as the next generation kind of hashtag is concerned. So yeah, I mean, he's got a good team around him as well, Galo Blanco, so he knows what he's doing. He'll know Nadal's game well.
And finally, in about 20 seconds, Naomi, got to ask you about Alias Bedney, coached by your brother, up against Gilles Muller today, first on number 2.
Yes, it's going to be a tough one. They played on grass just the other week in Hertogenbosch. It was 4 in the third. He lost to Muller. Playing the lefty, I don't know, I think he would have learned a couple of extra little bits to maybe take it today. So it's going to be a great match.
OK, well, thank you very much indeed, all three of you, for coming down so early, enjoying your Lavatsas. We'll hear much more from Naomi and from Marvin and from Wayne during the course of the day. Don't forget, we've got dedicated commentary on both centre court and number 1 getting underway at 1 o'clock, and all these intriguing matches on the outside courts with Alias Bedney and Gilles Muller starting at 11:30 on number 2. That's it from us on the channel. See you tomorrow. Keep listening.
You're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel on Wimbledon.com, 87.7 FM and the official Wimbledon app.
And let's go back to Barry Milnes, who is still watching Victoria Azarenka. Is she...
Good morning and welcome along to the first Friday of these 2017 Wimbledon Championships. It is Friday the 7th of July and the sun is shining once again as the thousands and thousands of fans flock their way into the All England Club. We had just over 41,000 people attend here yesterday, 41,198 to be precise. That tends to be the figure that we've seen each and every day because this really is the peak of British summertime. I would urge anyone coming to Wimbledon today, though, to take the relevant precaution because we have had some soaring temperatures. Use a sun cream, keep hydrated, and please take shade when you can because we did have a couple of people passing out yesterday due to heat exhaustion. But this is the most beautiful scene as the spectators arrive in the All England Club. Just crossing really what is the corner of centre court there. You can see one of the Wimbledon shops that you can go and purchase your pieces of memorabilia. The towels tend to be some of the most popular things for people to get their hands on. And really, to the bottom of our screen is where players and fans can move towards court number 2, court number 3, and the majority of outside courts where we have seen an awful lot of action so far this week. Some upsets as well happened yesterday. Now, the forecast for today will be dry and largely sunny once again. It will become warm very quickly. Some cloud is expected by the end of the morning that will lead to some patchy cloud in the afternoon, but it will stay dry and lengthy sunny periods are likely. So really, no change from what has been the normal so far this week. But bizarrely, perhaps, you might think, the roof is on centre court, where you'll find myself, Cara Robinson, and Mats Wilander. We were both a bit surprised when we walked in this morning, weren't we? It's actually to do with this court and the grass mats getting too warm, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I mean, we were hoping for this to happen the last few days, but yeah, it's been really warm, and they already looked a little bit browner, the courts, especially the outside courts, in the first few days than they have been in the past. So, yeah, and obviously the centre court gets more play than any other court throughout the fortnight, so this is a good precaution for sure.
Yeah, they've done this really to protect the grass. They're shading the court here. They've turned the air conditioning on. We could not be more grateful because it's made it a little bit more of a pleasant environment for us because it is incredibly hot when you're sat in the sun here at the moment. And they will take the roof off, though, for the start of play because it is, of course, an outdoor grass court tournament and the roof is only used when needed in wet weather conditions. But interesting that they've chosen to have it closed to protect the court so far. Now, we will reflect on what happened yesterday. We'll get into the discussion with Mats in just a minute. Before I do so, let's listen to what the 7-time Wimbledon champion Roger Federer had to say after what was a straight sets win yesterday in his second round encounter, but it wasn't all that easy at the start.
Yeah, I think it's the competition. Even though today when I was walking out on court, I was like, well, another match where I feel nervous before the match. I don't love it, but okay, it is what it is. It's going to feel better once I'm out there, and it took me a while to get rid of the nerves, but I always say, like, when I'm nervous, I care, you know, which is a great thing. And when you're only practicing, you never get nervous like this, because it doesn't matter if you miss break points and if you play bad or whatever it is. As long as you train hard, it's supposed to be all good, you know. But eventually you miss a competition of those nerves, but also just seeing my fellow tennis players, friends on the tour, and you know, there's so many people that go with it, you know, tournament organizers, tournaments, fans, and you know, and you name it. So I think you start missing that, of course. I just struggled early on. I was feeling nerves for some reason, not sure why, but you know, was able to come back in the set, breaking at 2-love. I think was big for me. Yeah, I think the courts were playing quite fast today because of the heat, and then I played a great breaker, and then I think from then on I never looked back and got early breaks in set 2 and 3, and was able to protect my serve in a good way. He never really found ways to get into my service games on first and second serves, and that obviously relaxes you, and then you can go for more on the return. I've played him on several occasions now, and he's played me different every time, you know. In Australia, he played me really close on the second serve and would try to attack me. Everything that he saw that was short, he would come. Whereas in Halle, when I played him, he returned from way back, which is highly unusual on the grass. On the especially second serve, I tried to remember if he did it as well on the first serve. He might have. I think he did. So I guess I don't know quite what to expect, you know. In the match on Saturday, but yeah, because he's serving volleys, you know, points are played differently, and then tomorrow and the next day I'll train and warm up with left-handed players. I think that's the biggest switch always when you play against an opponent who's left-handed. That whole swinging serve, kicking serve, especially getting used to the returning, you know, is most important. On your own service games, I mean, you know, you're in charge usually, so it's really just the mindset, again, getting used to a lefty.
Well, it's fascinating to hear someone as experienced as Roger Federer talk so openly about being as nervous as he was. And I was actually shocked watching it, catching a few of the highlights yesterday evening, that he was pushed to that first set tiebreak. You wouldn't expect that from Roger Federer in the second round at Wimbledon.
No, you wouldn't, and maybe that has something to do with the fact that he only played a set in his first round as well. He didn't actually get a full match, but yeah, he looked a bit shaky. I guess you could look at it in two ways, I suppose. I mean, in one way, you would like to be a little bit nervous when you play tennis, because that means you care, and it's interesting how he said that I was nervous, and that was a bit confusing to him, that he felt nervous. So it means that most of the time he doesn't feel nervous, and that I think most players cannot relate to the fact that he doesn't feel nervous all the time. But he came back and played well, and as long as you win the tiebreaker as easily as he did, then no problem. So I think he looked really good. He was serving really good. He's moving well. Great creativity as well, of course. And yeah, it just seems like he loves to play. He did say that he was really quick because of the heat.
Yeah, that is true. Now, the overall scores you can see in a second was 7-6, 6-3, 6-2. So as soon as he got through that first set, as you say, he came back, he loosened up. He said himself that he was playing very well by the end of the match. He will actually play Misha Zverev in the fourth round tomorrow. We'll get onto that in just a second. But he was asked in his flash interview that he does literally as soon as he walked off the court, why he would feel nervous on a court like this that everyone calls his home. He is the king of grass. He's won on here so many times. He said, yes, I feel incredibly comfortable out here on this court, but sometimes you don't know when the nerves are going to hit you. Some matches you feel incredibly nervous. Some matches feel like a piece of cake. It could be in a first round or it could be in a final, and I'm very relieved that that was in the second round.
Yeah, I think it's just a mindset that you have. For some reason, suddenly winning the match means more to him than the process of playing the match and finding, trying to solve the problem that is your opponent, and trying to solve the problem that is grass courts, and being 35 years old. I would think that the older you get, the more nervous you're going to feel, because your time is limited at the top, and your chances of winning a tournament is limited as well.
And he knows how much history is on the line. He's trying to win a record 8th title here at the All England Club. Well, he's got a rest day today. I said he'll be playing Misha Zverev, the older brother of Alexander, otherwise known as Sasha Zverev. Should be an interesting contest between the two of them tomorrow. Zverev is the 27th seed here. Well, we have got a mouth-watering lineup for you today at the All England Club. There are several Britons still in the mix, including 2 ladies in the third round of these championships, which hasn't happened since the 1980s. The outside courts, you can see, are just being dressed because play is scheduled to start there in just about 50 minutes' time at 11:30 this morning. This is court number 1, currently undergoing a little bit of redevelopment as they work towards putting a roof on top of this court as well. They've stopped the works, of course, during this fortnight. It will continue, and in the future we will have 2 large show courts with a roof available for those wet weather conditions here at Wimbledon. We really haven't had any of them so far this week. We had a very short break in afternoon play on the opening day, and fingers crossed we'll have another dry one here on Friday. Well, stick with us. We will be with you across the Wimbledon Channel until 7 o'clock this evening. Well, good morning to all of you watching us from the All England Club here, from the queue, wherever you might be, taking your photo by the iconic 2017. Just there, that's the top of Henman Hill, or should we call it Murray's Mound? It might be today. Or Heather Watson's also going to be on centre court. Joe Contis going to be on court number 1. Aliash Bedene's in action as well. 4 Britons in this third round of the 2017 Wimbledon Championships. And these lucky fans and spectators who are already here have got their patch of turf on what will be a very busy hill later on today. So good morning to all of you and welcome along to the Wimbledon Channel. We will be providing coverage online and through the Wimbledon app until 7 o'clock this evening, so stick with us for what is set to be a very exciting day of tennis here at SW19. And of course there's a lot of excitement because of all these home players that are playing mats. It's always nice when the home contingent at any big event play well. We do have some really interesting lineups today. We're going to get into them all in a bit more detail, but just from the outset, how would you summarise the first 4 days so far?
Oh, I think to have British players involved is so important for the crowd, and it's so important for the whole tournament. It's always in any Grand Slam to have your home country players involved. Makes it completely, the vibe is completely different, because suddenly all the spectators have hope that we could have another British champion of Wimbledon. But I think especially on the women's side, obviously we know Andy Murray, we can rely on him. He's won it here a couple of times, but to have Johanna Konta play this well, and to have Heather Watson play this well, and also to have them play the best players in the world. Of course, Johanna Konta on her own merits will play on the biggest courts these days, but Heather Watson was probably need somebody, and now to have Victoria Azarenka, who's coming back. It's been some great stories so far with comeback players on the women's side. Some of them good and some of them not so good. Of course, Petra Kvitova lost yesterday, but there's a comeback that she's making. Victoria Azarenka just become a mom. Venus Williams is a strange story because she was involved in a car accident, and it's just open. The draw is open, and I have to say, Roger Federer and Rafa Nadal at the top of the men's game again. That just changes everything.
It's bizarre, isn't it? The dynamic, the narrative between the men's and the ladies' draw. It's living up to the hype, because the hype was this is the most open ladies' draw, at least in recent years, and that certainly has become the case. You mentioned the home players. The first time in 2 decades since 1997 that 4 Britons have made it to the third round here at the All England Club. It was nearly a 5th, but Carl Edmund did fall to Gael Monfils on this court yesterday. Victoria Azarenka is an interesting one. She plays Heather Watson today. They open up centre court at 1 o'clock, and Rob Walker has been watching the new mum Vika practice.
Well, an absolutely glorious morning here on Court 10. As you can see over my shoulder, Victoria Azarenka is knocking up. The public haven't been let in just yet, and I can confirm it is absolutely baking here today. Azarenka is first up on centre court against Heather Watson. It is a magnificent set of matches on centre today. Anybody lucky enough to either be home watching on TV or actually sitting on centre will be treated to some great tennis. Azarenka coming back after having her baby son Leo. Lost the first set of her first match against Catherine Bellis of the United States, but she looked so good against Vesnina. I saw some of that match in the second round, knocking out the number 15 seed in straight sets. Now, just having a little bit of a sit-down, a bit of a drink. She has been hammering those forehands from the back of the court here on 10, and really nice that when the public do come in, they will get a glimpse of the two-time Australian Open champion. She has chosen not to knock up in the privacy of Arangi, and I wonder, with the lights of Pliskova going out, whether Azarenka could indeed do something very special here at Wimbledon. It is fantastic to see her back playing such good tennis so soon after having her son Leo. Her mum and her boyfriend are both here at Wimbledon with her to help her with her duties now as a mum. And bear in mind, only one mum as an active tennis player has won Wimbledon, and that was back in 1980. And when you think about the likes of Paula Radcliffe from other sports, Radcliffe, the world marathon record holder, Radcliffe felt that in stamina terms she was stronger after she had her first child. So precedent has been set in other sports. Azarenka really going for it here, just behind the baseline. Forehands and backhands, double-handed on that backhand. Those Australian Open titles, 2012, 2013, twice a semi-finalist here. Her last run here, pre-baby, was the quarterfinals when she lost to Serena in 3. She has spent in total 51 weeks as world number 1. She's never lost to Heather Watson. In fact, she's never lost a set to Heather Watson. But remember, Watson will draw on the mental strength of having pushed Serena Williams so close on centre in the third round a couple of years ago. It was an incredible match that she lost 7-5 in the decider. Heather won the mixed doubles here last year, and she'll in fact be playing mixed doubles later on after taking on Victoria Azarenka. Big occasion for Watson, Azarenka's opponent. She'll get huge support from the crowd. She's through to the third round, as is Joanna Konta. It's the first time since 1986 that 2 British women have made it this far. But Watson isn't here just to make up the numbers. She wants to put the new mum and the double Grand Slam champion, Victoria Azarenka, under pressure when they start on centre court. Azarenka playing under her protected ranking of 6, but she's not seeded here. And she is going about her business here as though she genuinely believes she's got a shout of going all the way. And she is getting better. The progress over the last 2 rounds tells you that the manner in which she beat Vesnina means that she is playing herself into form. She's done some good articles in the lead up to this Wimbledon, saying that she now, of course, has a new perspective on tennis with the birth of her son Leo. But Azarenka is poised and ready here for what will be an absolutely superb atmosphere. The double champion, the 2-time Wimbledon semi-finalist, is here with her son, and she means business.
Well, let's just remind you how Victoria Azarenka got to this stage of the competition. It was a second round encounter with Elena Vesnina, the 15th seeded player who made it all the way to the semi-finals last year. But the Russian player, despite being the favourite, some people thought, wasn't able to take a set of this resurgent new mum, who is definitely a danger in the ladies' draw because she's unseeded. She's ranked incredibly lowly because she hasn't been playing, of course, having welcomed 7-month-old son Leo to the world earlier this year. She's currently ranked 683. Heather Watson's ranked 102. It's actually very hard to pick much between these two players, Mats, but when you look at their history, they've played each other 4 times. Vika has won every single occasion. Heather has never even taken a set off of Azarenka. As we take a little look at Heather warming up live pictures here at the All England Club. Who do you think is the favourite in this match? Is there even one?
Yeah, I would think Victoria Azarenka, obviously because she has the experience, but also the style of play. Heather Watson is very complete. She doesn't really have a weakness, but she, on the other hand, doesn't have sort of a winning shot or a big serve or a big forehand or backhand where she can hit winners. And against Victoria Azarenka, you need to bother her with pace. Because if you allow Victoria Azarenka to dictate the rallies, then she's extremely good, and that's how she won 2 Australian Opens and became #1 in the world a few years back. So I think Heather Watson has to come out and play very aggressive tennis, But then again, we've seen some great women's matches. I mean, Karolina Pliskova lost here on the center court in a very good match yesterday, and Johanna Konta was close the day before. So it does feel like in the women's draw, because Serena Williams is not here, because Maria Sharapova is not here, it feels like somehow all the players feel like they have a chance to win, or at least that's the way that I see them when they're on the court.
Is there any similarity between Watson and Azarenka's games?
Yeah, very similar. Again, good movers, doesn't make too many mistakes. Both of them sort of lack one huge shot, a forehand or a serve or a backhand, but they have absolutely no weaknesses. Of course, Victoria Azarenka is one of the sharpest minds in women's tennis in terms of focus, concentration, also in terms of tactics, and she just doesn't give anything for free. So that's a tough opponent to play for Heather Watson. So she has to tell herself, hey, I'm playing somebody who's just had a child. Literally. Yeah. And how on earth is she going to be able to win 3 matches in a row at Wimbledon? So I'm the one that's going to take her out. That's what she has to tell herself.
How much can Heather Watson draw on what happened here 2 years ago? She was playing Serena Williams on this very court in the 3rd round, and she was 2 points away from beating her. It was an epic, and I think a match that Heather said at the time she would learn a lot from, because she was unable to convert really at the key time. Can she draw on that at all today?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And I think a lot of, obviously a lot of fans in the crowd must probably been here for that match. Would have seen it on TV, and that makes a big difference. And I keep saying this, but it makes a huge difference for the spectators when they can rely on their player, that they are going to get 100% effort, and they're going to give him a chance to win. And if you're a player like Heather Watson, she likes the big stage. She enjoys playing in front of her home crowd, and enjoys playing in front of a lot of people. So she can use that to her advantage, and that is very important when you play against somebody like Victoria Azarenka, who generally has the fans on her side.
And just in general terms, when you know that a player like Serena Williams is not in the draw this year, because let's be honest, she's a name, a champion that always looms. You know, if you keep progressing, you're going to probably have to face her at some point, or maybe someone else will be able to knock her out. How, I suppose, satisfying is it for the girls to know that they won't have to face a Serena anywhere in this year's draw, that they're not going to come up against someone as talented as she is?
Oh, it makes a huge difference. I remember in the late 80s where Ivan Lendl was trying to win Wimbledon, and he chose to not play the French Open, and I had won the French Open a couple of times already, and just knowing that he wasn't in the draw made every match completely different, because you don't have to face somebody that you most probably won't beat. And obviously Serena Williams, who has been so dominant on the women's side in the last sort of 10, 12 years, it makes a massive difference for all of them, even somebody like Heather Watson.
Yeah, it's interesting. It does just sort of open it up, as we all commentated on before it started, and it seems to be the case. Well, Heather Watson in her last match was incredibly impressive. I'm sure you remember this match. She came through in straight sets over the seeded player, Anastasia Sevastova from Latvia. She won the first set of bagels, 6-love, in 19 minutes. And the opponent, Anastasia, was able to push 6-4 in the second, but it was a very comfortable win for her and encouraging, I would think.
She definitely likes the grass, that's for sure.
Yeah.
She had a good tournament in Eastbourne, won a couple of matches,
right,
and now she's here. So the confidence is going through the roof for Heather Watson.
Yeah, she reached the semi-finals at Eastbourne, just losing out to Caroline Wozniacki, who herself won a very good match yesterday, late into the evening against a good opponent here. She's progressed to the 3rd round as well. How much confidence do these pre-slam grass tournament events give you?
Way more than on any other surface, because
really?
You don't play on grass courts. You only play on grass courts if you do well at Wimbledon, you could potentially play for 5 weeks, but in general it's about 3 to 4 weeks, so you only get 1 or 2, maybe 3 or 4 matches unless you win the tournament. And on clay courts, of course, players have played on clay courts since they were little kids. They played on hard courts, they played indoors, but grass, you don't get to play on it around the world, apart from when you come to Great Britain these days and play the English lead-up tournaments. And of course now you have tournaments in Germany, you have one in Holland, now you got one in Mallorca, you got one out in Turkey as well. So it's definitely a difficult surface, but once you get a couple of wins, you sort of understand, oh, this is how I have to play on grass courts.
If you're coaching someone, what advice would you give them in terms of the pre-Wimbledon tournaments? Would you say play everything?
I would say that you want to play, not necessarily everything, but you most probably want to play 2 tournaments.
Okay.
It does depend on how you do at the French Open, though. If you have a long clay court season, and if you're, let's say, a Rafael Nadal, then you got to rest and you got to be fresh as well. Because the thing about grass courts, and the thing about even at Wimbledon, but especially in the other tournaments, because the courts at Wimbledon are better than at the other places. And the thing about grass is that there will be some bad bounces. You lose some confidence in the way you're hitting the ball from the back because you're not really sure about the bounce. So, but you want to play as many matches as possible.
Well, her performance at Eastbourne, where she reached the semi-finals, put her back up into the position as Britain's #2 ladies player, of course, behind Johanna Konta, who's in action today as well. She's on court #1. How nice is it, though, for a player like Heather, who's been around, I suppose, a little bit longer than Jo, to have someone to look up to higher than her in the rankings? She's all the way up to world #7 right now. Does that encourage you, I suppose, to have a companion, a Fed Cup teammate who sets an example to show you that it is possible?
Makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
It really does. I remember, again, early in the 80s, I started winning when I was 17, 18 years old, and then Stefan Edberg came up, and the first time we played on tour, he beat me in the finals of a tournament in Milan, and yes, that was devastating in many ways because it was the first time I lost to somebody who was younger than me on tour, but suddenly newspapers and people started talking about him, and obviously we practiced a little bit together. We played in the same Davis Cup team, so it helps you, it pushes you along, but it also takes some pressure off. So for Heather Watson, Johanna Konta is a very welcome top 10 player in the world in front of her.
Yeah, she's setting a wonderful example, I think, to all of British tennis. Well, today, Heather Watson has to play a former world #1 in the shape of Victoria Azarenka. I got a chance to quiz her on her Wimbledon career so far. Let's see what Vika remembers. Okay, Vika, you made your Wimbledon debut in 2006. Do you remember who you played in your first match? It was Agnieszka Radwanska.
Oh, I thought it was, you mean professional? Yeah.
Yeah,
professional
main
I did. I thought it was juniors. So juniors was before that. Yeah, I actually remember that.
No problem, I should say main draw. Your longest match here was 2 hours and 25 minutes back in 2009. Do you know who that was against?
Nadia Petrova?
Correct, I'm impressed. You faced 2 opponents here 3 times. Do you know who they are?
Serena?
Yes.
Petrova?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes. You played them both 3 times.
Wow.
How many winners do you think you've hit here since debuting in 2006? I got 3 choices: 608, 628, or 648 winners.
28.
Correct.
Oh, that's a wild guess.
Yeah, great guess. Your 2 Australian Open wins, of course, made you the first player from Belarus to win a Grand Slam. What would it mean to you in your country, do you think, to become the first to win Wimbledon?
I would love to say that it would mean everything to them, but at this moment, since we're in the finals of Fed Cup, this is the most important for them. But it's definitely, I think for players, for younger generation, it will be a huge inspiration.
You just welcomed a baby boy into the world in the last few months, Leo, and Serena is now expecting her first child. How has your experience been, I suppose, as a new mum returning to tour and making that decision quite late to come and play Wimbledon?
I mean, first of all, it's the best thing that ever happened to me, and no doubt about it. And for me to be able to still do what I love to do, is to play tennis with my son, it just gets better. And my life obviously changed 180 degrees, but it's so much fun. You have such a good balance now that you still work hard, but you have something more meaningful after that, because the tennis career is not as long as your life is, right?
Exactly. Will he be watching? Huh? Will he be watching?
I mean, I hope so.
He's a little young.
He does likes the iPad when someone's playing, so, but I don't think he understands what I do yet. Maybe in a couple of years.
Yeah, but he will. Listen, best of luck this year.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
But the one behind the bag, I thought the ball was out, so I just kept on walking to the chair, and luckily nobody said anything. So.
intro, bottle of water for the lady or man in question, and straight away that's why everybody loves him.
Yeah.
How thoughtful is that?
Well, and it's not sort of staged, that's just a natural reaction from him. It's the first thing he would think on his mind to do that.
The feeling of the grass under your feet is almost like the most perfect carpet. The perfect foundation, play great tennis on. It's inevitable that a living surface is going to change because it's alive. That is such a challenge for the players because there's no other surface that will change so dramatically over a tournament. At the beginning of the grass court season, the ball is going to be skidding through a little bit more. It's going to bounce a little bit lower. As the courts dry out, they get harder. The ball's going to bounce higher. I think grass court tennis is more exciting because there are more variables. That's why I think you've seen some of the best matchups that we've ever seen in the game take place at Wimbledon. Wimbledon is the greatest challenge. Grass court tennis is what it's all about.
Well, good morning to all of you joining us from Penman Hill or Murray's Mound or whatever you would like to call it on this beautiful morning. It is Friday, the 7th of July, and we're delighted to have you all with us here on the Wimbledon channel, getting you set for what is bound to be another thrilling day of action here at the All England Club with 4 Britons into the third round for the first time since 1997. So there will be plenty of action for you all to watch. Temperatures continue to keep soaring, and we're expecting another dry, bright and sunny day here at SW19. So please do wear the sunscreen, keep hydrated and take shade where you can. But this was the scene on centre court just a little bit earlier. At 10 past 10 this morning, so just under an hour ago, Andre Agassi speaking to Neil Stubley, who is the head of all the ground staff here. He is the 1992 champion, as you know, which was actually 25 years ago. Interesting that he's chosen to come and do this, Matt. He's coaching Novak Djokovic, as we know. Novak Djokovic is not playing today. He's evidently not dressed in his tennis white, as we've been seeing him for most of the week so far on court with Novak. What do you think? Was this just walking down memory lane, maybe?
I'm not really sure. I would think that, yes, a little bit of that for sure, but also just looking at the grass courts and sort of trying to find out what the difference maybe is between the grass courts now and the grass courts when he won in 1992, because back then they played much faster. And in fact, Andre Agassi was kind of the first player to win Wimbledon from the back. He played from the baseline and he did not serve and volley at all. And in those days, everybody served and volley, but he chose not to do that, and it was the first Grand Slam title that he won as well. And yeah, it was a bit surprising to all of us who was playing on tour that he actually was able to play and win on grass.
Yeah, well, and to talk about what he might have been speaking about then, I think the condition of the court is such a conversation, isn't it? And would have been with Neil Stubley, who he was talking to right then, who was the man in charge of all of this, particularly after the decision that they've made this morning. As we've been talking about, we've had such incredibly hot weather the entire week so far. This court is the most precious of all because it will host both finals. It will have more action than any other one. And they've chosen to put the roof on this morning, really just to cool it down in here. It reached 40 degrees. And they've put the air conditioning on. It will be open by the time the first match starts, though. Heather Watson and Victoria Azarenka at 1 o'clock. But Agassi, as we know, is in another role now. He's coaching and he needs to do the work that coaches do and come and check out their facilities, because Novak Djokovic hopefully will advance deep in this competition and will be playing on this court. And we have seen actually a few slips happening yesterday.
Yeah, no, definitely. The coaching roles today are different than they were in the past, because today players, they have access to more information in terms of watching their opponents, in terms of wanting to know more information about the court surface, about the tennis balls, and that usually stems from being at a tennis academy early on in your life and always having a coach on the court when you're playing, always getting private lessons and so on. So Andre Agassi, I mean, he's learning to be a coach.
Right.
And in Paris, the French Open, I did an interview with him, and he said he's completely inexperienced, obviously, and he doesn't really know what it involves to be a coach. But what I do know with Andre Agassi is that he likes to have a good time. Likes to have a good time on the court, likes to have a good time off the court. And I really think that this relationship, hopefully it lasts. I think this will be a huge change in Novak Djokovic's career, and he can really come back to the top.
Does it help then that he's got Mario Ancic there as well, who perhaps has a little bit more experience in the coaching side of things compared to Andre, who's really re-emerging in the tennis world for the first time since he retired in 2006?
It does help him to have him there for a couple of reasons. The first reason is most probably that Mario Ancic is a completely different player than Andre Agassi. He used to serve in volley when he played on grass courts. He speaks the same language as Novak Djokovic, even though he's from Croatia and Djokovic is Serbian, but also the fact that Mario Ancic is only 3 years older than Novak Djokovic, so he's more familiar with Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal, and he's played against these players. And I'm sure Andre Agassi still hits a good ball, but he wouldn't be able to hit with Novak for very long, I wouldn't think, and that's not because he's not in shape, it's because of his age. So Mario Ancic can easily get in there and have a good sort of 2-hour practice session with Novak, and Andre can then be on Novak's side.
It's quite the gathering there, Team Djokovic. This was actually yesterday, I think, when they were getting a bit of practice on one of the outside courts before Novak played on centre court and came through with relative ease. We know that Andre Agassi is a champion here. He won in 1992. It was actually the first of 8 Grand Slam titles in his career. That was 25 years ago, and it is wonderful to have a champion like him back on these grounds. I think everyone is very excited to it's a little bit of a buzz, isn't it, when you have a superstar back?
Oh, definitely, and he did miss a couple of years of Wimbledon, and we're not really 100% sure why, but I believe that some players missed Wimbledon because they just didn't like to play on grass courts. Very rarely did you want to miss a Grand Slam, but Wimbledon is so different. I don't think it had anything to do with his jeans shorts, because at one point in his career he was actually wearing jeans shorts on the tennis court. I played him in the semi-finals of the French Open 1988, and he played in jeans shorts, and he had orange tights underneath the shorts that reach his knee, and of course the long hair. I mean, he was an entertainer, and I think that it'd be good for Novak Djokovic to take a page out of Andre's book and relax a little bit and sort of try and be yourself a little bit more like he was when he was young. Remember, he used to imitate Maria Sharapova's serve, used to crack jokes all the time, and I think Novak needs to get back to really who the person he is off the court and on the court.
Yeah, Andre Agassi certainly had flair, didn't he? And Boris Becker was actually speaking on the BBC last night about how it was nice to see Novak smiling a little bit again yesterday. He's been battling, I think, with his own demons a little bit, speaking quite honestly about trying to find his inner belief again. But good morning to all of you on the Hill, and I hope you are getting ready to watch what is going to be a fabulous day of tennis. It's a wonderfully sunny Friday here. It is the first Friday of the fortnight, and we are now going to say good morning to Craig O'Shaughnessy and the Fed Cup captain herself, Anne Keothavong, as we check in with our daily debate.
It's day 5 of the Daily Debate with IBM, and today we'll be talking about the serve. Who has the greatest serve? What makes a great serve? Is it Goran Ivanisevic, Roger Federer, Serena Williams, or Martina Navratilova? We have a lot of information here to go through.
When you think of the serve, you automatically think, I'm going to get up to the line, bounce the ball a couple of times and hit it as hard as I can. That is certainly one element. But there are flat serves, there are slice serves, and there are kick serves. So the slice serve is used more as a jam into the body and also to pull the opponent off the court. And the kick serve is used to get the ball up out of the strike zone. And you're going to see the Wimbledon greats serve sometimes a mix-up on a first serve. Yes, they'll bang it really hard, but sometimes they'll hit a slower first serve. And on the second serve, typically slower, but sometimes they'll throw in a faster one there as well. We're going to start with first serve points 1, and Serena Williams. You know, there's no surprise here. She's number 1. She has won 78.3% of her first serves. Now, a few years ago, I coached against Serena on centre court. I was coaching Melinda Zink. In the first game, ace down the middle, service winner out wide, ace down the middle, ace out wide, 4 big first serves made, and, you know, the match essentially was over at that stage.
Yeah, when you're up against an opponent who serves that well as the opponent, that's enough to psych you out and plant more than a few seeds of doubt.
Ladies, second serve points 1. Now, let's start with the average over the years. It's 45.9% of all points won. So we kind of automatically think, well, if I'm serving, I have the advantage. Well, yes, you do on your first serve. There's no doubt you're going to be above 50%. But especially here for the ladies, the second serve is far more of a liability. Serena Williams has dropped down a second. The first serve is streets ahead, but it's actually Steffi Graf who wins 57%. Second is Serena Williams at 51%. We've seen a lot of data here for the past few days trying to figure out who is the greatest champion of all time, who is the greatest of the great. This could be one of the most impressive things I've ever seen.
But let's just note here, Marion Bartoli at the bottom of this chart. On the previous slide, she was also at the bottom here behind her second serve, just below the tournament average. But we'll come to more detail a little later about her.
Gentlemen's first serve points 1. There's no real surprises here. Goran with that motion. Think back a few years ago. He gets that racket in there very quick at the start. And as a lefty, most of us lefties, we like to slide it out wide in the ad court. He was so incredibly good at going hard right down the middle. He did that a lot. He leads at 85.5. Sampras and Federer, very close here in second. And a lot of times when we're comparing Sampras and Federer, we think, well, Federer is the more recent player. He's the more improved player. But we're going to see from some of these stats that Sampras quite often is a little bit above Federer in the serve stats. Second serve points 1. Federer jumps here. Now, rising up is Rafael Nadal. He is second on this list at 59.6%. And you think, well, Rafa doesn't have a great serve. He is number 1 all time on the men's tour in second serve points 1. So it's actually quite impressive that Roger's able to jump him here at the championships.
But at the bottom of this chart is Goran Ivanisevic. I mean, that might be due to the fact that he was a huge high-risk taker. Would have thrown in a lot of double faults. In fact, the information tells us he did throw in a lot of double faults during his time here at the championships. In fact, 4 times as more double faults than someone like Roger Federer.
Ladies service games 1. And one thing that I like here, we see Serena, she served 882 service games. Her sister, 884. There's only 2 between them. Lovely symmetry between the sisters here. Petra Kvitova, almost as high at 85.1%. And Marion Bartoli, a little bit down on the bottom of this one. Let's talk about Martina. You would think Martina would be a little bit higher.
You would, but let's just remind you also that the data we've gathered here has been from 1990 to the present day. Martina Navratilova won 8 of her 9 singles titles here before IBM started collecting all this data. But still, she's right up there towards the end of her career. Imagine what numbers we could be seeing from Martina Navratilova had we collected data earlier.
Gentlemen's service games 1. Once again, Sampras edging Federer, 94.4% to 93.3%. All of these guys are doing well. They're up around, you know, if they serve 10 times, they're going to win 9. But I think for all of you juniors out there as well, they're not winning 100%. You're going to get broken, and even the best players here at Wimbledon will get broken every now and then. Sometimes you've just got to wait for those opportunities. First serve ace here, first serve 100 returned over there. You wait, you wait, you wait, and all of a sudden you find an opportunity to break.
But is it any coincidence that the two men at the top of this chart, Sampras and Federer, have both won 7 titles each here at the Championships? So what does Watson tell us? Watson has gathered information through the media and sports commentary as to who has the greatest serve, and the results have been a huge surprise, to say the least.
Well, I understand Goran, Pete and Serena, but what is Marion doing here?
Marion Bartoli, who I mentioned earlier, was at the bottom of the previous slides. She has come up 4th here, and that prompted IBM to look into more of the data. What has she done to improve her serve over the years? What did she do?
Well, the purple line that we see building right here is overall serve points won. So it's first serves and second serves. Back in 2003, she was around 45%. You're not going to win anything at 45%. And you say, Craig, you know, I played tennis today with a spoon and I won 51% of my points. I'm like, oh, Lynn, you play with that spoon again. 45% doesn't matter. Up here, 10 years later, she's at 63%. Great improvement. The green line is first serve points won. She's gone from 55% to 74%. The lesson here, develop the weaknesses, turn them into strengths. It took 10 years to happen, but we made 2 Wimbledon finals and we've won 1.
Yeah, so do you think to be one of the greatest ever, it's important to work on your weaknesses, like it was for Marion Bartoli? Her serve wasn't a big part of her game at the start of her career, and it became a strength. Is that what is important to be great? So hit us up on social media. As always, use the hashtag #WhatMakesGreat and get involved.
Thanks. Okay, no problem.
I'm with Celia Sands here from the South London Refugee Association, which is a charity supported by the Wimbledon Foundation. Celia, just tell me a little bit about the foundation, please.
So South London Refugee Association is a local voluntary organisation. We work with people within the local boroughs who are having difficulties because they maybe recently arrived in the country or facing challenges in with things like education, employment, health. So we run services where people can come along, drop in, get the advice and help that they need, and also do things like learn English in our ESOL classes, have a lunch, make some new friends.
And Asida and Insalam here are 2 ladies that are benefiting. Can you please just tell me a little bit about how you found the association and how it's helped you?
So I found the association like 3 years ago. I found Celia through her colleagues. She was volunteering actually in my college in Croydon. So, and then I got in touch with Celia, and since then I've been helped with accommodation, with traveling money, with my status. So Celia, she was on trial in court with me, and now I got leave to remain, and still I need their help, so they are helping me all the time.
Changing your life around?
Yes. Yeah, changing my life. Yeah, and they have changed my life, I think.
And what's the best bit about being associated with this refugee association?
It is the satisfaction you give, I think. I benefit. I came to this country as an asylum seeker, so I started off as a volunteer and, meet with a new asylum seeker, tell them, things are going to be okay because I've been through it. And now I work for them because I've been volunteering and there was a position came up and I now work for CLRI.
Celia, how is it to see these ladies benefiting so much from what you do?
It's great to see people getting a bit of support, but also working really hard themselves. That's what we see with the people who we work with, is that they have so much to offer and so much that they can do in their future, that just getting a little bit of help from an organisation like South London Refugee Association when they need it makes a big difference for them.
And what has the Wimbledon grant done specifically for you?
So the grant that we received from the Wimbledon Foundation has allowed us to set up and start to run a new drop-in centre just down the road, actually, in Wimbledon Town Centre, which runs once a week, where, again, people can come for advice and support. We have ESOL classes, we have some wonderful volunteers cooking a delicious lunch. So without the grant, it would have been a real challenge for us to build up the service there, and we're now able to reach a lot more people who need support.
And without the grant and I guess the relationship, you wouldn't be here today enjoying a beautiful day at Wimbledon, overlooking the practice courts here where all the world-class athletes are getting ready for their matches. Just tell us a little bit about what you've done today and how amazing it is to be here.
We've had a bit of a tour already, and we've been to see Centre Court, which was very exciting, and Court number 1, and having the opportunity to come down to this area and see the players practicing is really fascinating for us. To see the rackets being stringed back there was something that we didn't know about at all, and was actually really, really interesting. And we're very much looking forward to the rest of the day, aren't we?
And that's because you've got tickets to Court 3.
We have indeed, yes.
Perfect. Well, ladies, thank you so much for chatting to us and have a brilliant day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Well, I hope they enjoy their day, as we hope that all of you enjoy your day as well. Good morning again to all of you joining us from the Hill. It's 11:20. We're expecting play to begin on the outside courts in just about 10 minutes' time. And in case you hadn't noticed, it's another scorcher. So stay safe in the sun, but we're delighted that you're all here to enjoy this first Friday of the 2017 Wimbledon Championships. And we had been enjoying a little bit of shade in Centre Court, but that has changed. They are preparing for play to begin here at 1 o'clock this afternoon. The roof is opening and the sun is pouring down upon us. Mats and I have now been joined by a doctor, a very good one at that, Dr. Mike Turner. He's been in the world of tennis for a long time, used to be part of the LTA team, and since worked with Andy Murray for an incredibly long time, and are really his personal doctor now. So thank you for taking the time to come and join us this morning.
Good to be here, Cara, and good to see you, Mats, looking so well. Slightly unshaved, but otherwise relatively smooth looking for a Friday morning.
Yeah, indeed.
Very good.
I guess the obvious place to start, of course, Mike, is Andy. You've been with him since he was a child, so you know him very well. Coming into these championships, how would you have described Andy's health?
I mean, I think there's been a huge amount of hype. I mean, Andy, like every other player in the top 100, has niggles from time to time. And if you're over 25, you're in having treatment on your shoulder, your elbow, your forearm, your wrist, your elbow, your hip, all the time. So this is really no different. This is part and parcel of the day-to-day existence of a professional tennis player. So he didn't have a good run at Queen's, and like everything else, it's nice to have a few matches under your belt. But he's feeling in very good spirits, and you've seen, after his 2 matches, he's moving like a young gazelle.
What was the state of affairs, or is the state of affairs with the hip that was the worry coming into this week at Wimbledon?
Well, like, all good doctors, you don't discuss your patient's health. Andy's hips, like the rest of his body, are a trade secret. As he has said, he's had 1 or 2 problems over the years, and I think that it's been well documented that he had some problems with his back before, and he bounced back very quickly from that. So, we don't think this is anything special, and we're a bit surprised about the huge amount of hype there has been. And every time he looks as if he's, slightly limping, there's like mass hysteria. Andy is withdrawing from Wimbledon, and we're, rolling around laughing because, that's not going to happen. I mean, he has a funny walk at the back of the court, and he'll hate me for saying that, but he sort of lollops around, and all players, lollop a bit, and they favour one leg or another. I used to, in my early days when I was a baby doctor, I looked after Tim Henman, and it's well documented that he had an elbow problem when he was a youngster. And he kept rubbing his elbow every time he was out on court. It made us hysterical because we thought that his elbow was falling apart. And we would say to him, "What's the matter?" And he said, "Nothing wrong with it. I'm just feeling my elbow." And we say, "Well, you stop doing it because you may feel it's okay, but the rest of us are dying of anxiety in the crowd because we think that the elbow is giving you trouble again." And that's the sort of way it goes. You've had a thing, you just test it out. You walk around, you just see how it feels, and away you go.
But is it a case, though, sometimes when you, of course, adrenaline is a great healer, or at least it takes away pain, but as a doctor to Andy Murray, would you sometimes have to sort of explain, listen, adrenaline is going to take the pain away, and you're not, but it is dangerous to go out and play matches, but the pain is numb because you want to be out there so badly.
Yeah, and we've had that before, and if you look at Andy's history, after discussion, he's decided to withdraw from Wimbledon in the past and Davis Cup tie because after discussion, he and I have decided that he would make the injury a lot worse if he continued. And if that was the case, then he would withdraw. But he's, quite frankly, the easiest patient I've ever had to look after because he doesn't want my advice. Okay? He just wants to know what the option is. You know, cut it off or sew it back on again. You know, do I do one? You know, and then he goes off and he searches on the internet and decides, you know, what
really?
Dr.
So he
Bob
does a lot of
says,
his own
etc.
research?
No, he's fanatical about doing his own research. And then sometimes he'll say, you know, what would you do if it was you? But that's not the same as, you know, my advice about what he should do. And he always makes up his own mind. So it's really, really easy. I just give him the options and he makes his mind up at the end of the day. But if he seriously thought that there was a problem that would get worse and therefore, you know, the US Open is not far away, you know, and then, you know, you're going straight into training and then, you know, Australia comes up pretty fast up behind. So, you don't sacrifice everything for the rest of your career, and he's number one and he's got a lot of points to defend between now and Christmas. So that's also something that, you know, he takes into account.
Do you travel with him?
No, absolutely not. You know, the feeling is that, you know, players need to have regular physio. So most of the top players will have a physio traveling with them. But traveling with your doctor insinuates there's something wrong with you. You know, you know what I mean? So it's not something, A, I would like to do, and B, it's never been an issue. There are plenty of doctors on tour. Every tournament has one. What he wants to do is, of course, he goes and sees a doctor in Miami or Indian Wells or in China. What he wants is to check whether that's what I would do for that problem. So I get, you know, photographs of his medicines and a description of what's been going on from the physio, and then we have a dialogue about, you know, what he should do about it. But there's absolutely no point in having a doctor traveling with him all the time.
Understandable.
Yeah. Do you think that it's the case of Maria Sharapova? Is that the doctor's fault that she didn't know that there was a ban? I mean, that is your role, obviously, to make sure that you play what they take and what they don't take.
Yes.
Because we're confused when it comes to Maria Sharapova. She took something that was obviously banned. She didn't know it was. Somebody in her team should have known, you think?
I think that's the scenario. The list comes out, and it is pages and pages long. And there is no way that any player can go through pages. But the situation was that Maria was on this medication for a long period of time, so it wasn't a new thing, and it was quite clearly somebody else's job to check that it had been monitored for a year beforehand, and then it had got on the list. And what they should have said was, you know, you either have permission to have it, which you apply for a TUE, which is what every other day, or you stop taking it. And you know, I'm sure they took that into account, that she was not taking it in defiance of the rules. She should have known the rules, but actually she should have employed somebody else to scan the pages to make sure it wasn't a problem.
Yeah, fascinating question, Mats, actually. She didn't fire anyone in her team, so she stayed very loyal to her group, and we hope to see her return to the Wimbledon Championships next year. Another thing I wanted to ask you about with Andy is he's had an interesting year, hasn't he? It was such a career end to last year, of course, getting to world number one, and then kind of a surprising development of shingles after the Australian Open. A lot of people saying that, you know, perhaps he ran his body down a little bit and the schedule needed to be adjusted going forward so not to get in this situation in the future. Can you explain to us really what shingles is, how it develops, and how long it takes to recover in his case?
Shingles is a virus illness, and it's very, very similar to chickenpox in children, and adults often get shingles as a result of spending too much time around their nephews and nieces or other people's small children who've got chickenpox. And you know, we tried to question Andy to see whether he'd done that, but there was no evidence that somebody had infected him. But you can get it. You know, it's a virus like anything else, and you can catch it. And when you get it, it can be mild, moderate, or severe, and you have no control over that by and large. And a number of people will have shingles which they don't even recognize as shingles, in the same way as some people pick up a hepatitis virus. They don't all go yellow and have a major flu. You just have a minor sort of flu-like illness. And so it was very tiresome. He got over it very quickly, but it explained loss of energy during a period of time, because prior to it coming on, you have a period of weeks where you feel below par, but there's nothing to see. And it's not until you get a rash that you suddenly say, oh, well, there you are.
Yeah.
That's a very good reason why you're sleeping all day and you've got no energy whatsoever. Actually, you've been harboring the shingles virus. So that's that, and that's tough, and you get over it, depending on how badly the infection affects you. Some people get over it in a day or two, and some will take months, and some people don't get over it for a year or so. But he bounced back very quickly, and as you can see, there's no evidence that he's lack of energy. He's quite happy to play, long matches if the requirement is there. I don't think he'd want to do a Davis Cup tie match of 6 hours like Matt's here, which is sort of like, what he would normally do in his spare time. But, I'm sure all of them know here that Matt is famous, amongst other things, for having the longest Davis Cup match of all time, which he played with McEnroe, which was over 6 hours. But
I'm
that was
wondering the history.
Wow.
We've got so much more to
was that
talk
not
about
true?
with
That's
you.
not true.
Very true.
Well, there you are. You see.
6
So
hours
there we
and
go.
32 minutes.
To ask you to stay if that's okay. I've just got to say a very quick goodbye because we're leaving the screens on Hemon Hill. So have a wonderful day, all of you. If you want to keep watching us, you can do so on the Wimbledon app or online, and we'll be with you until 7 o'clock this evening. Well, welcome back to the Wimbledon channel if you're still with us, or if you are joining us from anywhere in the world, or indeed the All England Club here. Mats Wilander and I are delighted to be joined by Dr. Mike Turner. He's part of Andy Murray's team, has been for an awful long time, and we're sitting on centre court. The sun is beating down on us. It's going to be another hot day. We've already asked you some fascinating questions, got some wonderful answers. I suppose let's just reflect a little bit on the conditions that we're experiencing here this year. When it is as hot as it is, we don't have the heat rule in place yet, but it is still over 30 degrees centigrade, particularly in this kind of an environment. What advice do you give players in terms of how to deal with this?
Luckily, the senior players have sort of got a system in place, and anybody who's played in Australia
yes, this is
in January, February will have got a system in place. Otherwise, they fall apart, and you get problems with cramping and all the other bits and bobs. So yes, so they rehydrate. So you see them drinking a lot, and the problem with drinking a lot is that you then have to have a comfort break.
You're true, and you can only have two, I think.
And so you have to judge, the way it goes, and I think one or two people have been caught short by that, because if you replace every ounce that you lose, and the way that we measure that is we may measure what you weigh before you go onto the court, and then we measure when you come off again and see how much weight you've lost. And a pint of water weighs 1.25 pounds. So so every pound you're losing, you're a pint behind what you should be up to speed. And you can tolerate 1 or 2% weight loss without too much problem, but above that you begin to get a drop in performance. So they need to keep hydrated, and they all have their own special bottle, as
yes,
you notice.
They do.
Okay, and Rafa likes to line up his little bottles in a particular way, and some are pink and some are yellow, which is basically the flavoring. Okay, because the ingredients are basically the same, which is some glucose, some salt, and water. Okay, so you can make your own. They make their own.
Yes.
Sometimes you throw in a few vitamins and you magically call it a sort of hydration drink. But essentially, at the end of the day, it is water, sugar, and salt. Okay, and with a little bit of flavoring, depending on what you like. And then you have to be able to drink it all the way through. And then they take the gels, which gives them a little bit more energy during the course of the thing. But hydration is the most important thing. And you see the most problem they have is the serve. That some wear hats or peaks and otherwise, because that's what they're looking at in weather like this. They like it to be cloudy, not because it's cool, but because it doesn't affect their ball toss, and that they deal with it. From the medical point of view, once the juniors have been on tour for a little while, it's very easy to manage them, because they already know what they're supposed to be doing. And Andy is a great role model. You see him topping up all the time when he's change events. Even after the first game of a match where quite often in the old days, people would just walk around the net and everybody stops now and has a little bit of a swig.
Yeah.
They've only played one game.
Yeah.
With due respect, how much toweling and drink do they need after one game? I mean, let's not say this is a lot of, there's a lot more to come, but after one, they do not need to drink 3 litres. But they're taking a little bit at a time, because if you take a lot, you get indigestion. A number of people have thrown up in their time by taking too much in one go.
It's really not. I mean, it's really not the match that you're involved in that is the problem in general. Because I think all players can play for 8 hours if we have to. It's the day after and there's a recovery, and that's where they've gotten so good these days compared to how we used to recover. We used to go out and have a couple of beers. If we won, if we lost, you had more than a couple of beers. But that was our recovery. But that's not the case anymore, is it?
Yes, and you look like you do because that's the way you recovered in your day, Mats. I mean, you're old and wrinkled because of your recovery strategy.
There you go.
If you'd used proper moisturizer and followed a program organised by me, you would be much younger and friskier than you are now. But anyway, the answer is yes. And Andy has his own nutritionist, Glenn, who travels with him and provides advice for him, and Matt, who is his strength and conditioning expert, also deals with that. So afterwards you have shakes, you have energy shakes, and when you're having your ice bath, you're also rehydrating and you're getting organized. And as you say, the recovery, the massage, the physio you're having then is preparing you for the next match, for the next day. You want to make sure that you're nice and relaxed, all your muscles are stretched out, and that you're fully rehydrated, so you can then sleep properly, and then you're ready for the next day.
I have a question about stretching, because I'm a bit confused. Do you want to stretch and have a massage straight after your workout, or do you want to wait for 45 minutes to an hour before you start the process?
I think the reality is most players have to do some kind of media, so that's always delayed a little bit, and that doesn't do you any harm. But if you've stood around for a long period of time, you do find you get stiff. So lubricating the joints and winding you down. You'll see that the cyclists, after a match, they go onto a cycle and they just quietly spin. They do a little bit of pedaling. They're not going flat out. They're just keeping the working bits in. Don't use it, you lose it. You want to keep them moving over. So there's no real time limit, but you do need to get, within the first half hour, you need to get the shaking on board, and you need to start getting the nutrition on board, because there's an optimal period straight after exercise when it's perfect to do that.
Intriguing. I could sit here and talk to Dr. Turner all day, and I could listen to you insulting Mats all morning as well. It's very entertaining.
Can we ask, are you familiar with what happened to Bethany Mattek-Sands?
No, I didn't hear that. No, I didn't hear that.
Okay, she did something to her knee, really bad, and she was in a lot of pain, and she was crying on the courts for a long time. They didn't really want to move her, it seems. So there's obviously a couple of choices what could have happened. She could have ACL, she had meniscus, which we don't think, and how about a dislocation? Because it looked like her kneecap had moved to the side. Would you tell me, a dislocated knee, how bad is that if that is the case?
Right. It's practically impossible to dislocate your knee without somebody tackling you in some kind of like American football. What you can dislocate is your kneecap. So there is a problem. And you see lots of players with sort of the blue strapping, the kinesiotype on the knee, which is to keep the patella, the kneecap, tracking straight forward, backwards and forward. But there is a potential weakness on the inside of your patella, and if you put a lot of stress on it, sometimes it plops sideways out. Now that's extremely painful and uncomfortable, but it's not as bad as an ACL or a meniscal tear, and after a period of time that'll settle down. You may need to have something to stabilize the kneecap. So it's really, really bad, really, really painful at the time, but if you were giving me all the options, dislocating kneecap is not something that I would put as being a complete disaster in terms of a long-term career.
Yeah, hopefully all of our thoughts are with Bethany Mattek-Sands that she does manage to have a swift recovery, because that was a horrible scene out on court yesterday. One more question before we really do have to let you go, because it is topical with this year's championships. The pre-match injuries and the early retirements that we saw in the case of successive matches here with Novak Djokovic and Roger Federer in their opening round. As a doctor, what would you say is the best way of dealing with this? in terms of the ruling that's on the ATP World Tour that's not on the Grand Slam Tour, that they could withdraw before the match and still receive the first round prize money. How easy as a doctor is it to determine these injuries pre-match?
It's really difficult, and the problem with tennis is it's all or nothing. You know, if I've got dealing with a soccer player, I can put him on for the last 20 minutes to try him out, to see whether his injury is going to hold out. With a tennis player, I can't put him on for 20 minutes and say, oh, actually, it's not going so well, we're going to put Mats out instead, you know, a substitute, and see what he does against Roger Federer. You're stuck. So
you would do that too,
I would.
wouldn't you?
I would actually. I give him. Harry, get up there. You're looking pretty fit. You know, flick his pecs, and away you go. You're not in white, but you know, we could quick change and we'd have him out there. But that's the reality. The reality is that you do some training, and are you fit to play? And you often rely on the player. And what Matt said is, when the adrenaline's up, and you know, I would hate to say that the money is a factor, but you know, 35,000 for turning up and playing a couple of games is a pretty big incentive for some of the players who, you know, are scrabbling around to pay for their program for the whole year. So yes, it would be nice if there was some way in which the money no longer was an issue, so that they could withdraw, and then you would have somebody else in who would really benefit from playing the thing. You wouldn't have those early withdrawal situations, so the crowd would get a good game. Everybody would be happy, apart from the organisers who'd have to pay twice for whoever it was who turns up. Point. Absolutely. And again, how far would you go through that? You know, if you offered, you know, the semi-finalists
I think maybe just
a $250,000 not to play, you know, and move on to the next tournament, and he didn't fancy the idea that he had to beat Nadal in the semi and then somebody else in the final, then you know, you could see that being abused. So it would need to be in the early stages.
But from a doctor's point of view, it's hard, basically.
Impossible.
To say
you cannot do it because what you do is you don't want to test them so hard that they break down. So you give them a workout, you put them on the thing. Hamstring injuries are pretty common, and knees and things. You see whether the knee swells up, and you give it a go. And then you say, how do you feel? And you know, your player will always say, no problem. I'm ready to go, doc. You know, you're a conservative old idiot. You know, I'm ready to rumble, and the chap is 27 and you know, fit as a fiddle, and so you give him a rumble, and then he starts, you know, having problems, and you say, I told you so. So I don't want to hear that. You know what I mean? So there we go.
There's so much to talk to you about, but thank you so much for coming down to see us.
My pleasure.
Out of interest, where are you when Andy's playing? Where do you watch his match?
I'm not very good about sitting in the sunshine in the box, I'm glad to say. So I tend to hover elsewhere. I sometimes get a ticket for somewhere in the shade at the back there, where I can wander in and out and nobody notices, because of course if you're in the box and you want to pick your nose, everybody knows about it, you know what I mean? So you have to be so careful about what you're doing. So no, I'm very happy where I am, and sometimes I'm in the air conditioning watching on television, but don't tell him that, because he likes us all to be, you know, sweating it out on the court side when it's all happening, exactly, all the way,
I wouldn't blame you if you chose air conditioning today, but best of luck to him in his match against Fabio Fognini.
Lovely to be with you, Cara, and Matt. Thank you so much.
Dr. Mike Turner, what an absolute legend, part of Andy Murray's team, and very insightful for us this morning on the Wimbledon channel. We're speaking about players with injury troubles. Someone who has suffered in the past, but is probably back to his best, has been out practicing on the outside courts. Rob Walker is watching Rafael Nadal.
Well, if you're not a world-class tennis player, this is about as good as it gets in terms of a bird's-eye view of receiving the Rafa Nadal serve. I will quickly step out the way. Rafa Nadal just going through the back end of his warm-up session here on court 15, and what a treat for the members of the public who've crowded round here. Nadal is second on centre court against the number 30 seed, Karen Khachanov, the very young, very talented Russian. Nadal is back in the third round here at Wimbledon for the first time since 2014. Injured last year, lost to Dustin Brown in that really exciting match in the second round in 2015. And what a way for him to arrive at Wimbledon. We know all about La Décima, his 10th French Open title, but he also this year won his 10th titles in Barcelona and Monte Carlo. He has skipped Queens and has been getting ready for the grass court season in Mallorca. And he seems in fine fettle. Straight sets victories against John Millman and Donald Young. Runner-up at the start of the year in that greatly anticipated rematch between himself and Roger Federer. Nadal means business here at Wimbledon. The second of his two titles coming back in 2010. And he said after winning the French, it all depends on how my knee holds up under the surface. So it's a question of so far so good, but it could be an absolutely brilliant match. Kachanov, the young Russian, became the youngest player to make the 4th round of the French since 2009. It's his debut year at Wimbledon. He beat Andrei Kuznetsov in 5 and then Thiago Monteiro in 4. And perhaps a mark of how quickly the Russian has moved up the rankings, he only broke into the world's top 100 last June, and his ATP ranking is now 34. He is definitely on the way up, in the right direction, and he will be brimming with intent when he steps out on centre court for what will be one of, if not the biggest match of his career. And Nadal, when you watch Nadal, either here on one of the outside courts or down at Arangi, he is an animal when he's on court. We know how aggressive and how physical he is during matches. He really works up a sweat when he's getting himself ready. And normally the mark of that is that the guys who are knocking up with him, they usually finish the sessions absolutely drenched in sweat as well. And he does seem as though he is back to full strength, full fitness, just indicating that he's going out wide with this one. A man at the peak of his powers, 15 Grand Slam titles now, 10 at the French, 2 at Wimbledon, and he is bidding for his first appearance in the 4th round since 2014. Nadal against Karen Kachanov, the young up-and-coming Russian, second on centre court. That is a match not to be missed.
Yes, Rob, thank you. Cannot wait to watch that match on centre court later on. And the winner will play the winner of this match that is currently just getting underway out on court number 2. It's one of the 4 Brits that are in the 3rd round and in action today. Aliash Bedene is playing the 16th seed from Luxembourg, Gilles Muller. Now, this is actually a fascinating encounter because Gilles Muller is enjoying something of an Indian summer. At the age of 34, he's won his first 2 titles in his 16-year career this year, and one of them came on grass at Den Bosch just a few weeks ago, where he actually defeated his opponent today, Aliash Bedene, in 3 sets. So these two have some very recent history. Gilles Muller is a 3-time Sports Person of the Year in his home country of Luxembourg, but he will have to face not only a home player, but a home crowd on court number 2 today as well. So let's join this one with some commentary as they start their 3rd round encounter.
Absolutely extraordinary. Karlovic hammering down 44 aces, Bedene 27 of his own.
It was a joke, that match.
Yeah. Second meeting on grass coming up here today. The last time was just last month at Hertogenbosch, a tournament that ultimately Muller went on to win, taking his first ever title on grass, adding to the one that he won in Sydney at the start of the year on the hard courts. So with that recent history, they'll both have an idea of how one another's playing. They'll have seen the results. They'll be fully aware of the weaponry that the other possesses. And of course, Muller so comfortable on grass. Maria Cicak of Croatia in the chair, presiding over this 3rd round matchup.
Time.
So an early spot of lunch. Perhaps we're still in the midst for brunch. Not quite midday. So the GB Davis Cup captain in attendance, as he was watching on earlier in the tournament over the progress of Bedene.
Well, yes, well, he would love Bedene to be able to represent Great Britain in the Davis Cup. He's had, what, 2 appeals now turned down, and I think they're going to be trying again very soon. I think Bedene's running out of patience a little bit, and I'm sure Leon is hoping desperately that the ITF changed that rule, because he would love to have this man in his team. Back up to Andy Murray and Carl Edmund, that would be a pretty fearsome team.
Lots of conversation surrounding that Davis Cup status at the moment. And of course the prospect of Tokyo 2020 as well, but all of that's for the future, right here and now. Focus is on this third round matchup. First game, first set, Muller to serve. Game on.
Thank you. Tilo. Tilo. Forte 15. Let's pass it. Muller.
So a solid hold of serve for Muller to open this third round match.
First game.
Okay, so we're seeing there the first game of the match for Aliaj Benedé taking on Giles Muller. He's one of 4 British players into the third round. It's actually a record here since 1997. There were 5 British players back in 97. Of course, Andy Murray in action today. You see Bedene kicking things off. And then on the women's side, Johanna Konta, she's actually moved up to the favorite on the bookkeeper's list. And Heather Watson. Heather Watson's going to open our program today on center court. That leads me right here to our order of play. Azarenka, Victoria Azarenka, former world #1. Can Heather use all of the support from the British fans today to knock off a former world #1? We saw her a couple years ago come so close against Serena Williams. It was a dramatic affair. If we look at the head-to-head, well, it's not really something Heather Watson wants to pay a lot of attention to. She was up here on the roof the other day. I asked her about those former matches against Azarenka, and she said, you know what, let's not talk about it. That's why it's been very one-sided, 4-0 to Azarenka. But Heather's been playing well. She made the semifinals at Eastbourne, and we're not quite sure what sort of form Azarenka is in. She's only in her second tournament back after having a baby in December, so we'll see how Heather goes against Victoria Azarenka. That's first on, of course, on center court at 1 p.m. And then it's Rafael Nadal against Karen Khachanov. This is a young kid. We've talked about him a little bit already this morning, but Khachanov is a player that met Andy Murray in the third round of the French Open. Well, this is a first meeting between these two guys, so we'll see how Khachanov goes against Rafael Nadal. Can he give the Spaniard a little bit of a test, the two-time champion here at the All England Club? We will see. And then, of course, the match I think a lot of people will be waiting for today, Andy Murray himself, defending champion, world #1, taking on Fabio Fognini. Fognini plays some highlight reel tennis, and he's got some dangerous weapons here. This is a match that a few weeks ago in Rome, 6-2, 6-4, Andy Murray was flat-footed, did not come out and play his best tennis, but you can be sure that Fognini is going to use that match as confidence, and you can see actually overall 3-3. These guys are in a dead heat in their 6 matches. That's what's happening on center court today. Moving on to #1 court, it's Stevie J, Steve Johnson, the American, taking on Marin Cilic. Can Johnson try to move through? We saw both Jack Sock and John Isner, seeded Americans, going out yesterday in the second round. It's a 2-0 head-to-head for Marin Cilic, including on the courts at Queen's Club last year right here in London. Also on #1 court today, a couple of women's matches. Johanna Konta coming off the back of that 3-hour, 10-minute match against Donna Vekic. She's now got the Greek player, Maria Sakkari. Maria Sakkari hits a hard ball. Johanna Konta is going to have to make sure that she's aggressive out of the gate against Sakkari and see if she can win that match. She would want, I would say, a shorter match today against Sakkari versus that 3 hours and 10 minutes. That hard-hitting match is going to be followed by an even harder-hitting match. Venus Williams, 5-time champion here, taking on Naomi Osaka. If you have not seen Naomi Osaka play yet, I would suggest watching this match. She is a great young player from Japan. She plays basically with sort of no care for where the ball's going to go. She's just going to hit it as hard as she can. We're already underway on the #2 court. You can see Gilles Muller and Aliaj Berenet 1-1. They're on serve early going in that match. That's going to be followed by Simona Halep against Peng Shuai. Head-to-head there, first meeting. That's to be followed by Yelena Ostapenko. We talk about this hard-hitting women's stuff. This is also going to be a hard-hitting women's match. Ostapenko, the French Open champion, taking on Giorgi. She took out Madison Keys in the second round. And then it's Joe Wilfred Songa taking on Sam Querrey. Sam Querrey reminds me, let's go back to that center court match. Sam Querrey was the one who took out last year, Sam Querrey did, Novak Djokovic in the third round. Karen Khachanov is ranked the same number that, this is what I'm searching for. There it is. Khachanov was ranked 28th when he took out the #1 seed and defending champion Novak Djokovic last year. 28 is the seed next to Fabio Fognini. So should we be concerned? We will see for Andy Murray. A lot of British fans hoping not. Nishikori and Batista Agut there in the early going. Svitolina taking on Karina Witthöft, the German. And then we've got some doubles there. Martina Hingis, if you're a doubles fan, on #3 court. Busy day, of course, for the doubles. We're in full swing there. We've got Dominika Sobokova taking on Anna Kunja. And then you've got more doubles. Barty and Delacqua just behind our camera. This is underway. Madison Brangle, she's the player that took out Petra Kvitova in the last round. She's taking on Caroline Garcia. We've got doubles there, and then we're finishing the day. This should be a dynamic match between Benoit Paire and Jerzy Janowicz. Let's take a little trip around social media. Rafael Nadal has been a busy guy off the court. We saw him at Tesco using the self-checkout. We saw him playing some keepy-uppy. Now he's bike riding with his cousins, having a little bit of fun there away from the Wimbledon grounds. A little bit of good times for Rafa away from the court. And of course, this is it, day 5. You've got 4 Brits playing today. There's Johanna Konta. Can she continue her magical run? Great moment for Timea Baczynski yesterday, reaching the third round. She's happy to go through. Always a threat at the French Open. Naomi Brody having a good time. She saw the Lion King, got some tickets. Looks like she had a good time there. Albert Ramos Binolas, he had a good time just behind our camera on court 18 last night. A 5-set win over Andrei Rublev. And then look at this picture right here. These three guys. This is the dream team. Darren Cahill, Brad Gilbert, they helped Andre Agassi in what was a great career for Agassi. Those guys both coaching him at one point or the other. What were the stories of the day on day 4? Well, it was Ernest Gulbis on the rise. Great win over Juan Martín del Potro yesterday. Grigor Dimitrov, some trick shots in his straight sets win. It was hot, and it's hot again today. Almost 30 degrees we're expecting. What about Dudi Sela beating John Isner? Agnieszka Radwanska saved 2 match points. And Magdalena Rybarikova, what a win it was for her over Karolina Pliskova, the world number 87, fighting back. It really was a delightful moment. She said, "I'm speechless. It's an amazing feeling right now." It was really the story of the day for Magdalena Rybarikova to come back and to win this match. Little fist pump there from Rybarikova. What else is happening on social media? Well, Andy Murray couldn't get enough of his match against Dustin Brown. I think a lot of people enjoyed it too. Andy saying it's always a pleasure to play Dreddy tennis. And how about the Zverev brothers? This is Sasha here, but for the first time since 1984, we've got a couple gentlemen into the third round that are brothers in the singles. Great job from the Zverev family there. It was a great day for Dominic Thiem. He won in 4 sets. We've got the doubles going. We've got Jocelyn Ray here with Laura Robson. Laura Robson playing mixed doubles with Dominic Inglot. And then how about this lucky fan getting a little chance to meet Kim Clijsters there. And then these dogs getting all red. I love this one. These dogs, you've got the headbands, we've got the wristbands. It's all happening. Everybody's in the Wimbledon spirit, which I love. Lastly here, rolling through social media, you can't go through one without a nice look at Roger Federer there. Nice little swing through. We're all wishing Bethany Maddox-Sands well. She had that knee injury yesterday. She went straight to hospital. Hopefully Bethany is going to be okay, but Lucy Safarova and Bethany, they're the #1 seeds in doubles. They're having to pull out of that doubles tournament, of course. They were 3 Grand Slams in a row, the US Open, Australian Open, and the French Open. They obviously will not be able to win here at Wimbledon. Sky high for Jamie Murray yesterday. And then Heather Watson. Can Heather Watson beat Victoria Azarenka on center court? We're going to see there. Now we're going to flash back here. It was 9 years ago yesterday to this match. I think you're going to recognize this footage here. All right, 9 years ago, Rafael Nadal, what moments they were for him to win his first of 2 Wimbledon titles there, stop the run of Roger Federer in 2008. Should we dream yet of a Rafael Nadal and Roger Federer final here at Wimbledon? I think we've got a few more matches to go, but for now, let's check in with Rachel Stringer.
So I'm with Mick Desmond, the commercial and media director here at Wimbledon. Firstly, a pretty cool title to have, wouldn't you say, Mick?
Yeah, no, it's good. Yeah, I kind of look after everything sort of to do with money and everything to do with media. So it's no, it's great. I've got sort of a great responsibility here at the club.
And I guess a very big responsibility, considering that the relationship between the BBC and Wimbledon has now been going 90 years and 50 in colour. You've been around for the last 7 of those. What's kind of your involvement and how do you keep that relationship going so strong?
I think it's just partnership. The BBC, in many ways, is part of the Wimbledon brand. I mean, the way they present Wimbledon it's the jewel in the crown in their summer schedule. You know, we're on their breakfast news, we're on the weather, we're on the One Show, you know, across all their channels, across all their platforms, and, you know, they love it as well. I mean, you know, Sue Barker leading the presentation team, being such a part of the Wimbledon fabric, it's just a great relationship. And I worked at ITV for 24 years, so I kind of competed against them and tried to bid for this. But no, you know, the BBC are just a great partner to work with.
And you have been here now for 7 years. What changes have you put in place since your arrival in 2010?
I guess the biggest changes are working much closer with our broadcast partners and also our sort of what we call our official supply partners, building much more, you know, personal relationships with them and our team. Digital in particular, you know, we've fundamentally changed all our digital output, of which the Wimbledon channel is part of it. You know, we've got great websites, platforms, apps, which have been award-winning and recognised for that. I guess at the end of the day, I get judged on not just the brand and how we position ourselves, but money. So, you know, we've substantially increased the amount of revenue for the club, which then has allowed us to invest back into all the facilities. So it's a bit of a virtuous circle.
And we know how media is consumed so differently now. It's so multi-platform. You know, going forward, how are you going to try and keep up to date with this? You're obviously doing it well. We're on the app, we're online, you know, everything's going on, but everything's changing, isn't it?
Yeah, I think, you know, we're not just trying to build our brand globally with new territories, but also demographically. I mean, you know, I've got 3 kids who are from sort of 30 to 24, and they consume media entirely different to me. So, you know, I think you've got a generation now who want to see sporting events like this when they want, how they want. So, you know, they may well be on a train, they may well be sort of going to work, watching on their mobile or their tablet, or they might be sitting in front of a TV. So we've got to cater for all that. And, you know, I think we're doing a really good job. And, you know, I've got a great team in the digital side who are achieving all that.
And let's just talk about brand Wimbledon. You just saw the brand there coming up on shot with a microphone, but why is it so iconic? It's known all around the world, isn't it?
I think because it's cared for. You know, there's a fantastic heritage and tradition, but I think being a private members club, the club has taken a very long-term view in terms of building this brand. So I think it's always been hugely successful at building the brand here on site at SW19. And I guess our challenge over the last sort of 5 or 7 years has been taking this beauty globally, working with our broadcast partners, but also, you know, it's why we introduced the Wimbledon channel and our apps. So our apps are very, very different to lots of other sports rights holders because of the beauty. And I just think it's, you know, we try and epitomise tennis in English Garden. And that's, you know, when you look around, it's beautiful, green, very visionary. And that's very much front of mind in everything we do.
And when you're actually walking around here, you hardly ever see the branding, do you? Why is that?
I think like a lot of other sporting events in the world that kind of stamp their name on a court or a sort of a pitch, you don't need to. As soon as you see those opening credits, people just go, it's Wimbledon, it's beautiful, this is the brand. You don't need to slap logos on it everywhere.
And you're involved in Wimbledon, the brand, and how much pride do you take from being involved in this amazing tournament?
That's great. I mean, you know, I think everybody here, it's not just me, you know, everybody from the chairman through to the ground staff, you know, there's a passion kind of running through everybody, and we're never content, you know, and we introduced the concept of in pursuit of greatness, that, you know, we're happy that we'll never reach greatness, but we'll always continue pursuing it. So every year, you know, we'll look at a list of things that we think we can improve, and they get acted on. And I think because you've got that obsession, really, you know, it's almost like a brand obsession of saying, let's just keep moving it forward. And I think by doing that, we challenge our partners, whether our broadcast partners or our, you know, official partners like Rolex or IBM, to do the same thing, to challenge us as we challenge them.
Well, I think everyone here would say it's great, and I think the audience think Wimbledon's great as well. So you're doing something very well. Thank you very much, Mick.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Data is very important to us at Wimbledon. We capture millions of data points throughout the championships, and we're constantly developing new ways to analyse and interpret them. It's about giving insight into the drama that's unfolding. Why does Nadal always serve to Federer's backhand on the first point of a pressure game? Why is a player winning and why is the other one losing? And how likely is that balance to shift or momentum to change? If we use the data in the right way, then we can move it beyond statistics and really develop this idea of getting under the skin of tennis matches at Wimbledon. The more we understand and the more we know, the more we can really bring the game to life for millions of people around the world.
But the one behind the bag, I thought the ball was out, so I just kept on walking to the chair, and luckily nobody said anything. So.
Bottle of water for the lady or man in question, and straight away that's why everybody loves him.
Yeah.
How thoughtful is that?
Well, and it's not sort of staged, that's just a natural reaction from him. It's the first thing he would think on his mind to do that.
Okay, I'm going to start off easy, Rafa. You're a two-time champion at Wimbledon. What years did you win and who did you beat in the final?
2 times. Roger Federer and Thomas Berdych.
We're going to get harder. The win over Roger in 2008 is said by many, of course, to be one of the greatest matches of all time. Can you remember the score?
6-4, 6-4.
Yeah.
6-7, 6-7. 9-7.
Yes! You're the second Spanish winner of the men's singles championship. Do you know who was the first?
Santana.
You know the year?
68.
66. How many winners have you hit in your Wimbledon career so far? 1,207, 1,257 or 1,357?
Second one.
No, third one. You've hit lots.
I thought I am less aggressive.
You recently won your 10th French Open title, of course. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Only one other player has appeared in 10 finals at the same Grand Slam.
Maybe Roger here.
Correct.
Yeah.
There are 2 players that you have faced here 3 times. Who are they?
Roger. Andy.
Yes.
I was thinking about Andy or Novak.
Last question. You're one of only 4 players in tennis history to have won the career Grand Slam and the Olympic gold in singles. Do you know the others?
Agassi. Serena.
Yeah. Andre Agassi's wife.
Oh, yeah, Steffi, yeah.
Listen, best of luck chasing your 3rd
Many
title.
thanks.
So we're going to speak to Phil Price from the Cardiac Exercise Club, which is a charity supported by the Wimbledon Foundation, and then 2 gentlemen here who are also involved in this charity. So Phil, firstly, what is the Cardiac Exercise Club?
Well, the Cardiac Exercise Club is a specialised group of people who meet together twice a week to do some exercise, supported by a well-qualified trainer. We're all people who've suffered either cardiac problems or breathing problems, and we want somewhere to go and exercise on a regular basis to keep our hearts going or our lungs going. So that's what we do, and we depend very much on charitable donations to keep the club going.
And Salim and Ravi, I'm going to bring you both in. You're obviously involved and you attend some of the exercise classes. What classes do you attend and how has it helped, please?
I'm with the Tuesday and Wednesdays I go, and I'm nearly 18 years with the club. Yeah, and it's very helpful to me.
What's your favourite class? What do you like doing the most?
The cardiac exercise is the best. Yeah.
And how did you become involved, please?
Well, I had a quadruple bypass nearly 2 years ago, and I started going to the classes after I had my hospital treatment, and it's helped me a lot.
How has it helped you? Just explain to us how much it's helped you, please.
Getting back to normal, being able to walk and move more freely takes a lot out of you, the operation, and I'm one of the younger members,
Bill, we'll just bring you in here. What kind of classes do you put on for these gentlemen, and what can they any other people can expect from coming down to the club?
Well, first of all, the club is run by us, for us. Everybody involved in the club and running it is a patient of one kind or another. There's only one person who isn't a patient, and she's the wife of the chap who set up the club many, many years ago, who unfortunately we've lost. What we do is we have a specialised 1-hour circuit for people, and each person can do whatever pieces of equipment and training that they actually choose to do. So there's no pressure on anybody to do anything they don't want to do. People tend to come in if they've got a cardiac problem and want to exercise themselves gently and gradually and build up their confidence. And as Salim was saying, once you've had a heart attack or an operation, your confidence is very, very low and your anxiety about doing anything is very, very high. And most people who have a cardiac problem do a rehabilitation course for 6 weeks at the hospital, but then it stops. So that builds up your confidence a little bit, but in order to keep going for the years, months and years afterwards, you need something on a regular basis. And we meet together and we're well supported by a trainer. That gives you confidence. And I think one of the best things about the club, it's fun. We all laugh an awful lot. We might stretch our muscles and exercise our hearts and lungs a lot, but we also exercise our jaws an awful lot at the same time. So it's enormous good fun.
Great stuff. And what specifically has the Wimbledon Foundation allowed the club to benefit from or achieve?
Well, one of the things we're dependent on two particular things. One is the room hire, which is a regular cost, and also we need to have well-trained, funded trainers, and they need to be qualified, and they have a repeat kind of training program that they go through to maintain their qualification status. So the funding we get from Wimbledon Foundation supports the room hire and certainly supports the fee that the trainers need and their updating qualifications.
Amazing. And obviously Wimbledon have allowed you to be here today, and what a day you've had so far and that you have ahead of you. Just tell us how special it is to come down to the All England Club.
Well, I've watched Wimbledon on television since I was a little one, in black and white and then in colour in the 60s. And I moved to this area about 30 years ago and I've always wanted to come here.
And now you've got the chance.
Got it. I'm absolutely delighted to actually be here and to be able to come and see around the more sort of private areas and what goes on behind the court. So it's absolutely wonderful.
Well, I know you've got a match starting in a short while, so I'm going to stop talking to you and let you go enjoy the rest of the day of tennis here. Thank you so much, guys. Good luck for the future.
Thank you very much. We're very grateful.
Hello, welcome to the Wimbledon channel, continuing live coverage of the championships on day 5 here at the All England Club. And a big hello to everyone inside a centre court at the moment. A beautiful scene there inside one of the most famous stadiums in all of tennis. The sun is shining once again here on day 5 at Wimbledon. We've been blessed with some beautiful weather conditions so far at the championships. Only one rain delay so far, and even that was very, very short. And as you can see, it really is getting towards standing room only on Henman Hill, because there's a brilliant order of play on the show courts today. Azarenka and Watson first up, so British interest as well. Then it's Rafa against Karen Khachanov, the Russian, and then Andy Murray against Fabio Fognini. What an enthralling encounter that is set to be. So that's 3 on centre court. Court number 1 as well. We can say hello to everyone inside there. Steve Johnson up against Marin Cilic, the first match. Then it's Johanna Konta's turn to take to court 1. The number 6 seed, the British player, up against Maria Sakkari from Greece. And then it's Naomi Osaka, the Japanese player, taking on Venus Williams. And it's Anne Keothavong and I here for the next hour and a half or so here at the end of the resale queue. They're already starting to queue up for the centre court tickets just over to my right. Anne, Again, another scorcher.
Yes, very, very warm conditions. I don't see too many people complaining, though. I mean, where else would you want to be on a glorious day like today?
And that running water you might be able to hear on our microphones. We've got a fountain just behind us. I think Bash, the cameraman, can just spin around. Excuse all the bags and benches and technical equipment we've got here. A lot goes into this production. There's a fountain there, and that has been used for people, and we've been watching them over the last few days, keeping themselves cool. It seems to be a bit of a honeypot. Everyone comes over here, stay in the shade. It's a good place to have your lunch because the trees shade you, and then you've got the water to keep you cool as well. It's a great spot here in the grounds. Now, we must touch on the courts. Quite a lot of people have been speaking about... obviously, unfortunately, we saw a couple of players slipping, most notably Bethany Matek-Sands yesterday. But the way the courts have been wearing, is that something to do with the heat? Because we've noticed, comparing to previous years at the Championships, towards the baseline, even though we're only on day 5, starting to wear. How will that influence the players?
Well, first of all, the groundsmen here at the All England Club do an unbelievable job looking after the grass. You know, they're right on it in terms of technology and how they care for it throughout the year. But it's just been unfortunate for a few players. Yes, you have to expect wear and tear on the grass, particularly around the baseline these days. We don't see too many people serving and volleying. It's normal for it to wear, but the hot weather hasn't helped. And given some of these long rallies, you know, tennis players are much more physical these days. They chase everything down. The courts are going to wear out. But it does make it that little bit more dusty and slippery behind the baseline. But it's the same for everyone.
Absolutely. We saw interesting earlier that the centre court roof was on when Cara and Mats were in there because it was just getting so hot. You don't want the courts to sweat, as the groundsmen have described it to us in the past. So they had the air conditioning on to keep it cool. So it's not just the fans and the players that need to keep cool here at the All England Club. It's the grass as well. Now, time for us to catch up with Craig O'Shaughnessy. He's by the touchscreen just a short distance away. Craig, hello.
The biggest upset at the championship so far in either the men's or women's draw happened yesterday out on centre court. Number 3 seed, world number 3, Karolina Pliskova went down to Magdalena Rybarikova. I hope I'm saying that correctly. 3-6, 7-5, 6-2. Now, we're going to use this as a little bit of a coaching clinic for you. When you're going out and playing your tournament, you're like, OK, I'm ready to go, things are good, and you look at the draw, you've got the number 3 seed. And actually, Pliskova's number 1 in the world in the race at the moment. So how do you go about beating a player like that? Let's take a few cues from what Magdalena did yesterday. The first thing that she did, she threw in a little serve and volley. She served and volleyed 4 times. She won 3 times. Serve and volley gets such a bad rap. In the women's draw so far here at the Championships, only 1% of total points have been serve and volley. Now, the ladies don't know whether they're going to win the point. They're standing there, they're bouncing the ball, and it's like, OK, I'll probably serve and stay back. I'll stay back and hit forehands and backhands. For some reason, they say, no, I'm going to serve and volley right now. I don't know how it's going to go for me. Well, I'll tell you how it's going. It's going wonderfully. It's the best thing ever. They're winning 72% of their serve and volley points, even though it's only happening 1% of the time. In the men's draw, they're at 7% of total serve and volley points, and they're winning 67%. So serve and volley is valid and it's real. She also went to the net 36 times, 125. That's 69%. The baseline is such a tough place to play. Even though Magdalena won the match, she had a losing record. She only won 48% of her baseline points. Let's put 2 matches together now for Magdalena. She has served and volleyed 12 times in 2 matches and won 8, 67%. If you're a young girl anywhere in the world and you say, you know what, I'm 12 years of age, I'm 14, I love tennis, I want to get better at it, should I copy Magdalena? Guess what? 2 thumbs up here from Wimbledon. You absolutely should sprinkle it in. She sprinkled in 12 times. She's doing great. Magdalena's also won 65% of her net points and overall just 51% of her baseline points. Let's have a look at some video from the match yesterday. And before we even roll, I want you to copy this as well. What we're seeing down the other end, when you're returning in the deuce court to take away the wide sliding serve, it's a really good idea to put 1 foot in the alley to try and take that away. We've got Magdalena serving, and this was a major tactic from the match, was to pull her out wide. In the deuce court, Magdalena served 14 times out wide, only 5 at the body, and only 7 down the centre of the court. So the big advantage here is I'm going to initially pull my opponent off the court. I'll get to stand in the middle. My opponent's on defense, so they can't really hurt you. And then I've created this huge hole over here. I can go and attack. And we'll see that this is exactly what happened in this point. And I like following it into the net. Very good tactics. Cool, calm, collected. I like the defense cross courts. Playing behind. We've talked a lot about playing behind the opponent on grass. It's difficult to stop and change directions. Magdalena serving down the other end. Slicing. She's on defense. She's just trying to hang in. And we've seen this time and time again. This could be one of the #1 things that we keep highlighting when we do our strategy sessions for you. What we've seen here is an approach to the forehand. And from now on, for the rest of the championships, I want you to think of this as a oh dear moment. The approaches in general are going to have a much higher percentage approaching to the backhand. Here we see the approach to the forehand, and it's like, oh dear, I wonder what's going to happen. And the big reason on the forehand, the flick of the wrist is so much easier, the spin is so much easier, and the passing shots are so much easier off the forehand side. And that's exactly what happens here. Magdalena very good with that passing shot. She is down in front of us right now, good defense. And this is just, I'm going to slice this. I'm probably out of the point, but I'll dink it cross court. I'm probably out of the point again. And at this stage, when we look here, let's have a close look at Magdalena. Look at her position. That's not athletic. That's not, I've run to the side of the court and now I'm going to run back. It's like, okay, I've run over there, I've dinked it in, and let's just see my opponent hit the winner. Is the point over? Well, guess what? I'm still a chance. More defense. Lob the backhand, very smart move. Backhand, more slice. Keep going forward. Keep moving in, and one of the points of the tournament so far. You are never out of it, even if you're standing right next to the umpire. Get back in the court. Very good return. Down the line backhand. It's a sign of confidence when you see these players going down the line, forehands and backhands. Could have been an approach shot there from Carolina. Nice defense again. I mean, making balls, there's no substitute for it. And all of a sudden, it's like, I just won this match. I just knocked out the #3 player in the world, the #3 seed here, the #1 player in the race. So let's use Magdalena as somebody that says, okay, she's defeated the #3 seed. And a lot of times, I know when I used to go to tournaments as a young kid and I look at the draw and all of a sudden you look up and you're like, holy cow, I've got the #3 seed. This is not going to go well for me. Well, mix a little serve and volley, get to the net a little bit more, have great defense, and matches like this can happen. So let's learn from the great players here at Wimbledon and put these elements into your own game.
Craig, intriguing as always from the touchscreen there. Great analysis. Now these are live shots from the practice courts. It's Johanna Konta there, the #6 seed, who is now many people's favourite to win the ladies' singles. What a story that would be after Andy Murray's victory last year to have Johanna Konta win the title this year. She has still, of course, got a long, long way to go. She plays Maria Sakkari, the Greek player, second on court #1, the court just behind us here, which starts, of course, at 1 o'clock. And for those who don't know much about Sakkari, tell us about her. What are we looking out for Konta's opponent?
Well, Maria Sakkari is just 21 years of age. I mean, she's currently ranked just outside the world's top 100 at 101. That will improve after her efforts this week, regardless of how she does today. And you know, she's very physical. She gets very animated when she plays. She'll chase everything down, but she doesn't have a standout weapon, I think, that can really hurt someone like Johanna Konta. And she's never even beaten any player inside the world's top 30, never mind a top 10 player like Konta.
The draw as well, and this, I suppose, is why many people are now making Konta the favourite to win this title, has opened up for her, particularly with Pliskova losing late yesterday.
Yeah, Pliskova going out. Kvitova was a potential fourth-round opponent for Konta, but Kvitova also going out a couple of days ago. Yeah, the draw has opened up nicely. There aren't many players in the draw Konta hasn't beaten. I mean, she's in the bottom bottom section of the bottom half of the draw with Simona Halep, who's also in action later today, and she's beaten someone like Halep as well. But for Conte's sake, I hope she hasn't been reading the papers or listening to the likes of us banging on about her chances here. Knowing her the way I do, she does like to stay in her own little bubble, very focused. You see in the background there her coach, Wim Fizette, who's been working with her since the end of last year. You know, she has a tight-knit group of people around her, and she'll be doing all that she can to just ignore the hype.
It's easier said than done these days, though, with social media and everything
Because
like
even in the build-up to the championships this year, you know, there was talk of her. There's been talk of her, really, this year at every Grand Slam being a Grand Slam contender, and that's something new for her to deal with. I mean, you know, we expect so much, but the more she can just hide away from it all, you know, she repeats a lot of the same comments after her matches, but that's her way of just controlling what's in her control and trying to, well, avoid trying to get too far ahead of herself.
Now, her last round match against Donna Vekic was an absolute cracker. It entertained the crowds. And how much mental strength did she show in this victory?
Oh, it was incredible. There was some incredible tennis from both women out here. I honestly thought Donna Vekic would crack sooner than she did. But for Conte to hang in the way she did, both of them battling it out for almost 3.5 hours there on centre court, they produced some really spectacular tennis. But for Conte, you know, she didn't really let out any emotion whatsoever until the end there, and you can see what it meant to her.
Knowing her as you do, obviously working with her for the Fed Cup team and knowing her personally as well, how do you think she's feeling today? How much confidence do you think she'll have been able to draw from that victory? The fact that everyone thinks she's playing well, I'm sure she feels like she's playing well. How do you think she's feeling on the morning of this match?
I think she's quietly confident. She will do everything in her power to make sure she's as well prepared as possible. You know, this practice she'll be going through every shot. She's very meticulous with whatever she does. So there'll be no stone left unturned. So.
It'd be interesting to get your view on this, because earlier on in Johanna Konta's career, when she was just struggling perhaps to crack the top level, the criticism for her was in those big matches she wasn't quite mentally strong. But then it was like something clicked and changed, and then she raced up the rankings into the top 10. What was it in your mind, and from what you saw and knew from her, what changed to see that huge jump from one side to the other? Yeah, well, she did a lot of work with a sports psychologist who helped her enormously. I mean, he has since passed away, but I think he and her previous coach Esteban Carril did a great job of just making us see the bigger picture. You know, it's not the be-all and end-all winning and losing a match, but it's about developing yourself as a tennis player, as an athlete, working on all those different skills, whether it's physical, whether it's mental, whether it's tactical, and just have a better awareness and a better appreciation for what she's doing and the lifestyle that she leads. OK, so that is Johanna Konta, the number 6 seed. She's up against Maria Sakkari, second on court number 1. Now, time for us to catch up with another one of our reporters. It's Rob Walker. Rob, what are you up to?
Well, we're delighted to be joined by Danielle Hanchikova, who has called time on a glittering career. Australian Open semi-finalist. She did the whole Grand Slam in the mixed doubles. An absolutely incredible career. Took you to the Olympic Games. You've won the Fed Cup. How do you feel today? Relieved or sad or happy?
Very happy, really. Also relieved, because it was not an easy decision to make. But once I've done it a couple of weeks ago, it just feels amazingly. No?
Who did you consult in making the decision, or was it all of your own making?
It was absolutely all just by myself. I really wanted that decision to be between me and nobody else. So I was really proud the day I made it.
Well, I guess the fact that your reaction is so calm and that you are at peace, you're closing one chapter of your life and opening another one, but you're closing it with no regrets. You represented your country and your sport so brilliantly. It just felt maybe it was the right time.
It definitely felt like it. I never planned how I was going to be able to do this, because obviously it's such a big decision to make, but I feel it's such a peace, and I know I've done it all. I did all my best, all I could do, and like you said, now it's time for a new chapter. And I do feel like when I started on the tour, like that excitement of not knowing what's going to happen. That's what I feel right now.
Before we talk about your plans for the future in the new chapter, what's the highlight if you have to look back over the career? All those slams in the mixed doubles, or is it getting to the semis in the singles of Australia? What stands out for you?
Well, I would start with Indian Wells, winning it first time against Hingis in the final. She was my idol. Then second time against Kuznetsova. And one of the biggest highlights was definitely winning the Fed Cup for my country, because I got to share it with all of Slovakia and all of my teammates, so that was pretty special.
And also representing Slovakia in the Olympic Games as well. That must have been pretty incredible.
Yeah, it was, especially here at Wimbledon. And when Miroslav Meciar was sitting in the members box watching my match, he was the reason why I started to play. So it was one of the most special weeks for sure.
Okay, so what's next? Or are you just taking some time out to relax before embarking on your new chapter?
Well, next is already today. You know, I'm doing now the part of you guys, doing some TV commentating, which I'm really enjoying. And I just want to take it a little bit easier for a while, settle down, not travel as much, and really just let the life arrange whatever is supposed to come for me.
When you're sitting in the commentary box, because guys like us who've never played tennis to a high level, when we get that chance, we never take it for granted. When you're sitting in the box, because you've done a few stints, do you still feel the flutter of nerves on behalf of the players you're about to commentate on?
I'm actually not. I'm so relaxed, because everybody's like, well, you're so chilled. I'm like, well, I get to speak about something I've done all my life. Plus, I don't have to be running after the ball. So it's actually pretty nice place to be right now.
All those years of experience competing on your own and in the mixed doubles, what advice would you give to a young female tennis player embarking on the journey that you've just completed?
Just really enjoying every moment and appreciate, what they get to do. I think tennis to me is the most wonderful sport in the world, and being able to be part of such an incredible thing, not too many people around the world get to do, and I think it's a really huge privilege just to be part of it. So just to be able to enjoy it and work hard, but at the same time just love what they're doing.
In the future, with all that experience, and you're very articulate and eloquent when you're talking about tennis, as well as the commentating, maybe a coaching role back home in Slovakia or somewhere else in Europe or around the world, perhaps?
I just got asked that a couple minutes ago, and it's my first day of my new life, so for the moment I can't really see myself doing that, but like we say never, so let's see.
Well, many congratulations on such a great career. You've been a great ambassador for tennis, and you will continue to be so in your new role. Enjoy retirement.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Great to hear from Daniela Hantakova there, and best wishes for the future for her. Now, just a quick message. As you can see from these pictures, very, very busy at Wimbledon today. It will continue to be so, I suppose, as the weather stays good and through the weekend as well, people off work. And currently more people in the queue just outside than the allocation of centre and number one court tickets for tomorrow, Saturday. So the club is strongly advising waiting until the morning to queue for ground admission, if that is your plan. So that is the message from the club over the last few minutes. Now, let's take you inside court number 3. A great match taking place there between the Japanese player. He's always well supported here in London. Huge community of Japanese people who live in the city. They love to watch their own players. They're there watching Kei Nishikori, the number 9 seed, against Roberto Bautista Agut of Spain. Quite an interesting Spaniard to watch, really. Bautista Agut likes to hit the ball very flat. And there is Sergio Garcia, the Masters champion, with Angela Akins, his partner. Looking forward to watching some tennis here, supporting his fellow countryman Bautista Agut. It's Nishikori who leads the head-to-head between these two, 4-0. But it is this Japanese player who's having to serve to stay in the first set. It's 5-4 to Bautista Agut, and we can join the commentators.
And just to win the first point of the game, Bautista Agut knows he can build from here.
Yeah, pushed the boat out a little bit there, drove that backhand through the court. Usually the backhand is just a shot used to prolong the rally.
$15 all. $30-15.
Yeah, when he's in full flow, that's a shot that he breaks out readily. The backhand down the line.
Just a little look to Pascal Maria and decides that he will ask the question. And right to do so. Just a couple of incorrect calls early in this match. Tight ones though.
$40-15. $40-13.
Not a happy camper, Nishikori.
Yes.
And you can see why. Well below his ideal level. Challenge immediately from Roberto Bautista Agut.
Won't find any joy with this one, though.
No.
That ball was clearly wide.
Advantage, Nishiko. Let for service.
That's a good point from Roberto Bautista Agut. Both players bedding in the baseline, but then he imposed himself.
Yes, Mr. Bautista Agut has 2 changes.
And just a couple of points away, the Spaniard, from this set.
First service.
Oh dear, oh dear. So Kei Nishikori, entirely of his own doing, finds himself facing a set point for Roberto Bautista Agut.
Yeah, the first set. Bautista Agut, 6 games to 4.
Well, we've seen Rafael Nadal knocking up on outside court 15. He is second on centre, and we round off a superb day's action on centre court with this man, Andy Murray, up against Fabio Fognini, a charismatic Italian with whom he has tied 3 wins apiece. But of course, this is their first meeting on grass. Fognini has beaten Murray this year in straight sets in the Rome 1000. But Andy Murray will be the favourite on this surface as #1 seed, as defending champion. Murray's looked pretty comfortable so far for his straight sets victories over Alexander Bublik and Dustin Brown. And the Italian stands in his way of what would be a 10th consecutive 4th round appearance for Murray. No disrespect, great effort to get to the 4th round, but Murray's got one eye, and that is on a hat-trick of Wimbledon titles. It does seem as though the hip issues that bothered his preparation to Wimbledon are under control. We've seen him down at Arangi on his Arangi practice court 15. Normally he chooses to warm up for these big games out of the public eye. And when he's been down there, he's been using the huge elastic band to stretch his hips. He's been doing drills where he's chased balls, no racket in hand, to his left and his right, just to work those glutes and those hips, just to make sure he's loose and ready to go. Good to see him getting involved with some volleys as well. He will be taking Fognini seriously. Fognini made the quarterfinals of the French back in 2011. He's an Australian Open doubles champion with Simone Bolelli. His doubles campaign came to an end in the first round. Fognini will be really up for this. He is a charismatic player, #28 seed. But what a treat for the crowds who don't happen to have a ticket for centre court. This is the best photo to show in the office on Monday morning, that you were there as Andy Murray prepared for yet another big match at Wimbledon. And depending on how those first 2 matches go on centre court, we could be talking peak viewing figures for those lucky enough to be watching on TV. A huge star here, Andy Murray. And now that we are getting towards the back end of the first week, he's doing what Roger Federer said he might do before the tournament began. People were asking Federer, did his early exit from Queens and the issue with the hip make Murray an outside bet as opposed to a surefire thing? And Federer said, if there's one person who can play themselves into form and fitness, it is Andy Murray. The longer it goes in the first week, the stronger he'll get mentally and physically. And he will be fully focused and could well be one of the men to feature come the business end of the championship. So Murray looking good, semi-finals of the French. So even though it has been, by his own high standards, a difficult season, he knows he can turn it on when he needs to. So there'll be massive excitement all around this complex when he heads out on centre court later on this afternoon. Meanwhile, absolutely glorious day. I know Adam and Cara have been waxing lyrical about the weather. We have only had one tiny rain delay so far. Just looking up at the sky, there is barely a cloud to be seen. And just a little update here. I'm now standing watching Aliash Bedene in a tiebreaker with Gilles Muller. It's been a brilliant match, actually, because Gilles Muller got the break midway through the first set, but Bedene managed to break straight back. He withstood a set point on his own serve. That would have given the man from Luxembourg the first set. But we are now in a first set tiebreaker. We can't show you this live action, but I can promise you it's all square at 4 points apiece with nearly an hour of play already. A fantastic match. What an opportunity for Bedene. Come back later for an update on that one. Bedene still in the hunt in this first set, and Murray looking cool, calm and composed ahead of that match against Fognini later on this afternoon on centre.
Thanks, Rob, for that update. If you've got eagle eyes, you might be able to spot Rob. He's just above court number 2, down there, right at the bottom right of your screen. But I suppose your eyesight would have to be much better than 2020 to pick him out in that crowd. Let's talk about Andy Murray. Big match for him today, of course, against Fabio Fognini. He's not, as Rob was saying, not got a brilliant record really against Fognini compared to some other top players. But Fognini, not the best on a grass court. He'd rather play him on clay, wouldn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. For Fognini and Murray, this will actually be their first meeting at a slam and also on grass. And overall, Murray's record at slams and on grass is a different league to Fognini. And we all know about Fognini's fiery temperament. Given the crowd, the British crowd here, who always get right behind Andy Murray, I think it'll be a huge challenge for Fognini today.
You alluded to it there. Fognini's a bit of a showman. Do you think the centre court atmosphere will help him bring out his best tennis? He likes to have that passion behind the game.
He does, but generally for people supporting him when he's in Italy performing, when they played recently in Rome, obviously the crowd were very much supporting Fognini. This time, the tables have turned. The crowd will be very much for Murray. I'm not sure that will make him feel too good about himself.
No, we're really looking forward to that match. That is the final one on centre court. Andy Murray, the top seed, the defending champion, just there against Fabio Fognini. The first match-up, as you can see, starting to fill up inside that famous arena. Victoria Azarenka up against Heather Watson, another British player. And it's time for us to say goodbye to centre court and court number 1. And Anne, just to talk a little bit more about Andy Murray's match later, we just saw him practicing, of course, the top seed up against Fabio Fognini. Murray, we've seen a couple of matches so far. There was a lot of talk about his hip coming in, the limp that people have been seeing when he's been walking around. It doesn't look like really he's limping too badly there. Do you think the fitness worries are now over for him?
I think so. I think, he's done everything he can to manage the situation. He's been doing lots of extra exercises to help strengthen up that hip. He's been having ice baths every night. He's got a great fitness trainer in Matt Little, as well as a physio in Shane Annan. And they would have been working around the clock to make sure he is as fit as possible for this year's championships. And actually, I think in his match against Dustin Brown, he looked a lot better with his movement than he did in his first round match. In your experience when you were playing, how difficult is it, or the comparison between managing an injury when you're actually physically within a tournament, as we are here at Wimbledon, or an off week? What's the difference, or is the process the same? Well, obviously, if you weren't competing, you'd take more time off. You can afford to take more time off. But this is different to, here, he's trying to manage the injury at a slam where he has the luxury of a day off in between matches. He's not playing doubles, he's not involved in mix, so he has that luxury. And your usual ATP tournament, he wouldn't have had that luxury. So I think that should work in his favour. We all know how hard he works, and we all know how much this tournament means to him. So, I don't worry about that hip injury too much.
You mentioned the ice baths and things, the facilities. In previous years, we've done features on the various facilities that are available for the players, massages, physio, ice baths. The facilities here are second to none for recovery.
They are unbelievable. There is nothing a player can complain about once they set foot into the grounds here at the All England Club. I mean, everything you can think of to help help the players has been thought about, and it's there, it's provided for them. And yeah, he can just step into an ice bath as soon as he walks off the court if he wants.
Andy Murray has said in the past he's a big fan of an ice bath. Have you had an ice bath in the
I
past?
had plenty of ice baths
tell
back
us,
in the day.
how bad is it?
After a certain amount of times, you just get used to it. You don't really think too much about it, but I don't volunteer for them now.
No. Well, I'm sure Andy Murray will hopefully be jumping rather happily into an ice bath after a victory day, his last match on centre court up against Fabio Fognini, the Italian. Now, time to hear from a former Wimbledon champion, now a coaching great. It's Andre Agassi with Nick McCarville.
Andre Agassi, welcome back to Wimbledon. I saw you had a little wander around center court this morning. Tell me about the memories that creep up for you when you go back to that court.
I think to myself, darn, I wish they had a roof when I played. But no, it's a lot of memories. You know, listen, this tournament obviously with its own history and all that, but it was the first one for me to win. I mean, that alone is pretty special memory. So when I'm back here, I'll never forget the smells. I'll never forget, the sounds. I'll never forget the sights. It all comes kind of rushing back.
Andre, there's been a lot of changes around the club. Does it feel different, or does it feel sort of still like that same Wimbledon that you knew in the 90s?
I'm seeing it from a different perspective. So as a player, if I really put myself in the player's experience, there has been some changes, but as a coach, it's like I'm seeing things that I never seen before, because I never used to go to, where the players would eat, for example. I'd always bring my own thing. I never knew how to walk to court one, when I came back this time, because it was like, well, I'm always following security guards, right? So you're not taking it in. So for me, it looks really different. But I'm sure from a player's perspective, just small changes.
I mean, fans know how special Wimbledon is, but explain it from a player's perspective. I don't know if we can really put into words the specialness of this tournament versus all the other tennis tournaments in the world.
Yeah, well, the demands of every slam is different and unique, right? I mean, but Wimbledon has this sense of history that is unparalleled. It's if you can picture the hustle and bustle of New York and then walk into the center court, it sounds like you're walking into a hornet's nest. You know what I mean? But in Wimbledon, you walk on the center court, and it's quiet, and it's the visuals and the lack of sound. And then like when the English fans are all stressed out, they start whispering, and it's like this little humdrum of whispers, which and then goes deathly silent before you play, and it's like, so that creates its own level of feeling and pressure and but it's a special feeling too, and when you overcome all these new environments, it means the world. But I think if players picked one tournament to win, it'd be here.
Novak Djokovic is the second tournament that the two of you are working together. Tell me how you feel like it's going. He's been pretty seamless so far at this event.
Yeah, he looks great. I mean, my promise to him is to get better every day, and he's definitely seems like he's doing it. I mean, challenges are going to get tougher, but I think he's going to rise to the occasion. I believe in him. I know that me, myself, and Mario have our finger on the pulse. I mean, he's a relatively, I don't know if anybody's easy to coach, because you got to learn them. So it takes time to learn somebody, but he's one heck of a special athlete. And if you can hit the right buttons, good things happen.
Last year he came into this tournament holding all 4 majors. This year he doesn't have any of those majors. You were a player that was really able to tap into those next level of championness and really finding sort of that next sense of self. How does Novak do that now at this point in his career?
Well, he has to find new solutions to new problems, right? And you're getting older, you have children, there's a balance that goes into everything around tennis. You got to learn how to make life more efficient for yourself so that your energy can be put towards what it is you're doing. So there's a lot of balance that happens outside the tennis court, but from a game perspective, there's still a lot. I'm still learning, quite frankly. So you never stop learning how to get better inside those lines, and you have to execute. So what buttons do you hit to allow somebody to execute, because you can know what to do and you can try to do it, but if you're not sort of free to do it because you're not clear or you're questioning or you're hesitating, right? Those are the nuances that bring out somebody being special on a tennis court, and I think we're on that.
All right, enjoy your time here. Thanks for your time.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Well, on centre court 25 years ago, on that famous arena, the hairs changed very slightly, I think, but Andre Agassi did this. He won his first Grand Slam title, winning it in 5 sets against Goran Ivanisevic in the final. And I suppose a lot of people are surprised, Anne, when you ask people what was the first Grand Slam do you think Andre Agassi won. I don't think Wimbledon would be the one that immediately came to mind.
No, not at all. I mean, I think of him as a US Open champion, first time
Nick
US Open.
Bollettieri there watching on.
But wonderful scenes there. I'm just laughing at your comment about how his hair's changed just slightly. I think rather drastically, don't you think?
Well, I was up in Wimbledon Village last night enjoying some dinner, and there was plenty of tributes to that particular hairstyle knocking around. It's a firm favourite. No, I don't know how easy it would be to play with that wisping in your eyes.
No, and the jewellery as well. But, you know, Andre Agassi was one of a kind, and he inspired so many people to take up the game. And I do remember growing up playing and lots of, I guess, other boys trying to mimic his style. We remember those cycling shorts as well. The cap, the hair, the jewellery. You know, he had such a huge following and still does.
Great to see, and great to see him back in the game now, coaching Novak Djokovic. It's been a little while since he was involved in tennis. Obviously, he's got his charitable foundation as well. Great guy, Andre Agassi, and a good interview there with Nick McCarville. Now, let's take you to court 18, not too far away from where we're sat right now, just beneath us. We've heard the crowd along the railing at the top enjoying this one. It's Caroline Garcia, the number 21 seed, the French lady, up against Madison Brengel. And it's been a close match so far, but we can join the commentators as Caroline Garcia attempts to serve for the match at 6-4, 5-3.
Love 15. Ms. Garcia's challenged the call on the left far sideline.
Challenging that one. Wasn't happy with that call.
Second set. Ms. Garcia's one challenge remaining. (30-15).
Well, that forehand doing some damage again from Garcia.
With 1 hour and 16 minutes on the match clock, we have our first match point for the French number 2, 21st seed. There it is! Arms aloft, delight on the face of Caroline Garcia. Her father, he's on his feet. Is Caroline Garcia. This is her best run at the championships. Could shake her hands at the net, but it's Caroline Garcia who will go through to the round of 16.
So delightful. Caroline Garcia there celebrating with the crowd. She is through to the 4th round. She will, of course, face the winner of Johanna Konta or Maria Sakkari on court number 1 a little bit later. 6-4, 6-3 the victory in an hour and 17 minutes, beating the lady Madison Brengel, who beat Petra Kvitova in the round before. Now, just a message that has come to us. We mentioned it earlier, but we'll mention it again from the club, just concerning how busy it is inside and outside the grounds today. So many people enjoying the sunshine, wanting to come down here to SW19 and watch the tennis. Currently, more people in the queue just outside than the allocation of centre and number 1 court tickets for tomorrow, Saturday. So the club are strongly advising waiting until the morning if you'd like to queue for ground admission. So that is the advice at the moment. Now let's take you from blue skies to the walk-on on centre court. Plenty of butterflies and nervous energy ahead of this match between Heather Watson, the British player at the back there, and Victoria Azarenka back on centre court. This is the first one, and an intriguing match. Very, very difficult to pick.
It is difficult to pick, although in 4 previous meetings, Azarenka has had her way against Heather Watson, but this is totally different. This just the 2nd tournament back for Azarenka, having given birth to baby Leo just 7 months ago. And Heather Watson, we've seen a growing confidence over the last few weeks. Semi-finalist at Eastbourne last week, took out the 18th seed Anastasia Sevastova comfortably in the previous round. So she is feeling good about herself, and she has another opportunity to step out there on centre court and do something special. Let's not forget 2 years ago, she came just within a few points of taking out Serena Williams.
I was going to mention that match. How much do you think that will help Heather Watson mentally for this encounter today? What happened there against Serena? I'm sure she was devastated to lose.
She was gutted to lose that match against Serena. I mean, the support for her that day, I do remember it clearly. The noise, I mean, it was quite incredible, and that is something she'll remember. But, you know, after the match, speaking to her after the match, she said, but you know what, Anne, I lost. And she was genuinely devastated, and she wants to put things right this time. She knows she's up against a tough opponent, but Azarenka, I mean, she will be dangerous, but she's not the player she was pre-baby just yet. I think she needs more matches under her belt, more court time before we see the very best of the Belarusian.
If we see a British player through to the 4th round, Watson winning this one, what's the key for her? What's she got to do well?
She's got to stay in the zone. She's got to be aggressive. Heather Watson moves very well, but she's got to serve well today. She's got to keep the first serve percentages high. She's got to take chances. She can't allow Azarenka to dictate too many of the points out there. As well as Heather moves, she needs to be the one trying to control the points where she can. She needs to be brave and use the crowd, use the support to really help her get through a match like this.
You mentioned Azarenka, not a great deal of tournaments since the birth of Leo, but is she one to watch? Where would you rank her in terms of the favourites for the tournament? Still a long way to go for her?
It's still a long way. It'll be interesting to see the outcome of this match before I comment further. But, I mean, if not this tournament, then over the next few months when she's back on the hard courts, that's where she's at her most dangerous.
OK, Heather Watson and Victoria Azarenka on court. And let's listen in to their interactions with the umpire just now.
Want to challenge? Please do it quickly. Returns are allowed, but then you have to stop immediately. Please try not to damage the court with your rackets, and no bad language on court, please. Any questions? Heat rule is not in. Ice towels? They will be provided as well. Any other question? Heather, would you like to call it?
Out, Danny.
Heads, your call. Tails it is. Receive. Good match.
OK, so the warm-up begins. So Victoria Azarenka, Heather Watson. As we've been saying sort of throughout the day so far, Anne, hot weather conditions, how's that going to help or hinder these players? Who's it going to suit?
Well, I think it'll probably help Azarenka that a little bit more, because she's got the biggest strike. She's got the fastest first serve anyway, and the biggest strikes off the ground. So she'll try and use that speed from the heat and from the court to her advantage. That's the Azarenka team. But, you know, equally, like I said, Heather moves well. She's good at using her opponent's pace. Anything is possible. In 4 previous meetings, Watson has never won a set against Azarenka, but today is the day, I think, that Heather Watson changes a few of those numbers.
I'm sure the fans would love to see that. We've spoken about this previous years at Wimbledon, I suppose more on the men's side, really, with Andy Murray and his success inspiring other British players like Kyle Edmund, Dan Evans, Aliash Bedene, you name it, to produce some great tennis here at Wimbledon because they see what Andy Murray's doing. Do you think a similar thing applies now with the ladies' side? Johanna Konta doing so well, that inspires players like Heather Watson to try and give their best?
Yeah, I believe so.
Team aspect.
Yeah, I mean, Heather and the likes of Laura Robson and the younger ones coming through, you know, they've all known each other for years, and you know, a number of years ago it was all about Heather and Laura, and Heather was the one inside the world's top 40, Laura was the one inside the world's top 30, and we were expecting great things for them, but it hasn't happened yet. But that's not to say there's still time ahead for them, and they've got to look to someone like Jo, as we see her mother Michelle gassing away as usual, and draw, you know, and see how meticulous she is about everything, and they have that in them, and you know, I'm sure they'll do whatever they can. Well, knowing Heather, she really has stepped up in terms of her work ethic over the last few weeks. She, you know, since her ranking dropped outside the world's top 100, she knows she really needs to dial in more, and it's happening.
Absolutely. Blue skies above SW19 and 4 British players taking to court in the singles. Andy Murray, Johanna Konta, Aliash Bedene, who's on court at the moment, down on courts number 2, and Heather Watson here in this match on centre up against Victoria Azarenka. We can join the commentators there.
So 27 years young, 6 feet, 1 metre 83. The 2 Grand Slam titles, of course, in Australia, 2012. She beat Maria Sharapova and became the world #1 with it, and followed it up the following year, beating Linar in the final. She was the first Belarusian player, male or female, to win a singles Grand Slam. Confirmation of the 2 semi-finals here, 2 quarter-finals as well. She's gone deep in all of the Grand Slams, and her route through has taken just under 3.5 hours. Had a comeback win against the youngster Cici Bellis of the United States. Nervous, slowish sort of start, but then against a woman who's in the top 50 and is creating quite a bit of chatter, Bellis. It was 2-1 after that, and then followed up by beating the semi-finalist of last year, Elena Vesnina, who's had some wonderful tournaments, terrific year. She beat her handily. So that would have done Victoria Azarenka a power of good. David Beckham in the royal box 2 years ago. He famously caught a ball in the royal box that went up in a men's doubles match. He would have been in trouble if he dropped it. Heather Watson, 2 years younger, shorter at 5'7", 1 metre 70, has won 3 titles from 3 finals. And when she won in Osaka 5 years ago, she was the first British woman to win a WTA title since Sarah Goma won in Aptos in California in 1988. As I mentioned, she's looking to try to get through to the 4th round, the last 16, the 2nd week of a Grand Slam, for the very first time in her career. Her route has been pretty simple against Zanevska in the opening round, a tight second set. She played maybe the best tennis of the year against Sevastova. That first set in the second round, in the opening set rather. The second set was more competitive. Dan Carter, I'm sure a familiar face to all of you, one of the great All Blacks, and of course the final test tomorrow against the Lions. I'm sure he'll be getting up early to watch that. The decider. David Beckham sitting alongside Phil Brooks' wife, Jill, chairman of the All England. What a job they're doing. The developments here at the All England Club. She's never beaten Azarenka Watson, but in all the meetings, her ranking disparity was huge. World number 1, Azarenka, on the third of their meetings. Watson was ranked 129 at the time. It's all about the here and now. Mariana Veljovic of Serbia in the umpire's chair. Pretty much cloudless sky again, very warm conditions, and just listen to the buzz around the centre court. Firstly for Heather Watson on this historic day for British tennis. Can she do it against the former world number 1, Victoria Azarenka? She's never beaten her before. It's a long time ago now, though.
First set is Heather Watson to serve.
Azarenka won the spin of the coin and chose to receive.
Play. Let second service.
Well, that's not a bad start.
15 love.
Hi.
Hello, Kim. Hello, Sam.
Titino.
Looks so sharp straight away. The sound is familiar.
15-30.
Yep, it is. A lot of people always ask me, does it bother you when you stand in front of somebody like Azarenka or Sharapova? And actually for us as a player, I actually didn't hear it. So.
It's impressive focus.
Fifteen 14.
Break point straight away.
It's already very early on, but to me, Azarenka looks like she's picking up Heather's serve very easily. Great timing, and the distribution of her ground strokes looks a little frightening at the moment.
Yes.
Serve has improved.
Yep, it has, and it will be very important to serve well today because she's facing one of the best returners in the women's game.
Advantage, Miss Watson.
Little breezy.
So a few early nerves for Heather Watson. She had to sustain a couple of break points, but in the end, managing to hold serve, that'll calm her down. A lovely forehand winner there to take the first game of the match against Azarenka. She leads at 1-love, and it's packed on Henman Hill at the moment. The umbrellas are out, but the umbrellas are out to keep the shade on their faces. Plenty of sunscreen and water needed out there. It is hot. They're enjoying watching that match on centre court. Azarenka against Watson. Now time to catch up with one of our reporters, Rachel Stringer.
I'm with Betty Stove, 10-time Grand Slam winner and runner-up here at Wimbledon in 1977. Betty, how are you and what are you up to these days?
Well, I'm fine, and I'm not into tennis at all anymore. I've done my coaching. Last time I coached Christy Bogert in '95. Obviously, I've had Hanna Mandlikova in the '80s, which was nice. So they were all successful, and then I quit my career, and I never touched the racket again. It's 2000. I played last time the Legends here, and then I said, well, I quit.
So 17 years ago since you last actually played, but let's go a little bit further back, 40 years ago, to that final here when, unfortunately, you lost to the Briton, Virginia Wade. Do you ever reflect back on that time and kind of revisit that final?
Well, when I'm here, I mean, everybody makes the confrontation. It was 40 years ago. Obviously, it's 40 years ago. And I'm looking back with pleasure at that because I was in the finals. I could have lost the first round as well. So to make it to the finals is always very nice. And to make it to 3 finals in '77 was even more special.
And you just said you don't really revisit that often, only when you come back. But off camera, you just said something about your mum actually gave you a scrapbook. Can you tell us a little bit about what the scrapbook had in it, and have you ever looked in it since those 40 years?
Well, I sent papers, cuttings of papers from countries where I've been, and she put it all in a scrapbook. And I have 40 scrapbooks at home. And I said, well, I will look at those scrapbooks when I'm old. And I've never done that because I live in the here and now, and I enjoy my life now.
And here and now, how has Wimbledon changed since you were here all those years ago? How much do you like it now and how it's become such an iconic place for people to play?
Well, Wimbledon is such a perfect organization with everything. I'm staying with one of the ball boys now. He's ball boying, and I'm looking at his courts now instead of I'm looking at the players, which is really fun. I saw we're staying there for 11 years already, and he's now 14 years old, and he's grown above me even, and he's enjoying his job, and he has to be perfect every day, and not to smile too much and being alert, and I'm living it through him now because he's enjoying it so much.
And Wimbledon is a pretty perfect place. What's your favourite thing about coming back here, and what will you be doing today which you're excited to do?
Well, obviously, it's nice to have guests and invite guests here for Wimbledon because it's such a special place, and the organization is perfect, and I'm a collector of things, so I ask for the final program every year, so I have all the results for every year for years and years, and it's nice to look back and how everybody did.
And I guess then, just talking about that, have you got a pick from years gone by of the final which you thought was the most amazing?
No, no, really, because I was on the court, so I don't have any of that. But I have a little bit of that. But it is nice to come back here and to see it and to see the improvements they've made and the well thought over all the improvement. And I also like it. There's no commercials.
And Betty, I know you don't like looking back too much, but 10 Grand Slams in the doubles. Have you got a favourite of any of those?
Well, I won the doubles title only one time with Billie Jean King, but I won 2 mixed doubles titles with Fru Macmillan, and you know I see Fru every year here, and he hasn't changed, and I hope I haven't changed much, but we enjoy talking to each other and to meet old friends over here.
Do you two reminisce about the times when you won? Do you kind of have pictures and you kind of say, oh, if only we'd done that or we did this? And
no, past is past, and we live in the now and enjoy the life now, and that's what we do.
And just a word on the women's final when we get to it next week. We could potentially have a Briton in the final. You obviously played against Virginia Wade all those years ago. What will it be like for the opponent playing against someone who has the support of the home crowd?
Well, it doesn't even have to be in the finals. I mean, if you are a Brit and you play on one of the show courts, you get the support of the people. And I think for a Brit, it's nice, but it's also a burden because, you know, they expect you to win all the time. And if you miss a shot, they go, and that's heavy as a player. It's difficult to play, but you want to have the support, and that's what you should look at the positive side of it.
And how difficult is it for an opponent to play a Briton here at Wimbledon with all the support that the British players do receive?
Well, it's like a soccer game. You're playing an away match, but you have that everywhere. Every country you play the local player. You know, even in the States or French, or you know, people are for their countrymen.
Perfect, Betty Stove. Thank you so much for chatting to us, and have a wonderful day here at Wimbledon.
You're welcome. I hope you keep it nice and warm.
Well, it's a scorcher out there, so I'm sure it will be. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thanks very much to Rachel. Welcome back to the top of court 2. Now, there's a reason this is my favourite spot in the entire complex, because you can see so much going on from this position, including down on court 10, a certain Fabio Fognini going through his paces to the right of your picture there, the number 28 seed, who will be third on centre court against Andy Murray. 3 wins apiece. He's knocking up here with his coach, Franco Devine, who used to work with Juan Martín Del Potro, the Olympic silver medalist and former US Open champion. Fognini's been here for about 10 or 11 minutes. Hasn't done much work at the net just yet. He's been quite happy to prowl around behind his baseline. And I wonder how much confidence he will take from the fact that he won the last of the meetings between himself and Andy Murray. Straight sets on clay, his favoured surface. He has made the quarterfinals of the French. That win for Fognini coming in Rome. So Fognini knows that he can beat Andy Murray on clay, but can he do it on grass? It's their first meeting on this surface. Twice he's made the second round here, Fognini, in 2010 and 2014. But you don't tend to get a feeling that he's too nervous there. Just watching his body language, it all looks fairly relaxed. Fognini and Devine just going through the paces here, trying to compose themselves, prepare themselves for the fact that they'll be taking on the crowd as well as Andy Murray, because there'll be so many people. It's absolutely packed here. So many people want Murray to win. I know Adam Hunt has already reiterated. By the way, I'm keeping my voice down because there's action going on just over my shoulder. As Adam Hunt has already reiterated, we already have so many people in the queue for tomorrow that there is no point in arriving in the queue now. If you want to get on centre or number 1 court, come back tomorrow morning for a ground pass. It is absolutely packed. Now, I'm normally working with a highly skilled cameraman, Jeff, but today I've got Big Frank. Big Frank's a New Zealander. He's looking forward to the climax of the Lions series tomorrow. He'll be buying the teas if the All Blacks win. So if Big Frank pans round, we'll leave Fognini to go through his paces. Just a quick, sorry, a little bit of a nudge there on Frank. It's quite tight up here overlooking 2. Just a quick update over on court 12. Dominika Cibulkova is up against Anna Konya. Now, Cibulkova had an absolutely monstrous three-setter on 12 against Andrea Petkovic. Petkovic and she just couldn't hold serve for love nor money. She's a class player, Cibulkova. That's Konya, nearest the camera. Cibulkova's down the other end of the court, and it's been a long one. They're only on their 4th game. It's on serve at the moment. Cibulkova leads 2-1, but it's 17 minutes. They call Cibulkova the pocket rocket. We had a nice chat with her after her 2nd round win, which was a little bit more straightforward. Cibulkova's just on the left there. She's receiving its 30 love to Konya at the moment. The winner of that one, by the way, could be facing Venus Williams if she comes through a tricky match. So, Cibulkova has won the WTA finals. She's a class act. She's gone deep in the Australian Open, runner-up a few years ago. And now she is just appearing in frame. So, Cibulkova will be hoping that this is a much shorter match than the 2-hour, 45-minute epic she had to endure in the first round. Konya, though, is a class act in her own right. She's also seeded here, quarterfinalist in the US Open in 2016. She beat Sabine Lisicki in the first round and then came through a three-setter herself, 2 hours, 13 minutes. So that's the view there on court 12. Meanwhile, on court number 2, we have this fascinating match with the adopted Brit, Alliage Benedate. And I'm just going to look down over my shoulder just to see where they are at the moment. Gilles Muller of Luxembourg took the first set on a tiebreak. It's really tight between these two. Bedene, remember, beat Ivo Karlovic. A little bit of history there because in 4 of the 5 sets against Karlovic, it had gone to a tiebreak. That was the first time it had happened at Wimbledon since something like 2002. Bedene withdrew from Queen's because he had a wrist injury. And he did really well to force that first set to go to a tiebreak because he was broken by the number 16 seed from Luxembourg and then immediately broke back. But Muller dominated the tiebreak. So I wonder if we can just stay with this to watch the game here because, well, we thought we might just be able to stay with this one because Muller's serving to stay in the second set, having won the first. But we do need to hand back. But there's plenty of life left in this match. It's been a long one, 1 hour, 40 minutes so far, as Muller serves 4-5 down, but 1 set up. Do return for an update on how the Brit is getting on against the number 16 seed from Luxembourg.
Thanks, Rob. An intriguing men's singles match there on court number 2. Now let's take you over to court number 3, just on the left of your picture there, next to the green awning. Kei Nishikori, the number 9 seed. We showed you earlier on today how he was in real trouble, losing the first set against Roberto Bautista Agut of Spain 6-4, and we can join it for the tie-break in the second set.
Sometimes they're tied, but just winning that first point gets you up and running, provides a foundation for it.
One all.
And the importance of the first serves becomes heightened in a tie-break.
Nishikori.
Honours even so far. Nishikori, and his anguish is there to see because he was given a couple of opportunities to come back into that rally.
Yeah, he did so well defending. And yeah, definitely disconcerting when you slide uncontrollably like that.
Nishikori.
3-2, Bautista Agut.
He's just never in balance, is he? Always stretched.
So no one yet able to make the mini breakthrough in this tiebreaker.
Three all.
For Nishikori, pressure on this one. If you were to go 2 sets down, he's certainly come back from 2 sets down in the past a couple of times, but it becomes a much more sizable task. Well, there now is perhaps the breakthrough. Miss hit or two in there, but it all works well for Bautista Agut.
Yeah, and Nishikori, I'm sure, in two minds as to whether he should have challenged the ball on the sideline. It looked very close, didn't it?
Late call
on the right baseline. Ball was called out.
So called long, Bautista Agut.
Yeah, this one might have caught the back edge.
It did. So it's going to be replaying the point.
5-3.
No.
Bautista.
Yes.
No, he's saying that the call was after Nishikori's miss.
Yeah, so
difficult to make that judgment.
And Bautista Agut lands his first serve, and now
6-3, Bautista Agut.
3 set points for a 2 sets to love lead.
Again, second set. Bautista good, 7 games to 6. Bautista good leads by 2 sets to 1.
Well, could be seeing another top 10 seed crashing out here at Wimbledon. Kei Nishikori, the number 9 seed, in real trouble, having lost the opening 2 sets there, 6-4, 7-6 to Bautista Agut in an hour and 56 minutes. Now, ingenious way of keeping both themselves and their champagne cool there. That is the famous fountain here above court number 18. Trust me, those ladies, although it looks like they are, they're not in the fountain. They're standing just behind it. The champagne bottles are keeping cool, enjoying the sunshine here. It is a beautiful day at Wimbledon. At the end of the resale queue, it's now everly growing further behind us here. You can just see if Bas just pushes in just behind us the end of the resale queue. So they're all waiting to get centre court tickets a little bit later on. They'll be hopeful of getting to see Andy Murray, perhaps the last match on against Fabi Fognini. The hill is very busy as well, as you can see. Everyone's starting to take their seats. A lot of people who have a ground pass, they decide rather than go out and watch some of the tennis on the courts, they'll head to Henman Hill to watch the matches on the big screens. Now, obviously buzzing here at SW19. Matt, something we were talking about before we came back on air, and it's made a bit of a stir in the tennis world. News coming out yesterday that at the US Open, a little bit later this year, they're going to trial a shot clock, so keeping the players to a certain time between points. Now, it's proved controversial in the past. Some players like to take a bit longer than others. Some want to play quickly. What's your view of that? They're going to trial it in the qualifying rounds to start with, and then see how it goes. What's your view on that?
I am divided, to be honest. I think that it's a good thing in one way, but at the same time, maybe we should start with a shot clock, but then maybe there should be a revised rule where you can get longer if the point lasts a certain time, or a certain number of strokes, and if it's a serve and a return, then you maybe get 15 seconds, and if it's a really long, you should get 30 seconds, because sometimes it's impossible to play within 20 seconds.
Especially in a heat like this.
In heat like this, and also when the crowd is making noises, and you know, so I think it's going to be very difficult. I like the idea. I think it's good for the crowd, just like the speedometer for the serve was a good idea, even though it's completely useless in many ways. People like to look at it, but so I think that's a good idea.
Do you think Uncle Tony Nadal, Rafa Nadal's uncle's come out with some comments saying that the shorter points, you need to give the shorter time for recovery? We've seen players in the past really pushing the boundaries. Sometimes it's tough on the umpires having to really control the time between the points. Do players push it too far, or are you okay with it?
No, I think the umpires should do a better job in telling players. They should do a better job warning the players first, and then you should stick to it. Take the first serve away every time they go over 25 seconds. After you warn them once, listen, next time I take your first serve away, because that's what the rules are these days, and I think they need to do it. So maybe a shot clock is the only way to keep it fair for all the players, because Rafa Nadal gets more time than other players.
And one other point quickly from that before we head down to court to show you what's going on there. Also talking about on-court coaching, and that they were going to perhaps allow coaches to speak to the players from the box, which has been, again, something difficult for the umpires to really enforce. Should they allow it?
Again, I think that's what tennis is. Tennis is a different sport. It's a completely individual sport. You don't have coaches on the court. I think it's the same thing there. I think you have to police it better. But of course, it's difficult because you can make up your own language. You can make up your own sign language. Yes. So how do you stop it completely? But to allow that to happen, have somebody talk the whole time, because some coaches would like to talk the whole time then between points. I think it's going to be disturbing to the crowd. It's not how we develop tennis players in the world.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see how that trial goes in the qualifying rounds at the US Open a little bit later this year. Now, as promised, let's take you down to court number 2, the match that's taking place there. Another men's singles match, a player who's very, very good on a grass court, and British interest as well. Aliash Bedene up against Gilles Muller. Muller, a dangerous grass court player, big lefty serve. He likes to come forward and volley as well. The number 16 seed, having one of the best seasons of his career so far. He did well in Queens in the lead-up to Wimbledon. Took the first set 7-6 on a tie-break, 7-4 in that breaker, and here he is serving for the second set.
Well, the trend so far when break points have been earned in this match is that they haven't been consolidated. following game has been broken also. How does Bedene need that now? Muller serving for the second set, 6-5.
That's the second great topspin lob he's hit in this match. What a time to get this one. Needed that. 15 love down. He was in big trouble there. That was a beautiful shot. He's giving himself some hope now in this game. He'd love to have a couple of second serves to have a go at. Not sure if he's going to get them though. That was predictable, wasn't it?
11 aces from Muller now. So set point for Muller, two of them here. Saves the first set point.
40.
Now here does Bedene just move over a little bit to cover the wide serve, the bread and butter serve of Muller.
Game and second set. Miller 7 games to 5. Muller lead by 2 sets to love.
So Muller with an ace down the center line to secure the second set in 50 minutes. A service break in the 11th game, proving decisive. He leads 2 sets to love.
So down here I have Chris Eubank, former world champion professional boxer at Wimbledon today. Chris, how are you?
Excellent, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you for asking. Not everybody does, so it's nice for you to say that to me today. So, Chris, firstly, why are you here today?
I guess to watch Andy and see him perform his magic. And, you know, as a member of the sporting community, we love those who can switch it on. And he certainly can do that. Also to just brush up on the tan. It's very important. You know, we look much better when we're darker.
I think I do.
I certainly do. People think it's a bit weird, but it's actually true. We do actually look better when we're darker.
Chris, I just mentioned there in your introduction that you're a former professional boxer, but I hear you might be making a comeback. Is that right?
Everything is possible. Now, I say that from this viewpoint. Where there's a will, there is most certainly a way. And what happened, I went to see my grandmother-in-law at a care home, and I saw all of these elderly people in their 90s, and, you know, they're kind of wheelchair-bound, and it really inspired me to get back into the gym. So for the last 3 months, I've been in the gym re-engineering this structure of mine, my 80-year-old legs, because of the wear and tear. I have this trainer at Virgin Active. His name is John Green. He is, in my view, an engineer, because he's really been putting me through the paces, and I've been really building, and I'm really happy, and I feel good, and it's tough. I mean, there's been a couple of times I've been in the gym, and he has had me actually collapse, putting me through these exercises on the rowing machine, on the bikes, and having to keep the pace, and it's just really been fantastic, and the buzz I get from it now. So effectively, once or when I actually re-engineer this temple of mine, this body of mine, who knows, I could come back and give that Mr. Nigel Benn an absolute thrashing, as I did before. It's a little bit cruel, but when you're talking boxing, you have to give a little bit of that tinge. Right now, obviously, as you may know, I'm concentrating, or I have been concentrating, on Chris Eubank Jr., who is, in the opinion of many who know about boxing, is the most exciting fighter on the planet.
And tell us about, he's got a fight next week, I hear.
That fight is on the 15th of July. He is fighting a fellow called Arthur Abraham. Arthur is a former 2-time, if not 3-time world champion. He's like a tank. He's bringing war to Junior.
But Junior will be ready?
He's certainly ready, but he's been parented correctly in terms of what boxing is really about. It's about honor, it's about code, it's about perseverance, it's about will. And he has all of that. And on top of that, he has speed, he has skills, and he has a relentless mindset about seeking and destroying. And so it's going to make for one fantastic fight, a warmonger going towards an energetic, hungry, wild, focused young Eubank.
Well, we've been seeing a lot of hungry athletes, I'm going to say, fighting out on the courts here at Wimbledon. How much do you know about tennis, and who have you most been impressed with so far, and who are you excited to watch today?
Well, Andy Murray, I guess, is. I wouldn't say that tennis, I don't know it inside out, but I love competition. And, looking at the spirit of some of these players, I mean, he shows so much spirit, does Andy. He wears his heart on his sleeve on that court. And, that we, as a former participant of, entertainment, I like to see that show. I like to see that energy, that spirit at play. The crowds and obviously the sunshine, and, we come and we enjoy. We are grateful for the occasion.
And British boxing is, I guess, at the forefront at the moment. You've obviously got your son, you've got Anthony Joshua, and British tennis, 4 British athletes into the 3rd round today. How exciting is that for British sport?
Well, it's fantastic, as is the Super 8, which is now coming up, which is a competition between the super middleweights in the world. The best are coming into this tournament, and Chris Eubank Jr., I expect to be coming out at the end of it on top. And it's a great competition. It pits the best against the best, just like what's happening here at Wimbledon.
Let's just bring it back to Wimbledon now as well, Chris, and let's talk Wimbledon. You're going to watch the tennis, but what else will you be doing here? Will you go and get some strawberries? Will you go and have the Pimm's? How will you make your Wimbledon experience so special today?
I stopped drinking alcohol. Pimm's is light, I know, but I am lighter because I never really got used to drinking. So alcohol I'll stay away from, because I'm serious about this potential comeback, Nigel. No matter who they may bring in and say will be a substitute, we, Ben and I, are the ones who can engage the public, I mean, at large.
So no Pims, but strawberries.
Strawberries for sure.
Healthy, aren't they?
I wonder if they have any strawberry bonbons. Now that would be a treat.
I don't know, but I can find out, and if they do, I'll bring them your way. Chris Eubank, thank you so much for talking to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
His body is a temple, real character, Chris Eubank, and so many great former sports stars in the grounds here at SW19. We saw David Beckham watching on centre court, enjoying the tennis there. Now let's take you down to court number 12. Dominika Cibulkova, the pocket rocket as she's known, number 8 seed. Here she is about to serve for the first set at 5-3 against Anna Konya, the 27 seed.
Just huge.
Block 15.
That's a much better point from her, isn't it? And when she can get that serve into the corners, it makes such a difference. She got the shorter reply, then she can dictate from there on in. And it's just an amazingly high ball toss, this, isn't it? Considering her height, I mean, the timing that she's got to have to be able to hit this ball. It's one of the highest ball tosses I've seen.
She really does put everything into that serve.
Actually some pomaine there, isn't it? Nice drink.
She's not marketing something else, is she? It's a first of the set.
Yeah, I'm quite close to that line. I wasn't sure myself, to be honest. It's worth a challenge. I thought it missed, but I'm not 100% sure. Oh dear, trip to the opticians.
30-0. Miss Cibulkova has 2 challenges remaining. Left twist.
Been talking about it, serving a little more to the forehand, but that one also gets the full treatment.
30-14.
Chance to get back to 5-4 for Konya. Break point. Fabulous.
Well, this was amazing tennis from Cibulkova. Again, just hanging in the rally long enough, trying to get it past the 3 or 4 shots before she's hit the winner, and then really hung on to that forehand. I think that kind of hooked cross-court forehand with more angle is so effective for her.
Fearing the return, which is understandable because we've seen a few big ones from Konya. Kova's only won 4 out of 12 points when she's missed that first serve. Under pressure once more here. Another break point. Missed it. And Konya breaks again. And having been 5-1 down, is back to 5-4.
Miss Wimbledon, 5 games to 4 for set.
So I thought I would ask these people next to me some questions, because it's the first time in a long time that 4 British tennis players have got to round 3. So I came up with a quiz over breakfast. Here goes. Firstly, guys, can you name the 4 British stars in action today? First person to put up their hand can answer.
Heather Watson. 1. Go on then, come on.
Andy Murray. Andy Murray. Go on then. You put your hand up.
Yeah, I should know all 4.
2 more, guys. You've got 2 more. I'm going to take it over to the other team if you can't get the next 2.
You better take it out.
Going over to the next team.
Conter and Badine.
Bednay, close enough, giving that 1 apiece. Right, OK. Next question. So there's 4 from the British team. 1 apiece, you've got 1 each. Next question. Which country has the most athletes into the 3rd round? Hand up first. Guess. Incorrect. Throwing it over. Which country has the most athletes in the 3rd round today?
Britain.
America, and they have 8. OK, next question. When was the last time a British woman won here at Wimbledon? Hand up.
1967? 76.
Over here.
No. 81.
No, but I'm going to give the point over here because it was Virginia Wade, but it was in 1977, 40 years ago.
I was only a year out. I said 76.
Anyway, they get that point. OK, next question. When was the last time a British man won at Wimbledon?
Oh, that was Ferry, wasn't it?
2015. 16.
2016! He won last year, correct, 2016, Andy Murray. OK, next question. I want to know, Jo Konta, where was she born? She's not born in this country. Hands up, guess. Quite far away, other side of the world, far away.
Australia.
OK, next question. Bednay, where was Aliash Bednay born?
America.
South Africa?
Slovenia. Guys, that's the end of the quiz. 3-3. You're both winners. Enjoy your day at Wimbledon.
Thank you very much.
Andy Murray, welcome back to Wimbledon. We've got a little bit of a quiz here. I first want to ask you about your first Wimbledon title in 2013. Broke a huge drought for British men's tennis. Who was the last homegrown champion to win the championships, and in what years did he win?
You won all 3 years? Oh God, I don't know exactly the 3 years. Fred Perry, 36, 35, and 33.
34, but we'll give
won
you that
3
one.
in a row?
Yes,
Oh,
you did.
okay.
Last year, you only dropped 2 sets en route to the final in winning the championship. Who were those sets against?
Songa.
And in what round?
The quarters.
Very good. You made your Wimbledon debut in 2005. Do you remember who you played in the first round? And I can give you options here.
George Bastel.
Yes, very good. You've served a total of 702 aces in your Wimbledon career. What do you think was the fastest? A, 131 miles an hour, B, 133, C, 135, or D, 137?
C.
D, 137.
Really? Wow.
So says IBM in 2010. Your longest match at Wimbledon is 3 hours and 57 minutes. It actually happened twice, in 2008 and in 2009. Against whom?
2008 Gasquet.
Yes.
And 2009 Wawrinka.
Yes, very good. From your longest match to your longest rally, it was 2013, 32 shots. Who was your opponent?
2013.
13. It was
the
kind of...
final against Novak.
Yes. Your brother Jamie is also a Wimbledon champion in the mixed doubles. Do you remember what year and who he played with?
He played with Jankovic, and I think it was 2007.
Yes, very good. All right, you're the only male player in the Open era to have multiple Olympic gold medals in tennis and multiple Wimbledon titles. 2 women have done it. Who are they?
Serena. And Venus.
Very good. You closed strong. We opened with some struggles, but you closed strong.
Thanks.
Well done and good luck at
you.
Wimbledon.
Cheers.
Thanks. Cheers.
They're really great, those quizzes. Andy Murray's got an encyclopedic knowledge of his own career, got a good score there. Now, these are the scenes from court number 1 at the moment. The man in your picture there, Steve Johnson, the American, the number 26 seed, up against Marin Cilic, who's been slipping quietly through the draw. Hasn't dropped a set so far. Won the first set of this one at 6-4, and we can join the commentators after Steve Johnson's just finished his Tourna grip there for the 4th game of the 2nd set, with Cilic up 2-1.
Time. He's recently joined us. Actually lost to Roger Federer 12 months ago. The American Steve Johnson, having lost the first set, 1-2 on serve in the second.
Love lifting. Love lifting. Left. First service. Fifteen, 13.
Just thinking of where Cilic gets the power from. Look at those shoulders. He's like he's got breeze blocks strapped to the top of what most normal folk would assume are shoulders. Just so well built. Too much power from those shoulders. Johnson has recovered from love 30 to game point. And the longest rally at 13 shots tells you everything about this match so far. It's been about the serve.
Deuce.
Thanks.
Mr. Cilic is down the court at the right baseline. The ball was gone out.
Now, has Johnson picked the winning ticket, or is this a mistake? It's a big mistake. And it's an error that gives Cilic a break point. And respond to the magnificent serve.
Advantage, Johnson.
Oh dear. Well, he's all right. That was only the chair he's collided with. But really the headline from that rally was the speed and the anticipation of Cilic.
There was a gasp from the crowd because they thought the drop shot wasn't any good. For a moment, there was a gap between the umpire's chair and the net post, which I thought he was going to find. Would have been one of the best shots of all time, I think, that.
Travelling it around 6 inches off the grass. He did well to avoid any serious damage there, Steve Johnson.
He's done well to avoid his head hitting the chair there, hasn't he?
Yeah. he took some time out to retie his shoelaces, which probably wasn't the worst idea in the world. Just clear his head a little bit. Back to deuce. And worth underlining as well, I guess, what that previous point told us, that as much as Cilic is 6'6", 1m98, and isn't the best mover around the court, he's not the worst. He gets the job done.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's got another look at a break point here on a second serve.
Again, Cilic. Cilic won 3 games to 1 second set.
We're taking you over to court number 2 now, where one of the 4 Britons playing in today's third round is in action against Gilles Muller, and Aliash Benedek is in trouble. Gilles Muller is going to have the opportunity to try and serve for the match coming up. It's an interesting encounter between the two, because they actually played each other just recently in one of the grass court warm-up tournaments at Den Bosch, where Muller actually went on, won the title, one of 2 titles that he has won this year, beating Aliash in 3 sets. This is the furthest that Bedene has actually come in these championships in his Wimbledon career, and Bedene is enjoying somewhat of an Indian summer in his career. At the age of 34, that title at Den Bosch is one of 2 that he has already captured in 2017, the first 2 of his career. We will join this one now with some commentary as Gilles looks to serve out the match in straight sets on court number 2.
He's used that serve to terrific effect throughout this match. Ace number 17.
Good return that. Really stayed low on that ball. Oh, that's outrageous. Serve for the match, 15-all, and you hit a second serve ace like that. The off serve, 103. I mean, this is just tremendous. And he's going, seriously? You're not even going to let me have a chance to have a go at that second serve? That was brilliant.
Officials being peppered all around court 2 here. So 2 match points for Muller now.
15. So in straight sets, Gilles Muller manages to overwhelm Britain's Aliash Bedene and march through to the 4th round here at the Wimbledon Championships. Looks like it was contested in great spirits, and this 34-year-old is playing some of the best tennis of his life. Nevertheless, the Wimbledon Championships that Bedene should be proud of, as I'm joined by Claire Curran here. So much action around the grounds today. This was one of the highlights out on court number 2. Still an impressive run for the young Brit.
Oh yes, very impressive. But I mean, Gilles Muller is somebody that nobody in the draw is going to want to play, because I think if Nadal wins later, you know, they play Nadal, and this performance, this end of his kind of career as such, he's into his mid-30s and he's been playing the best tennis of his life. But it's actually been coming for quite a few years, because the last couple of years on the grass, he's done very well, and obviously those 2 titles this year. He has such an aggressive game, and obviously being a left-hander as well, that causes a lot of problems to a lot of the big-hitting guys too.
Interesting how some people's form just comes out on grass. Some people are suited to it, some people aren't. I suppose it's the same with any surface.
Well, yes, it's also their game that they have, and Muller has the weapons. He has that big serve, the swinging serve that can just take you off the court on either side, but he backs it up by just coming into the net and just taking all the time away from his opponents.
Well, that was court number 2, as you saw. We are now going to take you to centre court, and this is turning into the epic duel that we all expected. After winning the first set, Heather Watson is 5-1 down in the second. Victoria Azarenka is now going to have the chance to serve out this second set and push this one to a decider in the third. Let's see how she progresses with commentary here on centre.
15 love.
It's weird, you see a 5-1 scoreline. Looking back on my score sheet, the last 5 games have all gone to deuce. So, I mean...
She's very close.
She is very close.
And it sometimes you forget that. You see the score and you think, oh, you know, she's so much stronger than me in this set, but she's so close.
30-15. Light for service.
Thank you.
I always like to hear the thank you when the ball boy gives you the towel.
Absolutely. Please as well.
Yes. Good shot.
It's interesting, her forehand improves after she's moved forwards onto a few, got into better rhythm. Lifeline point here for Watson.
Oh, well done.
It's really well up, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know what you're seeing, Kim, here, but I actually think Azarenka's first step has got much more dynamic in the year that she's been away. And then, obviously, she's always had those little quick, light steps.
Yeah.
It's when you hear your baby cry. You're pretty quick.
With the first sound, and you don't want it to get worse. You're like, oh, let me put the binky in quickly.
Advantage, Miss Azarenka.
Set point.
Game in second set, Miss Azarenka.
Now 12 minutes, it's 1 set all.
6 games to 1. 1 set all. New balls, please.
So after taking the first set 6-3, Heather Watson loses the second set 1-6 to Victoria Azarenka. Now all is to play for. Claire Curran joins me here as we watch with anticipation as to what exactly is going to happen. We'll come back to centre court, but let's now take you to court number 3. We promise to keep you updated with what is going on everywhere. Kei Nishikori is now serving for the match in his third-round encounter against the Spaniard Roberto Bautista Agut. He is a crafty little talent on grass courts, not to be underestimated, and he is now serving for the match. We'll pick this one up with, excuse me, for the set, we'll pick this up with commentary.
Love.
Roberto Bautista Agut already has the air of a beaten man in this set.
$30-15.
Perhaps still a chance for the Spaniard. $30-14. From 30 love to break point. That's good from Nishikori.
Yes.
Yeah, Nishikori's shot making has certainly become just that bit more insightful over the last couple of games.
A number of games in this match that have gone to deuce. Roberto Bautista Agut did so much well there, chasing it down, and the final touch just heavy-handed.
Advantage Nishikori.
The backhand feathered over the net. What an amazing shot that was from the Spaniard, and covered a lot of ground. This might have been the easiest shot he had the whole rally.
So set point for Kei Nishikori. And there it is now. And the support inside court 3 for the Japanese. Number 9 seed is huge. And he has a way back into this match.
Bautista Agut leads by 2-1.
Well, let's turn our attention to 7-time Wimbledon champion Roger Federer. He's such a delight to watch, but I want to go one step further. I want to coach you to understand what he does so well that you can put those things into your game. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put my coach's hat on. Feels much better. Okay, Coach Craig's in the mode, sunny, hot day. Let's understand Roger and let's pick out the areas of his game that you can say, wow, he serves so well, or he's so good off the ground. Can I do that for my game? So let's pay attention to these numbers. In the last round right here, he played Dusan Lajovic. Roger won 61% of his baseline points. Now, you may not know, is 61 good, is it bad? Start with 50-50. Anytime you hear a statistic and it's above 50%, you're in. It's fantastic. So the average for the men here at Wimbledon is going to be around 47%. 61% is outrageous. For the tournament so far, through to the third round, Novak Djokovic is number 1 at 64%. Fabio Fognini, 59%. Grigor Dimitrov also at 59%. Then Federer and Nadal are tied at 58%. At 57, Andy Murray, Thomas Berdych, who we're going to talk to right after this segment, and Jared Donaldson. So from the back of the court, winning 61%, which he did last round, fantastic. But there's going to be times that Roger gets a short ball, and he's going to think to himself, I can stay back and win that 61% like I did against Dusan, or I can go to the net. How did Roger do at the net? He won 74%. So anytime you get like that 50-50 ball, maybe I go to the net, maybe I stay back, dip into the higher percentage points won at the net over the baseline. And there's one other consideration that Roger's always going to be thinking about. He walks up to the baseline, he bounces the ball, and he says, do I serve and stay back and do a baseline rally, which for the tournament he's at 58%. He was 61 against Dusan. So do I serve and stay back and do the 58% version, or do I serve and volley? Well, in the last match against Dusan, he served and volleyed 20 times. He won 85%. Now, all over the world, we've got it in our heads that serve and volley is not a good thing to do anymore. It kind of died out with the wooden rackets and died out with the white balls. It's simply not true. The amount of serve and volley has been reduced, but the win percentage is outrageous. For the tournament, it's right around 67% points won. So serving and volleying is good. Getting to the net's good. Staying around the baseline is good. These are the things that Roger Federer does so well. We're now going to watch some points from the last match and understand what Roger does. The first thing is the kick serve out wide. So let's zoom in here. Dusan is having to, and this is on grass, remember. This is a great kick serve. There's the height of his head. There's the height of the ball. Roger, even on a grass court, is able to get that big, heavy kick out wide through the ad court and see where this ball goes on the way back. Roger, that's aimed at Roger Federer's backhand. Now, this is something that players all over the world can do. Let's zoom in on Roger here. Roger is standing in the alley, and you're going to think to yourself, why in the world is he running all the way over there to hit a forehand? He's got a good backhand. In fact, this year his backhand has been excellent. But let's zoom out, and I'll explain why this is such a good idea. Forehands in general are about, out of every 3 ground stroke winners, forehands are 2 and backhands are 1. So right now, he's created angles. You can get more spin on a forehand. This little angle over here becomes a much easier option with a forehand than a backhand. He can rip it down here much easier. In general, forehands are hit about 8 miles an hour. faster than backhand. So he's just upgrading to a bigger weapon. Yesterday, I drew a stick man up here that I thought was fabulous, and it had a sword and a shield. Your forehand's your sword, your backhand's your shield, you attack more with the sword. So that's what Roger's doing here. Let's play our point. And he goes heavy to the backhand. He just neutralizes with that slice. Big one down the line. It was all set up from the run around forehand earlier in the point. Serve and volley. Okay, so this is another one for you. As you're running to the net, most of us are going to be focusing so much on that ball. Where is the ball? I need to get myself in a position. I need to take those small little steps. But what Roger is also looking at is the direction Dusan is moving. And we see here, I want you to really focus in on the hips. The hips are turning. And as soon as Dusan turns their hips and starts running to the ad court, it makes it almost impossible for him to stop and turn around and go back. And Roger recognizes that. And if he does, the proof would be volleys behind him. There it is. Roger saw that move. He had an awareness of where that was going. Serve and big trickster, this Roger. Serve and volley. Lovely touch. The lower the ball generally gets when you serve and volley, the more you go short angle rather than going deep. There's that run around forehand once again. So where I really learned this from was studying Roger and studying Rafa. These two guys turn forehands into backhands. And over here, basically, if we cut our court in the middle, normally opponents want Roger to hit a backhand over here and a forehand over here. But as we see, Roger's hitting a forehand over in the ad court. Roger will hit more forehand winners and make less forehand errors over here as a runaround than he will in the normal court. See what he does here. Just more angle, more spin, more power. Okay, now this right here is a second serve. So we are looking at Dusan, and what's happened here, if we had have seen just probably 2 frames earlier, most second serves, and I highly encourage you to do this, most second serves, you want to go to the opponent's backhand. So Dusan feels this. He is moving this way to cover the second serve, but Roger also feels that. He has an awareness. So right here, I believe on match point, he says, I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to go surprise. He serves down the middle. Dusan says, you know what? It was just an absolute pleasure to share center court out here with you. You were too good for me today. If these guys play 20 times, Roger's going to win 19, maybe even 19 and a half. So these are the elements. When you're watching Roger, it's not just about understanding he moves so well and his forehand's so great, but I could never, as a young kid, put any of this into play. Well, you actually can. You can run around and hit more forehands in the ad court. You can mix those serves up. You can create more angles on the court with the forehand than the backhand. And this is what Roger does so well. So we are now going to go back and see a future opponent a little further in the draw, and it's Thomas Berdych talking with Rachel Stringer.
Thomas Berdych, you've been signing fans down here at the HSBC zone. How important is it to meet some of the fans down here and kind of get a selfie with them and just say hello?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's really nice when, all the people are coming, and, I think it's more like organized here, when you can really accommodate them all and give them signs, selfie, then, just when you're just walking by, it's always very difficult. So this is great, and I'm glad that they were all coming.
You might have gained some new fans today. When you were younger, who did you look up to in the tennis world that you wanted to aspire to be like?
Well, I never had one name that I would be really following, but obviously I really like the tennis a lot, watching every match in the TV and, just trying to follow the sport as itself. But, I was maybe a little different.
And Martin Stefanak, he's in your camp this year. You tweeted your first time with him at Wimbledon. How's that relationship working out so far?
It's working pretty well, I mean, I know Martin really long time, and actually there's a funny one, that he was actually one of, I would say, like one of the first matches that when I win and I earned my ATP point was actually against him. So, it's quite funny. So now we end up in the same team, and he's helping me out, and I'm really looking forward to that.
And Deva Ferrer is the next match. How is preparation going? You look pretty chilled right now.
Yeah, everything's going well. I mean, I had a nice, day off, bit of practice, just get some sweat and just get myself ready for tomorrow's match.
And you've been playing here for a few years now. Obviously, you even reached the quarter-finals as a junior way back in 2003. Long time in Wimbledon, long time in London. What's your favourite part about coming down here to London for these 2 weeks?
Well, I have to say, I mean, besides the site, which is very iconic and it's very special, and I guess everybody probably says that, I really do like the village, you know, because it's something very different for us. We usually, for the big tournament and in the big cities, we stay in the cities, and, you know, it's always a long drive, and it's very noisy and, you know, much of a traffic. But here it's very nice, very convenient. You just stay close by, you can even walk, and it feels like home.
Would you ever consider it to be home? Maybe Thomas Burgess could buy a house in Wimbledon one day?
Well, I'm not sure if I'm going to go in the steps of Boris Becker, probably, because you know, I'm happy where I am right now. I mean, still it's mostly on the road, but then I would definitely like to come back to my country.
Perfect. Thomas, good luck for the next round. Thank you for chatting to us.
Thank you very much, guys. Thanks.
When we're picking for Wimbledon, we start at first light. We walk our crops obsessively. We go up and down the rows, we look at every plant. It's still quite difficult to time something so it's absolutely at the peak of perfection when you want it. No summer is the same as another. I'm very conscious of the fact that every berry that we send to Wimbledon is a bit of an ambassador for the farm, because it's such a high-profile event. Really exciting thing is if you can get a strawberry from the plant to the person who's going to enjoy it within a day. It matters a lot to me. It's something that I take very seriously.
Yeah. Well, we promise to keep you updated with everything going on around the grounds here. This is a match about to get underway on court number 2 now. The number 2 seed from Romania, Simona Halep, is playing the number 37 ranked player from China, Peng Shuai. Both of them pretty established players on the grass court. Actually, amazingly, though, it is their first meeting. And Simona Halep is, of course, a former semi-finalist here, reaching that stage back in 2014. She then reached the quarterfinals here last year as well, hoping that she can progress quite quietly through the draw this year, saying that she thinks she is in with a chance. It is one of the most open ladies' draws, of course, in recent years, and I think the match is underway, so we'll join it with some commentary in a moment. But Claire Curran next to me, Simona Halep, is she one of the most legitimate contenders now the likes of Pliskova are out of this year's championship?
Absolutely, Cara. Not many people have been talking about her, but even in the run-up to Wimbledon, she was playing very well through the clay court season. Much improved player since Indian Wells. Lost that clay court, that French Open final, having been in a chance to win it, but she's also playing for the number 1 spot. I've been saying from the start of the tournament that she is a legitimate contender, and I think now that Pliskova has gone out, well, her chances have just soared.
If you had to put her up against an Angie Kerber, who would you think would come out on top of that? Because the Kerber doesn't seem to be the Angie that we got to know last year.
No, it's not, and they're quite similar in terms of their game styles because they don't go for outright winners. But I think at the moment Halep has just got that little bit more confidence. I think what she will have learned from the French Open with her coach Darren Cahill is that if she's going to win one of these majors, she's got to be the one winning it with her game style being a little bit more aggressive and going after it. And there's no better place to do that than here on the grass.
Does she have, you know, she reached that final, of course, in France, hopefully learnt a lot from being beaten by this kind of new young phenom in Yelena Ostapenko. Does she have kind of Grand Slam prowess in her, do you think?
I mean, I think she does because, you know, with any of the players, if you're continuing to learn and evolve, and that's one of the big things. And for Halep, I think that she does have that. And she also has the mindset. She's an extremely hard worker, a very bright young woman. This, however, today, this is a very big test for her, like any of the matches. But, you know, there's so many women that could go out and win this title at any particular point, and every single day they're being tested. And by the end of the day, well, there's going to be 8 less than we had this morning, and that's 8 fewer contenders for the title.
And we lost the number 3 seed last night, didn't we, in Karolina Pliskova, who many people had as their favourite for the tournament, came into this having won one of the grass court warm-up events, and at the moment, obviously it's incredibly early stages, but not even yet able to get a point off Peng's serve.
No, and that's one of the things on the return of serve, especially off that second serve return. She's going to need to be more aggressive. She's going to need to look for opportunities where she can be aggressive in the games, because she doesn't have a big serve, so she's not going to get free points in that. So looking to attack serves, first and second serves, put a lot of pressure on first serve so that maybe they take their percentage down and they miss a few. But with Halep, I think a little bit like an Andre Agassi. And maybe not quite at the same caliber as an Agassi, but in terms of her game style. And he was able to come out here, he was able to find the formula that helped him to win Wimbledon here back in, I think, 1992.
Well, could this be the year that Simona Halep breaks through to achieve that much longed-for Grand Slam success? This is the current scene at the All England Club. Plays underway across all of the outside courts. Absolutely glorious temperatures here. The hill is absolutely packed because Heather Watson is in action against Victoria Azarenka. We'll update you on that match in moments, but now let's check in with Rachel Stringer around the grounds.
Next to me here, I've got a bunch of very excited kids here off school today because they're here to watch Wimbledon. Pretty lucky. And why have they got a day off school to come down here and watch Wimbledon?
So the group that we brought down today, they're part of our Gifted and Talented Academy. We're based just outside Borough Bridge in North Yorkshire. So these guys are part of the top 5% of athletes in their primary schools, and as part of their enrichment we bring them on trips. So this one is Wimbledon.
So a sporty bunch here?
Yeah, really sporty bunch.
Okay, I'm going to go and talk to this sporty bunch and see how their day's been going. So I hear actually it's not your first time, is it?
No.
Tell me about that. You came when?
We came last year. Last year we came and we got tickets for Court 1 and Centre Court.
Wow, you're lucky, and then you're back again this year?
Yeah.
And how's your day been going so far?
Good.
Okay, tell me about these balls. What have you been doing here?
We got them signed.
By who?
By Chris Eubank.
The boxer?
Yep. A tennis player called Misha Zverev.
Nice one.
And someone we don't know of.
Okay, but we're going to say that is...
Andy Murray. Andy Murray.
Andy Murray. We're just going to pretend they've got Andy Murray's autograph. You never know, you might get him later because he's playing, isn't he?
Yeah.
And you're in a queue now because Shelby Rogers is coming up a bit later. You're going to try and get hers as well?
Yeah.
So tell me about your day. How amazing has it been?
Well, it's been really amazing because you can't actually get better than this.
Why is it so good?
Well, because you can't get centre court when you're that young.
And you've got centre court?
Yeah.
So who are you most excited to go and watch in centre court later?
Andy Murray.
Andy Murray. You're all really excited to watch Andy Murray?
Yeah. Will be good as well.
Oh, and Nadal. This one here, a bit controversial. He doesn't want Murray.
Andy Murray more.
But Andy Murray more. And guys, I'm putting it out there. We've still got a week to go, but who is going to win the men's single? You didn't even let me finish my question. Men's single title.
Murray. Singles Watson.
He's taking my job. Lady singles, who's going to win?
Watson.
Two British people are going to win the men's and ladies singles title here at Wimbledon. These kids said so.
Well, if you didn't know it, you can see those wheels attached to our screen here. It's on a cart. Doesn't go very fast, but it allows us to move it around up here on the broadcast roof. Nick McCarville, we are checking in here around the grounds. What is happening? Everyone wants to know with Heather Watson. It is on serve in that final set against Victoria Azarenka. This is very reminiscent of a couple years ago when Heather Watson took Serena Williams all the way to the end of the third set, a 7-5 third set loss for Heather in 2015. Can she come through? She's going to be channeling some Johanna Konta there in the third set, trying to come through with the British crowd. But what a great match to start our program on center court. Special center court guest today, some footballing royalty in the royal box, of course. That's David Beckham taking his seat. We also have Dan Carter, the rugby star, is here for a little bit of tennis. Sergio Garcia, the golf star, he's also here. Finally got that green jacket this year, Sergio Garcia did. Angelique Kerber, she's here, still here at Wimbledon. She had a great match win yesterday, the world #1. She's the finalist here from last year. Nice little moment between her and Kirsten Flipkens yesterday, a hug at the net. It was 7-5, 7-5, and that's a win that could propel Kerber into the second week. Love this here. It's a hot day. We're melting out there, Fred Ursel. I hope you have plenty of the sunscreen. This is what he's calling Murray Mound. Right now it might be Heather's Hill. We just call it the hill, but it's packed out there, I can tell you that much. And let's look at here. You guys, you got to make sure you've got the factor 50 on today. We'll put a little bit on here, sunscreen there, and here. We don't want any sunburns today, all right? Let's take a dip around social media here. Heather Watson is doing battle out there. Can she make it to the 4th round at Wimbledon for the first time? That is what is being asked of her against former world #1 Victoria Azarenka. And then we did see David Beckham on center court with Dan Carter watching the tennis. Sergio Garcia. We're going to see a lot of stars coming through the Royal Box the next few days. But how about this? Some tennis royalty. Andre Agassi caught taking a selfie out there on center court. I actually talked to him earlier today, and he said, gosh, it just feels different coming back at this point in my life. He hasn't been back for a few years. And of course, he ruled the courts here in 1992. He was a finalist, another time 3 semifinalists. But pretty cool moment to see Andre Agassi, kind of a moment of silence. And Andre, were these shoes pre-approved? That's what I want to know. Were those shoes pre-approved on the grass? I'm going to guess that yes, they were. Lots of things happening out on social media, but I love this. We're always doing our best to make sure we're ready for the day at Wimbledon. Nice little paint job there on the baseline. And then little fan selfie moment. Just a quick selfie with Roger Federer. I think Wimbledon is made. Should you get a Roger Federer? Yeah, maybe a photo bomb there, right? Did Roger Federer just sneak into that photo? Let's take a look now. I want to look at this list of players, and these are the guys that have contested the longest matches so far. Roger Federer, his matches have been quick so far at Wimbledon, but this guy right here, Aliaj Berenet, he just lost. He just went out in the 3rd round, but his first round match, 4 hours, 25 minutes. That was that 8-6 in the 5th win over Ivo Karlovic. And then Dudi Sela, we had him up here yesterday with Craig O'Shaughnessy. He played for 3 hours and 51 minutes to get that win over John Isner. Now the question is the body going to start to feel those matches? Because of those long matches, we've got a hot few days here in London. You kind of wonder, is it going to hurt these guys into the 2nd week? Should they proceed? Well, we can see. Let's go see in through on the women. Here, the women, of course, this is the longest women's match so far, and it's probably the best match of the tournament, man or woman. Look at that. Johanna Konta, 3 hours, 10 minutes. She's got a tough test today in Maria Sakkari. They're on the #1 court. And then Agnieszka Radwanska, 2 hours and 43 minutes. That was a match in which she saved 2 match points against Christina McHale. So a lot of time out there on the court for these players. Obviously, they're the ones that train the most, right? They're ready for these kind of conditions, but it's not necessarily what they expect coming to London. 3-all. Could this be the match that we go through and see what's going to happen with Heather Watson? And look at this one. Look at here. Craig O'Shaughnessy is going to be dissecting this later. Lots of little higher here on Heather Watson. She wants to bring down those unforced errors. Good quality match, 47 winners combined, but you want to see who's going to get the break. It's 3-all in the 3rd set. Azarenka has 1 more break. Is that going to help her down the road? Who's going to make the 4th round? That's sort of what we're wondering. And we actually got the chance to chat with the first woman into the 4th round. It's Caroline Garcia, and she's with Rob Walker.
Well, we're delighted to be joined by Caroline Garcia, who, after a straight sets victory over Madison Brengel, is through to the 2nd week of the Grand Slam for the first time as a singles player. So, fantastic victory. We'll be seeing you in week 2.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be in week 2 in Wimbledon, and it's my first time it happens to me here, and grass court was not my favorite surface in the past, but it's improving day by day, and I'm really enjoying to spend some time here and playing some good tennis on court. And today was a very difficult match, but I'm happy to be through in 2 sets.
You've been knocking on the door of the second week in the singles for quite some time. You've made the third round elsewhere. So not just on grass, but this will give you great confidence heading to the US Open and for the next couple of years of your career that you can now mix it towards the business end of these single slams.
Yeah, of course, it's always gives you a lot of confidence to be in week 2, and it's an achievement to be in the week 2. It's another tournament starting, and you have to be ready for every match. Now it's going to be a big fight, but to be in the last 16 mean a lot to me, and it means all the work we are doing outside is working. So it's great to see this victory.
The fact that you've been all the way and won a slam in the doubles, you won the French last year, will that give you added belief into the second week here in the singles?
Yeah, it's definitely helped me to win the French Open last year in front of the home crowd with a lot of pressure and everything, but I really enjoy it, and it gave me confidence to see that I'm capable of doing great things. I'm capable of managing the pressure. In single it's different, but it's nice to see the end of the tournament in Grand Slam.
Okay, now any preference, Johanna Konta or Maria Sakkari in the fourth round?
No preference. It's going to be a very difficult match. To play Johanna Konta in Wimbledon will be for sure very difficult with all the home support for her, but it's normal, and I would be very happy to play against her. She's a great player, and she has great serve, great forehand, very aggressive on court, so it's going to be a big fight for me.
And just tell us what you'll actually be doing over the next couple of days, because the advantage, of course, is that you've now finished. We're Friday afternoon, and you don't play again until Monday. So will you be at Orangi both days over the weekend, or will you try and take some time away from tennis and sort of distract yourself from the battles to come? What will you do over the next couple of days?
I don't know, it's the first time it happens to me to have two and a half days like this. I know I'm going back to the gym this afternoon to get myself ready for Monday gym session. So I think you have to do both practice and rest. Don't spend too much time here on site. You'll always burn some energy that you may need it for sure in the fourth round Monday, and if you keep going you are playing Tuesday. So it's a different schedule from all the other slam, but I'm really looking forward for these 2 days.
Maybe watch a couple of films or go to the cinema, or will you try and conserve as much energy as possible and do as little as you can?
I don't know, because when I'm outside and I'm not playing, I'm most of the time not doing a lot of things. I prefer to stay quiet and rest and have a walk or something, spend maybe a dinner to the restaurant, but not much. I'm not just trying to stay easy.
Well, enjoy your rest over the weekend. Many congratulations. We'll see you in the second week at Wimbledon. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Well, congratulations to Caroline Garcia on making it through to the second week here at Wimbledon. We did promise you some long, lengthy, dry and sunny periods at the All England Club this afternoon. It's living up to just that. Another really, really warm afternoon. We've had successive days of really warm temperatures here at Wimbledon, and today is no different. Players taking place across all the outside courts on centre and number one. We will keep you up to date with all of the scores, but we're now going to take you inside court number 18 and check in on a second round encounter in the ladies doubles. This is Slovenian and Spanish pairing of Klepak and Martinez Sanchez playing Mona Bartel and Konvenit from Estonia, and the seeded pairing, 15th seeds, in fact, have a chance to serve this one out on what is one of the most popular courts here to watch. It's court number 18 with commentary.
Oh, okay. Wonderful play. Super angle from Martina Sanchez, and so alert, Klepak.
Oftentimes it can be bluff, double bluff, treble bluff. She went across looking for that first poach, just went for the second one instead.
Love 30. Yeah, it's in. They're not going to challenge. Bartel was close to it. She says no, not worth bothering. just strong enough to get past Klepac that time.
15-30.
That had to be good, didn't it?
Yes. Perfect angle and a little bit of indecision between Konderweid and Bartel. 2 match points.
(30-40).
Oh, no.
Game, set, match. Miss Klepac. Misses.
So it ends on an error, but a really superb performance from Andrea Klepac and Maria Jose Martinez Sanchez.
Well, that was court number 18. We're going to head over now to court number 12, a third-round match between 2 seeded ladies. This is the 8th seed Dominika Cibulkova against the 27th seed Anya Konja. Actually, Dominika Cibulkova is one of 4 Grand Slam finalists left in the ladies' main draw to have made it through to this stage of the competition. And the fascinating stage of this, Konja actually won the first set in tiebreak. It's been a very good match. Cibulkova is now serving to take the second set and push this one into a decider. She had a fascinating first-round match Cibulkova did against Petkova. Eventually managed to come through after really none of them being able to hold on to their serve. But it looks like she's improved, Claire, and she is progressing her way. Had been quite comfortably so far to this stage of the tournament.
Yes, and again, this is a really tricky match for her because the Croatian number 29 seed, she's a former junior world number 1. She's only 19 years of age and she's already played in the quarterfinals of a Grand Slam. So there's a lot of quality on display today. And coming into this tournament last week, Cibulkova, the last few weeks she hasn't been playing that well. It was interesting, she said that her coach said to her, his advice to her was, look, you're a great player, you just don't forget how to play the game and you've just got to keep reminding yourself of that. She's worked exceptionally hard in this match to put herself back into a situation where she's leading it, and she is a fantastic competitor and some good grass court pedigree out there.
Yeah, she's a 2-time quarter-finalist here at Cibulkova, first in 2011, and then last year she reached that stage of the competition just losing to Elena Vesnina in straight sets. Anna Konja has never made it past the third round here. This is just her 4th appearance at Wimbledon, so she's looking to get to a career best, but Cibulkova trying to serve this one out and
15-30
to claim the second set, and it's currently 15-30. Well, let's dip into some of the commentary and see if this one goes into a third set.
Cibulkova must be dreading it every time she has to hit a second serve, and I'm afraid that one wasn't deep enough. For once it wasn't a clean winner from Konya, but enough to give herself a couple of break points. Beautifully controlled from the Croatian, and she does indeed get one of the 2 breaks back.
5 games to 3, second set.
Great little pick up there from Konya. I mean, Cibulkova, she's quick, but just not quick enough to get to that one. And again, it just adds some extra pressure, doesn't it, for Cibulkova? Must be a few memories lurking from that first set. And now there's more work to be done.
Okay, well, we will keep you posted with what's happening in that match over on court number 12, but we're going to take you now to court number 3 with a potential upset on the cards. Spain's Roberto Bautista Agut is now trying to close out this match against the number 9 seed, Kei Nishikori. Hasn't actually had the greatest of form recently, pulled out of an awful lot of grass court tournaments in the build-up to Wimbledon. It's 2-1, and Bautista Agut, who's previously won events like Hertogenbosch and has had good form on the grass, is trying to serve this one out to secure a 4-set victory into the 4th round. Nishikori looking
15 off.
Visibly shaken there, a little fatigued maybe. We'll dip into some commentary and see if this one continues or whether he's able to close it out.
Getting closer.
30 love. Time violation warning, Mr. Bautista.
Unfazed by the time violation, Roberto Bautista Agut moves to the brink of a place in the last 16. 3 match points.
C'est the match. Bautista Agut, 3-1. 6-4, 7-6, 3-6, 6-3.
So a huge celebration as Roberto Bautista Agut secures, I would say, an upset, a victory over the number 7 seed, Kei Nishikori, and he marches through to the 4th round and the second week here at the Wimbledon Championships. They will play the winner of this match over on court number 1. It's the American Steve Johnson against the Croatian 7th seed Marin Cilic. And Marin Cilic, always a force on the grass here to be reckoned with. Nick McCarville joins me now up in the orchard. Nick, you must know Steve Johnson well. He's an American, but he's 2 sets to love down, and this is going to be a tough match against Marin.
Yeah, Kara, this is, Kara, excuse me. Kara, it's what, day 5? I should be getting that right, Kara. Jeez.
I'll forgive you.
Steve Johnson, this has been his ceiling, is the 3rd round of a major, and it's been disappointing, but I think that he's a top 40 player, and he's someone that has really tried to push past that ceiling. He actually lost his dad just a couple months ago and had quite an emotional run through the French Open, and so for him to play this top level of tennis after such a big event in his life and his personal life, I think that's been big for Stevie J, but too strong today so far from Cilic. We'll see if Stevie J can turn this around, but Cilic is a player that really loves the grass, loves the fast surface, obviously 2014 US Open finalist, Kara, and I think it's one-way traffic for the most part, up a break now in the 3rd set.
Yeah, indeed it is. Terrible to hear about Stevie's father, and as you say, incredible to see him performing at such a good level against a guy who has reached the quarterfinals here at Wimbledon on multiple occasions. Of course, used to have Goran Ivanisevic in his corner, no longer does, but someone that is always a force to be reckoned with. It almost seems like the taller the opponent, the harder they are to tackle here on the grass.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Cilic is someone I think that's worked really hard to get his body right, to make sure that he can make the pushes for the second weeks of the majors. Former quarterfinalist here, obviously. He is a Grand Slam champion, but we're just seeing Craig Carden there, who's worked with Steve Johnson for a while. But I think for Cilic, now the focus has to be the majors. He's obviously had that 2014 US Open breakthrough, and he would want to push through to win. You don't want to be a one slam wonder. It's obviously great to have that one Grand Slam but he really wants to add to that docket. And he's one of those guys that can push. He's showed that he can beat the top players. This is a good challenge here from Steve Johnson, but I would expect Marin Cilic to get through this. And then obviously with Kei Nishikori out, he's got a easier next round in the 4th round.
All right, well, let's dip into some commentary and see if Marin Cilic is able to continue his current path towards the 4th round. It's not been the easiest so far. 6-4, 7-6. We'll see what happens in this 3rd set.
Well, you can hear just how hard Johnson worked to get to that ball, but not quite enough.
Ball to 30.
Yeah, he found his touch at just the right point towards the end of that game. He's underlined the break of serve.
Well, it's all go, I have to say, across the grounds here at Wimbledon. So we're going to move from court number 1 to court number 18, and we're going to check in with Benoit Paire and Jerzy Janowicz. And the winner of this match will play the winner of the Mario Fognini encounter that's up due next on centre court. Of course, we're currently in a 3rd set between Heather Watson and Victoria Azarenka on centre court. We'll get back to update you on those results in a moment. This is actually a fascinating match, Nick. Nick McCarville's with me here. Between 2 unseeded players, but a Frenchman and a Pole who should not be underrated.
Yeah, well, these are 2 guys that we never know what we're going to get when they walk onto the tennis court. Benoit Paire is very infamous, I think, for that on the tour. And Jerzy Janowicz, obviously a semi-finalist here a few years ago, is Jerzy. Huge serve. We're going to see a lot of big serves today, but this is an opportunity for both of these guys. They've been knocking on the door. We were just talking about Steve Johnson obviously playing against Marin Cilic, but these are 2 guys that have been knocking on the door to try to get to that next level. It's been a little bit of a road back for Jerzy Janowicz. Had some injuries and some frustrations throughout his career recently, and this would be an opportunity for each of them to get to the 2nd week of a major.
I've got to ask your take on his glasses.
Oh, well, actually, I'm surprised that more tennis players don't wear sunglasses, aren't you?
Yes, but they're an interesting style.
Well, to be quite frank, I don't like them.
No.
But I think that
Is there more to them, or are they just a sunglass?
No, I think they're just a sunglass. I think there's a prescription behind them, too. But like Sam Stosur, any of those players who consistently wear the sunglasses, I think they've just been his style. And not a style that I would say I necessarily enjoy.
Well, his trademark, maybe. We won't be able to miss it. Jerzy Janowicz, as you said, well known for his big serves, is trying to conquer Benoit Paire here on court number 18. The winner will play the winner of Mario Fognini. So we'll add some commentary and enjoy this one on court 18.
Oh, I say. What a clever shot, but played beautifully off the front foot.
30-15.
out in front there, moving forward. Very delicate shot early in the match. Yes, well done.
40-15. That's the sort of play we expect from Janovic. Big serve, big first grand stroke. And certainly that little drop shot caught everyone by surprise.
Janovic. First game.
Holds on to his opening service game there. We mentioned the strength of his serve. He's tied for sixth for the fastest one that we've seen at these championships so far this year. 137 miles per hour he produced in the second round. That's 220 kilometres per hour, if that's what you work in. And I have to say there's a buzz going around the grounds here because of centre court, so we're going to take you there right now. Heather Watson is playing Victoria Azarenka. They have been going backward and forward. Victoria Azarenka has just broken Heather to go 5-4 in the third and will now serve to try and win this match in the third set and progress through to the fourth round and the second week of Wimbledon. We'll join this now with commentary as we watch it unfold.
To see her do well again is you know, playing some great tennis. It's still at times maybe a little bit inconsistent, but when it has to be there, you know, in this last game as well, like she does not make a mistake. Like Heather really has to win this herself because Azarenka is not going to give her anything for free now.
It's taken 2 hours and a minute for Victoria Azarenka to serve for the match with new balls. 5-4 final set.
Well, there's some help.
Spoke too soon.
Low pitting.
And that's the thing, like with this last backhand, she wants to overpower. She wants to make up for the forehand where she's, you know, is hesitant and she's not putting anything. That shot landed on the service line, that forehand that she hit in. So with her backhand, she's trying to overdo it now.
That's way in. It's almost like that ball was on fire. Azarenka didn't want to touch it.
I think she tried to blow it out after hoping that it would go out. To me, Azarenka letting go of that shot where she maybe could have hit a drive volley is a sign that she's also not really confident. And it's almost like you hope, you know, please let it go out, let it go out. If you're confident, you just rip it into the open court.
30-40.
I would have just loved to see Heather just step inside that court to take that second serve. Let Azarenka see her. Azarenka's thrown in quite a few double faults already in this match.
It's been a while since I've seen her do it. She did it a couple of times in the first set, but not lately. Great serve.
Advantage, Miss Azarenka.
Match point. Well, at the spin of the coin, the umpire always says to the players, if you're going to challenge, please do it verbally, don't point. And I don't think the umpire has seen Heather put her arm up to challenge. She hasn't seen it. So now she's saying it's probably too late. There's that, but no verbal challenge. It came late. Too late as far as the umpire was concerned. It is match point.
I wonder if it would have made a difference.
It was well in, we're being told.
Yeah.
It's long.
Set match, Miss Azarenka.
Azarenka puts a bit of a silencer on the crowd. Terrific effort from Heather Watson, ranked outside the top 100. But what about Victoria Azarenka? Just her 5th match back. She's booked a place in the 2nd week of Wimbledon again. Champion. In every sense. And a contender. Terrific effort.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I thought in the first set Heather was just absolutely outstanding, got off to the perfect start, and actually the second set was far closer than the scoreline would say at 6-1. It could have been the other way round, and it was always going to be difficult going down the home straight with someone that has been a Grand Slam champion and a world #1, because she might not have those numbers by her ranking now, that number by her ranking now, but she still thinks like the best in the world, and that is her. You know, that is embedded deeply in her psyche, Azarenka, and she knows how to get through these situations. I thought tactically she was certainly the more astute of the two. And Heather maybe just the odd weakness here and there. Strategy not 100% bang on.
And back to the drawing board on that forehand.
Yeah, I don't want to go on too much about the forehand because Heather's got so many wonderful strengths and pluses. And she's had a very good Wimbledon, and you've got to remember who she's up against here. But she is up, you know, but Azarenka isn't at her best, maybe 60–70%. She's only going to get better from now on. And there was a big opportunity out there, and I think it hurts even more because she lost to Serena Williams 2 years ago in a tight 3-setter on centre court, and that is going to be tough to take.
Be an amazing story if she won this title, Azarenka. Can she win it?
Look at the draw. Every single player left in can win.
2 hours and 6 minutes. Disappointment for the British supporters, naturally, but feel pleased for Victoria Azarenka, winning 3-6, 6-1, 6-4. The 2nd time in the tournament she's recovered from losing the first set to win. She must be thrilled, and she's with Richie Persad.
Victoria, great performance. Can you just describe how tough that battle against Heather was today?
Yeah, definitely was not an easy match. She's crowd favorite, and I feel like she plays really inspired here and started well, and I felt that the whole match was a little bit on my back foot, and then in the second set I started to step in a little bit more, but I still feel like I should clean up my game a little bit, but I'm very happy that I stayed tough in important moments and took my opportunities because it was a little bit, third set was a little bit up and down.
Yeah. You mentioned that things to clean up, but there were also some great things that you did out there. What was the best part of your game today?
I think, I really played well in the important moments. I really stepped up, but overall, throughout the match, I need to come in a little bit more. I was a little bit too much behind. Given the fact that it's not been long since you made your comeback, how much will a game like this, a match like this, help your progress? Oh, well, definitely. This is the matches that you're looking for, try to find a way when not everything goes great. So I'm very happy that I was able to stay tough, find, some other way to win today. And as I said in the third set, I really stepped up in the key moments.
Looking forward to being involved next week.
Yes, thank you.
Well played.
Thank you.
Well, what a match it was at the beginning of today. Everyone was celebrating the fact that Britain had 2 women into the third round at Wimbledon for the first time since 1986, when Joe Drury and Anne Hobbs were in the third round. We will not have 2 women in the fourth round after Victoria Azarenka has beaten Heather Watson in 3 sets, and it did not come without its drama. We'll get onto that in just a minute. Victoria Azarenka only returned to tennis last month after giving birth to her first child in December. Baby Leo is here, spending a lot of his time in the crash over at the Orangi practice area, but this has got to be a stinging defeat for Heather Watson, who is always a crowd favourite here. She's still playing in the ladies' doubles and in the mixed doubles. She's actually the defending champion in the mixed doubles that she won with Henri Continent last year. Vika, many people have said, is a dangerous force in the ladies' draw because she comes in unseeded. She's ranked well outside of the world's top 600. She's been out of the game for over a year, really, as she welcomed Leo into her family, but she's back, and she's back with a vengeance. As we take a look at this match summary, Nick McCarville joins me here. There were a lot of unforced errors to begin with, Nick, and Vika, in her own words, found her game a little bit better in the second set.
Yeah, well, it's a net positive when you look at that match summary. 31 winners for Victoria Azarenka, 23 unforced errors for her, and then Heather Watson, 27 winners, 31 unforced errors. And that's where you want to be. You want to be in the black, Cara, and for Heather Watson, just a little bit towards the end of that match, maybe took her foot off the gas a little bit. And Victoria Azarenka, this is only her 5th match in her comeback. And so we're starting to see that Vika of old, 2-time Australian Open champion, former world #1, and she's someone that really she's the one that likes these situations. She loves being out there, not necessarily being the favorite. We've seen it so many times, Vika against Serena Williams, and this match was reminiscent for Heather, that Serena Williams match from 2015. Of course, hugely disappointing for Heather not to come through this match. Again, third round, the whole British population, right, all of the country watching her, center court obviously on her side, but I think Heather Watson has to be happy with her grass court season. She got to the semifinal, she got the final at Surbiton, semifinals at Eastbourne, and then she makes the third round here, pushes Victoria Azarenka. Who cares what Vika's ranking is? She's one of the best women's tennis players in the world. Heather's got to walk away head high.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. You can't pay attention to the statistics of Vika right now just because she hasn't been in the game for the last year. She's evidently still got some of the form of old, and wonderful, really, to see her return to this form so soon after giving birth to Leo. Now, let's just speak a little bit about Heather, because there's a little bit of a subdued atmosphere here right now. We're sitting just above the hill that everyone was watching that match from on the big screen, and there was a very controversial moment just at the end of this match. Vika served at what became an ace at deuce, 5-4, trying to serve out the match to give her match point. Heather put her arm up to call to say, I'd like to use Hawkeye. The umpire didn't see her. You're supposed to apparently vocally ask the umpire as well, not just put your hand up. The umpire overruled her and said, sorry, I didn't see you in time, and didn't allow the Hawkeye. Mentally, how difficult was that for Heather, do you think, to come back from?
Well, I think Heather would have pushed her point more if she thought she was in the right, because she didn't verbally say challenge. Because you have Mariana Velovic in the chair. She's a familiar face out on the WTA Tour. She's done a lot of these matches. And Heather put her arm up. She put it up in time. But the umpire isn't always looking at the player. She's observing the entire court, the umpire is. And so it was frustrating, I think, in that moment for Heather. And did it throw her off for that match point? Perhaps she argued her point a little bit. I think if she would have felt like she was in the right, she would have walked all the way up to Velovic's chair and had a long chat with her. But listen, she wanted to walk away. We're being told that she did say challenge, but her back was to the umpire. So it's a loud atmosphere. It's tough. Listen, this is another discussion of shot clocks and challenges and instant replays in tennis. And tough situation for Heather, but listen, Heather's a seasoned veteran. I think she kind of had to shake that off. It is a disappointing end. It adds, why are we talking about it right now? We should be talking about the great match that we saw in front of us. But disappointing for Heather, of course, to have that moment go down, especially when she had 15-40 at that 4-5, right?
Yeah, it was just such a crucial stage in the match for it to happen, wasn't it? It was really when the match hung in the balance. And from your experience, once the umpires have come to a decision, I rarely see them overturn that decision. It seems to be quite final.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the chair umpire, once that decision is made, I mean, you can ask for the referee, of course, the supervisor, a referee who's sitting courtside. They're the ones that can come on and say, but in that situation, it's up to the discretion of the umpire, and they're just not going to change their mind in that moment. And Heather Watson knew that. That's why I think she didn't
just gave
carry
up.
on. Yeah, she didn't carry on that conversation.
And that's something that you can learn from, isn't it? Not only how to deal with those kind of instances, she had opportunities, and she wasn't able to convert. As you say, she was 15-40 up in that final game with Azarenka. There was a lot of unforced errors. We can see the statistics outweighed Vika by a considerable few. It's going to be a tough loss, but she's got to get straight back out on court today for a doubles match, so she won't be able to linger on it too long. It's a tough one for the home crowd, but you know what?
Do you know who she's playing in doubles, in mixed doubles?
Don't tell me it's
Victoria
no way.
Azarenka. Yes.
Today?
I believe so,
Oh,
unless I read the schedule wrong. She and Henry Konstanen are playing against Victoria Azarenka in mixed doubles.
That is amazing. Okay, well, we will check that for you. Let me tell you that in singles, Victoria Azarenka is going to play the winner of the match that's currently going on between Simona Halep and Peng Shuai. Halep won the first set, so that could be quite an interesting one. Simona is, of course, the second seed here. Victoria Azarenka is an unknown because, as you say, her ranking is somewhat irrelevant. She's finding some of the form of old. We're going to take you out to another match before Andy Murray comes up on centre court. A bit reminiscent of what happened the other day. There was an epic three-setter with Joe Conter, and then Andy Murray had to walk straight out on court afterwards. He's having to do it again today after Heather Watson has gone the distance in really 2.5 hours against Vika. Marin Cilic was in action. We were speaking about him a little bit earlier on, so we'll take you out to court and check in here. He's playing Steve Johnson, the American, of course, and he looked to be fairly comfortable, and here he is serving out the match. And fist bump for Marin, who just looks very confident. Again, he is the number 7 seed. Is it fair to call someone like Marin a dark horse?
Yeah, no, I think we do, because of the Big Four and because of the way that we talk about men's tennis, is that Marin Cilic is someone, he made the finals at Eastbourne. He was someone that was a championship point away from, I think, bringing in maybe a bit of a burden. I think that Marin Cilic, we see his coach there, Thomas Johansson, he likes flying under the radar, the 2014 U.S. Open champion. Happy to be through into the second week, and he's someone that, even though he has that number 7 seed next to his name, now he should be the favorite in that match against Roberto Bautista Agut and potentially against Rafael Nadal in the quarterfinals.
Well, that match is scheduled 3rd on centre today. That will be after Andy Murray's match. It was the first Grand Slam meeting for Marin Cilic and Steve Johnson, but Cilic is through in straight sets, and we will wait to see who he plays. For now, though, it's all go. We're going to take you back out to centre court. And excuse me, I actually got the order wrong. It's Rafa Nadal who's playing before Andy Murray, so Andy does have a bit more time to relax.
He's got to wait a little bit, right?
After maybe watching a bit of Heather's match.
I thought it was quite strange. It was such a great match seeing Johanna Konta do what she did the other day. It was weird seeing Andy Murray walk out to a not full center court.
Yeah, and maybe that's why they've chosen to do the schedule this way around. You never know. Or maybe it's just nice to have Andy Murray playing in prime time on a Friday night. Let's be honest, you've got a pretty good ticket watching Rafael Nadal as well. Karen Khachanov, I believe I've pronounced that right.
It's a silent K.
There we go. Nick's
we're going to learn, but that's the thing with these young guys, Para, is that we're going to learn about these guys. And Khachanov's a guy who gave Andy Murray a little bit of a run for his money at the French Open, and he's someone that's got a big game. We can see him walking out there. He's very tall.
Seeded as well at this year's championships, 30. And I'm intrigued to get your opinion on Rafa, Nick, because so many people have. Mats Wilander, particularly, who I spend every morning with when we launch the channel here at 10:30. says he thinks Rafa is playing the best tennis of his career, and at the age that he is in, well into his 30s, it's perhaps a little bit surprising. But he's come back from the injury struggles last year. Of course, his wrist has dogged him for a while, but him and Federer seem to have it sussed in the fact that they know when they need to take their time away from the sport, and it looks like perhaps the Novaks and the Andes are still learning how to manage their schedule in a way that suits them the best.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I also think that we're seeing a scene in Rafael Nadal where confidence really does pay dividends. He comes off of Roland Garros. He had a great clay court season, and he comes into Wimbledon, I think, not setting the expectations too high. He hasn't had the best Wimbledon here the last few times he's been at this tournament, and for him to come in having won Roland Garros La Decima the way that he did, he blazed through that draw. He didn't drop a set the entire 7 matches that he played. We really see him now in full force, and will Rafael Nadal be a contender for this title should he get to the second week? Absolutely, 100%. We've seen it from Roger Federer this year, playing with confidence the way that he has in Australia, Indian Wells, Miami, and now here at the grass at Wimbledon. I think that Rafael Nadal is a very, very dangerous foe. Can Karen Khachanov give him a little bit of a challenge today? Yes, but should Rafael make his way through this match? Yes.
Well, the umpire is waiting to do the point-offs at the net. You can see Rafa's just refueling with a quick gel, maybe. To keep that energy up before he starts. We had a fascinating conversation with Andy Murray's doctor actually this morning, Dr. Mike Turner, about what goes into keeping these players hydrated on court. You can see he's got Rafa written on the tongue of his shoes. This guy, though, he's got nothing to lose, does he? Khachanov?
No, Khachanov doesn't.
He's playing the number 4 seed. He's a 2-time Wimbledon champion. He's reached finals here for 5 consecutive years. That was a few years ago before this sort of dodgy Wimbledon record emerged. He actually hasn't made it past the 4th round since 2011, has Rafa. He will be pleased that he's got rounds 1 and 2 under as well, I think. And looking to make the second week where he,
very good. Okay,
if he
gentlemen,
gets into that
let's go
second
for
week,
important reminders like
100%.
always.
Definitely.
Net machine, we have Wolfgang here, so
Yeah,
I'd
no,
like you to
I
use your
think
voice.
that,
Say
I would
loud
agree
and
with
clear
Matt's there.
challenge.
Matt's
Even
obviously
if I
knows
follow,
a
I
little
can hear
bit
you say
better, but
something. And the challenge
there's
between
Mohamed
first and second
Leoni.
serve immediately. 20 seconds between points, and I don't need to tell you about the racket bouncing on the language, okay? Questions, Rafa? No? Heads or tails? Heads, please. Okay, heads is called. Heads, your choice, please. Receive. Okay, good matchup.
Nice little coin toss there. Karen Khachanov winning the toss. I love the Rafael Nadal sprint to the backcourt.
Yeah, never changes.
Yeah, no, it really doesn't change. But, you know, for him, I think he's coming off of that Roland Garros run, and I think that he's playing with all the confidence in the world. And as you said, and as you and Mats have been talking about, you win those first couple matches on a different surface, because he didn't play a warm-up event, Rafael Nadal, and he starts to feel grooved. He's worried about his knees on the grass. These players have to get so low for the ball, and Rafael Nadal will just get. And it is strange to see Rafa out on center with mostly empty chairs. Right?
You know what? It's that time of the day that's approaching 4 o'clock, and you know what the British public like at 4 o'clock.
I do think so.
A little bit of afternoon tea, maybe a couple of strawberries, glass of Pimm's, just to recharge.
I thought you were going to go straight to the Pimm's.
Wow.
A tea detour.
Oh, who knows? Well, there are some nice faces in the Royal Box there. I'm sure they'll be enjoying a bit of afternoon tea. But Rafael Nadal, I heard you bring this up yesterday, and it's worth mentioning again, Nick, because he has not lost a set since the beginning of the French Open, because of course he emerged for La Decima there, as you said, without dropping a set. He only lost 35 games across the 2 weeks of that entire Grand Slam. He's now had 25 consecutive completed sets in Grand Slam play without dropping one, and should he win this match in straight sets today, he would equal his own personal record of 28 consecutive completed sets at majors. It's unbelievable. He previously did that back in 2010. It's crazy to think that 7 years later we're still seeing the kind of form that we did.
Yeah, and it's all about the fitness and the motivation for Rafa. And when I like that you point that out, when he did it in 2010, he had a whole summer of tennis through it in the U.S. This is 2 Grand Slams back to back. I mean, for him to pull that kind of stuff out, it's big time. And this is a moment also you look at Khachanov, because he played Andy Murray on court Philippe Chatrier in the 3rd round just a few weeks ago. So now he takes that experience. How do you learn from that? How do you apply yourself? We're getting a vision there of Uncle Tony Nadal. It's the last year that Rafael Nadal will be working with Uncle Tony. He'll not be traveling with Rafa anymore. He's instead going to be working at the Rafael Nadal Academy in Mallorca. But Khachanov has got a chance here to use that experience that he learned from playing Andy Murray at Roland Garros, at Chatrier, And he reached the semifinals in Halle, had a great match against Roger Federer, did Khachanov. So he's a player that can play on grass. Today, though, I think the conditions, Rafael Nadal loves hot.
Yeah.
No matter where he's playing in the world, he loves hot.
That's a great line.
He does.
Rafael Nadal loves hot. I can't say it as nicely as you, but it is as simple as that. The question I've got is the history between these players, of which there is none. This is their first meeting at any tournament worldwide, and we know that Rafa Nadal has been the victim of some rather unknown heroes that emerge at Wimbledon, knocking him out in the early stages. How daunting is it, I suppose, when you play an opponent who you really don't know? And that is the case for Rafa today.
Yeah, well, we saw it yesterday with Adam Pavlicek out there against Novak Djokovic, playing a childhood hero. And, you know, I think it is daunting, but Khachanov's a player that, you know, he's already had 2 top 10 wins in his career. I think he's moving into that phase where he's a seed. He wants to not only get the selfie with the guys when he's the practice partner now, he wants to be the one asked for the selfie. And, you know, this is an era of men's tennis where we've had the big 4. You know, think about 7 years ago, think about 14-year-old Karen Khachanov, wherever he was training, watching Rafael Nadal win 28 sets in a row out on the Pro Tour and wanting to be a part of that. And I think this is a guy that's got a little more behind him than, say, a Pavlicek. We're seeing him look at his career, 35-32, 7-3 at the Grand Slams, 2-0 at Wimbledon, undefeated. But it's a fast rise for him. He's got a big game, and we see his quick rise up the rankings as well. Gosh, I think that he could be a dangerous foe for Rafa today. I still think that Rafa's going to win this match. But it gives us another layer of intrigue on the men's tour because the Nishikorys, the Raoniches, the Dimitrovs, they haven't been able to dent the big 4.
Right.
Now we've got a new generation trying to do it.
Yeah, we thought we had them up and coming, didn't we? And they haven't quite delivered yet as to what we thought maybe was possible. I love you likening this match to where Khachanov might have been when Rafa was in his heyday previously. He's still in his heyday now in 2017, and we'll add some commentary now to see how these two kick off this encounter on centre.
He's got his place into this main draw by virtue of ranking, in fact seeded as a debut player at Wimbledon. The magnificent Mohamed Layani in the chair in the bright sunshine. He'll enjoy the sense of theatre that the centre court brings on another hot summer's day at the end of the week. Now, there's been a lot made about these grass courts at Wimbledon and quite a lot of nonsense talked. It's a natural playing surface, and the treatment of these courts has to reflect the conditions that that are prevalent on the week. It's been boiling hot. It's quite simple. The grass wilts and it can die if it doesn't get the drink that it needs, and if the temperatures don't come down a little bit. At the end of the week, quite frankly, these grass courts are like us. They need a bit of a rest and plenty to drink, and they're okay. This court is beautifully prepared. It will take 13 days play without any problem at all, although the on-court temperature before the first match today was 40 degrees Celsius. Earlier on this morning, that roof was pulled across and the temperature inside here was 22 degrees. That was a controlled 22 degrees Celsius, so the grass got a bit of a rest. On court number 1, the temperature at the same time as it was 22 degrees and controlled in here was 34 degrees Celsius. So it got an hour or two of just resting. And I say this because it's a living organism. And the people that look after this court, Neil Stubley, head groundsman, and Grant Canton, who looks after centre specifically for the championship, while Neil runs around everywhere else, they love this court. And for them to have it questioned in any way isn't fair, and it's not accurate either. So all set fair. The playing conditions change so much over the course of a championship. It's quite a test apart from these other Grand Slams. Certainly a different test and different requirements.
Gentlemen,
So Karen Hashanov. I have checked the pronunciation.
Choose to receive.
A recent semi-finalist in Halle. A first tour level appearance on grass in Halle, where he beat Gilles Simon, which is always a great test. And Andrei Rublev, the former world junior champion. As we look down at the end of another week in this great city, and at least two great sporting arenas. Number 1 court will have a roof over the top in 2019. And the retractable roof hasn't been used this week so far. Nadal, Hashanov, 3rd round match.
Time.
Can't wait for this. Karen Hashanov, he won the toss and elected to receive. Rafa Nadal took plenty of time here, making sure the fingers were taped up nicely and the bottle tops were screwed on just enough and the bottles placed in exactly the right place by the chairs. And he had a bit of an issue against Donald Young when some of that taping came away. He's had some splits in the fingers. Listen, he's just won the French Open, winning 7 straight matches in straight sets. It's just an extraordinary performance he puts on each time, and it'll be quite some time until we see him out on court, I think.
Give me one. We have 7.
You know you've made it when you've got your name on your shoes. It's going to have to be a big shoe to get Karen Hashanov on it. Tim Henman has joined me in the commentary box, or he might have just joined us from the shower cubicle. I'm not sure. How are you, Tim? Everything all right?
It's a little on the hot side out there, especially if you're wearing suit and tie.
Well, you look lovely.
First set.
Which is the only thing that
Nadal to serve.
Right, 0-0.
Ready? Play. Let first service. Ball good. Get the ball, please. Thank you. At 15 love.
And just to stay on the heat that we've been experiencing here, there's a couple of new sensors, 4 sensors around centre court in the sun. Yesterday it was 43 degrees C out on the grass.
What? Yeah. 30 love.
Hashanov elected to receive. Settling into his first contest on centre court, he might have thought, well, I'll have a look at the Nadal serve first rather than see my serve under threat through nerves, potentially.
.40 love. Game. Nadal.
So good start there. Don't forget you can continue watching depending on where you are on BBC and ESPN. It's a very busy day, a very hot day here at SW19. Henman Hill absolutely packed in a picture at the moment. And because of that busyness, currently more people in the queue than the allocation of centre and number 1 court tickets for tomorrow. That's Saturday. So a message from the club. We strongly advise waiting until the morning if you're going to try to queue for ground admission. So if you are looking to get centre and court number 1 tickets for tomorrow and you haven't got them already, we strongly advise waiting until the morning to queue for ground admission. Now, Rafa Nadal, as we know, a very, very competitive character. Let's see how he got on in our quiz.
OK, I'm going to start off easy, Rafa. You're a 2-time champion at Wimbledon. What years did you win and who did you beat in the final?
2 times. Roger Federer and Thomas Berdych.
We're going to get harder. The win over Roger in 2008 is said by many, of course, to be one of the greatest matches of all time. Can you remember the score?
6-4, 6-4.
Yeah.
6-7, 6-7. 9-7.
Yes! You're the second Spanish winner of the men's singles championship. Do you know who was the first?
Santana.
You know the year?
68.
66. How many winners have you hit in your Wimbledon career so far? 1,207, 1,257 or 1,357?
Second one.
No, third one. You've hit lots.
I thought I am less aggressive.
You recently won your 10th French Open title, of course. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Only one other player has appeared in 10 finals at the same Grand Slam.
Maybe Roger here?
Correct.
Yeah.
There are 2 players that you have faced here 3 times. Who are they?
Roger. Andy?
Yes.
I was thinking about Andy or Novak.
Last question. You're one of only 4 players in tennis history to have won the career Grand Slam and the Olympic gold in singles. Do you know the others?
Agassi. Serena?
Yeah. Andre Agassi's wife.
Oh, yeah, Steffi, yeah.
Listen, best of luck chasing your 3rd
Many
title.
thanks.
The feeling of the grass under your feet is almost like the most perfect carpet. The perfect foundation, play great tennis on. It's inevitable that a living surface is going to change because it's alive. That is such a challenge for the players because there's no other surface that will change so dramatically over a tournament. At the beginning of the grass court season, the ball is going to be skidding through a little bit more. It's going to bounce a little bit lower. As the courts dry out, they get harder. The ball's going to bounce higher. I think grass court tennis is more exciting because there are more variables. That's why I think you've seen some of the best matchups that we've ever seen in the game take place at Wimbledon. Wimbledon is the greatest challenge. Grass court tennis is what it's all about.
It had been a very hard match, especially what happened in the 4th set with match point and with an advantage in the tiebreak. So always was my dream win here. So finally, when that happens, it was one of the most emotional moments in my career.
There's a new man at the head of men's tennis, Rafael Nadal.
Probably if I don't convert that last game, probably we needed to stop now because it was unbelievable late, and the image of the court with all the all the lights, these flashes, unbelievable.
Federer's magnificent run ends. Nadal is the top man.
It was just an emotional moment. I think for everybody knows how important it was for me. Win here after losing 2 finals in a row, 2006, 2007. So for me it was very, very, very emotional to see all of them in that situation. Well, it was the prince in that moment, not the king yet. Now he's the king, and in that moment I even didn't realize they are there. No, but somebody told me they are there, so I say, okay, I am going. And just to say thanks for being there, in that moment.
Yeah, great to hear from Rafa there. Let's take you down right at the very end of the grounds, over to court number 12, and it's Anna Konya at the far end. They're looking to cause a bit of an upset. The 27th seed up against Dominika Cibulkova, the pocket rocket, number 8 seed. Konya won the first set on a tiebreak 7-6. She lost the second 6-3, and here she is serving for the match at 5-4.
the body weight behind that ball. She was sort of chasing and lunging under pressure, went for it, just couldn't quite control it.
It must have felt like slow motion to Konya as she watched that one just go wide. Didn't move her feet, did she? And that's a real sign of nerves.
Cibulkova will sense this, and she knows if she can just get a hold of the ball, get it back with enough depth, and hang in some of these rallies, that's what can happen.
To say I didn't expect that. Unforced error from Cibulkova usually gives so little away. And after 2 hours and 36 minutes, it is a match point, a couple of match points for Anna Konya. Conjures up some magic as the 19-year-old takes out the 8th seed to reach the 4th round for the first time in her career here at Wimbledon.
Well played, Anna Konya. I have to say, very impressive considering she served the match at 5-2. Couldn't close it out the first time, and what a difference the second time round. Got that first serve into play. You know, really went for her shots, and it paid off. And, you know, I'm just so impressed with her composure out on court. She is so young, but she really does stay very, very calm, whatever the scoreline is. And my goodness, have we seen some power out on this court.
There for Anna Konya. She is through to the 4th round. She'll play the winner of Naomi Osaka or Venus Williams, number 10 seed. Now we'll take you to a different court now, court 1, just behind us here. We can see Jo Konta. She's up against that lady, Sakari, the Greek player, outside the world's top 100 at the moment. And as you can see, a good start for Konta, the number 6 seed, many people's favourite now to win the ladies' singles here at Wimbledon. She leads with a break 3-1, and we can join the commentators.
50 long.
That forehand just pulled up a little bit, whereas the backhand is usually that commitment, that big step forward, weight transfer more frequently.
Just what you were saying.
Trying to test that forehand, break that side down.
Is there enough variety in Konta's game to make her a Grand Slam champion? Well, she was trying some variety there.
Yeah, and I think she's trying to add
14-50.
more variation to her game. The backhand slice, she'll throw in the drop shot, particularly on the forehand side.
So feisty, you can add gritty
3 games to 2 for set.
to describe Maria Sakkari. But Jo Konta's just ahead.
Welcome back to the top of court 2. You can see that a few people have begun making their way towards the hill because the action on the outside courts has dried up as far as 1 or 2 of the matches is concerned. We've just seen an absolutely brilliant match coming to a conclusion on 12. We got a doubles match coming there, but Anna Konya doing really well to beat Dominika Cibulkova in 3 sets. So we will see Anna Konya into the second week, and I know you just watched Konya serve that one out. A big shock there because Cibulkova perhaps was fancied to get into the second week, especially bearing in mind she's a former Australian Open finalist. The match we're about to see, I'm just double checking the score here. We're watching Simona Halep on court 2, and if she wins this game, she will take us into a tiebreaker. Now, whilst we are waiting for this game to finish, I'm just going to ask Frank to pan down because just to our umpire, because this guy is acquiring legendary status. So there is Kader Nouni. They're calling him the Barry White of umpires. 1 more point from Halep, by the way, and we will be into a second set tiebreak. She took the first 6-4. He's one of the only umpires who gives autographs, and honestly, his voice is so deep. He is appropriately named the Barry White of umpires. Okay, so Kader Nouni, with his smooth, deep, dulcet tones, has just clarified that we are 6 games all in this second set. So it's Shuai Peng hoping to keep this match alive by levelling the scores. She did brilliantly to break back for 4-all because Halep did have a break earlier in this set. But she needs to win this tiebreak or the number 2 seed will be through to face Victoria Azarenka. He really does have an incredible voice. Meanwhile, back to the tennis. Halep already with the mini break here. Mini break cancelled out. Peng has made the 4th round here. 3 years, 2014, 12 and 2011, and she's a semi-finalist in the US Open. So the Chinese player is no novice. Has got some brilliant ground strokes, but Simona Halep, the number 2 seed, is absolutely ferocious. She's not the biggest player on the women's tour. She's certainly one of the strongest. So nearly winning the French Open just a couple of months ago. Ostapenko's big comeback was the only thing that stopped her becoming a Grand Slam champion. Peng serving, mini breakdown. Little clench of the fist there from the Chinese woman. She's not out of this yet. Big puff of breath there from Peng. Important second serve. What a point! And listen to that roar of appreciation from the crowd. That is absolutely superb tennis from Peng. She is determined the world number 2 will not have a straightforward passage through to the second week at Wimbledon. Beautiful way to finish that point. Not a bad response, though, from the two-time French Open runner-up and semi-finalist here in 2014. But those early exchanges in that tiebreak just underline how well Shuang Peng has coped with the ferocious forehand of Simona Halep. Peng beat Carlos Suarez Navarro, 25th seed here, to make it through to the third round, and she's bidding for her 4th appearance into week 2. Halep, though, serving 3-all. Well wide with that one. Peng having a long look.
Mr. Peng can go on the left.
Kadra
Nooni. Gold out.
And Peng is asking for Hawkeye to come in on that one. By the narrowest of margins.
Missed at it.
So
Peng has 3 challengers
Peng
remaining.
needs to focus and concentrate here. She needs this tiebreak to level the match and cancel out Halep's first set. 6-4.
Oh.
Good serve there from the number 37 ranked player on the WTA circuit. 4-all. Peng still under a little bit of pressure here. That could be a very costly unforced error. She just put that forehand wide of the line. She's remonstrating with herself as she now prepares to receive the Halep serve. Halep 5-4 up now.
Mr. Epichan on the right baseline. The ball was called out.
Halep challenging, as you'd expect in this key moment of the second set. The ball was called out. She felt it may have just snicked the line. A long way short. So 5-all. Excellent work by Peng. That double-handed backhand and the forehand. She uses every inch of the court. And Peng is now serving for the second set to take us into a decider. I see 6-5 up. Peng for the second set. That is absolutely superb in the context from Simona Halep, cancelling out that mini break. Lovely aggressive movement in towards the net, underlining her status as the world #2. Halep could potentially, in theory, finish Wimbledon as the world #1. So, Peng still serving. They swap ends once again. 6 apiece in this intriguing, enthralling tiebreak. 1 hour, 35 minutes of tennis, and it's been absorbing from the very first moment.
Let the service.
Landed on her own side of the net, millimetres away from being a perfect drop shot.
7-6.
But unfortunately, from Shuang Peng's perspective, Simona Halep, the #2 seed, despite a brilliant effort by the woman from China, it is Halep who is now serving for the match, 7-6.
Stop, Miss Halep on the right baseline. The ball was called in.
Well, really anxious moments here for Peng. Halep has her hands on her hips. The match could be over depending on this call. It's in. So,
7-0.
A stay of execution there for Shuang Peng. 7 apiece. Match point saved by Shuang Peng. Oh, that's another timely ace there by the world #2. Quarter-finalist last year, lost to Angelique Kerber in straight sets. Peng now serving to stay in the match. She has saved 1 match point. Can she draw this drama out any further here on show court 2? Lovely afternoon. Great tennis for those who've packed in here. The crowd think it's over, and they're coming to the net, and it is over. Halep has done it in the tiebreak, but what a spirited effort by Shuang Peng, just coming up short. 6-4 and 7-6. Simona Halep salutes the crowd, many of whom are standing. 1 hour 39 minutes. Despite a fantastic effort in that tiebreak from Shuang Peng, it is the world #2 who advances into the second week, where she will face, of course, Victoria Azarenka after her marathon victory over Heather Watson on centre court. So Halep, unlike some of the other top seeds like Pliskova, has survived quite a tough test there, despite the fact that she's done it in straight sets. Peng goes off court to a very polite, respectful ripple of applause. Halep now disappearing as well. She can now turn her focus to next week and what will be a brilliant 4th round match against Victoria Azarenka, the #2 seed, coming through a tough test there.
Thanks, Rob. Yes, she's through to face Victoria Azarenka, who beat Heather Watson a little earlier here on day 5 at the Championships. Delighted to say Mark Philippoussis, former finalist, has joined me. Mark, we'll talk about that match in just a second, but we must mention what's happening on the court just to our left, centre court. Rafa Nadal has raced through the first set there against Kachanov 6-1, and Rafa's looking pretty ominous.
Yeah, Rafa's looking strong. He's focused. As I said, I believe he's just going to get stronger with each match. I mean, he's got that look in his eye, and he looks relaxed, confident, and it's great to see.
Kachanov was a player we were actually watching
Yes.
a couple of days ago on one of his earlier matches on court 14. A lot of people are saying that he's going to go on and have a really, really bright future, perhaps a top 10 player, loves to hit the ball very hard, but why is he unable to trouble the top players? We saw him against Murray at the French as well.
Yeah, I mean, a huge hitter of the ball, but right now, just it's about putting it together. When you hit the ball that big, his consistency is what hurting him. He did a great job in his previous match, but against Rafa, you got to be making those big shots. You got to hurt him in a certain way. You got to do something to mix it up.
We've seen these shots all around the grounds. It's such a warm day, slightly cooler, we were just saying, than yesterday, a little bit of a breeze as well, but the courts are playing very, very fast. Is that going to help Rafa? Does he like these conditions?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the fact that the weather's so hot, the courts are going to get harder and harder, which means the balls will also be bouncing higher. And he's so strong up in his forehand, top of his forehand or his backhand, and he hits such a heavy ball that he's definitely going to be... it's going to work to his advantage, I think.
These are the shots from inside centre court. Rafa Nadal, as you can see there, set up, and Kachanov's really going to have to try and change things because whatever he was doing wasn't working at all in the first set. We've seen, Mark, how Nadal admitted earlier on in his career that because he hadn't played on grass much and he plays so much on clay back home in Mallorca, that grass was always going to be the surface he had to do the most improvement on. What's he, throughout his career, focused on specifically to make sure he's better on grass and won these Wimbledon titles?
Well, one thing that is incredible, that I have so much respect for, is the guy is an absolute champion, and he's always looking to improve. He's always thinking about how can he get better, surrounding himself with the right people. Getting Moya to come in on his team was a great example of that. A Moya champion in his own right.
Yeah, tell us about Carlos, because I'm sure you played together. You knew him when you were out on tour. What's he like? Because he's fairly reserved. We don't see too many interviews with him. What's he like as a character? What's he bringing to Rafa?
He's a great guy. They've known... Rafa's looked up to Carlos for a very long time. They're from the same place. And I think it's an absolute perfect addition to the team. They get along incredibly well. He still looks up to him. To have that input, Carlos did an incredible job with Raonic. Raonic had one of his best years last year, and I think he's just a very easygoing guy, but knows how to win those big matches.
And obviously Rafa recently at Roland Garros winning La Decima, the 10th title there, and everyone will, I'm sure, will measure that as one of the greatest successes of his career. But given, I suppose, early on in his career, how much he had struggled on a grass court, that is one of the great successes, isn't it? That he was able to win Wimbledon titles, even though early on in his career, grass, he found it difficult.
Absolutely, and we can all remember that Wimbledon title that he won. That long match against Federer there. What an incredible match. Like I said, I mean, he doesn't care what court you put him on. Throw a surface, put some lines on, give him a net, and the guy's going to be hungry, and he's going to just be tough. And like I said, he's incredible for the game, a champion, great guy off the court, and just so inspirational how he's just always looking to improve. Or he's still hungry after all these years, after everything he's done. Still hungry. Absolutely, great to see. So that was the scene on centre court. You can continue watching that on BBC and ESPN. Very busy around the grounds. That's Henman Hill. We can take you down to court 18, not too far where those people are sat at the moment on Henman Hill. And the match on court 18 is in a tie-break. Two big servers in this one. Jerzy Janowicz, former semi-finalist at Wimbledon, losing to Andy Murray a couple of years ago against the Frenchman, the enigmatic Frenchman, Benoit Paire, and we can join the commentators for the tiebreak.
1-0, pair.
Well, this was an odd reaction here from... not quite sure what he meant by that.
That's my version of a breakdance. You know, we're going to have to talk to the people who supply us with our graphics, because I've seen so many drop shots in the course of this first week of the championships, and we don't have a drop shot statistic.
Excellent point. Well, he's on a roll now, isn't he, Benoit Paire? After having been down a set point at 5-6. It's Paire firmly in the driver's seat in this tiebreak. 3-love. Well played.
Paire.
Yeah, Paire did really well to stay in the point for as long as he did, but clever from Janovic. Concentrated the attack time and time again on the same spot.
Next to you. Bolger, thank you.
That's magnificent.
Well, the serve was into the body.
4-1, Paire.
And take a look at this off backhand. And the sharp angle inside the service line. Magnificent. Oh, I say.
5-1, Paire.
Ninth ace, and Benoit Paire changes ends with the comfort of a 5-1 lead in the tiebreak. He's played a superb tie-break, Benoit Paire. And having saved the set point, he now has 5 of his own.
Mr. Paire challenging the call right near line. Ball is called in.
Good wide serve from Janovic.
Well in. Paire.
He hasn't had very much luck with the challenges, though.
Paire. Mr. Paire with 1 challenge remaining.
Well, a little more respectability to the scoreline of the tiebreak so far as Janovic is concerned, but the next 2 set points are, of course, on Paire's serve. Did he touch it?
Second set, Paire.
Janovic is claiming that Paire touched it for a second, but no, he's accepted that he didn't. He got out of the way in time. And Paire wins the tiebreak by 7 points to 3, and after an hour and 11 minutes, leads by 2 sets to love.
A remarkably cool-looking Benoit pair there. He played a brilliant tiebreak to take it to 2 sets to love. Let's go from 18 over to court number 2, and the most recent Grand Slam champion in the ladies' game, Jelena Ostapenko, just 20 years of age. She shocked the world at Roland Garros, winning the French Open, beating Simona Halep in the final there. What a performance from her. But really, at Wimbledon so far, she's something basically flown under the radar, not been really talked about as a potential champion here. She's come through some rather interesting matches so far. A first-round match against Alexandra Sasnovich. She won 6-love, 1-6, 6-3. A rather bizarre scoreline there. She needed 3 sets to win her next match as well against Françoise Abanda, the Canadian player. 4-6, 7-6, 6-3, as you can see there. So she is through to the 3rd round to face Camilla Giorgi, the unseeded player who got rid of Madison Keys in the previous round. But let's try and find out a little bit more about Ostapenko now she took our quiz.
All right, Jelena, you won the Wimbledon junior title here in 2014. Do you remember who you beat and what was the score?
Yeah, I do remember that I won against Kristina Schmidlova. That was 3 sets, but the score exactly I don't remember.
That's okay. It was 2-6, 6-3, 6-love. You actually scored your first ever win over a top 10 player the following year here in the ladies' draw. Do you remember who that was?
Yeah, I remember that was Carlos Suarez Navarro, and I beat her 6-6 love.
Good memory. And she was the 9th seed, and that was in the first round. The French Open, amazingly, was your first WTA tournament win. Do you know who the last player was to get their first tour victory at a Grand Slam? I can give you a hint. It happened on the day you were born.
That was Gustavo Kuerten?
Yes! At the French Open as well, back in 1997. And that was actually the first Grand Slam champion from Brazil, and you were, of course, the first from Latvia. Congratulations. One lady has the most all-time wins here at Wimbledon. Do you know who it is and how many?
Is it Serena?
No.
Is it Navratilova?
Yes. Do you know how many times she's won?
I know that she has 18 Grand Slams in total, but I don't know how many.
Half that number.
9.
There you
She
go.
has 9.
Perhaps we should learn a little bit more about you. When did you first start playing tennis, and who got you into the game?
I started to play when I was 5, and I think my mom was the one probably who invited me to tennis, because she was a coach, and that's how I started.
There you go. How popular is tennis in your home country, in Latvia?
I mean, I think now after my win it's getting more and more popular. Before it wasn't very popular because it was kind of expensive sports and not everyone could afford it, but right now it's getting more and more popular. More and more kids are coming to practice, and that's really nice.
Yeah, I bet you've certainly helped that one. Last question. Who were your tennis idols growing up, and whose style on tour do you admire the most?
It was always Serena Williams, because I love the way she played and she has nice personality, and right now it's tough to say because I'm also on the tour, and I mean I'm playing by myself, so but still probably this is Serena.
You should just admire your own style. Quite rightly. Good luck as you chase the trophy.
Thank you.
2 championship points. The 17-year-old Jelena Ostapenko.
Yeah, this is the final of 2014.
She's got it. Latvian history. First major champion. What an achievement.
I just won my first junior Grand Slam title. Yeah, I felt amazing because it was my goal to win one of the Grand Slams in juniors, and especially here at Wimbledon it was amazing to win here because it's one of the best Grand Slams, and yeah, I felt very special.
Mum will be in floods. All the hard work has paid off. Everyone's played a part.
I think she was quite nervous because it was my first Grand Slams juniors final, and I won it, and I think she was really happy, but she was also nervous during the match because I won in 3 sets.
2014, the girls' singles champion, Jelena Ostapenko. I keep that?
Yeah, beautiful scenes around SW19 as play continues on all of those outside courts. And here, high above court number 14, delighted to say we're joined by one of the winners here on day 5 of the championships, Gilles Muller. Through in your match, just talk us through it. You played brilliantly.
Yeah, it was tough because I played a lot of tennis in the last couple of days, and played a guy who's playing very good tennis this year. I played him a couple of weeks ago on grass also, and I was down 3-1 in the third set. I was able to win that one, so I knew it was going to be a tough match, but I was able to perform well in the key moments today, and then at the end of the match I was also playing really good tennis.
Aliash Badene had some good results here at Wimbledon as he got through to the stages to face you. What's it like playing a British player here? How tough is that for a player like yourself?
Well, to be honest, it's always tough. It doesn't matter who it is, because I'm used to kind of playing in front of a crowd that is not cheering for me, because I mean there's not many people from Luxembourg that are coming to watch tennis. But to be honest, I really enjoyed it out there. People were obviously cheering for him, but very respectful. So it was very nice to be out there.
Your game, as we're watching some points here, is tailor-made for grass, big lefty serve. You like to come in and hit volleys as well. Are they really the strengths you feel that help you play so well on this surface? You did brilliantly at Queen's as well, didn't you?
Yeah, it's definitely the surface that I love to play. It wasn't always like that. To be honest, I kind of needed time to understand how to use my game to play well on grass. I mean, obviously everyone was always saying, yeah, you should play a lot on grass. You're going to be good on grass, but I didn't feel comfortable, to be honest, coming to the net all the time, and I kind of found the right balance now, and I really enjoy my time on grass.
I suppose you're sort of a veteran on tour now, but you're enjoying one of your best career years so far of your career. What has changed in your game recently that's helped you enjoy such great success relatively later on in your career? What changed in your mind?
Well, I think now for the last 3-4 years I'm able to play consistently. I mean, I had some big injuries before that, and actually a funny thing is that my last injury was kind of maybe the best thing that ever happened to me, because I had some problems with my elbow. I was out for 7 months, but I was able to train very hard. I went to the gym every day, I ran a lot, and I got myself into the best shape I've ever been. So since then I'm able to play full seasons without any breaks, and that's really helping.
Well, good stuff. It's great to see you enjoying so much success. Now, I'm sure you're going to enjoy watching this. So's Mark. He loves hitting an ace back in his day. This was you, I think it was in the first set. Did you hit 4 aces in a row? Was this the first set?
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, that was the first set, yeah.
So there's 1, 2, bang. 3, down the middle. And then where did you go on this one? Can you remember? See you again.
No, I didn't remember.
So, Mark, firstly, did you ever do that?
I have done that. It's a nice way to get through the game, take the pressure off, and
just
have a rest, right?
Yeah.
So tell us, when you've done 3 and you're at 40 love, a little bit of nerves in there, or you're just thinking, as long as I win the point, I'm not bothered?
Yeah, to be honest, no. I mean, when you're up 40 love, you kind of don't feel pressure anymore, and then you just let your arm go, and yeah, it feels always great to
If you had missed the first serve, were you going for the second serve?
Yeah, there's a chance.
For sure.
Yeah,
because I guarantee I did every single time, right? Well, you know, you've got to try, and not too many times you're going to get 4 aces in a row.
I suppose that's a big question. Did you ever do that? Second serve aces? How many of them in a row?
I went for way too many. Way too many.
Both of yours were first serves, weren't they? One thing Mats was talking about, actually, we were watching some of your match, was your ball toss from one side to the other. It moves quite a lot. Is that a conscious thing, or is that something you don't even think about it?
Yeah, it's something that I worked on sometimes to change the toss, also to mix it up, and also for the opponent it's tough to read it when you're changing the toss and then also still changing the spots where you're serving. And I'm not the guy who's hitting very hard on the serve, but I'm putting in a lot of spin and try to place it very well. And yeah, it helps me a lot to change the toss also.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch. Next round, you play the winner, of course, of Rafa Nadal or Karen Khachanov. If it is Nadal, playing Nadal at any Grand Slam, but particularly here at Wimbledon, I'm sure would be a special occasion.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's the guy to beat at the moment. He's winning every match, so looks like, I don't know, I didn't see, but he had a great start.
Took the first set 6-1, so he's playing well.
So I played him twice here. I beat him once here. The first year he won the French Open, so it's like 12 years ago. I feel really old when I heard that. Someone just told me that. And the last time I played him was, I think, 2011, and I lost in straight sets, 2 tie-breaks, close match. Yeah, I think if there's one surface where I have my biggest chances, it's probably the grass. Although he's improved a lot. He won the tournament 2 times, I think, or 3 times, I'm not sure. But yeah, I think it's my biggest chance to beat him is on grass for sure.
One more question quickly before you go about Jamie Delgado, who of course helped you a lot. He's now coaching Andy Murray alongside Ivan Lendl. Murray, of course, on centre court a little bit later on. Just tell us what he did for your game. What kind of coach is he?
Well, he's a great coach. I mean, he obviously helped me. He's kind of the guy that helped me finding the balance between playing serve and volley and staying back also. And
so a big part of your career.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, he helped me. Actually, he was my coach when I came back from that injury. So we started playing the Challenger tournaments and kind of started from zero. And he took me back to the top 50. And yeah, it was great to have him.
Gilles, thanks so much for joining us here at the Wimbledon channel. We're hopefully watching plenty more aces in your next round match, whether it be against Kachanov or Gilles or Rafa Nadal. Now we're inside court number 2 at the moment. Ostapenko about to take part in the first game here against Camila Giorgi.
Miss Camila Giorgi to serve. Play.
So Camila Giorgi will get this round 3 match underway from the far end.
Love.
Oh, what a shot from that miss hit.
30 love.
Because the ball rears up with the spin. There's no pace on this at all. Generates it all herself.
Right above her head.
Left second service.
But this is an area of the game that Ostapenko will look to try and put pressure on the serve. Well, there you go. Second serve ace will do.
Well, I think the thing is, even though you try and threaten the second serve, when she hits it, she hits it very well. And she can hit it out as much as she hits it in. And you're never quite sure.
(40-15).
All right, getting a look there at French Open champion Jelena Ostapenko. Nick McCarville here with Craig O'Shaughnessy. What a breakthrough that was for Jelena Ostapenko at the French Open. She survived against Françoise Abanda, and now she gets a tough ask in Camila Giorgi.
Yeah, it's all about aggression. It's court position. It's taking the ball early. Return winners. Not a lot of players go for the return winner, but she steps in straight down the line. In general, there's going to be more return winners ad court down the line. Now, you've probably got a right-handed server in the ad court that's going to serve out wide. Typically, the ball come back cross-court to the backhand. So they fade a little bit that way. So straight down the line, wide open.
Yeah, very good. Ostapenko 2-1 now. She's up a break early. Craig, we're just going to dart around the grounds here via the touchscreen. Rafael Nadal in control, 6-1, 4-3 against Karen Khachanov. We were talking a little bit earlier with Kara about could Khachanov challenge Rafa, but so far smooth sailing for the two-time champion.
Yeah, one of the things that I'm looking at with Karen is how much spin he puts on the ball. And I remember a few years back watching Sam Querrey here, and the more spin you put on a ball on a grass court, it doesn't help you. It makes the ball sit up. It doesn't go
not
like a clay
cut
court.
through the grass
It
and
doesn't.
stay low.
It kind of just hits and grabs, and So you've got to flatten it out a little bit there.
Yeah, well, she hits flat, does Johanna Konta, and so far 6-4, 2-0 against Maria Sakkari. This is another hard-hitting affair. Joko can put some spin on the ball, get it nice and deep, but so far, great result there for her should she move into that second week.
Yeah, when Johanna had that big breakthrough at the Australian Open, one of the things I was watching there, obviously I didn't forget it, was the ability to rally cross-court, take a couple of little steps up to the baseline when the ball was short, and then rip that down the line. You don't want to do it from too far back. Court position is very important when you change directions and go down the line.
At some point, Craig, we need to get you a tennis racket. We've got grass here on the roof, and we just play you some tennis points.
That'd be great. Right? You know what? I actually grew up on grass courts in Albury, Australia.
Yeah.
Big shout out to everybody in Albury.
What, couple hundred, couple thousand?
Albury's about 40,000.
Is that in Victoria?
Now.
Where
is
it?
Right on the border, New South Wales,
okay.
Victoria, right on the Murray River. Yeah, it's a fabulous spot.
We're getting Australian geography lessons here at Wimbledon. 6-1, 7-5. That's a great effort for Alina Svitolina, who is coming in with a foot injury. But so far, 3 matches to the good over Karina Witthoff, the German, and she's into week 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's 6-1, 7-5. She came out guns blazing and then had to finish it off. If you're the loser on that side, it's much better than it's 7-5, 6-1.
Yeah, behind us here, just on court 18, it's Benoit Paire taking on Jerzy Janowicz. This is a big serving affair, but so far, smooth sailing for Benoit. You never know what you're going to get from a bearded Benoit Paire.
Yeah, and one of the things when I saw this matchup, I mean, Janowicz, you never know what you're going to get as well. So I looked at this, I'm like, I'm trying to figure out who's going to win. It looked dead even to me. I don't know who's going to win this. And I look at now, we're set all and we're 2-all. So I still have no idea what's going to happen here.
It is actually a 2-0 lead there.
Excuse me.
That's
Sorry,
right.
I thought that was a set.
Yep, so Benoit Paire's got the edge there over. Actually, let's look at some of those stats. We're wondering what's going on here. Look at those winners from Benoit Paire. That is insane, Craig. That's 2.5 sets of play.
Wow. Well, I wonder what's happening. I've got to watch some of that. As soon as this is done, I'll have a peek over. I'd say the serve is going well.
Yeah, let's look at, should we look at that serve?
Yeah, I'd say the forehand is ripping.
13 aces, 81% of first serve points won, and he saved 7 break points.
Yeah, 0 for 7. That's got to drive you nuts.
Benoit is rendering Craig O'Shaughnessy speechless. I think that's the first time I've seen that on TV. In court 12, we've got some doubles going on, lots of action around the ground. We also have a lot of action going on around social media. Heather Watson, we're going to talk about this match in just a minute. Craig O'Shaughnessy is going to serve us some of his special sauce as far as what got Victoria Azarenka through this match. But 6-4, disappointment today, I think, for Heather Watson.
Yeah, this is the kind of match that we're going to do a little bit of a breakdown. Azarenka is doubling down on going to the net. So I just want to give you a quick stat as we head into this section.
Sure.
I went back to 2015, which was the last time Victoria played here at the Championships. She made the quarters. She played 5 matches. In those 5 matches, she came to the net 68 times. And again, 68. So far at the tournament this year, she's only played 3 matches, and she's come to the net 69 times, one more. So she's showing great commitment to coming forward. The court position is really good. Anything that's a little bit short, she's coming in, and we're going to see some of those points here shortly.
Yeah, so that's about 13 times a match in 2015, and that's about 23 times a match in 2017. So obviously upping her game at the net, the handshake with Heather Watson. Obviously disappointment today for Heather Watson. She had some royalty, some sporting royalty. Watch her. David Beckham was there. Also Sergio Garcia was spotted. I loved this from Annabelle Croft. She bumped into some McEnroes. Not quite authentic McEnroes, but fan McEnroes. That's pretty good.
I like the old Tacchini right there.
Oh, yeah.
Never had one of those.
That's some old-timer, yeah. Sergio Tacchini, right? That brand's still going. They're still out there, right?
Classic.
Very cool stuff, right? And I love this. Sergio Garcia. He had to bring the green jacket to Wimbledon, right? You have to bring the green jacket. If you finally, Sergio Garcia, so long we waited for that major.
I would be sleeping in it. I'd be showering in it. That thing would not come off.
Do you think he gets more than one? I actually don't know. Do you think he gets more?
Good question. Just one? Yeah,
downstairs is telling us you get just one green jacket. I hope that they've got a good dry cleaner set up, or at least that you get some sort of dry cleaning set up when you get that green jacket, right? We had this earlier. Do you have your factor 50 on?
Yeah.
The forehead's looking okay right now.
Yeah, I mean, I've taken a beating up here the first few days, but, you know, I've gone with the new look. The hair's a little short on top. You know, growing up in Albury in Australia, you know, the sun's bad. I live in Austin, Texas. The sun's bad, so I'm always putting sunscreen on.
You should be fine in London.
I
you should be
the heat,
A-okay.
but, you know, the sun just hits me. I've got to be very careful in the sun. This old Irish skin here.
All right, well, the sun was shining for Roberto Bautista Agut today. Look at that 4-set win over Kei Nishikori, and he gets Marin Cilic next.
Yeah, Bautista Agut is so good backhand to backhand. Now, Nishikori's very good backhand to backhand, but you know, Kei's been going through some injuries. The confidence isn't there because of that. I've watched Bautista Agut a lot through the clay court season. The forehand cross-court is good. The backhand's good. His serve's getting better. Very solid backhand return. And this surprises me a little, but not much.
Yeah, well, this was a moment we saw both of these gentlemen, but I love seeing this. Very cool. David Beckham and Sergio Garcia. A little moment there in the Royal Box. They both are sporting royalty. It's special here, I think, at Wimbledon. We get it at the other slams too, but to see the other sports stars come sit in the Royal Box and enjoy some tennis.
Yeah, really nice. I mean, maybe they got new wood paneling in there. I'm not sure I remember that.
Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it?
It does look good.
Right. At some point, we got to get Craig to break down David Beckham's soccer game, football game rather, and the Sergio Garcia swing.
Well, if you see my snap slice, you wouldn't want to have anything to do with that.
Oh, man. Karolina Pliskova yesterday going out to Magdalena Rybarikova. We're going to talk about that one a little bit as well. But obviously, she was saying she's disappointed. Tough out there for me today, but congrats to Magdalena, who moves on. This may be, so far, Wawrinka and Medvedev, yes, but was this the upset of the tournament for you?
No doubt. She's the number 3 seed, number 3 in the world, number 1 in the world this year in the race, you know, from January all the way through December. Now, with Stan Wawrinka, you know, there was an injury involved. You know, we go back to Basel last year. He injured his left knee. Aussie Open, it injured the right knee, and now it's back to the left. So he's got to take some time off and get that straightened out.
Well, and Karolina Pliskova, for a lot of people, she's the number 3 seed, but for a lot of people, she was the favorite. She was the player that we felt like, gosh, she's going to be the one to win Wimbledon this year. Into the 4th round, Caroline Garcia, she won through. She's had a great year, quarterfinals of the French Open. And then this one, Craig, more sporting stars. Anna Ivanovic, she announced her retirement in December, officially retired at the French Open a few weeks ago with Bastian Schweinsteiger. Looks like they're in London hanging out. They now live in Chicago where he's playing some MLS.
Yeah, well, good for them. I mean, Chicago's a nice city, particularly this time of year.
It's a little hot.
Little hot, little windy.
It's a little hot. They've got the beach right there in Chicago in the city, which is great. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at this match today. And you're going to point out, so we were just talking about Victoria Azarenka moving forward in the court. She's come to net 69 times in 3 matches versus in 2015 when she last played here, 68 times in 5 matches. But let's look at some footage, shall we?
Absolutely. Before we even start this, I just want to actually just going to go a little bit to right there. That's exactly what I want. So again, for all of you young players out there, I see you on the practice courts. I see you hitting forehands and backhands, and those ground strokes get a ton of attention. The serve doesn't. I want you to learn from this right here. Victoria is starting on her front foot. She will rock back to her back foot. But here's the key. Everything is relaxed in the arms. This arm's hanging. This arm's hanging. The wrists are relaxed.
The shoulders are relaxed too, right,
Yeah,
Craig?
and everything in the upper body is relaxed, and that's what you want when you begin your service motion.
This is early in the match against Heather Watson.
Yeah, and here's another one, and I don't see this nearly enough. When you toss the ball, a lot of players release it early, too low, and the arm gets too bent. What we see here is the arm going straight up, straight to the sky. So you're going to get a nice high toss. You're going to get a consistent toss. And this is something I'm always looking for players at every level and every age in tennis.
Roll that footage. Nice first serve there from Vika. Forehand cross court.
So it's decision time. We saw that ball went high.
Yeah, not a good drop shot there,
I
right?
mean, it was a lob drop shot. It wasn't the best. But when Heather comes in and Heather's running at Vika, and Vika's going to go, well, I'm committed. I've hit the drop shot. I'm going in. It wasn't the best. It's going to go one side or the other. So possibly line, not a bad option.
Right.
Possibly big this way,
Right.
both are fine. But look at the eyes here. We're trying to figure out, and we're watching the body and trying to figure out which way is it going to go to anticipate. And right here, we see Victoria Azarenka has great hands.
Gosh, that's so good.
Yeah, Heather Watson's going to win that probably 8 or 9 times out of 10, but the awareness was so good.
Watson serve, Azarenka drives straight up the court like you like, Craig, and then opens up the court.
Okay, so when you come to the net, sometimes you're going to get stuck in no man's land, which is this area here. Victoria is committed, but this is a really bad spot to hit a first volley.
Right.
So what we need to do is go, okay, where should this ball go? We're going to have a look down the other side of
Heather
the court.
Watson is in the shadows, literally. She's completely off court. You've got so much space to work with,
Exactly.
right?
So Heather's going to run back to the middle of the court to cover, which isn't not a bad idea. Nothing wrong with that. So in that situation, if you see your opponent taking off early, because we're defensive down here, anything over here Heather's going to get. But back here, we may be able to wrong foot her a little bit and play behind.
Playing behind. Let's see what Azarenka does here with this ball.
And most of those passing shots on the forehand side especially go cross-court.
And
She read it well.
I also want to say, and this is a point too, where if we go back just a little bit on that vision, Craig, is that Azarenka continues to move forward. She doesn't hesitate on that ball. So after she's hit this ball here, she's continuing to close in on the net, right?
Right there, exactly.
She's closing the court in on Heather Watson.
And actually
Beautiful.
finishes. Yeah, and it's what you should do. If you stay back, you're not covering anything. So at least she picked a side. And there's going to be some times where, you know, the opponent, Heather, goes down the other way. But in this instance, you go with what you think is the highest percentage. Most forehand passing shots will go cross-court in that situation. So she picked the right spot.
Right.
And it looks great, but, you know, it's like that's probably what's going to happen.
But here's my question, because I've followed tennis for a long time, and I know that Victoria Azarenka is so good from the baseline. Why wouldn't she just stay at the baseline? You're talking about, oh, she's been in the net 69 times. That's great. But all I know is that this is Azarenka's sweet spot as a tennis player.
Nick, you could not have teed me up any better. You could not.
That's what I'm here for, Craig.
Here it is. Okay, so it's all numbers. Now, as a coach over the years, you know, people say, Craig, you're the stats guy. You love statistics. You love percentages. I'm like, not really. Like, I have a journalism degree from college. You know, I've written for a newspaper. I'm the English side of it. I almost failed math in high school. This whole math stuff is not my bag at all. What is my bag is strategy. And to figure out which strategy is better than the other, you just go to the percentages. So here's the percentages for Victoria. Back here, and let's run them. Actually, I want to write. Can you please write these for me?
Sure.
In this match, could you write 51% at the baseline, please? Victoria Azarenka won 51% of her baseline points. At the net, she won 71%.
Wow. I mean, that is a huge difference. She's going to win this point here as well.
Yeah, your question was, why would she go to the net? And so my answer is, why would you not? If you're winning 51% back there and you're winning 71% there, it's a good deal.
And this is the kind of thing, Craig, in the modern day, in the modern game, these players are not paying attention to these numbers. There's no way that Michael Joyce, who's now coaching Victoria Azarenka since April, he used to be with Maria Sharapova, there's no way that Michael Joyce isn't looking at this.
Yes, exactly.
Right? And seeing the difference between what's happening for Vika closer to the net in the forecourt versus the backcourt. Shall we continue on?
Please.
Just had a nice little diatribe there. Winning point there for Azarenka again. Azarenka here with the serve. Nice serve up the tee. And moving forward once again.
Okay, so this is going to happen at the club level. This is you. You're coming to the net. Let's have a close look here. And you've got to try and figure out, and there's some clues here. Once you get separation in the feet, once they get that wide, your opponent, which right here is Heather Watson, is absolutely 100% on defense. It's difficult. When the ball's getting back, when the ball gets back, there's only really one option, and that option right there is down the line. So, you know, when the ball gets back on you, especially on the backhand side, it's so hard to flick it and come back cross-court. So let's go in, go back full screen. And see what happens here.
Down the line? Yes, it was.
It's down the line. It's exactly where it has to go.
And that's what's going to happen, too, sometimes for Vika. She's going to lose some of those net points, right?
It's the only shot Heather had, and she hit it very well. All righty. You are going to be coming to the net. You are going to have a backhand volley. And a lot of times for players, it's all about you. It's like, what do I want to hit? Do I want to hit a forehand volley? Do I want to hit a backhand volley? I love hitting a cross court. Hang on a second. You've got an opponent. They matter more than you do. So once again, let's have a look at Heather. It's very simple to see. Heather is going this way. Have an awareness of that.
Yeah, she is.
So
she really is.
So Nick, here's my question as we zoom out.
Yep.
Where do you think this volley should go?
Well, I think it should go here.
You're a very smart man.
I'm learning from Craig O'Shaughnessy here. There it is. Thank you, Vika.
She did well. You did well. You read
Heather
that
Watson here at
perfectly.
1-1 in the seventh game of the third set. 3-all serving. Here's a point where Vika's in, closes in, maybe doesn't do enough with that.
She didn't
ball
stop
there,
and get balanced, right? The tactic was perfect, but she ran through it. The body didn't get set. The hands didn't get set. That was just pure technique.
And it seems like whenever she gets a short ball or anything without much interest from Watson, she's taking the opportunity to move forward.
Exactly. So right now, there's options. We've got line.
Right.
Excuse me, that's my hand there.
Yeah.
Let's take that off and start again. We've got line.
There you go.
We've got cross court. But most importantly, Victoria Azarenka is completely in the right position. She's 50% one way, 50 the other. She's closing, and she's shutting that down and
Cross court.
pressuring.
I'm saying cross court.
And she's right there.
There it was.
And there goes the racket into the
Throws
net.
her racket at that ball.
Well, you know what? It's just a little slip out of her hand right there.
Yeah, very happy Victoria Azarenka. Really interesting stuff there to see that Victoria Azarenka, we know her as a big hitting baseliner.
Yes.
She actually is able to come through that match today against Heather Watson. Do we think she's going to apply the same tactics against Simona Halep in the fourth round?
She has to. I mean, Simona Halep is very good from the back of the court. She's very good off the backhand. The forehand, you can pressure. Ostapenko pressured it in the final of the French Open. But you can also have pressure from the front of the court. So there's no way that I see Victoria Azarenka staying back and only coming to the net 5 times in 2 sets. That would not, she's playing well. What's got her here, just keep doing it.
Watch for that at home. Watch to see if Azarenka comes to net. A great win. You just heard the crowd behind us. Benoit Paire moving through in straight sets. Surprising over your Ziyanowicz?
Yeah, I think so. I remember a few years ago when he bowed out in the first round. It was one of those kind of nonplussed effort. I believe it was against Brian Baker. Maybe that was second round against Brian Baker. But, you just don't know what you're going to get. And we want some consistency out of these guys. And he's a fabulous player.
Yeah, Benoit Paire's got a lot of talent, though.
Oh, he can
Fourth
crush
round.
the ball.
Yeah,
Look
absolutely.
at him. He's this tall.
Yeah.
You can do anything he wants with the ball. He can have it on a yo-yo. He's just got to mentally stay in it. It's really the emotions and figuring out the opponent and figuring out serve patterns and just not beating yourself.
All right, Craig, thank you for all of that stuff. Craig O'Shaughnessy teaching us all how to play the best kind of tennis. We're now joining Rachel Stringer. She's in the LTA zone.
So I'm joined by Jay Clark, who is in the doubles with Marcus Willis. Jay, your first experience of Wimbledon, got a wild card here, through to the second round. Just tell me how it's going for you.
Yeah, it's crazy, to be honest. Obviously, all the players are good here, so we weren't really expecting to come through any match, obviously being a wild card in. But yeah, coming from 2 sets down, winning 3 sets in a row against 2 very good players is great, especially playing with Marcus.
And you're smiling now. I bet you haven't changed your expression for a couple of days now, have you?
No, exactly. Just being at this tournament, it's so great. It's so different to any other place you get to play. And obviously, the crowd here is great. When we were playing, 2 sets down, it'd be easy for everyone to walk away. But, they stayed with us. That's something you don't get every day. Especially playing tournaments around the world.
I'm sure you want to go further in the competition, but as it stands at the moment, is it like a dream come true for you?
Yeah, it's been a dream come true. Especially playing with Marcus. He's a really good friend, so to win is great, but to win with him is really special as well. Yeah.
I was going to ask you about Marcus. So obviously you both drew a very big crowd for your first round match. Do you think that was due to his bit of fairy tale story that came out last year?
Yeah, for sure. I don't think I had anything to do with that. So yeah, I was just on court with him. But yeah, he's great to play with. He keeps me relaxed, and it's just really good fun.
So you mentioned there that you guys are friends. Is that how this kind of partnership came about? Can you tell us about that, please?
I've known him for a few years. He's a lot older than me, I think 8 years older than me or something like that. But he's the same age as my sister, and I always used to see him when my sister used to play tournaments, and then, I just asked him to play if he wanted to play dubs over the grass season, if we got wildcards in, and he said yeah, so it's a good partnership, really.
How do your games complement each other out there, would you say?
I don't know, it's strange. We've never played before. We played at Ilkley the first time, but we have pretty good understanding of tennis and doubles especially. So we haven't like clashed rackets or anything like that yet. So that's the main thing. We're just having fun out there.
Absolutely. And also, I've watched you. You've been warming up with Andy Murray. That's got to be pretty special. And how did that come about?
Well, he asked me to practice at the French Open with him for a few days before the tournament started. And that was the first time we hit, and I got to know him. He's a really nice guy. So when I saw him here, he's asking if I can warm him up for his matches and stuff like that. So it's a great compliment.
What have you been learning from Andy Murray? Obviously, a world #1, 2 times champion at Wimbledon.
You learn a lot, even if you're not asking questions, just from how he's hitting the ball and what he's doing, positioning, shot selection. There's so many things that you pick up on just hitting that you don't actually need to ask questions that much. So yeah.
And Jay, just quickly about your rise. Last year, you ranked something like 1,600 in the world. This year, it's down to 360th. What's that down to?
A lot of hard work, I'd say. I've always worked hard, but I'm training more specific now. So every session, every ball, every shot has a meaning, where before I would just hit balls. So trying to be more accurate with the training, I'd say. Yeah.
Well, you've got a queue forming here, so you're obviously getting some fans. So I'll let you go. Good luck with the rest of the tournament. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rachel. Just seeing the London skyline, looking a picture. Although the clouds are starting to just slowly drift over, it's actually made it a lot more pleasant. The breeze is up now, so the spectators getting a little bit of a cooling breeze just to feel slightly better here at SW19, because it has been very, very hot over the last 3 days or so. Now, let's take you over to court #1. British hope in there, Johanna Konta, the #6 seed, up against Sakkari, the Greek player, and Maria Sakkari, who's had a good Wimbledon so far, her best performance in her career at the championships. Konta took the first set 6-4, and here she is going to close out the match there on court #1.
Love 15.
Well played, Johanna Konta.
She is
ferocious hitting, good moving, neat touch at the key moment.
Quick off the mark. And great racket work once there.
Loves 30.
I've covered that many Jo Konta matches and really impressed with her hitting, but the mental part. Wants to have the right balance of intensity, sense of urgency, but yet still calm.
15-30.
That's tough to find that balance.
Oh.
30.
It makes a great sound off the racket when she hits it, when she really nails it.
Center of the racket, nice pop.
40-30.
Got to give credit to this young lady as well. She could have just been so disappointed, just disappear emotionally. Nice gritty performance, hanging in there.
Well, she's on court 1, and she's going to stay here as long as possible. Such a strong shot from Konta down the line there.
Yes.
Not only hit with power, but her positioning. She holds the baseline, doesn't give up the real estate.
All the same. Big shots and a big moment for Jo Konta. An opportunity here to get into the second week of Wimbledon for the first time in her career. Jo Konta, 3 down, 4 to go to end 40 years of you-know-what.
Really nice to see this crowd enjoying this moment. Pleased for this young lady and all the work that she's put in. Terrific performance.
With every match that goes by, the one thing that is for sure is that the British public are going to take her more and more to their heart. And if she's still in this event a week today, we'll be building up to a really big Saturday in the history of British tennis. Well played to Maria Sakkari. We're going to hear more of her, whether Mark Petchey is in her corner or not, but she obviously has got a huge amount of potential. And I just noticed actually from the interview that Jo Konta gave for the official programme for the Eastbourne event last week, she said the 2 passions in her life are ice cream and U2. Quote, I would mortgage my house to see U2 if they were playing anywhere near me. Well, Jo, I don't know if you've been so engrossed in the process and the focus. U2 are playing at Twickenham tomorrow night. Now, somebody from U2's management has got to be watching and listening to this programme. Surely, Jo, do you think Jo can, because she's got 2 days off, can she not sneak over to Twickenham tomorrow? I mean, obviously, she'll be up early in the morning to watch the Lions, obviously. But, you know, tomorrow evening, can she not sneak over to Twickenham when Jo met Bono? Can't you see the photo opportunity?
You need to tell me how far away that is.
It's, if you get the 361 bus and change at the bus station, it's about 45 minutes.
Oh, I'd say do it. Live large.
Yeah. Fantastic performance, though. And you can only beat what's in front of you, and obviously there are going to be bigger obstacles ahead. Caroline Garcia waits in the next round. After that, possibly Simona Halep, the number 2 seed. Yelena Ostapenko, the French Open champion, waits in this half of the draw. Venus Williams. But for the moment, that's for the future. For now, another authoritative, combative, dependable, actually, really dependable performance from Jo Konta. And so the British number 1, 6-4, 6-1, is safely through to the second week.
Jo, congratulations. Against a player who's so talented, how good a performance was that from you to win as you did today?
I'm very happy with that. I think it was actually quite tricky conditions out there. It was a bit more gusty than maybe it appeared from outside, and it wasn't easy for both of us. So I'm very happy to have just really tried to take care of the simple things, really just try to compete hard and make sure I didn't leave any stone unturned.
How aware are you of people talking about you as a potential winner of this tournament now?
Not particularly. I think everyone's a potential winner here, so I'm here to hopefully be involved until the very end, but one match at a time. I'm very happy to have come through today, and I've definitely got another battle coming up next.
With each match you play, it seems the British public take you more and more into their hearts. Can you feel that out on court?
Oh, the support is absolutely amazing, and to see such packed stadiums, it's truly humbling, and it's what we all dream of as young children to play on the biggest stages in front of many people.
Just a little glimpse into the crystal ball of next week. You've of course got to play Caroline Garcia next. Your first thoughts on taking her on?
Well, the last time I played her, I lost to her in a very close battle in Indian Wells, 7-6 in the third. So she's playing very good tennis. I think she made the last 8 in Roland Garros as well. So she's obviously playing with a lot of confidence. So I'm really looking forward to that. It's another great opportunity to play someone who's in good form and who'll really challenge me. And I'm definitely looking forward to that.
And speaking of opportunities, might you take the opportunity to go and see U2 this weekend at Twickenham?
No, unlikely. I'm actually hoping to see them later in the year.
Well played today. Many congratulations.
Thank you.
So British delight, the number 6 seed, Konta through, 6-4, 6-1, great performance against Sakari. Now, this is the scene inside centre court. Rafa Nadal, who's been in peerless form, again, 6-1, 6-4. The first couple of sets, no real trouble so far against the Russian Karan Khachanov, the number 30 seed. So much promise from Khachanov at the moment in terms of his career. A lot of people picking him to make the top 10 in the world rankings, but we can join it at 2-1 in the third set.
Tony Nadal looking down on Rafa Nadal. Not for much longer, actually. His trips on the road with his nephew will be few and far between as he looks after the Rafa Nadal Academy now, which is sure to be popular. There's an educational aspect to that, as well as a residential tennis program as well. But Rafa Nadal, 45 match wins this year, which is more than any other player on tour. So any injuries or any niggles at all, absolutely gone now. In fact, with 45 wins, Dominic Thiem at 37 and Sasha Zverev at 35, he's way ahead of everybody else. It's because he keeps on winning every tournament that he's in. If he makes the final, Rafa Nadal of Wimbledon this year, he'll be back to world number 1. That's how good a year he's had.
Et 15 love. Et 30 love. Love.
Nadal's been pretty impressive in all aspects of his game, but certainly on serve. Only lost 12 points.
Game Nadal.
In 10 service games.
2 games all. Third set.
So Rafa Nadal is 2 sets to love up, and it is currently with serve in the third set. But we're now heading over to court number 1, where a 5-time champion, Venus Williams, is preparing for her third round encounter with a young lady from Japan, Naomi Osaka. This is a fascinating story, actually. You might call it a battle of the ages. Osaka is a teenager from Japan, and she's already making incredible strides on the WTA tour. Opponents are likening her to the famous bullet train in Japan, the Shinkansen. I actually had my first trip on that earlier this year. I can tell you it lives up to all expectation. But would you believe she was born a month after Venus Williams reached her first US Open final, which was back in 1997. Now she has the opportunity to play one of her heroes. She's 19 years of age, based in the US, and making her debut at Wimbledon. Now playing against a lady who's playing in her 20th Wimbledon. This is why you've got to love the Grand Slams. Naomi said she feels like she's been preparing her whole life for an opportunity like this. Well, here it is in front of her on court number 1.
Still getting used to the new court 1 as it makes its way towards a full roof.
You don't get too used to it. It's going to look great, but it won't look great this year. Not until 2019 will it look great.
It's confirmation of Venus's details, 37 years of age, and of course a world number 1 back in 2002. Currently seeded 10th for the championships, but of course 11 with the world ranking. Sister Serena getting ready for her new baby, and look, confirmation of that incredible run of success. A 5 times Wimbledon champion, twice at Flushing Meadows, runner-up at Roland Garros, and also twice in Melbourne. Hasn't had things her own way, fairly straightforward, and I use that word advisedly against Mertens 7-6, 6-4, but she really did have to dig deep against Wang 4-6, 6-4, 6-1. But that experience really told in that second round encounter.
Oracene Price on the left. It's that most recent encounter for Venus. You have to look at the way she finished at 6-1 in the third. She was obviously seeing the ball very well by the time that match finished. Didn't play a lead up to this year's championships.
Let's take a look at the girl who wasn't even born when Venus made her Wimbledon debut. Naomi Osaka of Japan, 59 in the world, and just her 3rd year on the full WTA tour. But idolizes the Williams sisters. Actually says that Serena is the one she idolizes the most, but is living the dream here and having to pinch herself. She can't quite believe it. But look at that run for someone so inexperienced. On her debut, in every slam, she has always made the 3rd round, which is a remarkable achievement.
And she has had some good results against top-ranked players. That's what there's the first round and the second round. The second round, that was a seed that she put out there, 6-4 in the third. But it's when you look at these players that don't have a lot of experience and you see, do they have the capability and the weapons to worry the top players? That gentleman on the left is David Taylor, who is the coach of Osaka. He is a well-credentialed coach, has been around for a long time, spent a long time coaching Sam Stosur and various other people on the tour. This is their first meeting at Grand Slam or at WTA Tour level. She's one of 5 Japanese players, Osaka, in this main draw.
Zhuan Zhang of China in charge today, the 3rd match here on court 1. These two were actually supposed to play in Auckland earlier in the year, but Venus withdrew through injury. So it's been, shall we say, postponed 7 months or so.
So Osaka she's had wins over Stosur, Irani, Sibylkova, Svitolina. So she has the capability of bothering the top players. Has yet to beat someone ranked in the top sort of 5, or even in the top 20. All those in the top 10, all those wins were in the top 20. The grass court matches leading into here for Osaka. Second round of Birmingham, where she lost to Safarova. Second round of Eastbourne, lost to Wozniacki. So two very experienced players there. The highlight of her 2016 was getting to the finals of the PPO event in Tokyo, as we see Venus leave the court, just maybe for a quick bathroom break. So in that event in Tokyo, which is indoors, Sibylkova, Svitolina beat both those players, and that will do wonders for your ranking when you come to a big tournament like that that's not a Grand Slam. Gives you all sorts of ranking points and confidence.
Well, it's certainly rare to see a player come to court, warm up for 5 minutes and then leave straight away. We can only believe at this stage she wants a quick bathroom break.
Venus does do that from time to time.
Well, I suppose when you've won the title here 5 times, you can do what you like. But for the meantime, it means that Naomi Osaka, who's, from a psychological perspective, Liz, she would have been preparing for a 5-minute warm-up and then action. And instead, she's having just to warm up a few more serves. I'm sure the crowd are a bit baffled by it all. She is a lonely figure at the moment.
This is her main draw debut here at the Championships, Osaka. She played in qualifying and lost in 2015. And last year she withdrew with a right knee problem. Venus is back. She's one of 6 champions left in the draw. Venus, we've got Azarenka, Kerber, Kuznetsova, Muguruza and Ostapenko.
But of course the only one here who's actually won here. So with Kvitova now out, it's
time.
Well, the waiting is almost over. Venus Williams in her 98th match here at Wimbledon.
Miss Venus Williams.
Naomi Osaka in just her 3rd.
Osaka well inside the baseline to return this serve.
For things like that.
Looking to be aggressive immediately. From time to time, this second serve from Venus Williams can get a little bit short. And Osaka, she's done her homework there with David Taylor.
Oh, I think she can quickly forget that one.
I just didn't have the time to get the grip change on that forehand side, Osaka.
Right place, just the speed and depth, too much. And Venus opens up her account here on court 1.
So Venus Williams holds on to her opening service game on court number 1. Now this is a fascinating match on court number 8. We must be only about an hour and a half after 2 hours maybe after Heather Watson just lost her third round ladies singles match to Victoria Azarenka. She's now back on court against her once more in the mixed doubles, which is court number 8. Claire Curran and I are lucky to be overlooking this match, and where are the emotions, Claire? How do you approach this? Is this a chance to get revenge? Is this uncomfortable?
No, actually, I often think that this is actually quite a nice situation for both players because it takes their mind away from what has just happened in terms of the match that was on centre court earlier on today. For Azarenka, I think it's probably a bit more of a problem because having just come back 7 months ago from having her child, she's been playing these matches this week, a lot of tennis matches. Physically, that would have a big toll on her body, and she's straight out in the mixed doubles here. I'm not sure whether she would have done that prior to having children or whether she thought when she came into Wimbledon she was just looking for as many matches as possible, but I'm sure for Azarenka she won't want to stay out here for too long. But it is a fascinating lineup because obviously Continent and Watson, the last time they played together here at Wimbledon, they won the championships, which was an amazing moment for Heather Watson in her very young career at that stage. So the thing with Heather Watson, when she plays doubles, she has so much fun out there on the court, and these two together, they really enjoy themselves, and I think they combine very, very well. Interesting, they haven't actually played since Wimbledon last year, and that's a little bit because of Watson's results in singles have not allowed her to enter into the mixed doubles events because her ranking hasn't been high enough. So this year she has the opportunity. Obviously it's at Wimbledon, and I'm sure having lost now in the singles, they'd like to go as far as they can and see if they can retain the title.
Well, that explains why, despite being the defending champions, they are unseeded in the mixed doubles draw, and they hold on to their service game there. And I have to say, a smiling Heather Watson runs up to the net. It's nice to see that she's obviously already let go of what happened on centre court a little bit earlier on, which was, in case you missed it, an incredibly tight match that came down to the wire. In the third set, Victoria Azarenka broke her to go 5-4 and serve out the match at 6-4. There was an unfortunate incident where Heather Watson thought that she'd asked to challenge a serve that was an ace that ended up giving Vika match point. The umpire didn't see it. She didn't hear her say challenge, and so didn't award her the call. I think the ball would have been in anyway, but mentally it was a bit of a difficult obstacle for Heather to get over at the time.
Well, it was a difficult one, and I think she wanted to make the call as well for a tactical reason, just to slow things down before she went into that match point. But Heather is a very good doubles player. She has 3 WTA titles on the doubles tour, and a lot of her success has come from the doubles, and that's also helped her, then propelled her to better results in singles afterwards. So she's such a nice ball striker. She's got such movement in the net, but most of all, when you're playing mixed doubles, the most important thing is that the man keeps the women happy, and I think her partner does that nicely.
Yeah, so it is Henri Continent and Heather Watson who are the defending mixed doubles champions. They are on court 8 playing Zimonjic and Azarenka. Will keep you posted. It's very early stages with serve. Meanwhile, let's head over to court number 18, where we have Jamie Murray and Bruno Suarez playing in the men's doubles. They are incredibly talented pairing. They won multiple Grand Slams last year. They haven't had quite the same success this year. We were speaking about them a little bit earlier on, a few days ago, I should say, Claire, and you spoke about the fact that he'd changed from playing with John Pears, had chosen to partnership up with Bruno because his coach had advised him that he'd be better at returning. It seems to have been working pretty well, and they are playing Sam Groth and Robert Lindstedt, an Austrian and Swedish pairing here on court number 18. It's nice as well for the crowd who don't have a ticket for one of the big courts to be able to walk around like to number 8, 218, and still watch some British players.
Yeah. I think Jamie was hopeful that he would get a bigger court because last night he played his first round match on court 5, which for him obviously is well known as Jamie is, and the whole family. He's probably, his expectation a little bit could be when he's out here at Wimbledon in his home Grand Slam that he gets big courts. So he's out there now. He's got a much bigger court, but he's got a difficult proposition in this match. Big serving Sam Groth. It would be very difficult to break his serve throughout the match, regardless of how well Suarez himself returns. And this is a match to follow and to watch throughout the evening, because there's a lot of experience on the court here. And obviously Murray and Suarez are desperate to try to win that Wimbledon title. But again, this is just another very tough match along the way.
Yeah, Sam Groth is a very talented grass court player as he slams down some volleys there. He's progressed a decent way in the singles here in years past. Linstead, we know, his partner is a very experienced doubles player. It's nice to see how these dynamics come about because, of course, when they play in Davis Cups or Olympics, you have to stay within your country. That's not always the case. In fact, with none of these partnerships, they're from 4 different countries.
Absolutely, and I'm sure Groth will be desperate to try to get a spot on that Australian semi-final Davis Cup team. But actually, I watched him play last week in the qualification round, and after he lost that match, he threw his racket not just into the back of the court, but over the court. And he may have suffered a little bit in terms of a penalty for that, because it's yes, it was a moment of madness, and I'm sure it's partly because he's trying so hard to get his singles back to where it once was.
Yeah, likely to have been given a fine for behaviour like that, I would imagine. There's a couple of fines gone out this year's Wimbledon Championships, actually. Bernard Tomic received a fine after admitting that he had asked for an injury break when he wasn't actually injured. He had a very honest press conference after his loss the other day. And a couple of others have swung by, but I think it sets a good example to players that they will be penalised if they don't act in lines with the code of conduct.
Well, yes, and they're substantial fines. So Tomic, I think he would have come home with, or left the championships with about £37,000, but his fine was nearly £12,000. So that was just for his behaviour in the press room afterwards. I'm sure he's regretting that as he flies back home. He wishes maybe he hadn't been so honest with his feelings.
It was amazing, actually. A lot of people commentating at the time that they couldn't really believe that he had been as honest as he has, and that probably will be the last time after what has happened. But I have to say, it's really another spectacular afternoon here. We've got tennis all around us on these outside courts. Court number 2 is a wonderful amphitheatre over there, and once the double starts, it's a real opportunity for people to still have a go in the championships if they're not in the singles draw. This match right behind us that features Watson Nazarenka again is just such a perfect example of that. You know, Heather Watson would have been gutted, I imagine, walking off centre court, but she's got the mixed and she's got the ladies, and it's not all over yet for Wimbledon for her.
No, it's not. She's obviously two more events to play in, but one of the things that I love about the doubles, the mixed doubles events here at Wimbledon, is that you see such a diverse amount of nations playing in them. So a lot of Indians are playing in the doubles. You see Colombian people, Chinese Taipei, from everywhere that you can think of, and I think that's what is so nice about playing in the doubles competition here, because it's not a lot of these players that are here playing doubles, they're doing it, they're not playing any singles, they're purely doubles specialist, and to get themselves into the main draw of the Grand Slams is an important moment, not just for points but also financially for them.
All right, well, we're going to move on now to court number 2, and this could be a heck of a game. Camilla Giorgi is unseeded Italian player. They're in the second set. She's playing the newly crowned French Open champion, Jelena Ostapenko, who's the 13th seed at this year's Wimbledon from Latvia. She took the first set, Camilla Giorgi had a very good win, actually, in her second round match. She's almost a bit of a veteran here. She's been playing here for several years. She's never progressed quite as far as people would have expected, but she did knock Madison Keys out of the tournament in the second round, came through in 3 sets, 6-4, 6-7, 6-1. So that was perhaps a little bit of a surprise, but she could have her work set out for her today against someone like Ostapenko, who seems to be incredibly confident after that win in Paris.
Yes, but this is the best time that she could possibly play her, because with that win in Paris, Ostapenko, she doesn't have that much experience playing in the ladies' main draw. She does have big weapons on the grass court. She hasn't been talked about that much in terms of somebody who could go on to win this championships. but she does off the ground have those weapons. A little bit weak on the second serve, and you can see already Georgie stepping in. She's trying to take that ball early, and just like that, take time away from Ostapenko, which makes it difficult for her to strike. So this is a challenging match for Ostapenko because Georgie has the ability to put her into positions on the court that she doesn't want to be in.
Okay, well, let's see how this game unfolds. And we'll join some of the commentary that is available on court number 2.
Love 30.
So a bit of pressure for Ostapenko in this service game.
$15-30.
Good response.
So very even at the moment between the two. Yet again, inside the court, going to go for it.
Oh, what an angle Camilla Giorgi creates by advancing up the court, and she's got 2 break point opportunities here in game 6.
I'm not sure she hit that cleanly, but she's going to act like she did.
$30-40. Game, Miss Georgie. Miss Georgie leads 4-2, second set.
So we'll keep you updated with how that progresses on court number 2. But Camilla Giorgi is up a break in the second set, which she needs to be because she lost the first set, as you can see, 7-5. So we'll keep you posted. But this is how things look out on the hill. Absolutely packed because it's been quite a day, I have to say, of action on centre court and court number 1. We had Heather Watson, as we mentioned, in that 3-set epic match with Victoria Azarenka. Rafael Nadal's on centre court at the moment. Meanwhile, Johanna Konta has been on court number 1. That match was dealt with fairly quickly, and Venus Williams, as we told you earlier, is on court number 1 now. Andy Murray will be following Rafa Nadal out onto centre court, so we'll keep you posted with how things look there. Actually, the scoreline a little bit tighter in the third set than it has been in the opening 2 so far, but it's a Friday evening. Many people probably finishing work and thinking they can just wander down and enjoy the evening sunshine here at the All England Club. But we'll head over to court number 3 now, where we can find a familiar name in Martina Hingis, Claire, and some more doubles. She's playing with Chan. They are a seeded pair, actually, number 3 seeds, and playing a Russian duo. Hingis is actually an interesting story. Of course, we know that she won here as a teenager, and she's come back, well, kind of retired, but has come back and played a lot of doubles since.
Well, she has, and I'm thinking that she won the ladies' doubles back in 1994. When she played with Yelena Sakova. With quite a few years have passed with that, and actually she looks fitter and stronger than she did even when she won the ladies singles title back in 1997. But she is an incredible doubles player. I think there's very few people could be that good. I've actually played against her, and she's so difficult to read on the court, and she's very good with her partner. That's one of the things that any good doubles player should be. They've got to let them feel relaxed and let them play their best game. But Martina Hingis just reads the game so incredibly well, and I think she's probably one of the best doubles players I have ever seen. I watched her play with Leanne Pays, the final of the mixed doubles 2 years ago, and she was by far just the leading player on the court.
Really?
Yeah.
We did speak about leaders yesterday, didn't we? That's interesting to know, particularly when you're playing mixed doubles. And it may or may not be the other way around. Now, she was incredibly successful in ladies with Sani Merza in recent years. Has Merza retired, or have they just chosen to go their separate ways?
No, Merza's still playing, and I think she's actually playing in the doubles here during the championships. But I think they had so much success for so long, and sometimes it's a little bit of a case of, look, let's try something different, and maybe it just wasn't working with their schedule, and they just tried to move on. So she hasn't yet had that same success or found the same type of consistency in a partner that she did with Mirza back 2 years ago. Actually, I think they finished just before Wimbledon last year. But I think for Martina Hingis, anybody that gets the call to play with her,
you're going to say yes.
You're going to say yes.
But what goes into choosing a partner? But as we see that they've actually got break point here, having already won the first set, so this would be a pretty valuable point to have to go 5-2 up in the second and move through these ladies' doubles. But it's an interesting environment on tour, and I suppose that there's a few tactics and there's a little bit that goes on behind the scenes when it comes to choosing your doubles partner, particularly if you are someone as valuable as Martina Hingis.
Yes, and also you've got to think at the time about the player that you're choosing. Does their ranking match your ranking? Because if it doesn't, you may not get into tournaments, and also you may not get seeded, and that will make things a little bit tricky. So I think for Martina Hingis, well, she can really pick whoever she wants to play with, but often you've got to think about choosing somebody who you're going to like. Obviously the ranking is good enough, but also the skills contrast a little bit with your skills, because if you have two people in the court that purely do the same thing well, for example, two people that hit great from the back of the court, but neither of them have got good hands in the net, then you're going to be susceptible to being exposed in the net. So often the best doubles teams are the ones that contrast the best in their skill set.
That's interesting, yeah. You want people bringing different strengths to the team, and amazingly, the Russian duo were able to save break point, unable to convert the game point there. It's now back to another juice. We just saw a couple of people relaxing under an umbrella in the sun because it's been another really, really warm day here at the All England Club, and makes people want to have a little break, a little rest. But
I don't think we're used to that here in the UK. It's the heat, but it's the humidity as well, and that's something a lot of people have been talking about. Not just the players, but also all the spectators out there here at the championships. They're having to really look after themselves. But it's nice to see that Britain is displaying that we do have a summer. We do have a summer, very nice weather.
Now this is fascinating because Hawkeye is not available on every single court. Now this is court number 3, one of the larger courts out there, and obviously does have Hawkeye available, but I imagine for a player it is a service that you like to rely on and can cause some contentious issues when you're on a court without that technology to fall back on.
Well, especially if you're used to it, and obviously when you're playing on the clay, you've got the bounce that you can look at, and the mark is there. But on the grass, the only indication of whether the ball could have been in is when it bounces on the. I've been informed that it's not chalk anymore; it's titanium oxide.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take your word for that.
When it bounces on the titanium oxide, obviously that's meant to bring up something. But I think it's there to make sure that the lines stay clear. Obviously the chalk disappears midway through the day.
And also worth checking the balls, where you often see players call for the ball to come back and see if there was a mark on it. This is turning into quite a game as we sit at another juice, and the Russian duo struggling to hold on to serve. It is a quite important point in the match.
Yes, and you can see there's just so much movement in the net from both players. It's trying to distract the cross-court rallier from being able to hit into that cross-court target. The net player has to move all over the place, and often they don't get to hit the ball at all, but it's just the movement that causes that mistake from the person hitting the ground stroke at the back of the court.
So once again, the Russian ladies with a chance to close out their service game.
Thank you.
Game. Oh, they've done it. They've done it. And obviously, whenever these ladies are playing on the tour, they it's 1 point decides. So it's very different here at the Grand Slams when they're playing in the doubles, because they're not playing a 10-point tiebreaker in the third set. They're playing a proper tiebreaker, but also it's no advantage in the game. They're playing a juice advantage, and that's something that takes a little bit of getting used to if you haven't obviously been doing it throughout the rest of the year.
All right, well, we'll keep you posted on Martina Hingis and Heather Watson and all these other big names that are playing doubles around us this afternoon. Well, earlier on, the 7th seed, Marin Cilic, came through in straight sets over the American Steve Johnson. He has set up a fourth-round encounter with the Spaniard Roberto Bautista Agut after he caused a little bit of an upset, knocking out the number 9 seed, Kei Nishikori. Kei, though, not coming into these championships with an awful lot of form on the grass courts. And Cilic will play Bautista Agut on Monday. And Cilic is with our own Craig O'Shaughnessy.
Congratulations to Marin Cilic. Played 3 matches, won 3 matches, won every set. Today was against Steve Johnson. Tell us about the momentum points. It was 6-4, 7-6, 3 in the breaker, and then 6-4. Where did you get control?
Well, I would say that already from the beginning of the match, I started to have some break points in the second game on Stevie's serve, and then I was applying pressure all the time. I haven't made a break until 5-4, but in that moment I felt that the momentum started to shift on my side. Stevie just dropped his level a bit, and then in those moments from the end of the first set until middle of the second set, I felt that I was a little bit better on the court, with a little bit more aggressiveness in my game, and also a little bit more with my positive emotions. So I felt that was going onto my side. And I was serving for the second set. I lost my serve in those moments, that game, and then in that moment the momentum actually shifted back, and it was basically quite even, and it was extremely critical for me to win that second set tiebreak. Played really well in that moment, but also considering that I lost my serve in the second set, I felt that Stevie started to feel that he is back in the game, that he has a little bit more to take, and he broke me at the beginning of the third, and he played really sloppy game on his service game after that break, and that gave me momentum back.
Wonderful review, by the way. Look at the knowledge about the match. Now, you play 2 matches out there. One is during the point, all the forehands and backhands and serves. The second one is between the points. What goes on inside your mind and handling the emotion? So here's a little scenario for you. Today you served 18 times out wide in the deuce court. So you've got an out wide deuce court serve. You went to the net 34 times, 120. So here's the scenario. Lovely serve out wide, ball comes back, you go to the net, finish at the volley. What are the first things that go through your mind during that 20 to 25 seconds as you walk back? Do you review it? Do you just be calm in your mind? What's happening there?
The thing is, I think if you win the point, you are starting already to focus on the next point. What is my strategy going to be in that next point? Where I'm going to serve. When I get to the baseline, I'm thinking where I'm going to serve, how am I going to construct the point, and if I'm going to go again going wide or tee or even body just to keep him guessing. But if I would have lost the point, I would review it, obviously, quickly in my mind, think about if I have played the right way, the point, the right strategy, and think about it for the next point, not necessarily the next point in that game, but for the next time that I'm going to play similar points. If I'm going to do that again, the same pattern, or I'm going to change it and review it in that way.
Well, there wasn't a lot of emotion talked about right there. Now, when you lost your serve at the end of that second set going into the tiebreaker, how do you deal with that emotionally? Do you get a little mad? Do you get a little frustrated? Do you just breathe deeply? In that moment today, what was going on?
I was up on my service game 30 love, played great point on 30 love, came in and had a sitter volley that I missed in the net, just top of the net.
They're always fun, aren't they?
They are always tough. And then 30-15 hit a little bit too wild forehand. 30-all missed another sitter volley.
Here we go.
And the break happened. But when I was reviewing it, it was not bad play. It was not a bad strategy. It was just the execution that wasn't the right at that moment. And for me, in my mind, I felt that I played really good the points. I constructed it well, and just it was a matter of being a little bit more alert in those final touches of the point.
Fantastic. Let's finish up with a couple of statistics. You served and volleyed 4 times, 3 behind your first serve, 1 behind your second. Overall for the tournament, you served and volleyed 10 times. You've won 6. 60% is a great, is good in anyone's language. Should you be doing it more when you see that? Is it about the right amount? Are you doing it as a surprise? You're a big guy, serve and volley should be on the dinner plate for you.
Yes, I agree. Well, I'm as a player feeling a little bit more comfortable, staying a little bit more back, but I'm trying to add this serve and volley game a little bit more often when I feel it's the right time. And today I went several times in. I could have gone a little bit more as Stevie is blocking more often than not the returns. But still, I was focusing on my strategy and also focusing to hit my first shot after the serve, maybe to the open court, or to expose his backhand and to come in after that one.
How are you enjoying the hot conditions?
Very good. Feeling really good on the hot conditions. I would say that this year the courts are a little bit slower than last year's. Actually, all the years that I've played here, and maybe that's going to have an impact on the game.
Yeah. Maren, thank you so much for visiting us at the Wimbledon channel. We wish you all the best.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Behind me is the Wimbledon shop, where you can buy so many amazing items, ranging from little souvenirs like little tennis ball key rings, all the way up to cashmere jumpers. And of course, you can buy tennis balls, towels, and even jewellery. But this year, the Wimbledon shop, they're promoting fashion. And this is one of the pieces that is on offer this year. And the collection this year is all made in-house. And that's the first time that's been done. So, as you can see, I'm wearing one of the dresses. This is 100% cotton. Feels pretty good for a day like this. The weather is pretty hot, so a dress like this is ideal if you're out here watching the tennis or sitting on Henman Hill, and it costs £59. So, bit of a bargain. And I'm just having a look around, seeing what else is going on in the world of fashion at Wimbledon, and I spotted this lady's dress over here, which looks pretty nice. I'm loving your outfit. Can you please talk me through it?
So this is a dress from Zara. And my shoes are from H&M, and my handbag's Kate Spade.
And how long did it take you to plan what you were wearing for Wimbledon?
Years. About 20 minutes.
But, come on, as a girl to girl, if I knew I was going to Wimbledon, I would kind of have a look around and see what kind of things other girls wear and then go, okay, yeah, that looks okay.
Yeah, I had a couple of pretty floaty dresses, so there was a choice of about 3 or 4 things.
3 or 4? Are you sure it was 10?
Yeah, they're all ex-wedding guest outfits, so I thought if I can wear it to a wedding, I can wear it to Wimbledon.
And do you feel like you're fitting in today at Wimbledon? Because I would say you are.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Everyone's kind of, some people are dressed up, some people have gone a little bit more casual, but yeah, whatever people want to do, really.
And shoe choice. I'm talking about shoe choice because there's a lot of walking. Actually, on Tuesday, I walked 23,000 steps. Are your feet aching? Do you wish you wore flats?
They're okay because they're wedges, so they're fine, but they are starting to ache a little bit now.
And the sun's out today. Have you bought an umbrella or are you wearing sun cream? I need to know.
I should say yes to the sun cream, shouldn't I? But no to both.
She hasn't got sun cream on or an umbrella for the sun protection. Anyway, you look fabulous.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy your day at Wimbledon.
Thank you, you too.
All white clothing has been worn at Wimbledon since the tournament began in 1877. Since then, styles have changed and evolved. But to us, the all-white rule isn't just about fashion, it's about letting the tennis and the players stand out. Everyone who steps on a Wimbledon court, from reigning champion through to qualifier, does so wearing white. That's a great leveller. If a player wants to get noticed, they need to do so through their play. That's a tradition we're rather proud of.
I'm thinking it's the point where I almost end up in the crowd to win the third set against Gasquet.
He's turned it round. 3-set points, Murray.
So, yeah, I remember I was down 2 sets to love at the time. I think he also served for the match in the third set, and I managed to get a break. I was obviously pretty close to going out of the tournament, and then I think I was 6-3 up in this breaker, and he had a pretty good serve, and I basically popped the ball up right on top of the net. I just basically anticipated exactly where he was going to go, and I sprinted pretty hard.
There's no way he just did that.
And then ended up almost in with the crowd and the cameraman. So yeah, it was it's a good way to finish the set and started a big comeback as well. So long ago now, I mean that's like 9 years ago. There's been some good ones since then, but in terms of like points and important, like the way to finish is such an important point. That was a big one. I've not played too many like that.
Delighted to be joined by Renee Stubbs, who was in the commentary box with us on the Wimbledon channel last year. Renee, you're a very busy person. You've got to get straight back to the commentary box. Your thoughts on how the Women's Championship has unfolded so far, especially with Pliskova going out. Many people were tipping her for the Wimbledon title.
They certainly were. Well, I think mostly because of how she did at Eastbourne, to be honest. But Rybakova played the match of her life. She's a dangerous player on grass. She's played really well over the last few weeks. So not a massive surprise. But yes, of course, Pliskova losing was big. Petra Kvitova, a lot of people were talking about her, but of course the heat and just the fact that she hasn't played a lot of matches, great to have her back. But, you know, having said that, we've still got the #1 seed. We've still got Kerber and Muguruza, former finalist. We still have Venus Williams, 5-time champion. We still have Halep, the #2 seed. So you forget about all the other players that we still have in the draw.
And what are your impressions on what you've seen so far from Victoria Azarenka? Because it's an incredible story. She only had Leo in December. Now, I know that Heather Watson will rue her unforced errors, especially on the forehand in that epic 3-set match. But how amazing for Azarenka to even make it into the second week. We know that she's a quality Grand Slam champion, but she's done brilliantly already, especially bearing in mind how recently she's come back to the tour.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kim Clijsters has sort of shown so many players that they can play after having a child and play successfully. So for me, I mean, I think with Azarenka, it's not a surprise. I don't think she would have ever entered a tournament if she didn't feel that she was ready physically to play. So, you know, when she enters a tournament, believe me, she's ready to go. She's ready to go a long way. But, I mean, yeah, I mean, part of her would probably feel really satisfied with this.
Right, we shall hold you up no further. See you next week. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Yeah, well, how can you not? Look at this weather. Amazing.
Thanks, Renee.
You're welcome.
Oh, we love Renee. Good to hear from Stubbsy on the Wimbledon channel. She's a busy lady with ESPN this week, but we're heading over now to what is match point for Jelena Ostapenko against Camila Giorgi. What a reaction. This, you've got to love her. You've just absolutely got to love this girl. She is so passionate. She is the new French Open champion. She is just 20 years of age, and she is playing in just her 3rd Wimbledon, having already gone further than she ever has before. That has secured her place in the second week of this Grand Slam. She'll be playing in the 4th round, having never previously made it past the 2nd round here, which was 2 years ago in 2015. She almost shakes her head in disbelief, Claire. It's really turning into a wonderful story.
Well, I mean, she's got so many weapons out there, but she's absolutely fearless, Cara. And that's the way she plays her game. And on a grass court, that can be so effective. And she's not somebody that we've talked about as a potential champion for this event, but she's definitely should put her hand into the hat for that, because she has the weapons off the ground, and she doesn't really care. You know, she's just coming here. She's just turned 20 years of age. She's already a junior champion. What are you saying? Why not?
Yeah, and I have to say that you said that, and I thought, gosh, really? But I suppose she could go all the way. If she was to go all the way here after what she did at the French, it would be remarkable. And you take a quick look at the draw. She will be playing Alina Svitolina next. That is going to be her biggest challenge of the tournament so far, because she is the #4 seed, obviously coming in with a lot more experience than she does. And other names that linger, I suppose, in her half of the draw, of course, Johanna Konta, Victoria Azarenka, Simona Halep. It will be a tough task, but perhaps the fearless nature that you mentioned and her innocence, her youth, is really what is her strength right now?
Well, I think it's really impressive the way she's backed up the French Open, and she's come here and already she finds herself in the 4th round. But the match against Svitolina which will be a repeat of the French Open quarterfinal. That's quite a task for her. She beat her having been in a position that she was actually losing the match, losing that French Open match. She came back and she beat her. But Svitolina, again, is not somebody that has been talked overly about. But she, again, has some big weapons and, again, could be a person who could go on. You know, the winner of that match could actually go on and take the title.
Talk to me about the fact that her French Open win was actually her first tour-level singles title, full stop. You know, when someone breaks out and wins their first event at one of the 4 biggest tournaments in the year, that could quite often be quite hard to follow up. She seems to be defying that, of course, with her play here, because she wants to live up to the billing. Because once you do make a splash on the big stage, there's really nowhere else to go but down unless you manage to maintain that form.
I think Ostapenko always thought she was going to be a Grand Slam champion. But I think when it happens so young, some people might shy away from that. But she just took it in her stride and she took her opportunity. And that's why coming here into Wimbledon, where people aren't talking about her, because the fact that she's so young, she's already won the French. Well, how could she possibly go on and win Wimbledon? It's not impossible to do. And I think she's showing some remarkably good qualities already here at Wimbledon.
Yeah, it's definitely not impossible to do, because she was unseeded at the French Open and she was the lowest ranked player to do so. But meanwhile, Rafa Nadal, he is into the second week at Wimbledon for the first time in a long time. Straight sets victory over his opponent. He managed to go 6-1, 6-4, 7-6 in a third set tiebreak against his opponent today, who was Khachanov from Russia, the 30th seed. I have to say, Rafa continues to impress. Mats Wilander is so bullish on him. He really believes he's playing the best in his career. This is Sergio Garcia and his fiancée, Angela Akings. They're actually getting married in just about 3 weeks' time. Sergio is a really, really good friend of Rafa's. Rafa's quite a good golfer himself, and it's awesome to see Sergio here wearing the green jacket after winning the Masters.
Well, I was going to say wearing the green jacket, and that is nice to see, but that's 28 sets in a row for Rafa Nadal in a Grand Slam. And I was watching that match. His footwork is absolutely incredible around that court. His ability to get onto the forehand from anywhere, he just works so hard. But what has impressed me a lot, did he throw it into the crowd?
We can hear, sorry to interrupt you, we can hear the shrieks from centre court. And there's David Beckham with his mum Sandra watching on. I doubt that he's really admiring Rafa as most of the female audience is right now, but we can hear the shrieks from where we're standing with shirtless Rafa. I think he's having a bit of a joke around as well, smiling face.
Yeah, he's putting on a show for the centre court crowd, and he did that in his first match. But he pretended to throw his top into the crowd, and then he put it back into his bag. And I thought he must have a few shirts he could just at least give to, just
he
throw
teases
a few
them.
out. He teases them, and then he takes it back. But no, it's incredible to see Rafa back here playing the level that he's playing at. And I mean, he is going to be a very hard man to stop. I've been saying it I watched him play last weekend on the grass, and we often talk about his forehand and how dominant his forehand is, but his backhand, the power that he's using, hitting through the court, is really hitting. I've never seen him hitting it that well.
So Rafa Nadal into the second week at Wimbledon. He hasn't made it past the fourth round here since 2011. That's quite a surprising record for someone that's a two-time champion and someone that reached the final for 5 consecutive years here. Of course, he was knocked out by Roger Federer on a few of those occasions. There was a couple of epics, and this is actually the anniversary, or it was yesterday, I should say, of that win that he had in 2008 in that 5-set thriller against Roger Federer. I think he's just about to walk out, and we will be able to hear from him, because we'll be getting a flash interview from the winner as he steps off the court. No doubt smiling, no doubt happy, no doubt relieved. Rafa Nadal into the second week here at Wimbledon.
All right.
Rafa, well done today. You said it yourself before the match, you were up against a very dangerous opponent. So how pleased are you to get that win today?
Well, I think for a while I played fantastic. No, first set and a half I think was great level. Very happy the way that I played. Then it was a little bit tougher. I think I stopped a little bit the legs, and he started to hit stronger. But it's true that was a tough opponent, so it's impossible to win easy. So just very happy to be through again in straight sets.
You produced some stunning shots on the backhand. How pleased were you with that particular aspect of your game today?
Yeah, good. I think I played some good shots from the forehand, backhand. I think my serve worked well this afternoon, so just happy almost about almost everything. No, I think just a little bit in the third I started to play a little bit shorter when he was serving with the second serve. That's the only thing, because for the rest of the things I think I was very well.
It's good to have you here next week, and you're up against Gilles Muller next, a player that you first met 12 years ago here at Wimbledon on the grass.
Yeah, and I lost. I think so.
Sorry.
Well, we played again and I won, I think, so no, it's okay. And he's a very good opponent. No, he's a specialist on grass, probably his best serve race without a doubt. He had a great grass season. I think he won a tournament, and then he played semi-finals in Queens, so he's in the round of 16. It's going to be a tough one. No, I need to be very aggressive, very fast with my legs. I'm very focused all the time, because with his serve it's very difficult to have chances.
And Rafa, last thing, did you notice your good pal Sergio Garcia up in the Royal Box today, watching you doing your stuff on court?
I didn't know, but he's great. It's great to see him, and yeah, he's having an amazing season, especially with that victory, amazing victory in the Masters. So just great to see him, and thanks for coming.
You're both having amazing seasons. Well done today.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely glorious evening here on top of the broadcast roof here, and a lot of fans out there on the hill erupting in applause for one of their favorites, Rafael Nadal, moving on there on center court. That was a great effort from Rafa in straight sets over a dangerous Karen Khachanov. Also just finished on number 2 court. Almost simultaneously was Yelena Ostapenko, the French Open champion. She's quietly making her way through the draw, a 7-5, 7-5 winner against a hard-hitting Camila Giorgi. That means Ostapenko, who entered the French Open as the world number 40, no one paying much attention to the then 19-year-old. She's 20 years old, she's a Grand Slam champion, and she's now won 10 Grand Slam matches in a row. She's into the 4th round here at the All England Club. On the number 1 court, just behind us, Venus Williams. She is locked in a battle against another youngster, Naomi Osaka. Osaka, a hard-hitting player from Japan, but she spent most of her childhood in the States. She speaks very good English. She's learning Japanese. I would love to show you some pictures at some point of all the Japanese media that follow Osaka into all of her press conferences, because it really is a sight to see. And then they ask her very polite questions in English as she's learning her Japanese. But she could be a rock star out on the women's tour. She's got a first set tiebreak against the 5-time champion, number 10 seed, Venus Williams, trying to work her way into the second week. Now I want to show you a couple groups of players, and obviously you're going to recognize a lot of these faces, but let's divide it here. These are your top 8 guys as far as the bookkeepers go. Who are the favorites to win the tournament? You've got your top 4 there. Andy Murray, the defending champion, 3-time winner Novak Djokovic, 7-time champion Roger Federer, and 2-time champ Rafael Nadal. Now look at there at the bottom part. That's where it gets interesting. Milos Raonic, 2016 runner-up Marin Cilic, Grigor Dimitrov, a semifinalist here formerly, and then look at that, Alexander Zverev. He's the 7th favorite. He's the number 10 seed, but the 7th favorite there for the youngster. Now, who is the favorite? We're going to get to that in just a second, but let's go ahead and click over to the ladies. Now, it's a little bit more of a mixed bag. If I do the same thing here, it's not quite the same star power. You've still got your top 2 seeds in Angelique Kerber and Simona Halep, but then you also have Caroline Wozniacki, Johanna Konta, Venus Williams, Garbine Muguruza, Victoria Azarenka, and look at that, Coco Vandeweghe, the number 24 seed, and look, we don't have any seed right here next to Victoria Azarenka's name. She's the former world number 1, a 2-time Grand Slam champion, obviously. Now, Venus Williams in this list, she's the only former champion here. She's won this tournament 5 times. She's an 11-1 favorite to win the title. Now, who are our favorites? Let's jump back to the guys. There they are. The favorite on the men's side, a lot of you fans will be happy with that. He is a 9-2 option. 5-2 rather option is Roger Federer to win this title. He's who everyone thinks. Now, who's right behind him? Well, that'd be this guy, Rafael Nadal. There is a chance that Rafa could win this. 10-3 odds are saying so. Could we get a Roger-Rafa final? We saw it at the Australian Open, blowing our minds there in Melbourne. Could we get the same scenario here in the All England Club on center court? Let's go to the ladies' side. All right. And actually, I'm getting told in my ear that Ostapenko is now in the top 8 favorite. She just won. Didn't have a time to get her into the graphic. But guess who our favorite on the women's side is? No pressure whatsoever. Johanna Konta. Wow, 5-1 to win. Now, listen, I'm just going to put it out there that the London bookkeepers might not follow women's tennis year-round. Obviously, Johanna Konta, she's a semifinalist at the Australian Open before. She plays a top brand of tennis. But is she going to win Wimbledon? That's going to be a tough ask for her. Just behind her, number 2 favorites, that'd be Angelique Kerber. And also, Simona Halep. There she is. And just behind her, Coco Vandeweghe. Look at that. The women's draw shaping out to be very, very interesting. And I want to show you just lastly, if we dive into this women's draw, this is the 4th round match. Well, can we get to that bottom section? I think we can. Maybe? Can we get... Yeah, there we go. Thank you. There it is. This match. 2 of our favorites doing battle in the 4th round. How is it going to go there from there? But you heard it here. Roger Federer and Johanna Konta are your favorites for Wimbledon. Now we've got one of my favorite on the Wimbledon channel team. It's Rachel Stringer with some big tennis fans out there.
Henman Hill, as you can see, is absolutely packed. And that's because Andy Murray is going to be last on centre court today. And these 2 people have just grabbed the last 2 seats pretty much available on Henman Hill. Guys, you've only just come in, is that right?
That's right, yeah. We were queuing for 3.5 hours. A lot of chat about not going to make it, you're not going to get it in. But we were very fortunate to make our way in and, as you said, grab the last seat on the hill.
So you've been lucky in getting in and lucky in getting a seat on Henman Hill. Now what's the plan?
Sit and enjoy. Sit down and enjoy. It's his first time. We've lived in the area for 10 years, but never made it to Wimbledon, so today is the perfect day.
Today's the day.
Is it your first time as well?
I got a chance to go centre court a few years ago, but...
How jealous are you right now that she's actually been on centre court and you've just got to sit on the hill? I know it's amazing, but it's not centre court.
It's not quite the same, but you know what? The environment's good. There's a real buzz about it. I'm sure when people start playing on centre court today, we're going to really enjoy it. So it'll be good.
I'm going to say you obviously have to go and get Pimm's and strawberries and cream, but you can't leave your space. What are you going to do?
We'll take it in turns.
I'll pay someone. Definitely pay.
If you're taking it in turns, I'd say you can sit down and relax and you can go and get the Pimm's like a gentleman.
Thing to do, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Well, guys, have a lovely time on Henman Hill and enjoy your first time at Wimbledon. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
I'm sure they will enjoy their first time at Wimbledon. Adam Hunt and Anki Othavong back with you here at the Wimbledon channel. It's time for that man there at the back, Andy Murray, to take to court against Fabio Fognini. That famous walk down the steps past the old trophies and on their way onto one of the most famous courts in all of tennis, centre court. It's a beautiful evening. It'll be absolutely packed inside the stadium, packed on Henman Hill and everywhere, all around the world. People watching on TV, tuning on to what should be a really interesting encounter between 2 completely different characters, and Fognini very, very fiery.
Yes, well, you know, we talk about Fognini being fiery. I think Andy can be just as fiery.
Absolutely.
He channels it in a different way, though. But their head-to-head is tied at 3-3. And this is actually their first meeting at a Grand Slam and on grass. Despite Murray losing to Fognini a few months ago in Rome on the clay, you can't even compare. This is a totally different matchup. He's on home turf. He's got the crowd support. He's on a court that he's very much at home at, and you know, I'm not sure I see Fognini troubling Murray too much, despite their previous meetings.
No, it would be interesting to get your view on this because, as we were saying, and we've been saying this for a while, that Fognini's a showman. He loves to play to the crowd. Is that going to help him? The fact that he's on centre court and he's got a big crowd there watching him. I know a lot of them are going to be, most of them are going to be supporting Murray, but is that going to help him or hinder him?
I think, if anything, it might hinder him and really frustrate him that little bit more. The fact that, yeah, he likes playing up, but the fact that hardly anyone in this crowd will be on his side.
Southwest London's Italian community, perhaps, in there, but yeah, obviously Andy Murray's going to be very, very well supported. What is it about Fognini's game that hasn't really suited so well to grass? As you said, his best results have come on clay.
Well, clay's a surface he would have grown up playing on. It gives him time. He's a big shot maker. You know, he can be quite flash,
right, so gentlemen, we have the net machine on this court. Okay, please, when you want to challenge, stop the point, say something, it's going to help. Only one reminder, please don't damage the point. Okay? Any questions? No? Fabio, this is heads, this is tails. Head and picture, please, both sides afterwards. Fabio? Tails. Serve? Yeah? Yeah. Thank you. No.
Andy Murray wins, decides to serve.
I do, but...
What's the key for Murray here? What's he going to be trying to do to neutralise Fognini?
Well, I think with Murray, it's always key that he serves well. We know how well he retreats, how well he moves on the grass. I believe the hip is fine. It's been managed incredibly well through treatment, exercises, ice baths. But for Murray, you know, he can't let Fognini boss him around. For Murray, it's always about him trying to dictate where possible and serving as well as possible too.
If we look at that part of the draw, Benoit Paire and Jurtsianovic, they finished, so Paire is through to the fourth round. So the winner of this one, Murray or Fognini, faces Benoit Paire.
Another fiery character.
I was going to say, it seems to be the theme for Andy Murray this tournament so far, playing the interesting characters. He played Bublik in the first round. It was great to watch him. He's got Eminem lyrics tattooed on him. He was high-fiving ball boys, a real character out there on centre court. Then he played Dustin Brown. We know exactly about Dustin Brown. He was diving all over the place. He's got Fognini in this round, and then perhaps if he can get through this one, then Benoit Paire. So he's well versed in playing these type of players.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing guys who have a more fiery temperament than he does, which doesn't happen too often. Well, not back to back anyway. But it makes for even more an entertaining battle encounter for the fans.
As we see Andy's box there, Kim, his wife, on the left, and Jamie Delgado in the middle on the hat alongside Ivan Lendl. It is such a strong team environment Andy Murray's got.
Yeah, they're tight-knit. I mean, Jamie Delgado is the guy who does things on a day-to-day basis for Andy. He's the one who he lives in London, just down the road, actually. And they actually spend a lot of time practicing here at the All England Club all year round.
They like their snooker as well, don't they? They
like
come down
their
and play snooker.
Yes, they like their snooker. There's a good snooker room, snooker table here at the club, just down from the members' balcony. Yeah, sorry, you get all that noise. If you can hear that in the background, that's Heather Watson and her partner, Henry
Heather
Compton.
Watson's revenge against Victoria Azarenka, the defending champions, Compton and Watson up against Ziminic and Azarenka beneath us. A huge, huge crowd on court number 8. I'm sure you could hear the cheers from them filtering through on our microphones, and it's victory for Compton and Watson. So revenge for her against Azarenka in straight sets, 6-3, 6-4. But we were talking about Team Murray and just the way it helps Andy feel relaxed, and it really covers all the bases in terms of his support team.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Jamie Delgado has been a great addition to the team. He's someone who's very laid back, good sense of humour. He's able to still hit very well with Andy. So, like I said, they spend a lot of time here between tournaments practicing, whether it's in the lead up to the clay court tournaments, whether it's on the indoor hard courts, or whether it's the outdoor hard courts. Post Wimbledon, they use the club a lot. So that's why Andy feels very comfortable here. And then you've got Ivan Lendl, and obviously everything that Ivan Lendl brings to the table is unique in its own way, and his physio and his fitness trainer, they all as a team, spend a lot of time here together.
Okay, very interesting. Plenty more to come from Anne Keothevong, but we can head to the roof. Craig O'Shaughnessy's there with a special guest. Craig.
I don't follow you, just this. Okay. And welcome to the Wimbledon channel. Welcome to Facebook Live. Simona, hello, Simona. Thank you so much for coming to join us.
My pleasure.
Today, you defeated Peng Shuai 6-4, 7-6, 7. The scoreboard says it was nice and tight, but surely in your mind you had it covered the whole way.
Yeah, it was not easy.
It wasn't easy. Tell us about a little bit of the momentum of the match. Where did you wrestle control and you thought, you know what, I think I've got this?
Well, I didn't feel that in the second set because it was a pretty strong one, and I was set point down, so I made that volley that I never do normally, but I was strong mentally, I think, and that's why I could win that tiebreak.
Well, I'll give you some volley points. At the net so far in the first 3 rounds, you've gone in 17 times, you've won 11, that's 65%. You're at 53% baseline points won. Would you rather do more 53% at the baseline or more 65% at the net?
Well, I feel better in the baseline than
You're
the
very
net.
good back there.
Yeah, but I'm trying to go to step in and just to take the drive volley because I feel safer there. I don't do normal volley, but I have to. I have to work on that. But I feel safer on baseline for sure.
Fantastic. I want to go through one set of stats here and then some videos, some points. Now, IBM come out with some brand new stats on rally length. So I'm just going to do a little drawing here. There's 3 different rally lengths. A rally that goes 0 to 4 shots, a 5 to 8 shots, and this is balls in, and then there's 9 plus. Overall, so far for the tournament, you have won 38 more points than you've lost here. And we're going to put a line right there. So this is fantastic.
That's why I'm in the 4th round.
That's why you're in the 4th. High five, I like it. So that's a serve, a return, a serve plus 1, a return plus 1. If nothing else happens in the rally, you've won 38 more points than you've lost.
Okay.
So we call that first strike tennis. Now, that's the good news. If the rally, if there is a 5th shot hit in the rally, you are only +3 and everything else that goes on there. Now, the world thinks Simona's so good from the back of the court. She's good on long rallies. But you're actually better as a first strike player. Do these numbers surprise you?
A little bit, yes, but I can say that it's normal on grass because here you have to finish the ball faster than normally. On clay, I think I'm better here, 5 to 8.
You're definitely better at clay.
But yeah, this is an interesting stat, so I have to think about it and to step in more.
Yes, you do. This is confirmation for the rest of the tournament. Now, what I'd love to do is look at a few points from today. Serving, like the forehand. Do you like watching yourself play?
Yeah, I like to watch my matches actually.
Good. You're liking the forehand in this rally.
Yeah.
Now, do you remember, this is one of the longer ones, and you're winning it. Do you remember what happens here? We see you, I'm actually going to zoom in. We've got a wonderful zoom tool. We see you on the front foot, that you've planted there, your energy's forward.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? What do you like to do in that situation?
Down the line.
Down the line.
What did I do?
Do you remember?
No.
Okay,
Not
here
really.
it is. Oh,
Down the line.
You definitely like that one.
I know my game, no?
Yeah. I've seen you hit it a lot as well. Okay, you're down the other end now. Good defense off the backhand. Forehand looks like it's going very well. Attacking, crushing. There's those forward points. Really nice return. Taking time away. Attacking.
The volley that I told you.
Oh, you said you couldn't hit that. You can hit that all day long.
Yeah. The return was short here.
Yeah, a little short, and you're a little farther back, but you're moving up. There we go. That's what I like.
Yeah,
Attack,
now?
attack. Where does this one go?
Here, inside, out.
You draw it for me.
Here.
Yeah, over there. Put an arrow on it.
Let's
Very
see.
nice.
Did I do that?
Let's see. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Of course you did. Of course you did. Next point. Serve and a forehand. I'm going to pause that right there. Now, you've got a wonderful backhand, but you elected to come around and hit a forehand over here. You probably weren't as aggressive or balanced as you wanted to be. Why, when the ball comes tight with your backhand, do you like to run around and hit a forehand?
I think I have more angles, easier angles to hit with the forehand.
And the backhand may be more solid and quote, better, but you can do more with the forehand.
Yeah, I can open the court more.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. You're loving the net, aren't you?
The drive volley, yes.
Yeah, the drive volley's good. Looking for forehands again, deep middle. And that one was out, and that, my friends, is game, set, match. Just nice and calm, nothing too extravagant.
I'm not that type. I never do that.
But that was, now in the tiebreaker, what was that tiebreaker score again? Was it 9-7?
9-7.
9-7, right. You play Victoria Azarenka in the next round. What are your thoughts there?
Well, it's going to be a big challenge for me. She's back after she got
Which
birth.
is just fantastic.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And I think it's going to be a tough one. The match is open, so I have nothing to lose. I'm just going there without expectations, but I still believe that I have my chance, so I have to go for it.
Of course you do. Well, we like the back of the court. Overall, you're at 53%, like we said. Now, for all of you out there, you think, well, if Simona Halep wins 53%, maybe I'm at 43%. The tournament average is 47%, so you're above that. One area that I found you doing extremely well at, second serves. Does it feel like that?
Yeah, I hit it stronger, actually.
Okay, so I'm sure you don't know this yet. You haven't seen the stats. The tournament average on second serve points won is 47%. What do you think you're at through 3 rounds?
55?
58%.
58.
Even better. Last one. Now, you're returning against a second serve. The tournament average is 53%. You're above that. Where do you think you are?
61.
58%. So not bad. Not bad.
Here I'm too confident.
Yeah, I like the confidence. Well, thank you so much. We know there's a lot of media, but, you know, we're obviously the best. Nobody's giving you the insight like we give you here.
Yeah, I can see. It's really nice.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you, everybody out there on Facebook Live. Thank you, Simona.
Thank you.
And we wish you all the best for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Back to the studio.
Yeah, great stuff. Thanks very much, Craig O'Shannessy and Simona Halep there at the touchscreen. Now let's dip back into centre court for the first game of Andy Murray up against Fabio Fognini.
Murray playing against a man who's fiery, he's got flair, and a shocking disciplinary record. Boris, does that remind you of anyone?
Let me think about it.
Oh, that's such a bad setup question.
30 left.
But now he's a dad, that last bit will change.
No comment.
Wow. Murray starting red hot.
$40-15.
So Murray comfortably on his way. He has that Italian strut when things are going well, doesn't he, Fognini? But if Murray can get to him in this first set, that might change things.
Andy Murray, welcome back to Wimbledon. We've got a little bit of a quiz here. I first want to ask you about your first Wimbledon title in 2013. Broke a huge drought for British men's tennis. Who was the last homegrown champion to win the championships, and in what years did he win?
You won all 3 years? Oh God, I don't know exactly the 3 years. Fred Perry, 36, 35 and 33.
34. But we'll
You
give
won
you that
3 in
one.
a row?
Yes,
Oh,
you did.
okay.
Last year, you only dropped 2 sets en route to the final in winning the championship. Who were those sets against?
Songa.
And in what round?
The quarters.
Very good. You made your Wimbledon debut in 2005. Do you remember who you played in the first round? And I can give you options here.
George Bastel.
Yes, very good. You've served a total of 702 aces in your Wimbledon career. What do you think was the fastest? A, 131 miles an hour, B, 133, C, 135, or D, 137?
C.
D, 137.
Really? Wow.
So says IBM in 2010. Your longest match at Wimbledon is 3 hours and 57 minutes. It actually happened twice, in 2008 and in 2009. Against whom?
2008 Gasquet.
Yes.
And 2009 Wawrinka.
Yes, very good. From your longest match to your longest rally, it was 2013, 32 shots. Who was your opponent?
2013.
13. It was
the
kind of...
final against Novak.
Yes. Your brother Jamie is also a Wimbledon champion in the mixed doubles. Do you remember what year and who he played with?
He played with Jankovic, and I think it was 2007.
Yes, very good. All right, you're the only male player in the Open era to have multiple Olympic gold medals in tennis and multiple Wimbledon titles. 2 women have done it. Who are they?
Serena. And Venus.
Very good. You closed strong. We opened with some struggles, but you closed strong. Well done and good luck at Wimbledon.
Cheers.
Thanks. Cheers.
The feeling of the grass under your feet is almost like the most perfect carpet. The perfect foundation, play great tennis on. It's inevitable that a living surface is going to change because it's alive. That is such a challenge for the players because there's no other surface that will change so dramatically over a tournament. At the beginning of the grass court season, the ball is going to be skidding through a little bit more. It's going to bounce a little bit lower. As the courts dry out, they get harder. The ball's going to bounce higher. I think grass court tennis is more exciting because there are more variables. That's why I think you've seen some of the best matchups that we've ever seen in the game take place at Wimbledon. Wimbledon is the greatest challenge. Grass court tennis is what it's all about.
So we've got Neil Stubley here, Head of Courts and Horticulture at Wimbledon. Neil, this year the courts have come under a little bit of criticism due to the hot weather. What have you got to say about this?
Well, yes, it has been a hot championships this year, but all of the data that we collect each day is showing that the courts are staying within the parameters that we expected them to be and how they best perform.
Have you got any extra precautions that you've put in because of the hot weather this year to make sure the courts are perfect?
Yes, so we've always got the ability to put more water on if it's been a hot day and the forecast the following day is very hot. So we'll collect all that data during the day, the hardness readings, the ball bounce. That then gives us an indication of how firm the courts are, how much water needs to go on for that night to make sure that they're back down for the following day. So each day we just monitor those numbers and then we just have our irrigation programs matched around that.
Can you run through the routine which each coach experiences after play each evening?
Yep, so after play every night, we'll brush the courts to make sure we get all the loose debris off, and then we'll look at the numbers. We'll write an irrigation program during the day, and then each court will individually be watered. So if one of the courts is getting a little bit harder than another, we can just add extra water, just make sure that we bring them all down and we keep all the courts consistent and make sure that we keep them within the range.
A few players have been getting a little bit injured, and criticism has been rising that might be due to the courts as well. What have you got to say about that, please?
Well, I think, it's a natural living surface and there's always a potential on any surface for someone to slip. So, the work that we carry out on our courts, it's meticulous, it's the same every year, the numbers are always the same every year. So we work to a very high standard and we're looking at player safety and what's best for the playing surface as well.
And I know it's not just you. Can you tell me just how many people you have working here to make sure the courts are perfect?
Yeah, we have 30 guys plus 3 independent people that come in and they monitor and measure and do a performance on all of the courts every single day. And then between us all, we manage the courts every day.
And some people have said they think there might be too much practice before the tournament starts on the match courts. What have you got to say about that, please?
Well, I think there's a happy medium to be found because obviously you want the players to practice on the match courts beforehand. You don't want them going into a tournament where they haven't practiced and they don't feel safe and they feel like they've played on the courts. So it's just a case of making sure that we can monitor which players are going on which courts. You can move them around to sort of spread the wear, so you can try and keep it even over the 4 days. And then by first day of the championships, the court should have a nice even wear across them, across all courts.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Neil. As you can see behind us, the courts still do look absolutely fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, well, we are working our way, Craig O'Shaughnessy, towards the end of the day. Andy Murray actually just walked on court. Hopefully he's going to have enough sunshine to play.
Yeah, I think so. They went on earlier in the week, a little later than this. I think it was the Nadal match.
Yeah.
And I thought there's no way those guys are going to get finished, but they did. It was against Donald Young. There's still plenty of light out here. It feels like they play until 11 o'clock at night, even though you can't play past 10, which is the rule with all of the houses around here, but they'll get that done.
Early going, is it danger zone? Andy Murray, world #1 against number 28, Fabio Fognini. Do we at all care about this 3-3 and that last match, Craig?
Yeah, you know what? Fognini is such a dangerous player. It's really if he can keep his head into it. A lot of
That's always the challenge.
Yeah,
with
Fabio Fognini,
right?
it has nothing to do with forehands and backhands and where serves are going. It's all about disappointment. So for a lot of you guys out there that are watching all around the world, specifically our young players, when you win a point, it's not about being happy or when you lose a point about being sad. It's about...
Is Andy Murray listening to this too?
Yeah, it's about it's learning and understanding and problem solving. You know, you're going to lose a lot of points when you play. Now, Andy Murray's the perfect one for this. Andy Murray finished #1 in the world last year.
Yes, he did.
He won 55% of all points he played for the entire year.
Okay.
That means he lost 45% of all points he plays. You can't go around all afternoon going, I lost, you know, one of those 45 and be unhappy. There's just too many points you're going to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and you really never know from Andy's face whether he lost the point or won the point. Maybe that's part of the strategy.
Yeah, it can be a little grumpy, but I tell you what, he's very good against Dustin Brown here in the previous round.
Yeah, very good there. #1 court, if we look at here, Venus Williams, 7-6, 4-3 a break over Naomi Osaka. We only have one slot left to fill. Can Venus Williams fill out that women's part of the bottom half of the draw?
Well, she's headed that way. I think so. I mean, this is her surface. She's done so well here. All about big hitting. You know, Venus does very, very well here.
All right, let's see. Let's go around the grounds, Craig. We're going to run through some match points here from today. First off, Victoria Azarenka. What a win over Heather Watson, obviously breaking some hearts here in Britain.
Yeah, that one just goes long, and the strategy was right. You go long, you push back. You know, it didn't happen today for Heather Watson, but lots of respect. She's come close here. She's come very, very close against Serena as well. So another day.
Alina Svitolina, not a lot of people talking about the #4 seed, but she's through in straight sets. First time in her career that she's in the second week. She beats Karina Vitoff, the German. This is a good win for Alina Svitolina. We haven't really mentioned her name much, but she's got one of the best records this year on the WTA, Johanna Konta. She's gaining steam after that win over Donna Vekic.
Yeah, the early close one, well, she's pumped too. The early close one is going to help her later on. She's almost dodged a bullet a little bit, even though the quality was fantastic. Yeah, she's going to be very, very dangerous.
6-4, 6-1 over Maria Sakkari. This was a bit of an upset. Batista Agut taking out Kei Nishikori, the #9 seed. Were you surprised by this result? 4 sets.
On paper, it is. I mean, Batista Agut is traditionally does better on clay, but you know, Kei Nishikori has not played a lot of matches. He's been injured a lot, and Batista Agut has done very well this season.
Benoit Paire, he only needed 3 straight sets. Look at that forehand winner match point. He takes out Jerzy Janowicz, and Benoit Paire into the 4th round.
And here comes the beard.
Here comes the beard.
And this is another guy that that it's all about, you know, how well he controls himself emotionally.
I don't think we're ever going to see a beard on Rafael Nadal, but wow, he looked in great form today. Happy Rafa, very happy Rafa.
Yeah, so right there, you see the strategy. We know Rafa loves to serve out wide in the ad court. He goes for the surprise down the middle. It goes to the stronger forehand, but if you're not sitting on it, and Kachanov's got a forehand that whips a lot, and he caught the edge. It looks like 1 point, but it's just so smart from Rafa to go there on such a big point when the opponent thinks it's going the other way.
All right, Craig, I got to steal your part of the screen there. Can we get home?
Well, we can get home.
There's home.
There we go.
Let's check out the top half of the men's draw here. We're going to actually go ahead and fast forward to the 4th round because it's starting to take shape. Now, over by you, Craig, if you want to just put Andy Murray, just that circle up there. There he is. That would be Andy Murray should he win.
Okay, I can.
Oh, there we go.
Actually,
you're going to write it out?
I'll do an AM.
AM, there we go. Perfect.
A.M. He's there.
Well, and what really jumps out to me there is you've got Marin Cilic, obviously, Rafael Nadal, Murray. This is a part of the draw that's really starting to take shape.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, Nadal and G. Muir, you've got a couple of lefties. It's going to take a weird or something special to take Rafa out here. You know, we saw Dustin Brown do it a couple of years ago, and it was just full frontal assault at the net. And G. Muir can do the same thing. So you've got lefty versus lefty, which is a little weird for Rafa.
Let's look at, if we jump into that head-to-head, pretty sound Rafa 4-1 lead, including at Indian Wells last year, but 3-setter there, huh?
Yeah, so look at this, 2011 Wimbledon, 6-6-0. Both of those could have gone the other way, and then all of a sudden, you know, he ran out of steam there in the third. But this is a tough one. There's no doubt about it that he could be in trouble here.
All right, some delicious stuff there on the men's top half. Now the women's bottom half, as we said at the top of the segment, Venus Williams match. It's going on right now. She's the only match remaining. So should she win, she would be there against Anna Kunja. But that's some intriguing matchups there. You've got Ostapenko, the French Open champion, against Alina Svitolina. You've got Konta and Caroline Garcia, and then Victoria Azarenka. I loved you having Simona Halep up here. She looked the whole atmosphere up here with Simona Halep, cool, calm, collected.
Yeah, you know, I think we gave her something that she didn't quite know about her game, that I think was plus 38 in all rallies.
Those short rallies?
Yeah, between 0 and 4 shots, and 0 represents a double fault. And she's only plus 3 in the long stuff. So, you know, I think that, you know, her comment was, well, on clay I would do better in the long ones. But I think she will, but not nearly as much as I think that she would. I think that the short stuff on clay and hard on grass on the dark side of the moon is going to be where she's going to be winning.
Does anyone stop? Now, this is actually a tough one. Look at that. You've got Azarenka, Konta, Halep, all trying to fight through just to the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
And then you also have Venus, Ostapenko, Svitolina. Who are your picks into this spot right here?
Okay, I'm going to do some initials and we'll see if you can figure it out.
Yeah, go ahead.
The first one is an S.
We're doing some finger paint today.
Yes. The first one's an S. Have you figured it out yet?
H.
There we are. You are one smart fellow.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to do a big X through that.
Oh, you naughty
and I'm
boy.
I'm going to do a VW.
Oh, wow.
Venus Williams, I think, is going to charge through that second week. She's gaining steam in this tournament. She's looked good so far today against Naomi Osaka.
Yeah.
And she's said that the tennis court's her sanctuary this Wimbledon. She's got a lot of legal stuff at home going on with the car accident she was involved with. A few weeks ago, she got emotional about it in press. Think about stepping on the tennis court and not having to think about anything else but your tennis, between the lines.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, that's kind of like when we were kids. You know, we just had such enjoyment. And, you know, it's like, let me go and play tennis. And it's so much fun. And then, you know, once it becomes professional, sometimes, especially with all the travel, it can be like, okay, another day at the court. So that's got to feel good for her to be out here playing tennis.
Well, it feels good for Alina Svitolina. We quickly run down social media. Second week of Wimbledon for the first time. What about this quote from Rafael Nadal? I'm happy about everything.
If you're happy and you know it,
that he's clapping his hands. Rafa with a fist pump there, not a hand clap. And then a 7-5, 7-5 win. That's 10 straight Grand Slam wins for Ostapenko. Could she be a week 2 threat?
Yeah, absolutely. The you know, again, when I watch her stepping in and ripping returns down the line, she does so well there, and this service is tailor-made for that.
Johanna Konta, I'm here to hopefully be involved until the very end.
Yeah, I like that kind of talk.
I do too.
Yeah,
I do too.
Sometimes
Absolutely.
you don't want to project too far, but it's like, hey, this thing's going all the way.
And I love this one. We actually saw Heather Watson exact some revenge. Adam Hunt catching the scene out there on court 8. She played Victoria Azarenka in mixed doubles after she lost the singles.
Okay.
And she and Henry Continen, they're the defending mixed doubles champions.
Yes.
They won.
Good for them.
Yeah,
well done.
Absolutely. Now, let's take a look at, if we can, there it is. This was maybe the play of the day. Watch Stevie Johnson. The American went down to Marin Cilic, but he's diving for this ball, Craig O'Shaughnessy. I don't think he's quite going to make that shot, obviously, but then he skids right into Marin Cilic's chair, bag, everything. If it was Rafael Nadal, he would have wiped out those water bottles, upset Rafa. That's quite the wipeout.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, oh my goodness, he's going straight
Careful,
in.
Steve.
Yeah, the
right
chin,
in the chin.
some chin music, up and over. But that's just the dedication. Now, Stevie Johnson probably got that from playing at USC.
Go Trojans.
Go Trojans. And a big shout out to Peter Smith, who did a great job developing Stevie Johnson to 4 NCAA champions.
I'm just going to guess that Steve Johnson had a couple grass stains on those white clothes after getting up from that. Let's check up just on a second here. Andy Murray on center court. A breakup. Fabio Fognini, if you get a lead on Fabio Fognini, can he come back on you?
Tough.
He did it on Rafael Nadal. What was that? The 2015 U.S. Open, third round.
Yeah, he can. You know, if you're going to say, Craig, give me you know, an idea of what's going on there, and you say you can either see everything that's happening during the point or everything that happens between the points. I just want to see between the points. I want to see him lose a point, and I want to see his face and his shoulders and how he walks around. And if he stays confident, he's still in it.
All right, we are still in it too, Craig. Well done. We're heading over to court 2 to check in on Sam Querrey taking on Jo-Wilfried Tsonga.
Thanks, guys, indeed. Jo-Wilfried Tsonga versus Sam Querrey, the number 12 seed in your picture there. Querrey, the 24 seed. A lot of people with court number 2 tickets would have been looking forward to this encounter in the third round men's singles. Both players possessing huge games, big serves, big ground strokes from the baseline as well. I think that's your brother, Anne, isn't it, in the chair? Is that James?
It is my brother.
Well
he
spotted.
did actually tell me he was doing this match, so yes, well spotted.
I'm sure. Brilliant umpiring from James Kyothevong, Anne's brother. So it is the American Querrey who's had the best of the first set so far. Tsonga having to try and break serve to stay in it. It's Querrey serving at 5-2.
This is really, really good tennis from Querrey. I mean, he just hasn't put a foot wrong.
All. $30-15. $40-15.
Couple of minutes short of half an hour on court. Querrey 2 set points.
First set's Querrey.
How well has the American played? He's taken the first set off the 12th seed.
That's 6 games to 2.
A great start from the American Sam Querrey, really picking up where he left off from last year. Beat Novak Djokovic famously on court number 1. Had a great year at Wimbledon last year, and he's playing really well this year too. In the third round, he's taken the first set there, 6-2, after 28 minutes against Joe Wilfried Tsonga. And we can hand over to our very own Rob Walker. Rob.
Well, Alina Svitolina is through to the second week of Wimbledon for the first time. Many congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's very exciting for me to be on the second week, and especially here in Wimbledon. It's always been very sad to leave early this tournament. So yeah, it's exciting, and I'm looking forward for my next match.
Why do you think you've clicked on grass this week where you haven't in previous years?
Well, I think I'm overall much more confident. I had some great results, so I'm really better as a player now. And yeah, it's just something, you know, everything came together, and just feeling better.
And I guess the fact that you've gone deep into the second week at the French, not once but twice, gives you the belief that you can do so here at Wimbledon.
Yeah, of course, you know, each Grand Slam is very special for each tennis player. So you try to do your best to prepare for each match, and of course be injury free. So it's a very special, and you know, it brings a lot of confidence when you know that you're in the second week.
And Yelena Ostapenko will be your opponent. We know that she'll be confident, having won the French in remarkable style, that amazing comeback against Simona Halep. It'll be a great contest.
Yeah, of course, you know, she's young, she's already playing great tennis, so it's going to be a good match. I will try to be ready for everything, and I think it's going to be exciting for everyone, for the fans, and just going to be a good match.
And finally, what will you do this weekend? Do you try and stay in and remain out of the sun and conserve as much energy as possible? Or will you go out and take your mind off the tournament and just see a little bit of West London and Wimbledon Village?
Yeah, for sure. Tomorrow day off, so I'll go out and go to the park or somewhere. I really enjoy parks in London. It's very good place just to relax and to don't think so much about tennis, because obviously we are here for many hours each day, and the weather being very good, and that's why it's yeah, very, very special place.
Enjoy your day off. See you next week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good win for Svitolina. Let's show you the match point from the match on court number 1 right now. Venus Williams, number 10 seed, against Naomi Osaka, Japan, and she was able to win it 7-6, 6-4. Mother there happy with proceedings, and Venus looking good at it.
Looking good, yeah. That was potentially a very awkward match for Venus. You know, Naomi Osaka, very young, very dangerous, and could have proved a tougher challenge for Venus there, but despite everything that's been going on in the background,
yeah, I was going to
Venus
ask about that.
looks
She does seem to be handling what has been obviously a very traumatic experience and quite a public experience for her. When she gets on court, she seems to have been able to handle that.
Yeah, maybe being on the tennis court is probably the easiest place.
Relief, yeah.
Yeah, for her to be. But I mean, Venus Williams, made her debut here at Wimbledon, was it 20 years ago, before Naomi Osaka was even born? But as we see, Naomi Osaka's Australian coach there. Yeah, we will be seeing more of this young Japanese woman in the years to come doing very well at Wimbledon, because she has a dangerous game that is well suited to grass. She was just up against a better player today.
These are the kind of experiences for Osaka that's going to develop her game as well, playing on the big courts against big players like Venus Williams and the like.
Yeah, it's going to take a bit of time. We've seen now in the women's game, you know, players don't break through until they're kind of early to mid-20s, and Osaka has time on her side. But Venus Williams, I mean, that was probably a dream come true for her to play against Venus, because Venus has been the player she's looked up to for so many years, watching the game.
In terms of that part of the draw, Venus through, of course, to the 4th round with that victory over Osaka. She plays Anna Konya, who produced a bit of an upset, beating Cibulkova in round 3, the number 8 seed. How do you preview that one, Williams versus Konya?
Well, Konya, another young up-and-coming player, former world junior number 1. She's dangerous, but I was actually surprised to see that result, Konya beating Cibulkova. I think Konya will come up with some flashy shots. She's got a great serve and big strikes from the back of the court. But again, I think Venus Williams on a grass court will have too much experience for some of these young guns.
And from that part of the draw, the bottom half, it's where Simona Halep is, right at the very bottom of the draw, but we're at the top of the bottom part of the draw there. Is Venus looking set fair? I mean, Yelena Ostapenko is in that part of the draw, but will she look at those players around her and think, I can go a long way here?
I think Venus, regardless of the draw, will always fancy her chances here at Wimbledon. This is where she's performed at her very best. The grass is very well suited to her game, and quite frankly, I don't think she's too fussed who's on the other side of the net. She's going to do what she does best, and if she's serving and moving well, she's tough for anyone on any given day.
Absolutely, some great slow motion shots there. After all these years, it still means a lot to Venus Williams to win on court number 1. Now let's show you some shots from outside the courts at the moment. That's the picture on Henman Hill at the moment. Some seriously valuable real estate, that grass there. I can see a few gaps. Perhaps be heading there in about 15 minutes' time to watch the proceedings on the screen. That's what they're all watching. You see the screen there on the side of court number 1. Court 1 looking very different, of course, this year, with the roof being put on now. That'll be ready for 2019. It's been a great day here at the Wimbledon Channel. Let's check out what our HSBC Player of the Day is.
Quiet, please. Play.
Deuce.
Oh dear.
It was a great point there, Karen Khachanov, just able to get that lob far enough over Rafa Nadal. I think probably a tweener flashed through his mind, but it wasn't quite quick enough there. That's the scene on the hill, enjoying the early evening sunshine. And let's just give you a sense of what's going on around the grounds at the moment. Andy Murray cruising along on centre court. He's taken the first set 6-2 over Fabio Fognini. As we were saying, Jo Wilfried Tsonga and Sam Querrey on court number 2, and it's Querrey winning 6-2 there. Murray, as you were saying, you didn't expect Fognini to trouble Murray too much on a grass court, but 6-2 in the first set, Murray looking ominous.
Yeah, well, I'm not too sure how much belief Fognini has out there on centre court, on grass, to really, really hurt Andy Murray and win that match. Maybe he's just sitting back and enjoying the moment rather than getting really stuck in. But yeah, men's match, best of 5 sets, anything can happen.
Yep, 6-2 for Murray in that first set. Now let's hear from the man you just saw in the Player of the Day. Wasn't quite able to get back for that tweener, but it didn't hurt him because it was a straight sets victory for Rafa Nadal against Karen Khachanov. Let's hear what he thought of his match.
Nadal, was your opponent a difficult opponent or a tricky opponent to play today?
No, it's obvious that he's a tough opponent. No? He came here playing good matches on grass, semi-finals in Halle 1 week and a half ago, so I'm playing a good match in semi-finals, I think. Yeah, I think it was a tough one, but for a set and a half I was playing fantastic, then a little bit worse, but in general terms, very well, I'm very happy.
How would you describe the third set?
The first set was, at the beginning I had my chances. I should have had the break, but didn't happen. And then I had 2 tough games with my serve. That's it. And then I think I played well the important moments, and in the tiebreak I think I played a little bit better than him.
Rafa, as experienced as you are with the difference at Wimbledon, where there's an off day on Sunday, middle Sunday, and Monday where the men and the women are all playing singles, how would you describe first that Sunday and what you usually do with the day off, and then the Monday where fans get to see all of these players?
No, it's 2 days off. It's not usual. but that's the tradition. So respect for that. That's all.
What will you do on Sunday?
Just practice and relax at home with my family, and maybe watch some golf maybe, and some film with my cousins. That small cousins are here, and maybe play some football with them. That's all.
How much are you enjoying the warm conditions, bringing a bit more bounce out of the court, helping your game? Is it?
Yeah, it's obvious that it's better when it's the sun out there. The conditions become a little bit more drier, and the court is more firm. You know, it's better obviously for me. And yeah, it's always good to be in the second week, and I hope the weather continues like this.
Sergio Garcia was watching on today. Have you spoken to him over here, and will you be trying to meet up with him?
Yeah, I was talking just after the match there, on the way to coming back to the locker room, and yeah, it was great to see him again, and just is good for our sport to have big stars here supporting our sport, like David Beckham, like him. I think is great news for our sport.
Yeah, great to see Rafa through. Another straight sets victory. He's looking very good on the grass courts. So before we go, quick check on what's taking place on the show courts tomorrow. We'll start with centre. As you can see, play starts at 1 o'clock UK time. First one up, Agnieszka Radwanska and Tomea Brzęczyński. Brzęczyński, can she trouble Radwanska, do you think, in that one?
Yeah, absolutely. Brzęczyński, former quarter-finalists here. Her game is better suited to the clay, but we are going to see a lot of hot shots in that match between the two of them.
And the next two men's singles matches, both third-round encounters. Djokovic against Gulbis. Could be plenty of fireworks here, because Gulbis kind of come from nowhere. His injuries have seen him drop down. People have questioned his motivation. But when he's on his best, he's hard to play.
He really is. He's going to be dangerous, and Novak has to be ready for everything and anything coming at him tomorrow.
Yeah, always hard to pick what Gulbis is going to show up. Sometimes he's brilliant, sometimes he's not. But we'll hopefully have a good match second up there on centre. And the final match, Misha Zverev against Roger Federer. Misha Zverev, of course, the older brother of Alexander, or Sasha Zverev, as he's known. Zverev, quite interesting because he likes to serve and volley, comes to the net a lot.
I was just going to say, you know, we'll see some traditional grass court tennis
from the past.
And I'm not sure whether it'll be enough to knock someone like Roger Federer out of this year's championships, but it sure will provide us with some different type of tennis to what we're used to seeing these days.
Certainly looking forward to that one. And the great thing about that one, the head-to-head goes back a long, long way between them. It's a real, long time ago when they first played, and they've played sort of steadily throughout their careers since then. So they're the three matches on centre court. We'll take you to court number one. Let's see what's on there. First up, a men's match on there. A bit of a flip compared to the centre court, where it's a ladies' match first up on centre. Men's match on one. Milos Raonic against Albert Ramos Vinolas. A real contrast in styles. Raonic, last year's finalist, sends down the big serves. Ramos Vinolas, known best for clay.
Yeah, contrast of styles there again. You know, I like those matchups when there's a contrast, because you get something that's different, and you're not seeing the same type of tennis being repeated game after game.
Ramos, a lefty as well. I think he's had his sort of his best career year so far. So his ranking's up high, hence his seeding 25. So can he trouble last year's finalists? We'll have to wait and see. First up on court number one from 1 o'clock UK time. Then two ladies' matches, Annette Kontaveit versus Caroline Wozniacki. How do you see Wozniacki in that one?
Oh, well, I think that's going to be a very tight match. Annette Kontaveit, former world junior #1 and junior Grand Slam champion, she has had a fantastic 2017, and she's scored some big wins over some of the very best female players this year. And, you know, Caroline Wozniacki, well, we've seen some good form from her. She always does well on the grass, but that's going to be dangerous for her.
Certainly, looking forward to that one. And then finally, Dominic Thiem against Jared Donaldson. Now, Thiem, number 8 in the seedings. His best results, though, haven't come on grass, but we saw at Roland Garros how much of a dangerous player he can be when he dismissed Novak Djokovic there. And could he be one to watch as we head towards the second week?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe at the start of the second week, not to the latter stages. No.
OK, as you can see, a beautiful evening. We're off to Henman Hill to watch the best of Andy Murray's match. We'll leave you in the capable hands of the radio team for the rest of the day 5 here at the All England Club. Thanks for watching the Wimbledon channel, and we will see you at the same time tomorrow.
Fognini had a chance, didn't he?
Well, that was very nice defence from Andy Murray. Very classy. Relied on his foot speed, his coverage. As a backhand comes down the middle, Fognini with the forehand. He's missed it wide, and Fognini has thrown his racket down onto the centre court, and that has elicited a few boos, and I'm sure a few looks of concern from the groundsmen and women, because that is not what you do on centre court. And there you go.
Yeah, I mean, it's the umpire, beginning of the match, told both players not to damage the court, not to throw your racket, so no surprise, automatic warning. But at least he did it with the racket head going flat on to the court.
Yeah, you'd sense actually that probably at any other time on any other tournament that may not have been a warning, but here it most definitely is, and it's not the done thing on the grass.
That's the hallowed turf, isn't it?
It is. And as we said, it was 2014 that he got a fine of £16,000 for doing the same thing. It was not on centre court, I'd give you that. Serve down the middle is long. It's in fact good. It's a first serve again from Murray. Who knows in this match that if he can hang around throughout, he will get bad games from Fognini, and that is, I'm sure, in the back of his mind. Backhand slice down the line. Backhand from Fognini off a slice of his own now. Backhand from Murray cross court. Fognini with a rolled backhand. Good length. Backhand to backhand here. And Murray has drawn the error from Fognini, who's just looking in a little bit of a funk right now.
50-11.
Just gone away again. His roller coaster of emotions that he goes through in a match.
Yeah, checking out the unforced error count from the Italian. 14 in total when compared to Murray, just the 5. Just not solid enough.
Murray with a serve down the middle. That's a very nice serve. It's a serve that's always moving away from Fognini, a little banana sort of shape to it. And the error comes from Fognini, just not able to stretch and get that one back. 30 love. Murray serves down the middle, and the first serve is long. From the world #1. In the semi-finals of the French Open just last month to Stan Wawrinka. It was Misha Zverev that beat him in Australia at the start of the year, as a backhand comes back cross court. Backhand from Fognini down the line, and he's looking to get out of the point quickly there. And Fognini again has just gone in one of these sort of sulky sort of moods. This is the time he's got to get himself out of it. Clearly the hangover from having been broken in the last game has not left him here. Murray again fails to deliver on the first serve. Trying to take that one out wide. His numbers are dropping again in that regard. Someone's on the staff here dropping some bottles somewhere just outside the grounds, has just held him up. It's a backhand down the line, forehand back cross court. Forehand from Fognini is lashed into the net from the Italian, and it's Murray that has held. He's won back-to-back games here in this second set. He leads by a set and 2-1.
Yeah, Andy Murray going well here on centre court on the Wimbledon radio channel. Good to have your company as the sun sets here on day 5, the Friday here of the first week at the Championships. Richard Connolly with you now until the close of play, and we're not just keeping you abreast of centre court, of course, but some significant singles matches happening elsewhere as well. And we're going to drop in first of all on #2 court, where Jo-Wilfried Tsonga and Sam Querrey are in action, coming towards the end potentially of the second set. Rob Nothman.
Yes, a really important part of this second set. Jo-Wilfried Tsonga is serving for the second set to try and level up the match at 1 set all. But he's at 15-30, serving at 5-3 up. And this is a high-quality match. And one senses that Tsonga here really does need to try and hold his serve, level up the match, and see whether he can stop Querrey's momentum. He managed to do it by breaking him in the previous game. More on that a little bit later on, because I have a a question for your experts, Richard, which I'm going to pose once this set has finished, if indeed it does in this game. Tsonga serving now at 30 all. Just a little bit of shadow creeping onto the far end of the court. He's in shadow as he serves towards Querrey. An ace to bring up set point. And suddenly, Tsonga, who, if I was using motoring terms, the engine was spluttering quite a bit in the first set, but now, all of a sudden, he's got momentum, and he's starting to play much, much better. He serves well and puts away the forehand, punches the air as a result. Listen to the reaction of the number 2 court. They're loving this. Jo-Wilfried Tsonga has levelled the match up. He's won the second set by 6 games to 3. It's 1 set all. And Richard, just to pick up on what I heard Lucy and Barry talking about a little bit earlier on, about just how worn the backs of the courts are. In the previous Querrey service game, he had break point against him. There was a long rally and his foot slipped as he was hitting a forehand. He had a total mishit out of court, looked down at that worn patch behind the baseline, and I think it only goes to bear out what Lucy and Barry were saying about if you had more players who were prepared to go forward and serve and volley, they wouldn't be slipping so much behind the baseline.
Barry Cowan vindicated yet again on the Wimbledon radio channel. He's punching the air, Rob, alongside me. He enjoyed every single word.
I want to see more volleyers.
Yeah, well, it was so prescient that you had just spoken about it at the moment that Querrey slipped, and just at break point down, he was cursing his luck. But perhaps he might have been nearer the net earlier on.
Because you know, Rob, I'm just having a look at the stats. I mean, you talk about Querrey in his frame. What, he's 6'6", 6'7"?
Yeah.
With that serve, he came to the net 3 times in a set.
Yeah.
It's astonishing.
And yet when he gets there, Barry, he's volleyed so well. And his performance in the first set really was as smooth as anything you could wish to see. And he brushed Tsonga aside 6-2. But that one mistake in that service game has cost him dear here, and now 1 set all.
Rob, back with you shortly. Thank you very much indeed. Let's cross the number 3 court and see if either Kevin Anderson or Ruben Bemelmans are coming to the net all that much. Richard Kaufman.
They can't, because we're not seeing very much in the way of rallies. It's boom, ace, boom, and then return into the net. So not really an opportunity for anyone really to get into the net. It's been a bit of a slugfest. I mean, quite enjoyable really in some respect, but 2 good servers, obviously, of the ball, and Ruben Bemelmans, well, he's hardly been able to win a single point off the Kevin Anderson serve, and that was the way it was in the first set tiebreak. Anderson taking it 7 points to 3. He broke his opponent only on 2 occasions, held on to his serve every single time. No surprise there. We're 1 game all in the second set, and we've actually had 1.1 by an opponent on the other person's serve so far. That was Kevin Anderson in this service game. Bemelmans is 30-15 up. So, yeah, I don't think we're going to see too much net play in this match, because no one's really going to get the opportunity. Anderson here aiming to win his 50th Grand Slam match. The most by a South African is 104. Anyone want to shout out the name of that one?
Richard, the South African match winners
won most Grand Slam matches, more than any other South African, because this is going to be number 50.
Well, Wayne Ferreira, hasn't it?
It's Wayne Ferreira, of course, part of our team. He's won 104, yeah.
Barry Cowan steps in again. Lucy, he was quicker on the draw again.
Well, he was. He was also looking at Google.
Yeah, just looking at the stats. Actually,
he's trying to pretend he's looking at the stats.
It's quite an irrelevant stat. But on the back of what Richard was saying, Kevin Anderson in this match, on first serve, he's won 24 points out of 24. So they've played 1 set of tennis, and on the second serve, he's won 9 out of 11. So he's only lost 2 points in 7 service games and a tie-break.
And one of those was a double fault, Barry, as well. Poor Ruben Bemelmans. I mean, he's trying his best to live with him, but I mean, what do you do?
Poor Richard Kaufman.
Yeah, true. But it's a pleasant, it's a pleasant evening. I was moved from court number 12 to court 3, so I could have been standing on the crow's nest rather than sitting down at court number 3 commentary box. So
I think we need a bit of ball by ball.
We've got some big servers out on court at the moment. Shall we pop back into Rob Nothman on number 2? What's happening, Rob?
Well, something unusual has happened here. 1 set all. We're in the first game of the 3rd set between Querrey and Tsonga. Querrey just won a point on his serve, big first serve, and then he put away an easy kill at the net, but he hit it with such force that Tsonga went immediately to the ball boy, retrieved the ball, took it to the umpire and said, "This ball is now broken and out of shape." And the ball has been retired. The umpire has it up by his chair. We're playing on with just 5 balls rather than the usual 6. So the ball, I'm afraid to say, this one I don't think will be at the resale queue for that German fellow that Sonia was talking to the other day, who was buying all those old Wimbledon balls to take home to his mantelpiece in Germany. That one, I think, has seen the last of its Wimbledon time.
OK, so the serving has been so powerful, the hitting has been so big that the tennis balls aren't quite managing to cope. Maybe not such ferocity in front of us on centre court, Barry and Lucy alongside me, but Andy Murray just serving here at 2-2. He's 15-30 down. Has to be careful in this second set. Fabio Fognini is keeping him honest, and with an off forehand winner, he moves to break point here, Barry.
Well, talking about the matches on court 2 and court 3 being a surf fest, this is becoming sort of a clay court match. A lot of long rallies in this second set. We've already had the longest rally, 23 shots. And this is starting to play into Fognini's hands more than Murray.
Murray will be extremely wary of Fognini. Their last meeting in Rome, as we've spoken about many times today, was really one-sided in Fognini's favour. Murray saves the first of those break points with an ace down the centre. I haven't seen all of this match by any means, Barry, making my way over here, but has Fognini brought out the drop shot as he did in Rome that day to such good effect?
Fognini's brought out nothing in the first set apart from errors. Lucy?
It's true. I mean, he served 3 double faults when he was serving to try and stay into the set, and the big difference, as you've both highlighted, is that the rallies are a lot longer now, and he's really starting to move the ball around. And as we know, with his skills, he can put the ball in awkward places, and he can force Murray to move more.
Second serve from Murray there, crawled over the net at 72 miles per hour. And they're into another one of these long baseline rallies. Still at break point for Fabio Fognini, and he makes the break. Murray with a backhand into the net.
I think this is a real concern, because what Murray is as a player, and always has been, he looks at the other end of the net and goes, I am fitter than you, because he has left no stone unturned. But we are now entering a period of the match where Andy doesn't know, because of all the problems.
Movement-wise, Lucy, what have you noticed about Murray in this set and a half we've seen so far?
Well, certainly, I mean, the first set, as Barry said, there was a fair few errors from Fognini, but certainly in this set, he isn't looking as sharp and fast as we can see him, because he's having to do a lot more running. And as you said, Barry, it's a concern, because he's not sure, we're not sure in terms of where he's at, and he knows that he might have to spend quite a lot longer out on this court.
So Murray a set up, but a breakdown in set number 2. Fognini is changing the shirt. No, can't hear any reaction to that on centre court. I wonder about the hill. Here's Robin Bailey, where the hill is. It's packed out there, Robin, isn't it?
It is, Richard. It's a wonderful scene, actually. The sun, I think, has gone down here now, so it's a lovely temperature as well. And as I said a little bit earlier, there's not a lot of grass to be had. We are a standing room only. Remember, we talked to the Nutters earlier, so I've actually come the other side of the hill from where they are, and I've been dipping in on a conversation with these guys who are really interesting. So you're from where?
I'm from Chicago, Illinois.
And you have seen a bit of tennis in your time. I can hear that you watched Andy Murray in a French Open final, and you're actually, you've seen these guys at a number of tournaments, haven't you?
Absolutely. Well, the only slam that I haven't been to as of yet, as I was saying, is the Australian, but it's definitely on the bucket list.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you'll get there. Yeah. And what do you make of being on the hill? Is this your first time here, or have you been here before?
No, this is my first time at Wimbledon. I just moved to the UK from the US. I'm here for a 15-month assignment. And so obviously Wimbledon was #1 on my priority list. First time on the hill. and I have to say it's kind of a surreal experience. Seeing everybody out here and pulling for Andy's quite amazing. So I'm definitely enjoying it.
That was a key moment as well. You know, the break in the second set for Fognini. He seems to be finding it. Not sure if Andy is quite moving the way. I mean, what do you make of it? I know that you know your tennis.
He looks like he's having a bit of a lapse in his level right now, but I think he'll raise it. Obviously, he was broken in the first game of the set, and he came back and broke straight back. I think he's one of the best players at doing that. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him get the break back and force it to a tiebreak or something later in the set. So we'll have to see. But obviously, there's a lot of skepticism this year about his game compared to previous Wimbledon. So definitely interesting to see how he raises his level in the next couple games.
Mainly about that hip injury, obviously. And so you've been enjoying the conversation. You're obviously a Brit, so you're backing Andy.
Yes, definitely, yeah. I mean, we've been here over on number 1 court today, so we've been enjoying the tennis on number 1 court. So, yeah, just up here now to support Andy, and he seems to be, fighting, I think, at the moment.
I think as a lot of people, come from other courts and have spilled. This is perfect, isn't it? Because you finished the day with Andy Murray, what can be better when you're here?
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, so we've seen 3 great matches today on number 1 court. So, it's great just to finish the day and the evening up here on the hill.
And as I said, Richard, it is standing room only here. We are trying not to get in the way of people who are sitting, but it's a terrific atmosphere, and people will no doubt be here for the end of this, whenever that is.
Thank you, Robin. Good to hear you're staying away from the nutters from now on. I think that's very sensible policy. Fognini seems set to hold serve here in the 6th game of set number 2. He's up by 40-15, leading by 3 games to 2 in this second set. Barry and Lucy alongside me, Barry Cowan, Lucy Earle. The rivalry between Murray and Fognini, of course, Fognini's not been at the top of the rankings in the same way that Murray and Djokovic have battled it out, but the 3 of them, all born within, 8-9 days of one another. They've played tennis against one another right throughout their competitive lives.
Yeah, and Fognini, who has got as much talent as Murray in terms of his hand skills, but where they are totally different is the mentality of being able to apply yourself day in, day out, point in, point out. So I'm sure Andy will feel, as at the moment, that Fognini is the one on top in this second set. It's likely that Fognini will lose a bit of intensity.
He just stopped playing there at 40-30.
He called out himself,
didn't he? He called out himself, yes, which the umpire, I think, correctly took to mean that he wanted to challenge. And Fognini was absolutely spot on.
Now he's having a go.
Yeah, I mean, but it was out by a millimetre. And he's pointing to the line judge as if to say, come on, man, you need to sharpen up. Well, that was a bit tough. Either way, the upshot is that Fognini has held and leads now by 4 games to 2.
You often wonder if tennis players, in other walks of life, what they'd be. And you think about him as a football manager. If his team lost, the bag of excuses he would have, it would be unreal, wouldn't it?
I wouldn't want to be a 4th official.
No.
Would you, with
no.
Fognini as manager in my ear all match long? Murray putting a backhand into the net here on centre court. So there are 3 men's singles matches still ongoing. The ladies' singles is done for the day. We know the 8 players who have progressed into the last 16 from that particular half of the draw. We've got Murray and Fognini here on centre court. We've got Tsonga and Querrey on number 2 court. And we've got Anderson and Bemelmans on number 3. There is also doubles around the place. Of course, one of the great pleasures of coming to Wimbledon on a day like today, towards the end of the first week of the championships, is that there are some really fine doubles matches on courts with plenty of unreserved seating that you can sit down in the late evening sun and enjoy. On number 1 court, Dominic Inglot and Laura Robson are just starting a mixed doubles first round match against opponents from Germany and the United States. Out on court 18 at the moment, Jamie Murray and Bruno Suarez, who are so keen to add the Wimbledon title to the 2 Grand Slam doubles titles they won last year, are up against Sam Groth of Australia and Robert Lindstedt of Sweden, and they're into a 4th set there with Murray and Suarez up by 2 sets to 1. Let's check back in on court number 3, the Anderson-Bemelmans match. Richard Kaufman, has Bemelmans won any more points on the Anderson serve since last we spoke?
Well, not much of a chance, because there's a That's interesting. Just gone to Hawkeye. We're on a break point here for Kevin Anderson. It was called out, and it caught the line. They're going to have to replay the point here. So break point to Kevin Anderson. This game's been going on a long time. I mean, all the other games have been over quick as you like, but this is now, what, 5 or 6 deuces we've had. This is the 3rd break point that Kevin Anderson has had. That was a bit dramatic as well because he was on top of that rally. Could have won it there, but for the missed call, like you had on centre court. Anderson goes with a double-handed backhand and Bemelman's nets. Now what does he do? I mean, now what does he do? He can hardly win a point, never mind a game, off Kevin Anderson's serve. I think he's served 14 aces in the match so far, the South African. So, I mean, if you're a betting man, Kevin Anderson's going 2 sets to love up here. But, of course, he's got to win those points. But it doesn't seem likely that Bemelman's going to break him, given what we've seen prior on this match.
Well, the Belgian qualifier there. Richard, thank you. Back on number 3 court for further news as and when with Richard Kaufman. Here, Andy Murray has held serve, so it's 4-3. Fognini about to serve at the change of ends. Barry Cowan, I saw you nodding your head as if you were approving of something Murray was doing in that last game.
Yeah, there was a point in the last game where Murray was a lot more aggressive, and Lucy and I were talking about it, that if he isn't 100% fit, go to that area of his game, which we know is great. We know how devastating he can be when he's attacking, and it's better to be on the front foot. You keep the point short than maybe get involved in those 23-shot rallies.
That's exactly right, and use his serve B maybe a little more aggressive on the return so he can actually start to hit through the court, because he's more than capable, and then the points are going to be shorter, and he's starting to put a bit more pressure on Fognini, because at the moment he's looking very comfortable with the ball in play.
He's got the old notebook out by the looks of things. Andy down there.
He's been referring to that pretty much every change of ends.
Fascinating. I wonder what that says about his state of mind right now. Either way, he's a breakdown in this second set, leading by 1 set to love. Let's join our commentating team next door, which is Chris Wilkinson and Nick Lester.
So Fabio Fognini makes his way out and collects a couple of balls from beneath the royal box. The club chairman, Phil Brook, front and centre, with wife Jill, of course, as Fognini serves down the middle, but the Italian unable to deliver a telling first serve. It just lands deep. Here's the second to the backhand of Murray. Good second serve, and Murray's had a short reply, and Fognini has eaten up the forehand going down the line for another winner off that wing.
Yeah, it makes it look so effortless when he's moving up to that short ball, using the forehand. It certainly has been more effective in set 2. 9 winners in total. Murray just the 4.
Yes, 6 off that forehand side as well for the Italian number 1. Serves out wide, backhand return down the line from Murray, and it's wide of the mark.
Yeah, other good numbers for Fognini in this second set. He's won 11 out of 14 points when that first serve has hit its mark. So serving has definitely improved as this match has gone on.
Backhand return from Murray down the middle of Fognini with a stroke backhand cross court. As he's defending, he's been forced back by the Murray slice, but Fognini's hit a good forehand. He's now moved up the court, backhand lobbed up from Murray. Fognini's come forwards. He's going to have to watch this one, and it's just bounced wide, and both players have kind of stopped here. Fognini's kind of frozen. And is there going to be a challenge? No. No, that's unusual, because it almost looked as though Fognini was saying, listen, you might as well challenge this. But the ball drifting wide by all accounts.
He just stood there, didn't he? Hit the ball, just had a little stare down the court, didn't move.
Held his racket arm firmly out in front, like a statue. And there's a good serve down the middle, an ace, and that's a tremendous game from Fognini. It's been such a mixed bag out here from him so far, but that certainly was good stuff.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, it's 2 different sets from Fognini. I mean, the opening set, he's pretty much given games away. Second set, he's been able to get through some service games nice and quick.
4 titles Fognini's won in his career. They've all have come on the clay. The last of which was 2016. He actually won 3 in a row a couple of years ago. Murray serves out wide. That was when he was on the march, on the charge in terms of his world ranking. So close to becoming a top 10 player. Before returning in the other direction as a backhand from Fognini's slice back here. That's a weak return just trying to push the ball back into court, and he's floated it way long.
He has been uncomfortable when Murray's been able to get that second serve kicking up high to the backhand. He's missed a few of those.
Disappointed with that, with a second serve that was very attackable as Murray serves down the middle, and it's a good first serve. It was directionally perfect, right in the corner of the service box, and Fognini's outstretched right arm could only just really stab at the ball without any control on it at all. 30 love. Murray serves. Again, sliding that first one out wide, but clips the tape, and they'll go again here. Not hanging around. Forehand is pushed long from Fognini off the telling first serve. Heavy first serve from Murray again, and looks as though both players are going to be able to hold to love here. Murray just rocking back and something disturbing him, so he moves into that motion again, and this time the first serve heading towards the Fognini backhand. Just a foot or so long. Second serve, backhand from Fognini cross court. What a winner that was. A tremendous backhand cross court. That one zipped away from Murray for a clean winner.
Incredible shot. And it shows so much strength there. The shoulder height backhand just flicked away cross court for a winner.
It's almost lazy in its execution, and there's a forehand long, so Murray is able to hold again, and Fabio Fognini it is that will sit down in his chair. He will have a little bit of time to contemplate as he gets out to serve for this second set at 5-4.
Interesting, we're not sensing any weakness in Fognini at the moment, but we'll see how strong he is when he comes out to serve for this second set shortly here on the Wimbledon radio channel. Two other men's singles matches, third round matches, are in action right now. Anderson, as we heard from Richard Kaufman on number 3 court, a break up in the second and a set up on Ruben Bemelmans. What news of Tsonga and Querrey on number 2 court? Rob Nothman.
This one beautifully poised. Tsonga has just held for 3-all in the third set. It's 1 set all. Querrey took the first 6-2. Tsonga took the second 6-3. Difficult to pick a winner here. It's 3-all in the third.
Rob, thank you. Back out here on centre court, Andy Murray has gone to the notebook again. He is just looking down with the book placed open across his tennis bag, reading some little reminders. Lucy, what do you think it tells us? You said he's been going to that book regularly. What do you take from that?
Well, I think he's probably just trying to get confirmation, just making sure that he's clear in terms of what he's looking to do out here, and their reminders. I guess the fact that he does it every time is maybe something to question.
Let's see if Fognini can serve out this second set. Back to Chris and Nick.
A little bit more noise created by the centre court crowd than perhaps we've seen in this match thus far. Encouraging, I'm sure, their man to try and get this break back, as Fognini serving for the set at 5-4. The first serve with just a little too much on it. It's been a clean set from Fognini as the forehand comes back here. The Italian with a forehand cross court. Good aggressive play. Murray with a short reply, and Fognini jumps all over it, and Murray can really drop the forehand to the net.
Yeah, the problem there for Murray, didn't quite get hold of that returner serve, landed mid-court, playing right into the hands of that forehand of Fognini.
First point to the Italian number 1. As the serve comes down the tee, and Murray is frustrated with the forehand error. He sent the return way long, giving the Italian a bit of a break here.
Yeah, 68% first serves finding its mark in his second is helping the Italians' calls.
And there's a serve that this time was going towards the forehand of Murray, but the outstretched arm of the linesman beneath us tells us it was wide, as a backhand slice from Fognini stays low. Murray the forehand cross court. Fognini with a forehand of his own cross court. There's a ball down the middle from Murray as he hits a backhand down the line. Fognini with a forehand cross court to the Murray forehand down the line. Backhand slice from the Italian. Stays low, and it's so low that it barely comes up off the ground. And Murray swings at fresh air, and you don't see that too often. It's 40 love.
You certainly do, but what a slice from Fognini. It's got a bit of side spin on it as well. Yes, obviously the bounce is a bit dodgy, but beautiful slice play from Fognini.
Wonderful control, but the ball just simply didn't get up off the ground. Set point. Fognini serves down the middle. A forehand return comes back where it came from. Fognini with a big forehand. He's now stretching as he takes the forehand on down the line and misses going long.
Well, he doesn't hold back, does he, Fognini? Even though he's way out of court, he's still looking for that big winning shot.
Still 2 set points for Fabio Fognini as he serves down the middle. The backhand comes sliced back with good length. Forehand from Fognini pushing Murray back behind the baseline, and Murray's netted off the forehand. So the world number 29 is back in business here in this third round match. Fabio Fognini levels things up against the world number 1. It's 1 set apiece.
Fascinatingly poised here on centre court. Barry Cowan has picked out a couple of really interesting stats from the match so far. Back to Barry with those in just a second, after we get reaction to that second set for Fognini from Robin out on the hill.
Well, there's a lot of consternation out here, and there's not a lot of there's not a lot of noise. I've been trying for some time to find some Italian fans, and when that happened, there was almost no movement on the hill at all. Now, I'm sure there are Italians here, but I haven't actually seen any reaction at all. Let's see what these people think. You've been watching this for a while. What do you think about Andy's prospects now?
I think they're positive. I think he'll do well. He'll win in 4.
You're not worried about the comeback from Fognini? He looked good in that second set, though, didn't he?
He did. My attention was slightly diverted part of the set, but I think he'll make an easy comeback.
What, by this lady here, no doubt?
Yeah, I think it's going to be 2 good sets from Andy, and I think he's going to win in 4 quickly.
Do you know, I'm loving this confidence from a British point of view, but this guy is a tough opponent, isn't he?
He is a tough opponent, but I think Andy's got what it takes. I think he's got the mental strength, physical capability. I think he'll come through in 4.
Have you been watching any other tennis today, apart from here?
Yeah, we watched 3 games on court 18. We watched the women's singles, women's doubles and men's singles. So a really good day. All finished quite quickly, though. So then came out here to watch Andy.
But this isn't a bad way to end the day, is it? You could end up with a 5-setter the way things are going. What do you think?
Yeah, that would be great. Go right into the night. That would be perfect.
As long as Andy wins, I guess, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. As long as he wins.
Yeah. Leave you going home with a nice feeling, possibly.
Exactly. A nice start to the weekend.
Yeah, and I can't find... I don't know if you... Have you seen any Italians out here? I've not seen anyone.
None today. I haven't seen any. Haven't heard any.
There's a lot of British hats over there.
Sorry?
There's a lot of British hats over there.
Yeah, I know. The British hats are well represented, certainly, but no Italians yet. But I'm on a mission, and I'm going to find someone, Richard, for you, OK?
OK, we wish you good speed with that, Robin. Sounds like there's huge confidence still amongst Murray's supporters over there on Henman Hill. Fognini's taken a little comfort break off the court and he's just returning. So, Barry, what have you spotted in the great raft of data that we're provided with here?
And we get a lot of that, don't we? A lot of numbers thrown at us, but Murray is not control of this match. It's Fognini who's in control. You look at the winners from the back of the court. Fognini, 11 from the baseline. Murray, in 2 sets of tennis, 1 winner from the back of the court. So if Murray is to win this match, he needs to be a little bit more aggressive, especially given how he isn't 100% fit in terms of his movement. But the one thing that Murray, I do agree with the gentleman who was being interviewed, the one thing that Murray has massively in his favour, he's a Grand Slam champion. He has won many a match here on centre court under pressure. So that is definitely in Murray's favour.
The fact that he's getting less than 50% of his first serves in at the moment, would that give you cause for concern, Lucy, given that he always talks about the serve and his movement as the 2 pillars of his game?
It has to, and I mean, I guess it's difficult. We don't know what we're going to keep getting from Fognini, and Andy, well, we can hear him there. He does need to start pumping himself up and be a little more aggressive, because the Italian can be in and out.
OK, back with Murray and Fognini in just a second, but Kevin Anderson is serving for the second set on number 3 court, Richard Kaufman.
Well, that's part of the big news. The other big news is Ruben Belmans has just won his first point against the Anderson serve in this 3rd set. Not sure it's going to do him much good, though, because Anderson responds with an ace at 128 miles an hour down the middle. I mean, it's quite ridiculous. I mean, credit to the 6'8" South African. He is serving absolutely beautiful. Belmans just doesn't know which way to look. And 2 set points it is. This for a 2-set love lead for Kevin Anderson. The right-hander serves down the middle. Bevermans gets his racket on it. That almost surprises Anderson, who had to dig it out from right by the baseline. Now goes with a double-handed cross-court, which was right in the corner. And, well, Bevermans couldn't handle that one either. And, well, he's really fought valiantly, has the Belgian qualifier, but he just cannot deal with the Kevin Anderson serve. And as a result, the South African is looking good to make the 4th round here for the 3rd time at Wimbledon. 7-6, 6-4. He has a 2 sets to love lead.
Richard, thank you. Barry and Lucy, Kevin Anderson is a player who loves the grass. He loves Wimbledon, and he's a player who's really suffered with injuries over the last couple of years. So for him to get into the 2nd week again, this will be a huge deal.
Yeah, very much so. And it's always great to see players come back to form when they've had real difficulties with injuries. And Kevin, who got to top 10 in the world for 1 week, which was some achievement.
Looks like we've got a break point opportunity on number 2 court at the moment in the Tsonga-Querrey match. Rob Nothman?
Break point against Tsonga, which he saved because Querrey has just netted a backhand. That was a nervy rally. But Tsonga has now saved 2 break points at 3-4 in the 3rd set. Querrey again has just started to up his game again. He went through a very quiet spell towards the end of the 2nd set and the start of the 3rd, where he was nowhere near the level he was in the 1st set, which he swept through by 6 games to 2. Back came Tsonga to win the 2nd 6-3. We've been playing for an hour and a half, and now at 3-4 deuce, Tsonga is serving from this near end. The court now all in shade. The sun seems to have disappeared for the time being as Tsonga serves and now winds up a big forehand cross-court from Querrey, and Tsonga nets. And here comes break point number 3 in this game. And interestingly, to continue the conversation that we were having earlier, Tsonga repeatedly is looking down at his feet. He's unhappy with his footing as he runs about the back of the court where it is quite warm now. He doesn't seem to be 100% certain of his footing, but here another break point against him. The Frenchman serves and manages to get out of that with an ace straight down the middle. That brought up chalk, 121 miles an hour. And if ever he needed a first serve, he needed one then. And we're back at deuce. Tsonga, white headband back on his head. He took it off briefly in the 1st set for a couple of games, but it's gone back on. He serves to Querrey's forehand. Now forehand down the line from Tsonga, who follows it in, and Querrey tries to pass with a backhand. It goes wide, and now Tsonga has a point to level it up at 4-all. If he wins this match, he makes a bit of French tennis history, because he will move to 4th on his own in the all-time list of wins by Frenchmen at Wimbledon. And I'll develop this in just a moment as Tsonga serves just a shade too long. Here comes his 2nd delivery, with a point here to level it up at 4 games all in the 3rd set. 1 set all against Sam Querrey. The big American tries to go down the line, but he's long. So Tsonga, to the delight of the crowd, who clearly are favouring him over the American, has levelled up this 3rd set at 4 games all. And just to complete, Richard, that Tsonga, if he wins, it'll be his 31st win at Wimbledon, and he will be 4th on the all-time list of wins at Wimbledon by Frenchmen, and he'll be behind Jean Barotra, Henri Cochet and Jacques Brugnon, and they were 3 of the 4 famous French musketeers.
Yes, dating back to, what, the 1930s, that kind of era, Rob?
Yep.
Yeah, that would be, that's elite company when it comes to French tennis, for sure. Here on centre, we've had Andy Murray getting pretty worked up in front of us. First service game of this 3rd set, and it's 1 set all if you are just joining us here on the Wimbledon radio channel. And Murray at 30 all in that service game let out one of his primal screams towards the back of the court. And then when he won the point and we moved to 40-30, he let out a huge, great come on and a go towards his box, demanding energy from the people that are on his team in there. He really is trying to pump himself up, Lucial.
He is. I mean, I think it not only demanding energy from his team, but also from himself as well, because that was... well, it was a huge cry, wasn't it? And that's what he's got to do. He's got to get himself a little more fired up here. As I say, against a player like Fognini, he's got his biggest strength against him, Andy, is the mental side, and he needs to use that out here.
Fognini has just held serve, though, at the start of this third set, so it's 1 game all. And Barry Cowan's just passed me his phone with an extraordinary stat on it from Stuart Fraser, who writes for the Times here in London. 1 set all, first time that Andy Murray has lost the second set after winning the first set at Wimbledon since the 2012 final against Federer 5 years ago, which he lost, of course. Barry, what do you read into that?
Well, I think what it shows is what an amazing front runner that Andy is, like the top guys. And once he gets players down and when he's on top, mentally and physically, they think, well, I've got to win 3 sets to be able to beat him. But, of course, we're entering the unknown in this match because of Murray's question mark with fitness. So I think even though Fognini lost that first set, he would have looked at it more that, you know what, I'm not pulling my weight. I'm not doing myself justice. But he most certainly is now. He's just hit a wonderful backhand down the line, followed by a drop shot. He really is one of the most gifted players out there. I don't think he's surprising any of us the way he's playing at the moment. Can he keep it going? That's what we don't know. He doesn't know, and his box must be, well, they must be pulling their hair out.
Yeah, I mean, he's a frustrating player to watch, Fognini. If you follow him around the circuit, you don't have to speak to too many Italian tennis journalists to work out that they can get quite frustrated with his ins and outs. Well, they know what he's capable of. That's the thing. And when you see a match like the one he produced in Rome, when he just blew Murray off the court completely, then you think, goodness, why hasn't this guy won more titles? But here at Wimbledon, this is as far as he's been, the third round, Lucy. He's looking like a player who should have done an awful lot better than that in years gone by.
Oh, well, that's exactly right. And I guess the fact that he's played the majority of his tennis on clay, he hasn't quite fallen in love with the grass yet.
Let's nip back to number 2 court. Another tight game, Rob Northman?
Yeah, the ebb and flow of this match is excellent and really absorbing as Querrey puts away a forehand volley. He has just saved a break point 2 points ago. Tsonga in the previous service game had saved 2 break points, but Querrey now is at advantage and has a chance now to move 5-4 ahead. It really is a fine match, this. Lots of ebb and flow. As Querrey hits an enormous serve, which must, I presume, have hit a ball boy down below, out of sight from me. But everything is okay. We play on as Tsonga goes wide with an off forehand. And Querrey holds his serve to move 5-4 ahead in this third set. It's 1 set all. And we have now played 1 hour and 36 minutes.
Who looks the stronger, Rob?
Difficult to say. At the start, there was no question that Querrey was much the better player. But Tsonga gradually got himself going, got playing at a much better level, and Querrey just dropped off a little. One could see he just wasn't hitting the same quality of passing shot that he was earlier on. So I really wouldn't like to put my last penny, and as you know, I don't have too many of those, on either of these players. I think this is really evenly poised. And remember, when they last met at Wimbledon, it was 14-12 in the 5th set.
Well, I probably should be asking you about the amount of daylight that's left out there, Rob. You keep settling yourself in. Is your chair comfortable?
Yeah, it is.
I'm glad to hear that.
It's great view here on number 2 court. Yeah, you've been here many times, and it's a superb view. And because you sit outside, you do really get a sense of the atmosphere and the fact that the crowd are really pulling for Tsonga more than Querrey.
The whispering gallery that is our position on number 2 court. Back with Rob shortly. No breaks of serve on number 3 court early in the third set. Anderson is 2 sets up on Ben Woolman's. Let's nip back next door here on centre with Fognini about to serve 1-2 third set, 1 set all. Here are Chris and Nick.
Italian with the delivery that just a fraction long again as Murray grabs the peak of the cap. Looks to step in here. Perhaps a time for him to make a move here as the forehand comes back cross court, and Fognini has dumped that forehand midway up the net. It's the consistency of performance that has often been lacking from Fognini. It's been, as so often has been the case over the years, as it has been today. It's come in waves, the quality of the tennis, as the backhand does not need to be played because the serve is long from Fognini. Took it down towards that backhand side. Just get the sense with Murray's body language that he feels that this is a good time for him to step it up as the backhand comes back cross court. Fognini with a forehand has gone long, and this could well be the time, Chris, because there's 2 errors. It's love 30.
Yeah, he's challenging, but I'm sure he's not going to get any love from Hawkeye with this one. And I think from Murray's point of view, when you see Fognini miss a couple of shots like this, you know that the Italians may be switched off a bit. And this is the time to really take full advantage.
Love 30.
Under heat here as he serves out wide as the world number 29. Fails to find the first. Second serve is big to the Murray backhand. Forehand down the line. Murray's on the backhand side, pushing it cross court. Backhand from Fognini cross court to the Italians backhand. Good rally. Both hitting the ball well here. Backhand from Fognini strikes it beautifully to that Murray backhand. Forehand from Fognini off the tape. He's got lucky. He's gone into the Murray forehand. Fognini tried to up the pace, and he got away with it with a dead let court.
Yeah, he did indeed. Very fortunate they have that forehand. Just jumping off the let court.
Some ball striking though, 11 shots pure as they get. Fognini serves down the tee, and wow, well, that was a corrected call. Called good, then called wide. Fognini with a big second serve again. Forehand from the Italian, cross court. Murray defends the forehand well with good depth. A half volley from Fognini is long, and Murray's got the fist pump out as he yells towards his corner because the world number one's got 2 break points.
Yeah, lovely length there from Andy Murray. That's one of those examples of Fognini not really backing up behind the ball, just relying on that half volley hand skills.
15-40. Fognini on the cusp of being broken again. Don't know what was said, but again, Fognini less than amused as a serve to the Murray forehand. Backhand from Fognini cross court. Strikes it well again as he hits a forehand down the line. Murray with a forehand stretched on. Fognini with a half volley cross court. That is utterly sensational. A half volley coming forwards cross court. That is just beautiful to watch.
It certainly was. I mean, this was McEnroe-like, wasn't it? It was a half volley. Beautiful touch. Good hand skills. Unplayable.
Silky feel from the Italian. One to remember. Still, though, break point down.
Let first service.
And the first serve, as you just heard, will need to be played again because as he fired it out wide, it caught the tape on the way through. Fair few nervous fans here on centre court. Second serve will come down. Murray threatening with the backhand down the middle. Forehand from Fognini is going to be shanked long. He's mistimed the forehand. He doesn't like the bounce, but Murray will certainly like the return because it's drawn an error, and it's Murray that extends the lead here to 3-1 in this third set. You just got the sense, Chris, after that first point in that game, that there was just a little swing and Murray sensed his chance.
Absolutely. The last return there, the length was beautiful. Fognini just maybe checked out on a couple of points there in that game.
It was a slightly bad bounce, wasn't it, on that last point, but in a way, Murray, having got the depth, made his own luck. Second serve, backhand from Fognini down the line. It's a good return, and Murray's stretched. He's forced to go to the single-hander, and the slice is netted.
Yeah, took that one a lot earlier. Did Fognini, guiding it into the corner there. Murray just struggled out of that backhand corner.
Ivan Lendl and Coach Jamie Delgado both watching on, as his physical trainer Matt Little courtside here. Murray serves a good length serve. A return come down the line from Fognini. The forehand from the Italian, slice back down the middle. There's a backhand slice from Murray. Slice backhand from Fognini is not good enough, and his one drops halfway up the net again.
Yeah, a bit lazy with his footwork there was Fognini. Didn't adjust enough for that slice.
90 minutes of tennis out here in this one so far. Murray in the ascendancy once again as he serves out wide. Fognini with a forehand down the line. A one big step across from Fognini, and the forehand is netted.
30-15.
Good serve. It wasn't the quickest from Murray, just 107 miles an hour, but he was able to draw the unforced error from the Italian. Such an up and down sort of player, Fognini is. It's been so unpredictable over the years. There have been so many matches of his that we've watched and almost in despair at where he's gone and how quickly he's faded away. But here's the second serve. Backhand. In fact, it's an ace from Murray out wide. Number 10 for the day. And he moves ahead 40-15.
119 miles per hour. That one, not as quick as the match. 126 earlier in the match was his fastest.
He's getting more and more free points off the serve. Serves down the middle, the backhand's into the net, and that's a clean game from Murray, and he's definitely got a little bit of a skip in his step as he walks towards the chair. Fognini on the other side will trudge back. He's down 4-1 in the third.
Yeah, a skip in the step for Andy Murray can only be good news for the world number one right now. 4-1 up in set number 3 at 1-all. Seems to have found some intensity, Barry Cowan, Lucial, that maybe was missing in that second set.
Just gone in his face mentally. You know, even at the beginning of the set, a couple of times he clenched his fist, a few cries of come on, and it wasn't because he played great tennis, and he's made it a mental battle, so I think that's helped. And also the aura he has on this court, I think it's also been a factor in what we've seen in the third set. Exactly right. He just started pumping himself up, didn't he? And we saw a lot more errors there from Fognini, who, as we speak, has actually got the trainer on. I'm quite sure what he's getting treated out there, but is Achilles tendon apparently. So obviously maybe some issues there, but it was the mental side from Andy, because he looked a little flat, and as Barry said, his game hasn't really changed, but he's just starting to fire himself up, and that's had an impact. Still only hit just the one winner from the back of the court, which is remarkable. 2.5 sets on a grass court.
Amazing how the opponent, though, is the one who starts to feel the bumps and bruises when they lose a few games. Fognini seems to be broadly okay. Certainly,
he's chatting away.
Do you know what often happens? I think it's a really good point. I've seen him at times just call the physio and have a chat. I think at times it's just because he might as well order Lavazza.
Maybe he's in need of something to pep him up right now. Murray, perhaps less so. Great to have your company here on the Wimbledon radio channel. It will be lovely to hear from you. If you're up and about on social media, we're on at Wimbledon Channel, CHNL, or search for the Wimbledon Channel on Twitter. Send us an email if you fancy, radio@aeltc.com. If you've got a question perhaps for Barry Cowan or Lucial, alongside myself, Richard Connolly, here on centre court. Let's get across to number 2 court, where it's been pretty tight all the way through. 1-all, Tsonga and Querrey. Rob Nothman.
And Tsonga is just starting to serve at 5-6 down in this third set, trying to take this third set into a tie-break. And one senses that we've really got to the guts of this match. Both players playing well without quite being at their best, and both desperately trying to get that advantage to go 2-1 up. So little in it. And as we've said repeatedly, the last time these two met at Wimbledon 3 years ago, we went to a 5th set, and what's more, to 14-12 in the 5th set. And on the evidence of the last hour or so, as Tsonga just puts a forehand into the net, 15-all, one can see this match going well into the evening. It's 10-8 local time here in the UK, and if this were to go to 5 sets, I don't think that we would have enough light necessarily to get the game finished, but we shall see as Tsonga winds up for another big forehand cross court, which Querrey can do nothing with. to move 30-15 ahead. Not too many seats to be had here on the number 2 court, and the crowd really enjoying this. Two good players who are slugging it out here to try and reach the last 16, and the winner will play the winner of the match currently on the number 3 court between Kevin Anderson's and Ruben Bemelman's. Tsonga serving at 30-15, and that looked long, and it was long, and that makes it 30 all. And you can hear the crowd trying to get behind Tsonga. He takes a bit of a breather. I think the crowd appreciate just how key this time in the match is. Querrey perhaps sensing a chance. Tsonga serving at 30 all, 5-6 in this third set. Good return from Querrey, who now winds up a big forehand and again tries to go down the line, but nets. He wasn't missing too many of those in the first set, which he took by 6-2, but he's missed that one. And Tsonga now has a point to level it up at 6 all and take us into a tie-break in this third set. The sun is behind a cloud in the distance as I look out to the east, no, the west. Let me get my bearings right. So the court is completely in shade. As Tsonga at 40-30 serves towards Querrey, the tall American down the far end with the baseball cap. Can't do anything with that serve. Nets his forehand return. And so it's a tie-break here in the third set. An hour and 49 minutes. 6 games all in the third. 1 set all.
Rob, thank you very much indeed. Back with you shortly as that tiebreak nears its conclusion. You haven't missed anything on centre court because Fabio Fognini's undergone a medical timeout for treatment to that heel injury. Now let's find out how people are feeling about the chances of both players. Has Robin Bailey had any luck finding Italian fans out on the hill?
No, I haven't, Richard. A little disappointed about that. It's difficult because they kind of discourage flags here, don't they? So you can't see. But literally, I mean, it does seem that everyone had the clenched fists and the sweaty palms and everything when Fognini squared the match. But I think things are feeling a little bit more relaxed now for Tilly and Billy. I can't believe I was speaking to Billy and Tilly. Can you believe that? Anyway, I thought it was funny, but maybe not. Tilly, first, this is your big chance, you said, for stardom. So how do you think this is going? Are you more relaxed now?
Yes, I think Murray is all over this. He is looking very confident. I think Fognini, yes. Fognini is looking a bit injured. I wouldn't be surprised if he maybe has a little break later on in the match, giving Murray more time to think about his win, which is inevitable.
Well, of course, the worry was that Murray is injured, and you know, even going back to his mark there's a little bit of a limp there, and I don't know if he's starting to put it on just to put his opponents off.
Yeah, well, I think looking maybe towards the end of the tournament, second week is potentially where he'll struggle with his injury. Obviously, he's looking supremely confident, as all Brits have today. But
you've seen a few of them, haven't you? You've been having a little tour.
Yeah, very fortunate to catch the end of the Conta match earlier. So, yeah, that was good fun. A great reception from the crowd, obviously. Unfortunately, Heather Watson obviously just missed out today, but we saw Katie Swan in the mixed doubles as well.
With Cameron Norrie. And they were a fantastic duo. Great to see two young Brits working together to try and, you know, make a market in their home tournament, I guess. So.
Great, you're having a lovely day watching the Brits, and let's hope is a happy ending. Well, for you anyway. I mean, we do have an Italian audience out there as well. We are an international Wimbledon channel, but obviously most of the people sitting here, Richard, want the Brit to win, and Murray's going well.
Robin, thank you. Billy and Tilly there, but where's Andy's dad, Willie? Because Andy's here on centre court, while his brother Jamie's going into a 5th set in the doubles out on court 18. Andy, however, things have moved on apace. He's serving for the 3rd set. Let's join Chris and Nick next door.
Second serve from the world number 1 to that Fognini backhand, a big hit. Murray kind of defends with the backhand side. He goes again cross court, and that's gone long from Murray. It's been such fluctuating levels of tennis from Fognini today. As you said, it's been such a microcosm of his career.
Yeah, I mean, you look at his base level throughout the entirety of the match. It is so up and down. A lot of games being given away, really, tomorrow. But we've also seen the brilliance of the Italian.
Forehand return down the middle. There's Murray backhand cross court. Slice back from Fognini. It's just going to drift long. And was just a little careless with the slice. He knows this set, to be honest, has left his grasp. Similar story to the opening set, really, the way this third has unfolded, as the forehand is back down the middle from Fognini. Murray with a good backhand down the line, and Fognini's hit a forehand cross-court winner that's caught the baseline. Murray's challenging. Fognini seems to be rather disinterested either way.
Fognini's probably hoping it was out so we can get the set over and done with.
As it is, it's caught the line. And the pace of that winner flew off the racket. 30 all. Murray serves down the middle. That's a really good first serve. Length, width and pace. A lethal combination. And the defending champion has got set point. Well, Murray, I think Fognini said I challenged. Okay, so you might be able to pick up Fognini saying, you understand what I said, I challenged, but you didn't listen to me. I didn't hear the challenge, did you, Chris?
I didn't hear anything, no.
Well, he's gone into yet another mood here, Fognini. He's got a cloud over his head as Murray serves down towards the forehand and chopped back into the net. Murray, most certainly, his mood has lifted. He took his opportunity early in the third set and raced away with it. This is going to need a big response from the Italian number one. Murray up 2-1.
Yeah, and with Fognini apparently ailing with that injury difficulty as well. Things have taken a real turn towards the Murray camp. Reaction to that from Lucial and Barry Cowan?
Well, it's astonishing because he basically won the set by just getting in his face the first game. And Fognini capitulated. I mean, in terms of quality, it was a poor set, but that's what happens if you have an aura. You can win matches, and Murray's done that in that last set.
Lucy's verdict in just a second, but out to Rob Nothman on number 2 court.
2 set points for the American Sam Querrey in the third set tiebreak. Things getting quite heated here on the number 2 court. He leads by 6 points to 4. Tsonga serving from the far end. Querrey chipped, forehand returned, backhand slice from Tsonga, who now hits a forehand cross court. Now the Frenchman winds up another big forehand. Querrey's there just with a little squash shot to get it back. Now backhand from Querrey. Tsonga's at the net, puts away the backhand volley, and just listen to the number 2 court crowd. They love the Frenchman, and he saved 2 set points. But now comes the key moment, because for the first time with these 3 set points, Querrey has the opportunity to serve, and he has served well in this tiebreak. So 6-5, the American Sam Querrey. Serves towards Tsonga's backhand at the net with a forehand volley. Tsonga's there, but so is Querrey with a backhand volley to put it away. Really cool, commanding grass court tennis from Sam Querrey. And the 29-year-old American makes it 2-1.
Yeah, the way he's celebrating, we can see on the monitor here on centre court. Querrey feels that that is a really big moment in this match. We're just gone 8 o'clock in the evening local time, and things are feeling a little duskier than they were maybe 15 minutes ago. Feels like maybe we're not too far away from the close here, but still 3 fascinating men's singles third round matches underway. The match here on centre, where you've heard Andy Murray is 2-1 up on Fabio Fognini. And number 2 court there, Sam Querrey has that advantage over Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, as we've just heard. And Kevin Anderson and Ruben Bellmans are still out there on number 3 court, still on serve in set number 3, with Anderson 2 sets to the good. And last time we heard from that court, his serve was sounding totally impregnable against the Belgian qualifier. Lucy was just going to come to you for some reflections on Andy Murray racing away with that third set.
It went so quickly, didn't it? Seemingly out of nowhere. And I mean, as we've talked about, all you can put your finger on is the fact that Andy really did get himself fired up, shouting, come on, and trying to get some more energy out of himself and out of his team. And that just seemed to have quite an effect on Fognini. And as we've seen, there hasn't been too many of the rallies we expected out here. The shot making that both of them can use, the way they move around the court. There's been a fair amount of errors, and I guess it's been a little disappointing if you were wanting a spectacle out here.
Fognini has just won his first game since the injury timeout there with a leaping overhead to take the opening game of the fourth set. He's trying to get pumped up.
It looked, sorry Richard to interrupt, it looked in that opening game like he's ready to play in this set.
He wasn't forward,
ready,
didn't he?
Yeah, he wasn't ready to play in the third set. And my big bugbear is when a player wins a set, why do you leave the court? And he did after the second set.
Yeah, you think it inevitably...
when you're coaching the juniors,
lose the momentum.
do they do that a lot?
Well, the juniors always seem to leave the court after the set, I think, because they just see the top players do it. So then where are you going? And they're like, oh, I don't know. They leave the court, so I leave the court.
Need to check the phone. Need to check the phone after half an hour. It's too long. It's too long away. Which is a good cue to check out social media, and you're getting pumped up out there listening to us, which is great to hear. Hi to Ellen, who says she looks forward to listening to the Wimbledon radio channel every summer. She came to the All England Lawn Tennis Club back in 1992 and hopes to be back someday. Love from Philadelphia. Great to have you with us, Ellen. Charlotte says, baby sleeping in bed, enjoying a barbecue up the road in SW18. That's not far away from here. Listening to the Wimbledon channel. This is what summertime is all about. Come on, Andy. And functional tennis is or are listening to us while driving out to the west of Ireland. Hashtag Wimbledon. Great to have you with us too. At Wimbledon Channel, CHNL. Search Wimbledon Channel on social media and you'll find us, or drop us an email, aeltc.com. We're involved in a long rally here on centre. Fognini's thrown a lob up and Murray has just tapped a little high, shoulder-high volley away to win the point. That's got the crowd going, Barry. Lucy?
Well, it was one of the most exciting points that we've seen. I actually thought one of the shots that Murray hit was long, but Fognini, he played on. I guess unless we see a replay, we won't know.
We need to pop out to number 3 court, you know, Lucy, because Kevin Anderson seems to have dropped a couple of points on his serve here, Richard Kaufman.
Yeah, let's not get too overexcited. Robbie Koenig's joined me in the commentary box at the back of court number 3. He was love 30 down, but he's got it back to 30. Or this is a man who served 23 aces in this match so far, serving to stay in, make that 24 aces, Robbie, because he's now 40-30 to the good. I mean, it's impressive serving, to say the least.
It is. No question about that, but Ruben Bemelmans will be kicking himself at love 30 in this game. Richard, that second serve return, it was on his racket, failed to put it back in play, and I think it was a gilt-edged opportunity, given that he's hardly won more than 2 points. I don't think he's won more than 2 points on Kev's serve.
No, he's going to rally here, and that's not a bad shot deep into the backhand of Anderson, but then he puts a forehand wide, does Bemelmans. Yeah, he's not taken one single Anderson game to juice or had a break point in the match. In fact, very rarely has he actually won a point on the Anderson serve.
And just to think that Kevin is not a good server just because he's tall. Technically, it's so good, and I can tell you, folks, you won't believe how often and how much he works on that serve. We often talk about working on your weaknesses, but I think it's so important to always keep adding to your strengths and make them as good as they can possibly be, because those generally are the shots that pay the mortgage at the end of the month.
He is the sole representative of South Africa in the singles at Wimbledon. Not at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah.
Since the very beginning. How much weight, expectations on his shoulders is there?
Not much. It's generally the case every week for him, so he's used to it. And you know, he does make his home in the US now, but still very patriotic at heart. But you know, he is the flag bearer, former top 10 player, of course, reached top 10 in the rankings for 1 week back in end of 2015, I think it was. 15. But he struggled with injury. So people looking at his history over the last 12 months will say, well, how come the ranking dropped so far? Struggled with injury, and he came back at the wrong time last year. Came back during the clay court season, which he shouldn't have done. and he's just starting to find his mojo now.
Well, he says one of the reasons why he thinks he's playing well this week is he's brought the family out, but he thinks the secret weapon is the dog. They've flown the dog over from South Africa.
Don't even go there.
Lady Katie is the name of the dog.
I won't hear anything about dogs.
Why?
Come on, man. I think it's like a bite size, that dog. It's like one of those teacup things. No, I'm sorry.
Not your best friend then, dogs, are they, Robbie?
No, not those little things like, no. Bite-sized dogs don't do it for me.
Well, he's 6'8". Anything's going to look small next to Kevin Anderson, isn't it, really? We're into the depth of this third set, and Bemelman's under a little bit of pressure at 30. Or Kevin Anderson, well, looking good at 2 sets to love up, because if this goes to a tie-break again, you fear for Bemelman's being able to get enough on that Anderson serve to really put him in danger. So come back to us. Lady Katie, maybe the lucky charm, who knows? Robbie's not having any of it though, Rich.
Thank you. A little bit of pressure on the Fabio Fognini serve here on centre court. It's 1 game all in the 4th set. Murray up 2 sets to 1 here. Packed crowd as the sun goes down. But Fognini won the previous point with a winner up the far line. So it's 40-30 on the Italian's serve. We're going to pop out to the hill to hear exactly what the mood is like out there on this Friday evening at the Championships. Fognini is just challenging. Hang on a minute. No, Murray's just waiting for quiet from the crowd before play can continue. So it's game point to the Italian. He's got Murray on the run here. There's a little drop shot, and Fognini will hold. There is another indication of the terrific court craft of the Italian. So what is the mood out on the hill? Well, I presume there are no dogs allowed, Robin Bailey.
There is, I think a lot of people are a lot more relaxed. I think that's fair to say. And there's been an influx of people, strangely enough, so much so that at the bottom of the steps, right in front of the big screen, I am now officially stuck. I don't think I'll get out here for another hour or so. And I've got a couple of ladies with me who've been watching the whole thing. You've been enjoying this?
That's been fantastic.
You know, terrible. I've forgotten your name already.
Sandra.
Sandra, sorry, Sandra. You've liked the turnaround for Murray, and I don't think Fognini's going to make it easy in the 4th set, but Murray should win.
I think so. It is more comfortable now, definitely.
And your story, I mean, you're here with your friend Jane. You met in America. You still live in America, don't you?
Yeah, I hop between America and London. So, but I hope to move over here permanently this year.
It's the way for the crowd. You can hear the cameras are on us. I'm not sure if they saw me.
No, I don't think so. There's so many people here at the moment.
But you haven't got any hint of that American accent.
I have maintained it for over 20 years. That was pretty tough going. But the odd twang comes out every now and then.
And Murray has won a US Open, hasn't he? So, and you've actually been to that championship.
No, I didn't go to that one, but I do go regularly to Flushing Meadow. It is certainly different to Wimbledon. Not quite as exciting. It's very big. Arthur Ashe Stadium is enormous.
Jane, what do you feel about this match? Are you less tense than you were?
Yes, no, I was a bit worried about him earlier on, but I think he's got a handle on it now. So, yeah, he's got it in the bag now. He'll be fine.
OK, lots of smiles, lots of thumbs up round here, Richard. I think we're happy, but obviously Murray needs to hold his serve, doesn't he?
Yeah, good to hear there's confidence out there on the hill, Robin. Thank you. Back with you shortly. It's funny, you know, not necessarily shared up here. Barry and Lucy just exchanging glances.
No, I'm not confident. Because Fognini, he's come to play. I said at the start of this 4th, he had a good opening service game, good opening point there. Another blistering forehand, taking the opening point.
Well, it's just the way he jogged to his chair as well, because we saw Murray do that at the start of the 3rd, and Fognini, he eyed that up and thought, I'll try a bit of that as well.
That magic tape's helped in the last set.
Yeah, we'll have a bit of that magic tape.
Constantly sending one another signals, aren't they? Back and forward across the court.
Oh dear, I mean, he's totally shanked a second serve that went wide off the net post, Murray.
That brings the score to love 30 in this Murray service game at 1-2 in the 4th set here. Going to bring you some news from the various doubles matches around the grounds in just a second. Let's see how Murray copes with this love 30. Forehand return from Fognini was right onto the back of the baseline, and then he's dumped a backhand into the net, Fognini.
Well, Murray hit the shot and then looked to the linesman and say, where was the call? But if he thought it was out, he was that confident, why wouldn't he have challenged? But thankfully for Murray, Fognini netted his backhand.
Did look well long.
That was a kind of odd series of events, but Fognini didn't really make the best of that situation. Murray booming down a first serve and then an easy put away on the forehand.
And that, amazingly, is only his second winner from the back of the court in the whole match.
Which doesn't speak great volumes about his serve if he's not creating the opportunities to put the ball away like that.
Well, and his mindset as well. He's not looking to necessarily take the ball on.
Well, Murray at 30 all here. 1-2 on centre court. 2 sets to 1 up. Fognini makes a forehand return. Murray a forehand up the line. Fognini on the run, nets with a backhand. Now his older brother Jamie's in a real battle out on court 18, deep into a 5th set with his partner Bruno Suarez. They're the number 3 seeds.
That's a point penalty here. Audible obscenity. That's game against Fognini.
Well, thankfully we didn't hear it up here. I certainly didn't. But the chair umpire...
Oh, he heard it.
Most certainly did. And he'd had a warning, of course, for whacking the racket into the ground before that, which means...
Well, he's now going to have a word with the umpire. I don't know if it was in Italian or English.
Chair umpire is Damien Dumoussois of France.
Got the slow walk from Fognini.
It's kind of a shoulder strut from Fognini over to the chair umpire. Umpire's wisely turned off the microphone, I think, so he can't get a listen into what's going on. An unexpected donation for Andy Murray there, Barry.
Wow. It's all happening. Well, we were asking for a bit of excitement, weren't we? And we've
another
certainly got
Fognini
it.
match where it doesn't disappoint.
Well, I wonder what that's going to do for matters out here.
Well, it could help Murray.
Well, this is a big game now. Yeah. Murray needs to put some pressure on and try and take advantage here.
OK, let's cross to our commentators, because this is getting fascinating on centre. 2-2 in the 4th. Chris Wilkinson, Nick Lester.
And Fognini looks as though he's almost sort of unwilling to, or certainly not ready to continue, because he's taken at least 30 seconds now. He's turned back, having got up to the line on 2 occasions. His mind, I'm sure, is spinning. A point penalty given on centre court. I wonder when the last time a point penalty was given out on centre court. It must have been a while ago, as a forehand comes back cross court off the tape, and oh wow, Murray's got a huge slice of luck there. It's a dead let cord, and Fognini's down on the ground.
That really rubs it in, doesn't it? Okay, that's the last thing you need after what's gone on, is a cheeky little let cord.
Good defence from Murray, though. Again, the slice backhand is able to get him some joy. And Fognini diving at full stretch to try and pick the ball up, but landed with his face firmly in the grass. Here's a serve and volley. Murray's going to get the pass. Cross court, he's missed it. Wow, he had a real look at the pass off a weak first volley.
Well, you think if Murray makes that pass, where would Fognini be mentally there at love 30 down? That was a big shot. Murray feels he should have made that one.
The volley was just bunted down the middle from Fognini. A poor shot as the forehand returns a good one from Murray, and he's just forced Fognini out to the right in a wide position, and the Italians netted the forehand.
15-30.
Do you think he's gone?
I think he's on the cusp, put it like that.
It is. It's one of those, isn't it? Murray must see that when he looks over the other side of the net and sees how Fognini is struggling right now.
He's got 1 foot over the edge here as Fognini hits a forehand down the line. It's a good one, and he's come in here. Half volley's going to be good, and wow, what a shot from Fognini. A half volley. He was about 3 feet behind the service line as he played it. And the soft hands really have come to his aid.
Good half volley, or a little fortunate there?
Maybe you're right. Who knows? Didn't have a lot of choice, did he? The ball came back in pretty quickly. I don't know, Chris. I think he might have meant it as we get a second replay as a forehand comes down the line, and Murray's going to try and pick this one up with a high lob. Fognini watches it carefully. He smashes it back behind Murray, and Murray this time is the first to roar in disapproval.
Yeah, good point from Fognini. Again, the use of the forehand, putting the smash away. Net points won for the Italian, 19 out of 24. That's decent.
Point to move ahead again. Serves down the middle, and first serve a couple of feet deep. Second serve from the Italian, and it's gone long. And there's a double fault. He's going to challenge here. Well, now Fognini's getting angry at the umpire again. He didn't hear the challenge initially. This is all getting a little tense.
Well, that's so far out. I mean, not sure he's got his head in the right place to be challenging this one.
I think, to be honest, he's probably buying himself an extra 10 seconds, isn't he?
Yes, Mr. Fognini has one challenge remaining.
Just giving himself a little more time to try and calm down. Back to Deuce. Murray with the backhand return. Forehand from Fognini back to the forehand side of Murray. Goes cross-court. Forehand down the line from the Italian as he runs around the backhand into forehand down the line again. Murray stretched. Fognini's in with a volley. It's a high volley. Murray's going to get there with a pass, and Fognini has made the backhand volley. He's anticipated it beautifully. It looked as though Murray was going to find the ball by, but it's Fognini that ends up winning the point.
Well, got away with this one. The first volley was bunted so high, but great anticipation, though, thereafter.
So he's used his get out of jail card there, and anticipation was perfect as he hits a backhand cross-court here. Does the Italian cross-court it is from Murray, backhand from Fognini down the middle. Murray goes with a forehand with some width, and he stretches Fognini here as Murray misses the forehand cross-court. So that is an excellent hold from Fabio Fognini. He's kept himself together only just, but he's up 3-2 in this fourth set.
Let's get straight to number 3 court. Poised in a tiebreak in the third set. Richard Kaufman.
3 match points for Kevin Anderson, and poor Ruben Bellmans has to do what he hasn't been unable to do either in the first set tiebreak or this tiebreak so far. That is win a point off the Anderson serve. The South African serves, it's an ace. Kevin Anderson serves an ace, and he is one big happy fella. 27th ace of the match, and I suppose only apt that he should end it that way in a straight sets victory over Ruben Bellmans. Robbie Koenig, your compatriots through to the second week of Wimbledon.
I am so happy for him because he had such a rough time last season when he came back from injury, struggled. I even wondered whether he was going to be able to get back to the lofty heights that we saw at the tail end of 2015 and before then. And he's looking over to his camp and just pondering everything that's unfolded. Great to see him challenging at the tail end of these majors. We saw him have a good French Open, a good Wimbledon now, and he's pumping his fist towards his camp as if to say, this is where I belong.
Sam Querrey or Jo-Wilfried Tsonga await in the fourth round, and the way he is serving, I mean, he won 93% of the first serves that went in, and a lot of first serves did go in. Whoever is going to have to face him, they got some problems to work out, haven't they?
No question about it. Let's not forget, a couple of years ago, he was 2 sets to love up against Novak Djokovic on court number 1 and almost had a chance to beat him in the 5th set there. So he can go toe-to-toe with anybody, especially on the surface where the margins are so small, Richard. And I like his chances to play Querrey or Tsonga for a place in the quarterfinals. He would have signed for that at the start of the tournament.
Ruben Bellmans is just walking off court right now. I mean, obviously he's going to be disappointed to lose, but to come through qualifying, to get this far, he's not played an ATP event in 2017 as an individual. He's played the FedEx Cup, the Davis Cup. That's it for him as far as that level's concerned. And he just couldn't cope with the serve today.
No, he couldn't. And I thought he played pretty well. I think if you ask him after the match, his summation of his form, he'll be pretty happy. You know, he was up against a player today who just played better than him. And I think it's easier for you as a player to live with that. When you play a bad match and you make a lot of unforced errors, you're very disappointed. But I think when you just get beaten by a better player, and that's what I saw today, it's a little easier to live with yourself. And I think he'll be happy and it would have gained a lot of confidence from going so deep, coming through qualies, doing well at a major, and knowing that his game can stand up against top-class opposition. So hopefully he has a good summer and takes this form into the American hardcourt season.
Well, Kevin Anderson, well, didn't lose his serve the whole match. Poor Ruben Belmans could hardly win a point off him, so really no surprise. It's the 6'8" South African who is through to the 4th round of Wimbledon for the 3rd time.
Richard, Robbie, thank you, but who will his opponent be in the round of 16? Last time we heard from Rob Nothman, it was looking like the American Sam Querrey, but now maybe, Rob, we're not so sure.
Another twist in this tale, because Querrey is serving here 1-4 down, and break point down as Tsonga hits a backhand past him. And look at Tsonga, he is pumped. He clenches his fist, the crowd love him. And he moves 5-1 up in this 4th set. 2 breaks of serve. And in a moment, he's going to be serving to level this match up at 2 sets all. And it's 2.25 hours ago I was sitting in this chair saying that these two have a history of playing long matches, and at the moment it looks as if this is going to a 5th. Tsonga just about to start serving here he's won the first point of this game. He's 5-1 up in the 4th set. If he wins this game, it's 2 sets all.
Where you are, is there a seat to be had?
A few, but not many. And certainly there's a great atmosphere on this court at the moment. And if ever anybody needed evidence of just how popular the 32-year-old Frenchman Jo-Wilfried Tsonga is, you only have to be sitting out here. They absolutely love him. And from the moment that he started his comeback in this 4th set by breaking the Querrey serve, they've been right behind him. And here he is, 3 set points, Richard, to level the match up at 2 sets all. The Frenchman down the far end. Big first serve, it's just called long. He returns to the baseline, knowing that one more decent delivery here, one more winning point, and he's right back in this match at 2 sets all. Querrey almost gives up after his backhand return. He knows that that was no good because Tsonga was able to hit his forehand into the empty court. Querrey was already heading back towards the chair. 2 hours, 19 minutes, and it's 2 sets all.
Rob, thank you very much for the time being. Back with Rob Nothman on number 2 court very soon. Meantime, here on centre, Andy Murray serving at 2-3 in this 4th set. He's break point down. He thought he'd served an ace to get out of it. It was called wide. He challenged. It was proved to be wide. So we've got a second serve coming here for Murray on centre. Fognini makes a backhand return. It's long. Well, that second serve, Barry Cowan, was not the most forthright, was it?
No, 81 miles per hour. I think he hit one, was it in the 2nd set, at 72 miles per hour, but that was a gift from Fognini, putting that backhand return long.
So 2-3 and juice now here in this 4th set. 4th set that if Murray wins, he will seal his place in the round of 16. But Fognini looks like he's got his game face on again, and Murray has dunked a drop shot into the net.
Well, I mean, that wasn't even close to going over, was it? I mean, whether he's just trying to shorten the points here, but it's once again changed in terms of the energy of both players. And Murray, well, he keeps just banging his legs. He's obviously not finding much power out of them at the moment.
Another break point for the Italian Fognini with his dark hair and his white headband, strutting around centre court with this muscular confidence. Second serve. Murray has missed it. It's a double fault. Well, he's challenging, but he knows it's long, I think. And this will be the break for Fabio Fognini, Barry.
Yeah, this is inevitable. Everyone knows it's long. And actually for Fognini, the point penalty that he had a couple of games ago has actually helped him, because it's almost refocused him.
He's a funny old character, Fognini.
Oh, he is. Yeah.
He got cross, he got fired up, he got penalised a point, and now he's a break up in the 4th set. Let's return to our commentators next door, Chris Wilkinson and Nick Lester.
Well, Murray now is walking up to the chair, and I don't know what's being said here, but he doesn't look happy.
Yeah.
Just trying to hear what...
It's taken like 20 minutes before serving in the last game.
Murray not happy with Fognini, I think. What was the...
Well, he's He's not happy because he feels that Fognini's taken too long to serve, and he was saying he's taken like 20 minutes, to serve. So I think Murray's got a point, because Fognini does seem to be taking a long time.
Forehand back, Fognini on the forehand down the line. That's a clean winner from the Italian. He skips forward and just shakes the racket in delight at the winner there.
It's probably what Fognini wants as well. He probably wants to feel that he's getting under Murray's skin and making it difficult for him out here.
Fognini serves down the middle. The forehand is shanked back wide. It's off the net post. And Fognini once again has the wind in his sails here. He's got the momentum. As the pendulum in this fourth set swung his way, it seems as though it has. It was only 10 minutes or so ago, of course, he got a point penalty and he was seemingly on the cusp of checking out. He's done well here. Backhand return down the line. Backhand slice back low. Backhand from Murray. Cross court is long, and now Murray it is that just seems to be a little flat, Chris.
Yeah, he's got a little edgy here, isn't he? Andy Murray again. The slice backhand, I feel in this full set that Fognini's used to great effect.
40 love. The Italian serving down the middle. A forehand back cross court is long, and Fognini's been able to hold. It's a hold to love, a significant one at that, and he has a 5-2 lead now in this fourth set. It looks as though we are heading the distance.
It does, thanks to Nick and Chris. Back next door very shortly for perhaps the conclusion of this fourth set. It's getting a little dark around centre court. There's still time to play on. They're playing on number 2 court in the fifth set here. It's funny though, Lucial and Barry Cowan, old wise old owls alongside me, quite early in the fourth set they looked at one another and said, this is going 5, and it looks like it is going that way. Barry Cowan.
Thank you, Richard, you're so kind.
You did?
Yeah, well, I've seen a lot of Fognini's matches, and he's actually one of my favourite players to watch, because in terms of watch him as a player, you do not know what's going to happen. I mean, it just must be an absolute nightmare for his box, because he has actually been in control of this match.
He has.
It's
well,
all
also
been about Fognini.
Playing him is not easy at all, because you don't know what you're going to get. I mean, that third set went so quickly, and that was down to Fognini missing. Mentally, he wasn't there. Then suddenly he gets himself fired up, and look at the scoreline again quickly.
Just looking at the double score coming up as well, it's not been a good 5 minutes for Murray's.
No, they are now a break down. Murray and Suarez, the number 3 seeds in the gentlemen's doubles, the second round match against Groth and Lindstedt, who are serving for the match at 6-5 out on court 18. So both Murray brothers are struggling right now. 2-5, Murray serving here, fourth set. Let's get back to Chris and Nick.
Starts this 8th game with an ace down the middle. Just looking at their 5-set records, probably a little premature, but Murray 23-10 win-loss. Fognini 14-12 as a second ace of the game from the world number 1. Again, sliding that one down the middle. Down the backhand return as Murray just fails to deliver a first serve on this occasion. Here's the second, lines it up down towards the backhand, but it's a double fault. What's the tally up to now, Chris?
7 double faults. That's the third one in this set.
Murray just muttering away to himself beneath his team. And watch on. Serves down the middle, the forehand is back past Murray, cross quarter. Murray's netted a backhand. He was forced back, but a ball you felt he should have made, Chris.
Yeah, the movement didn't look that fluent though there, did it? Missed a few as this match has gone on, whether the body's getting tired or it's starting to hurt a little bit. There's been a few uncharacteristic misses from Murray now.
So it's out wide, Fognini with a good return down the line. A stunner. Murray's picked it up, but it's gone wide. What a sensational return from Fognini down the line off the forehand, and he's got set point.
That's a huge hit. All or nothing there from Fognini, but that's what he's capable of. We've seen it time and time in this match.
Those inside centre court urging Murray to mount a response here. as Fognini puts him under severe pressure. Serves down the middle, and it's a good serve from Murray right into the corner of the service box. It was always moving away from Fognini, who could only get the frame of the racket onto the ball.
Yeah, I like that serve. High percentage there. More of a slider down the tee, just 107 mph.
Jamie Murray has just lost in 5 sets over on 18 as Andy serves to avoid going to a 5th here. Backhand return from Fognini, backhand from Murray down the line. Forehand from Fognini's big, but it's too big. And that one is just missed deep by a foot or so, going back towards the backhand wing.
Yeah, Fognini, a big stare there to his team just to see in fact that they agreed the ball was out.
Murray with the advantage. Serves down that forehand side again. A return picked up down the middle. Forehand from Fognini cross court. Murray's forehand is short. Fognini with a drop shot off the backhand, and that's well played, but Murray gets there. Fognini with a great stretch volley. Tremendous anticipation from the Italian, and he had the strength and the composure to nudge the volley into the open space.
Yeah, it certainly was a beautiful drop shot initially, but I like the position after. He didn't commit, so just allowed himself a little bit of time to get across for this lunging volley.
Back to deuce. Tremendous point from Fognini. Use of that drop shot that is so deadly that he has as Murray misses the first serve wide. A long stare down towards the far side as the linesman confirms the ball was just the wrong side of the service line. Defending champion under pressure here, but Murray's going to get a free point because Fognini's slice backhand is drifted very deep.
What a wonderful serve there. Plenty of work on that one, right down the centre.
Staying alive by his fingertips here. Murray serves out wide, backhand return down the middle. A forehand from Murray's into the net. It was a short return. Murray had to follow it in, and he's missed a forehand going cross court. Any physical signs? Was that a physical miss, do you think, Chris?
I think the ball moved a little bit there. I don't think that the bounce was too kind. Just wasn't able to adapt to Murray.
Serving down the middle, the backhand slice back again down the centre. Murray with a forehand to the backhand of Fognini, cross court, and great depth from Fognini. He's got a drop shot here off the forehand. Murray's going to get there with a backhand down the line. Fognini's picked up a lob. Murray's having to chase it. He puts up a forehand pass. Fognini with a drop volley. He's made it. What a point from Fabio Fognini. He had Murray running all over the place on a piece of string, and it's given him set point.
Too good there from Fognini. That drop shot was wonderful.
Murray facing once again set point to take this match into a 5th and final set. Murray serves down the middle, the chip back on the forehand's netted from Fognini. Seemed to have his racket on the ball there, Chris. He just couldn't get any elevation on it.
Again, the slider on the ad side working well for Murray on those big points.
Murray serve down the middle. There's another slice backhand from Fognini to the backhand side. Backhand from Fognini cross court. Great pace. And Fognini with another forehand down the line. Just long, I think it is. Didn't see a call. Was there a call? Well, Fognini's having a word with Damien Dumassois. He's adamant. Fognini wants to know who called the ball out here. I think Damien Dumassois called it out.
Well, the line judge didn't. His hands were down, but it certainly looked out to me. Hawkeye will decide this one.
And we'll have a look. And it was long. Don't think Dumassois and Fognini are having a dinner this evening, do you?
Yeah.
Fognini has no more challenges.
And Fognini, as you've just heard, is out of challenges. Point for Murray to close the gap. Serves down the middle. Forehand is back long. And that's a good hold from Murray. Courageous hold from the defending champion. He sends a couple of balls back down the other end. Fognini will just grab his towel and contemplate having to serve it out.
And that's the thing. You win that service game, you never know here what you're going to get from Fognini. We could see one of those games where he just blanks it out mentally, chucks in a bad service game, then it's different. Such a good hold there for Murray.
Fabio Fognini then with the balls in hand from the far side, serving to take this to a 5th and final set. Second serve, forehand from Murray, comes down the centre, backhand from Fognini cross court. Murray with a backhand cross court to the backhand of Fognini, takes it cross court again. Backhand slice from the Italian, stays low. Murray comes in off the backhand side. Fognini puts up a lob, and Murray's going to watch this one. It lands just on the line. What an extraordinary shot. There was nothing wrong with the approach, and Fognini has come up with a bit of magic.
You're right, the approach was beautiful, but the control with that lob was sensational. Right on the line. Frustrations there for Murray, but again, it's got to clap your hands to say too good.
That was a special shot given the circumstances. The first lob winner of the match. As here's a backhand short from Murray, backhand from Fognini down the line with pace. Murray slices the forehand from Fognini down the line as Murray hits a strong backhand cross court, pressing Fognini, and he's missed Murray. He's missed with a two-hander down the line, and it's 30 love.
Great defense there from Fognini from that backhand corner, under a lot of pressure.
Two points away from stretching the defending champion to a decider. Fognini with a heavy serve down the middle. Just a little long. And there's a double fault. He's gone all out on the second, and on this occasion it's just paid the price for it. Just looking actually at how many times Murray has played 5-set matches here at Wimbledon. He's played 5 before and has won 4 of the 5. The last time was the quarterfinals here last year. Fognini serves out wide, backhand slice back, forehand from Fognini down the line for a winner. Murray not offering a chase off that particular shot. It's another forehand winner for the Italian, who's got 2 more set points.
Only one winner there. Time on the forehand, moving on to it.
40-15, and someone in the crowd having a word. Not to the pleasure of others. Serve out wide, forehand gun backs cross court, half volley. Murray on the backhand side, Fognini with a drop volley. Murray's going to get there, goes cross court, little nudge cross court, and the drop volley from Fognini just was a little too heavy-handed.
Yeah, strange point from Fognini there. Half volley on the second ball. Kind of got himself all sorts of problems. Credit to Murray. Up nice and quick to that short one.
Bounces the ball a couple of extra times. Does Fognini just tries to gather his thoughts here. Serve comes down. Good serve. Forehand is back on the line from Murray. Great return. And Fognini's thinking about challenging. No, he can't challenge. He's got no challenges.
Did someone call out?
I didn't hear anyone call out. I think Fognini stopped the point. I'm almost certain he did. And he's got no challenges. Well, well, well. Murray's hit a return right on the baseline. Tough for us to see whether it was good. We're going to have a look at the replay in our commentary box, and it looked as though it caught the line. He certainly wanted it to be long, that's for sure. Back to deuce. A mistake. How costly could that be for Fognini? It's a chip return from Murray. Forehand from Fognini into the corner. Murray's got a backhand pass. Low. He's played it beautifully. And he's drawn the error off the backhand volley from Fognini. And here's break point for Murray.
Yeah. What a defense there for Murray. Fognini just maybe didn't release on that forehand. But Murray doing what he does well, making Fognini play that extra ball.
When you come into Murray's backhand, you better make sure you're coming off quality. And Fognini was punished. Break point. Serve down the middle, forehand is back down the middle, forehand from Fanini's big to the backhand of Murray, goes back down the centre, Fanini with a big forehand again, Murray defending here, backhand from the Italian, it's Murray on the backhand side, just stern defence, now he takes one cross court to the backhand of Fanini, backhand slice from Murray now, backhand on the line from the Italian, Murray's forced behind the baseline, there's a drop shot from Fanini, and he's not made it, there was not nearly enough elevation on the drop shot, and there are a fair few people here on centre court who have got to their feet, because Andy Murray has bounced back and he has broken back. It's 5-4 for the Italian, fourth set.
Absolutely stunning. He stopped the point to challenge Fognini, and he hadn't got any challenges remaining. Barry Cowan, have you ever seen anything like it?
Listen, I didn't even hear the cue. It's so loud down here at the moment. There is so much passion now. You can hear the volume being ramped up, and this guy touched me on the shoulder before that game and he said, this is the game. This is the game that will define the match. You've seen tennis for 30 years, 40 years you've been watching this game. Why could you predict that?
Go 50 years.
He's not that old.
He's my friend and he knows. So he's probably right. But the thing is, it's a pivotal game. And if Fognini could hold it together at that particular game, well, you knew he had a chance. If he couldn't hold it together, and which he didn't because he kept going to Murray's backhand, and he should have gone to the forehand because his forehand will break down, but he kept going to the side of the backhand, and then at the crucial point, and he lost it. And that's it. It's all over now. We can go home happy because
he hasn't won yet.
Because Andy Murray will win this match.
He hasn't won yet, but he did call it, and that's the atmosphere. You can just hear it. You can feel it. You can touch it down here.
Robin Bailey on the hill, thank you very much. So much passion around Wimbledon. Back to our commentators, Chris and Nick.
Murray serving on the far side, and that first serve clatters into the top of the tape. Can Fanini recover here? Mentally get himself back together as the backhand comes back down the middle. Forehand from Murray into that backhand corner. The slice from Fanini defending, and there's another slice back cross court as Murray hits a backhand cross court into the Fanini forehand down the line. Big forehand from the Italian. He's got control of the rally. He's gone back behind Murray off the forehand side. Short. Here's Fanini in with the forehand. Murray's defending off the backhand lob. It's going to land in. Fanini incredibly has got to regroup. Backhand from Murray cross court to the slice of Fanini here. Remarkable point. Remarkable defence from Murray. Backhand slice again. Cross court rally. We're back where we started here. It's Murray on the backhand side, down the line to the forehand of Fanini, takes it back behind Murray, big cross-court backhand for Murray, low slice from Fanini, forehand for Murray down the line, truly remarkable rally, and it's going to be an error from Murray off the backhand side. I say error, that's completely the wrong word, because simply, in the end, it was too good from Fanini.
Wow, that was an incredible point. Incredible defence initially from Andy Murray, but hand it to Fanini. Kept his head together there. 26 shots that took Fanini to get over the finishing line.
Breathtaking stuff. It really was in this gripping contest. Murray love 15. Serves down the middle, forehand is back, cross court, backhand from Murray. He's missed it. The backhand is loose. He seemed just to time it, not as he wanted. Didn't quite rotate through it for whatever reason, and it's love 30. Don't often get an error like that in such a big moment off that particular shot from Murray. Unexpected. It's given Fanini a lifeline. Serve comes down the middle, just wide from Murray. Outstretches his left arm up towards his team. He couldn't have been far away, but he's not able to get away with a free point here. And Fanini will step in, I'm sure, off the second serve to the backhand. He does down the middle. Backhand from Fanini to the forehand of Murray, and Murray's going to get an error here off the Fanini forehand. That was a loose error from the Italian, Chris.
Yeah, it was. It was on his forehand, but it was good length from Murray as a shank from Fabio Fanini. But still a chance here for the Italian. 15-30. Murray serving.
A couple of cheap points in a row, one from either side here in this what could prove very pivotal game. As a serve down the middle from Murray. He likes that because he's fired down ace number 13 of this match as the world number 1.
How often does he slide that one down the tee, though, on the big point? It's one whoever Fognini maybe start clocking that one.
30 all. 2.5 hours this match has been underway. As Murray rocks into the serve out wide, the chip on the forehand is back to good length from Fognini. It's a forehand down the middle as a backhand from Murray. Fognini hardly moving his feet, just slapping at the ball off the forehand side. He goes down the forehand of Murray. Murray won't get there. That is a phenomenal shot from the backhand corner. Fognini unleashes yet another forehand winner.
Well, he loves it from that court positioning that he was in there, Fognini, standing in the backhand corner, using the forehand, dictating the play.
Once again, Fognini within a point of taking this match to a 5th and deciding set. Murray with 2 or 3 additional bounces. Serves down the middle, the forehand from Fognini at full stretch, backhand from Murray, cross court, slice backhand down the line from Fognini, forehand from Murray, cross court. Fognini stretching on the forehand, it's going to go long. It was an aggressive forehand cross court from Murray. It forced Fognini wide, and his stab forehand went long.
Yeah. Fognini did well. He read the serve that occasion down the tee, as we highlighted, but a beautiful angle on the forehand from Andy Murray.
Nicely done from Murray, stepping up under pressure, the defending champion. As he serves again down the middle, just collapsing a touch on that one, and it will be a second serve for world number 29 to get a look at here. What can Fognini do with this? As the apology comes, because Murray has to start the service motion over, as the ball toss was not to his liking. Second serve to the backhand. The Italian hits it back behind Murray. Forehand is back on the stretch. Backhand slice from Fognini. Backhand slice likewise from Murray. And Fognini's hit a forehand down the line into the net. He was taking it on, and as a result, the error has come.
Yeah, the slice line from Murray had a bit of side spin on it as well.
Judy Murray, who was courtside on 18 for the majority of the last few hours, watching older son, has now found her way back here to watch younger son. Murray serves out wide, and it's a return that's going to go long from Fognini. It drifts way out of court, and this is some comeback and some response from the defending champion, whose back was firmly against the wall here, but he's responded in a style that we've become so accustomed to.
5 games on, 4th set.
That's a good effort, isn't it, Nick?
Please.
So tough, isn't he, Murray? You know, can't keep him down.
Fognini.
Interesting now to see Fognini, having had that lead, just to see where his mind's at here.
Backhand return is short from Murray here. Forehand from the Italian down the line. If that's anything to go by, it's not in a great place, because that forehand error was a weak one from the Italian. Love 15. Fognini serves down the middle. That's a good serve, but it's a good stretch return from Murray. Fognini's gone with a big forehand down the line, and Murray's read it, but it just had too much pace on it. And the Brit has just sent the forehand wide.
It's a big forehand, the good combo, the serve, followed by the big forehand.
15 apiece. Fognini fires the first serve wide. Never made the last 16 here at Wimbledon as the Italian, as a forehand comes back down the line. The backhand slice from him. Forehand from Murray inside out. Backhand slice from Fognini, defending the situation here. Low ball. He goes cross court with the slice again. Does Fognini. Forehand now back behind Murray as he hits a backhand into the net. Does Murray. That was a little unexpected, a little weak. And he's annoyed with himself.
Yeah, hitting it into the net as well. Not often you see Murray missing that backhand from that backhand corner there.
Fognini really not hanging around here. He's keen to get on with things. The Italian can't deliver a first serve. A backhand does, though, cross court. Murray with a return coming back where it came from. Backhand from Fognini. Both guys pretty deep, and Murray's hit with a good slice. Fognini with a slice of his own. That's too much on that one, though. He's floated it deep, and it's 30 all. Just a touch too casual from Fognini, wasn't it? Just didn't quite bited enough. As he serves now out wide. Forehand from Murray, cross court. Fognini's hit a forehand down the line. He's come in, Murray with a backhand pass. Fognini's hit a volley wide. It's a backhand volley, a very makeable one. And Fognini has blinked and has missed it into the tram lines.